Uchiha Chirin felt irritated. The classroom was supposed to be a place for sleeping, but now it was as noisy as a marketplace, and his head hurt terribly. He followed the noise and saw a red-haired little girl standing beside the teacher. Her cheeks were puffed up like a small balloon as she glared at a few students who were talking, her face full of displeasure. Her hair is as red as a tomato. Yeah, you can tell she's not from our village. Someone like her wanting to be Hokage? No way. Ugly freak. These words pierced Chirin's ears, pulling him out of his half-asleep state. He remembered this must be Uzumaki Kushina's first day transferring to their school. Time flew by. It was already the 33rd year of Konoha, and he'd been here for over 6 years since his transmigration. Looking again at Kushina on the podium, she wasn't ugly. Her face was a healthy red, her big eyes full of determination, much cuter than those brats spouting insults. Chirin scanned the group of kids, noticing that one of them was from the Shimura clan. The thought of Shimura made his gaze turn colder. Hey, Chirin said coldly, you're disturbing my sleep. Either shut up, or during the sparring class this afternoon, I'll make sure your mouths are swollen. The taunting voices stopped abruptly. The brats froze, slowly turning to look at the back row, where they indeed saw Uchiha Chirin's cold face. If they weren't afraid of losing a fight, they would rush to beat him up already. Though unwilling, they obediently shut their mouths. In their eyes, Chirin and the class genius Namake's Minato were total opposites. Minato was sunny and kind, while Chirin was the aloof Uchiha, acting like the world owed him money. Once the classroom quieted down, Chirin went back to sleep. Minato stood up, smiling wryly as he turned to him. Can you at least let me finish my lines? I prepared them for so long. The teacher sighed in relief. Kushina, go sit in the second to last seat. Kushina nodded, clutching her textbooks as she walked over. She had promised Sister Tsunade to study well, but she couldn't help sneaking a glance at Chirin in the back row. Black hair, fair skin, a high nose bridge, even his side profile while sleeping was handsome. More importantly, he had stood up for her. He must be my first friend in Konoha. As for those who mocked her earlier, she'd deal with them sooner or later. And that skinny blonde guy, how dare he mock her? So infuriating. Close to noon, the still sleeping Chirin was poked in the arm. He opened his eyes to see that glaring yellow spiky hair. Chirin, wake up, it's lunchtime. Namake's Minato grinned brightly. Time flies when you study seriously. Chirin yawned, stretched lazily, and slowly took out his lunchbox. Minato, as expected of you, even eating lunch you're one step ahead. Minato chuckled, his chopsticks already aimed at Chirin's lunchbox, slyly picking at it. You must have stayed up late training again last night, right? What good stuff are you eating today to replenish your energy? Braised chicken wings and beef slices. As soon as Chirin opened the lunchbox, a mouth-watering aroma wafted out. You know, we Uchiha. Before he could finish, Minato had already swiftly snagged a chicken wing and a few beef slices, stuffing them into his mouth and mumbling praise. What a glutton! Meanwhile, the aroma from the back row had also awakened Kushina's appetite. She couldn't wait to take out her own lunchbox. This morning, Tsunade had smiled and said, this is the first time I'm making lunch for someone. Not even Nawaki got to try this. It should taste pretty good. But the moment she opened the lunchbox, she was disappointed. The side dishes were all blackened and unrecognizable, with a strong burnt smell. Only the white rice seemed somewhat normal. What kind of white rice is this? It's just cooked, that's all, Kushina grumbled, her frustration almost making her hair stand on end. Being from the Uzumaki clan, her body required a lot of energy. Smelling the fragrant meals of others while staring at her own terrible lunch was truly unbearable. Just as she resigned herself to eat, Chirin's voice came from behind, Hey, new classmate, help yourself. Minato says he's on a diet today. Chirin had already noticed the burnt smell and, without hesitation, placed a few fragrant chicken wings into Kushina's lunchbox. Before she could thank him, he had already returned to his seat. Looking at the extra chicken wings, Kushina thought to herself, how can I eat food from a stranger? I'm going to be the future Hokage's wife. But the chicken wings smelled so good that she couldn't resist picking one up. Taking a bite, her eyes lit up. Delicious. After eating 2 pieces, she turned to thank Chirin, sneaking a glance at Minato as she mumbled, a big guy on a diet? What a wimp. The lunch break ended, and the afternoon was sparring practice. Instructor Moroshita Ryukawa called out, this will count as a regular test, so take it seriously. Ignoring the students' complaints, he continued, when you become ninjas in the future, enemies won't go easy on you just because you whine. First match, Uchiha Chirin vs Shimura Saburo. Teacher, me again? Shimura Saburo protested, looking miserable. I can't beat him. Minato should fight him instead. A vein popped on Moroshita Ryukawa's forehead. Can you choose your opponent on the battlefield? Stop whining and get up there. 1 minute later, Shimura Saburo took 3 punches to the chest and decisively lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Shirin casually formed the seal of reconciliation and left without looking back. Every time he heard the surname Shimura, he wished he could annihilate the entire Shimura clan. After all, the ruthless Shimura Danzo had always weighed heavily on his heart. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough yet. He moved to the side and began doing one-handed push-ups, continuing his training. The shadows of the second and third ninja wars, along with the suppression of the Uchiha by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, felt like a mountain pressing on his chest. Starting in such a perilous position, he had to desperately grow stronger to survive. While doing push-ups, he muttered under his breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, just wait. Uchiha Chirin, will one day set things right. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a bit of a commotion on the teacher's side. I almost forgot, we still have Kushina. Miroshita Rukawa patted his forehead and, in an effort to help the new student integrate quickly, suggested, Kushina, the teacher isn't familiar with your abilities yet. Why don't you pick a classmate to spar with? Kushina immediately stood up, smiling as she pointed to Chirin, who was training. Are you sure? Miroshita Rukawa tried to dissuade her. Kushina nodded firmly. I want to challenge Uchiha Chirin one-on-one. The entire class erupted in chatter. Hearing this, Chirin's eyes filled with confusion as he walked up to Kushina. Was the bento not good? You eat lunch and then come to fight me? Kushina savored the thought. It was good, and you're a nice guy. Chirin frowned. Good people shouldn't be treated like this. With a mischievous smile, Kushina replied, hee, you're the only one I know. If I win, you have to buy my lunch for the rest of the semester. Miroshita Rukawa shook his head, chalking it up to a little girl's competitive spirit, and said helplessly, alright, begin, Chirin. Don't go too hard on her. The two formed hand seals and faced off. Chirin's figure disappeared in an instant. Kushina's vision blurred, and she instinctively threw a small punch with all her might, shouting, for lunch. Watching her uncoordinated attack, Chirin shook his head, dodged, and followed up with a sweeping kick. Bang! Kushina lost her balance and toppled to the side. She thought to herself, it's over. I embarrassed myself on the first day. I shouldn't have challenged Chirin. Why didn't I pick that blonde kid? And why doesn't he understand how to go easy on girls? Just as she thought she was about to hit the ground, a pair of strong arms caught her firmly. Lying halfway in his arms, she looked up and met Chirin's cold yet handsome face. Wait, didn't the teacher say it was over? Why is he still staring at me? Could it be? Chirin's gaze wasn't on her face. The moment he caught her, a line of blue, illusory text suddenly appeared in his field of vision, followed by a clearer blue panel. The system has detected that the host successfully fought the Uzumaki Sage Body and achieved an overwhelming victory. The system is now officially activated. After the host battles an enemy, depending on the result, they can copy 3 of the opponent's ability traits and choose one to absorb, once per day. The higher the win rate, the stronger the copied traits. If the host kills the enemy, they can acquire up to 3 of the opponent's traits and select one to absorb. The host has defeated the opponent. Please select a trait to absorb, chakra amount +1 200 units, physique +1, Uzumaki clan physique. Finally, the standard cheat code for transmigrators. Xianren was thrilled. In his arms, Kushina's face was red like a ripe tomato, shyly closing her eyes. He couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her soft cheek. Kushina, you're truly my lucky star. Kushina immediately opened her eyes, stood up with her face still flushed, and glared at Xianren in embarrassment. You! Everyone in class is watching. They all say you're aloof, but how could you secretly pinch my face? Her mind was in chaos. He stood up for me in the morning, gave me food at noon, and now he even touched my face in the afternoon. Could it be that he likes me? Xianren, how could you just? Before she could finish, the teacher announced the end of class. Looking up, she realized the classmates had already dispersed, and Xianren was the first to head towards the school gate. He acted as if nothing had happened, leaving in a hurry. Damn it, is this what Tsunade-sis meant by playing hard to get? Forget it, I'll catch up and clarify. As Xianren walked home, he checked the system panel. Name, Uchiha Xianren. Age, 6. Physique, 6. Mental strength, 6. Chakra, 4. Kekkei Genkai, none. Ninjutsu, clone technique. Other, chakra nature, fire. 3 traits were flashing, chakra amount +1, physique +1, Uzumaki clan physique. Chakra could be accumulated through training, and physique +1 wasn't as good as the Uzumaki clan physique. Without hesitation, he chose the Uzumaki clan physique. In an instant, a cool, warm current spread throughout his body, erasing all fatigue and soreness. The panel updated. Physique, 7. Chakra, 8. Other, Uzumaki clan physique chakra capacity increased by 100%, vigorous vitality, minor wounds can heal quickly basic physique. Xianren clenched his fists, feeling the surging strength between his fingers. A powerful vitality coursed through his body, making his muscles firmer and his bones sturdier. So strong. Just a single point added to physique, and it feels like he has been training for ages. Speed, strength, and recovery have all improved across the board. If he weren't still on the road, he'd really want to find a secluded spot to laugh out loud. At this rate, punching Hiruzen Sarutobi and kicking Danzo Shimura is just around the corner. Back when he didn't have the system, he had even considered becoming a rogue ninja. But now, it's clear. Rebuilding the glory of the Uchiha is our unshakable duty. Unfortunately, the system can only be triggered once a day, so it seems he'll need to find excuses to spar with Kushina more often. Shirin, why are you walking so fast? Speak of the devil. Kushina caught up from behind, panting heavily. Shirin slowed his pace and waited for her to walk alongside him. Why are you following me? Shirin asked curiously. Kushina rolled her eyes at him, still catching her breath after chasing him all the way. Humph, still pretending. He touched my face earlier. No one but family has ever done that. I just want to hear you tell the truth. Kushina tilted her chin up, trying to look proud, though her eyes betrayed her nervousness. Shirin looked at her and thought she seemed a bit different from how she was in the original story, probably because she was younger. Girls in this world sure mature early. The Uchiha good looks really come in handy. If he looked like Danzo, he'd have been beaten up by now, let alone had any chance for romance. Well, mainly because I think you're really cute. Your face is red like a tomato, sweet and sour, tastes good, and juicy. You're the tomato. Kushina instinctively retorted. But hearing cute made her feel sweet inside, forgetting that those people earlier had also mocked her as tomato. Speaking of tomatoes, Shirin suddenly remembered, tomorrow I'll make tomato and egg stir-fry for lunch. Sweet and sour, perfect for hot weather. Then I want some too. Kushina blurted out. She definitely didn't want to deal with Tsunade's dark cooking again. Shirin nodded. Sure. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. If Minato wants to eat my bento, he has to copy class notes for me for a whole day. That is fine. Even if I can't beat you, copying notes is no problem. Shirin shook his head. With Kushina's personality, there's no way she could copy notes properly. He looked at her and said, no, you'll have to do something else. Something else? Kushina's mind instantly went blank, and scenes from shoujo manga flashed through her head. Could it be hugs or kisses? I just met him, and even if I like him, no, he likes me. It can't be this fast. Life in Konoha is so thrilling. Fine, but only once, Kushina blurted out involuntarily. Shirin lightly poked her forehead. What do you mean, only once? I'm saying you'll spar with me every day from now on. Ha? Kushina opened her eyes, her bright, watery eyes filled with surprise, along with a hint of barely noticeable disappointment. A match? There's quite a gap between us. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of your movements today. Shirin put away his smile and said seriously, that's why we need to spar to improve. Don't you want to become Hokage? Brute strength alone won't cut it. I noticed your punches are strong, but lack technique. I can guide you. How about it? Kushina's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So I misunderstood him. I thought he was a bad boy, but it turns out he's been helping me all along. Shirin is so nice. Sure. I'll be counting on your guidance from now on, Shirin-kun, she said excitedly. The two chatted casually for a while and, before they knew it, had walked to the Uchiha clan's residence. Shirin turned back and asked, Kushina, do you live around here too? Ha? Kushina stared at the giant fan emblem and froze. How did I end up following him here so absent-mindedly? Tsunade-sensei even warned me this morning not to wander off, and now I can't even find my way home. Seeing her looking around in confusion, Shirin immediately realized she was lost. Judging by her flustered appearance, she was undoubtedly bad with directions. Shirin. Kushina bit her lip, putting away her fiery demeanor, and asked softly, can you take me home? I think I'm lost. Shirin shook his head helplessly. You're really something else. A week later, on the school field. Bang! After exchanging blows, Shirin and Minato each stepped back a few paces. Minato shook his numb arm, looking at his friend in astonishment. Shiran, are you a monster? A week ago, we were about evenly matched, but in just a few days, your strength and speed have skyrocketed. Shiran glanced at his own status. His constitution had already risen to 12. After a week of sparring with Kushina, he had gained 6 points in constitution. Now, in terms of physical ability, he could slightly overpower Minato. He smiled and said, "Of course, it's my talent and hard work. It has nothing to do with any leveling system." While Minato was still pondering what this leveling system meant, a loud voice rang out from the sidelines. "Shiran, stop dawdling. Just knock him out. Like you did to me yesterday. You're the real genius of our class." Everyone turned to see Kushina waving her little fists, her fiery red hair almost aflame, while even the supervising teacher helplessly covered their forehead. Ever since she'd become close with Shiran, this little firecracker had completely unleashed her lively side. If someone called her a nickname, she wasn't afraid to fight back. "Minato, take him down. You're the best. I'll always support you," a shrill voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "What did you just say, Saburo Shimura?" Kushina immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She charged over furiously, baring her teeth and claws as she threatened, "Take that back right now. Or I'll personally beat you up. Stupid tomato. None of your business." Relying on his two clanmates by his side, Shimura Saburo retorted defiantly, "I can't beat you alone, but the three of us together can't beat you either?" Their instructor, Muroshita Rokawa, was at his wits' end. The third Hokage had specifically instructed them to take good care of the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, but now it seemed he was more worried that this class might be torn apart by her antics. On the field, Minato's words brought Shiran back to reality. "Do you want to continue? It's been nearly 15 minutes, and there's still no winner. Let's call it a draw for today. Unless the two went all out, it would be hard to determine a clear victor." Shiran shrugged and agreed. At that moment, a system notification sounded, "Draw with Namake's Minato. Please choose one of the following attributes to absorb: Constitution +1, Constitution +1, Constitution +1. Shiran frowned deeply as he stared at the three identical options. He glanced helplessly at Minato, muttering to himself, "Namake's Minato, are you even capable?" Just as he was feeling annoyed, Shimura Saburo's gang started mocking him again, igniting Shiran's fury. He straightened up, his gaze icy as he swept it over them. He called them out by name: "Shimura Saburo, Shimura Lisa, Sarutobi Kawakami, and the two behind you stop buzzing like flies. I'll give you a chance, I'll take on all 5 of you." The entire field fell silent. Shimura Saburo peeked out from his conversation with Kushina, signaling to his companions with a glance. "What are you hesitating for? He just fought Minato for so long his stamina must be drained. This is the perfect chance to teach him a lesson." The chubby Sarutobi Kawakami boldly declared. The 5 immediately stepped forward. Shimura Saburo's eyes darted around before he called out to the teacher. He asked for it himself. "If he gets hurt, don't make us call his parents." This kid not only looked like Danzo but also shared his scheming nature, acting as if a 5-on-1 fight was completely justified. Muroshita Rokawa, seeing Shiran's calm demeanor, nodded in agreement, thinking this might be a good opportunity to teach these cocky kids, who relied on their family backgrounds, a hard lesson. Better to suffer now than lose their lives on the battlefield later. The 5 charged onto the field, while Kushina clenched her fists excitedly, an angry vein popping on her forehead, shouting, "Shiran! Knock them all down! I'm cheering for you!" Hearing this, Shimura Saburo whispered to his group, "Don't be scared. He's just a paper tiger, his stamina is already gone. Why else would I agree to this? Brothers, let's go!" The 5 didn't even bother forming seals, yelling wildly as they charged at Shiran. The first to rush in was Shimura Lisa, slender and agile. As soon as he got close, he went all out, the thrill of taking down a genius making his blood boil. Even if it's 5 against 1, it would still be a glorious victory. His fist had just swung halfway when Qian Ren's figure flickered like a ghost, dodging it effortlessly and simultaneously circling behind him to deliver 2 fierce kicks to the back of his knees. Shimura Kasa instantly fell to his knees, his body uncontrollably leaning forward. Qian Ren coldly shouted, "Stay on your knees? Lie down." Following that, a whip-like kick struck his back viciously, sending him flying and landing face first in the dirt, drawing a burst of laughter from the crowd. At this moment, the remaining 4 had already surrounded him. 3 engaged in a scuffle with Qianrun, while Shimura Saburo quietly circled to the side, grabbing a handful of sand from the ground. Kushina, with her keen eyesight, instantly spotted his action and angrily rebuked, "Shimura Saburo, you're shameless. 5 against 1, and you still use sand to sneak attack." Minato added a cold comment, "Pathetic. It was one thing for ninjas to use small tools during a fight, but resorting to such tactics in a 5-on-1 scenario was outright disgraceful. Several classmates chimed in, shameless. Shimura Saburo retorted, "What do you know? Ninjas must use any means necessary to complete their mission. That's what my uncle taught me." Xianren's gaze swept over him, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. A few people who could barely stand dared to gang up on him. Taking advantage of a brief slowdown in their offensive, Xianren suddenly sidestepped and stomped viciously on their exposed toes in rapid succession. The shoes in this world tended to leave toes exposed, making them the perfect target. The three cried out in pain, "Ah! Ow! My toes, they hurt so much." Instantly losing their combat effectiveness, they bent over to check their injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Xianren leaped and delivered a precise spinning kick, striking all three and sending them flying. Seeing his companions taken down in an instant, Shimura Saburo stood frozen in place, the sand slipping through his fingers. In disbelief, he muttered, "How is this possible? No matter how tired I am, I shouldn't be this weak." Just then, a cold voice whispered in his ear. Before he could react, a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen, and his entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. As he struggled to get up, a heavy foot stomped on his chest, leaving him writhing and unable to move. Amidst the mocking laughter around him, Shimura Saburo's eyes filled with venomous hatred as he roared, "Let me go immediately. My uncle is an advisor to Lord Hokage, and he just adopted me as his godson yesterday. If you dare offend me, you're finished." Xianren sneered, "Oh? Are you talking about Shimura Danzo?" Shimura Saburo thought the other was scared, a smug expression spreading across his face as he prepared to continue his threats. Unexpectedly, an even heavier foot stomped down on his face. Bang! The kick left him seeing stars, nearly knocking him unconscious. Xianren mocked, "You really do resemble Danzo. Doesn't he have a son? Did he have to adopt you?" Saburo Shimura was already delirious and subconsciously said, He was injured in the war, can't have children." Ochirin dragged out his voice, a bright smile appearing on his face. Although his voice was soft, it echoed across the playground, "So he's just a useless eunuch." "Eunuch? What's that?" Kushina asked on behalf of everyone, as this world didn't have such a term. The instructor was about to step forward to stop them, but Chirin withdrew the foot he had on Shimura's face and explained calmly, "It's a man, but without that thing." "Ha? Without that thing?" Kushina's big eyes were full of confusion. Next to her, Minato rubbed his chin, his brain working quickly. "It probably means the part below, like we learned in biology class." "Ah!" Kushina blushed and punched Minato. The girls nearby jeered, "How can you say such things in front of girls, you blonde idiot?" Minato clutched his reddened face, feeling aggrieved as he got up, thinking, "It was you guys who asked, Chirin who said it, so why hit me?" A few classmates who had been bullied by Shimura immediately started beating him up. "Ha, so pathetic. His uncle must be a loser too. From now on, let's call him Shimura Eunuch." "Yeah, Shimura Eunuch," Kushina echoed softly. Thinking about the meaning of eunuch, she grew both embarrassed and annoyed, turning around to punch Minato again. Minato fell to the ground with a thud, on the verge of tears. "Just because I'm easygoing, you all bully me?" Shimura lay on the ground, listening to the mockery, but his gaze was fixed on Chirin. "Damn it! The Uchiha clan, just as my uncle said, truly evil. Wait, I'll definitely tell my uncle about this, and make sure you pay." Chirin ignored these clowns, spreading out his palm and feeling the endless power flowing within him. The Uzumaki clan's constitution is amazing. Continuous combat without fatigue, feeling full of strength. This is what it means to feel alive. The afternoon sparring session ended. On the way home after school, Chirin and Kushina parted ways at the school gate, agreeing to go see the cherry blossoms together on Sunday afternoon. Watching her skip away joyfully, Chirin thought to himself, "Spending time with such a cute girl in Konoha is a pleasure." It's absolutely not for the attribute points. The next day at noon, Chirin had just finished preparing lunch in his rented small house and was about to dig in when there was a knock-knock at the door. "Who is it? Coming at mealtime, planning to freeload?" He put down his chopsticks, muttering as he went to open the door. As the door opened, a familiar, pretty face appeared. The person held a watermelon in her hands, her smiling eyes curved. "Chirin, I'm not here to freeload today." "Look, I brought a watermelon." The person who arrived was Uchiha Makoto. Xianren took the small piece of watermelon she handed over, frowning slightly. This tiny piece of watermelon wasn't even enough to fill the gap between his teeth. However, thinking about the world he was in, he let it go. Makoto didn't treat him as an outsider and directly handed the watermelon to him, then walked into the house herself. Sniffing with her small nose, she exclaimed in delight, "It smells so good. I knew you'd make something delicious over the weekend. Let me see what tasty dishes you've prepared today." Shinran shook his head and followed her inside. He had a great relationship with Makoto's parents, as they were childhood friends. Even after Qianren's parents sacrificed their lives on a mission, the bond between them remained strong. Ever since he moved out to live on his own, Makoto would often bring some fruits and snacks to inspect his place, mostly because Qianren's cooking skills far exceeded the average standard of this era. Watching Makoto eat while praising his cooking non-stop, Qianren casually asked, "Makoto, your house isn't close to mine. How come you had time to come over today?" Makoto, being of noble status as the granddaughter of an elder, enjoyed a far better life than orphan Qianren. She elegantly set down her chopsticks, rolled her eyes at him, and said with a hint of grievance, "You blockhead." Then, with a sigh, she explained, "You got first place in last week's practical combat results, so the clan issued a subsidy. The elders decided to give you extra. Grandpa asked me to notify you to come with me after the meal." Qianren nodded. After finishing their meal, the two headed together to the Uchiha clan's meeting hall. The meeting room was ancient and gloomy, never renovated for the sake of tradition, which always made people feel oppressed. By the time they arrived, everyone else had already collected their subsidies and left, leaving Qianren as the only one remaining. He walked into the room alone, as Makoto neither needed nor cared about such subsidies. Inside, clan leader Uchiha Sagaku and 4 elders were seated, with the clan leader's son, Uchiha Fugaku, standing by the side. Seeing Qianren enter and bow in greeting, Sagaku smiled and said, "Qianren, the elders not only issued this subsidy but also value your talents." He paused and then dropped a bombshell. "After deliberation, we've decided to double your annual subsidy, raising it from 240,000 ryo to 500,000 ryo. The original 240,000 ryo was barely enough to get by, so such a sudden increase was clearly not simple." Qianren's heart tightened, and he asked, "Does the clan leader have any specific plans for me?" Sagaku smiled and turned to his son Fugaku, saying, "See that, Fugaku? This is Qianren. Despite his young age, he is already so thoughtful and meticulous." The 14-year-old Fugaku carefully observed his younger clan cousin, who, apart from being a bit sturdier than kids his age, didn't seem particularly remarkable. Uchiha Sagaku continued, "I plan to form a direct team led by your brother Fugaku, with you joining. You can learn from each other and improve together. Every year, you'll receive an additional 200,000 ryo, so you can focus on your training with peace of mind. This is beneficial for both of you." Your eldest brother, Uchiha Yakumi, has already agreed. Shiran immediately understood. In simple terms, get paid more each year and become Fugaku's lapdog. He had thought the Uchiha clan leader position was passed down by merit, but it turned out to be hereditary. For others, this might be seen as a shortcut, but he had a system and absolutely despised Fugaku, that weakling. To him, this was more revolting than swallowing a fly. Was it really acceptable to watch the clan be destroyed just to avoid opposing his own son? Clearly, there was a chance to fight back, yet because he didn't want to battle his son, he doomed the entire clan. Thinking about Makoto, who had accompanied him, Shiran felt even more conflicted. Could she end up with Fugaku? Would she be happy with him? His thoughts in turmoil, Shiran raised his head and stared sharply at Fugaku, coldly asking, "With the tension between the clan and the village recently, what is Fugaku-senpai's view? I need to confirm whether you are someone worth following." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Fugaku. Fugaku understood this was a dual test from his father and the elders. A good answer would not only solidify his position as the successor but also win Shiran over. After a moment of contemplation, he adopted a stance of putting the greater good first and said loudly, "The clan's future lies in prosperity together with the village. Together with the Senju clan, we founded Konoha in pursuit of peace. The current minor conflicts will soon be resolved." As soon as he finished speaking, the clan leader and the pacifist elders nodded in satisfaction, finding his response prudent and aligned with the mainstream views of the clan. "Boring." Shiran coldly uttered 2 words, turning his back to everyone. Though his voice was soft, it echoed throughout the hall. Since the second Hokage's time, the village has been isolating and suppressing the Uchiha. If this so-called co-prosperity continues, the clan will eventually be devoured until not even bones remain. Insolence! What would a 6-year-old like you understand? Fugaku rebuked angrily, secretly relieved. Fortunately, the future of the Uchiha wouldn't be in the hands of such a radical, or the clan would undoubtedly be destroyed within a few years. Just as the elders were about to scold him, the sound of a cane hitting the ground, thud, suddenly echoed from the corner. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the corner. There stood Uchiha Setsuna, the man who once dared to assassinate the second Hokage. Though plagued by old ailments, his authority was unquestionable. Setsuna coldly swept his gaze over the elders, letting out a disdainful snort. Seeing them lower their heads, his sharp eyes turned to Chirin, who was about to leave, and he slowly spoke. "Young brat, quite interesting, reminds me of your grandfather." Shenron turned around, carefully examining this legendary figure. Uchiha Setsuna, once the head of the Uchiha clan, if he hadn't failed to assassinate Senju Tobarama and been imprisoned for 10 years, no one could have surpassed his position. As long as he gave the order, the hawkish faction within the clan would respond without fail. Unfortunately, heroes eventually grow old. Now, he needed a cane just to stand up. Supporting himself with the cane, he shakily stood, not looking at the current clan leader, and said directly, "Since this kid doesn't want to join the Fugaku squad, this old man has no problem taking him in." Uchiha Sanyue hurriedly bowed. "We will follow Senior Setsuna's arrangements." Setsuna ignored him and slowly walked toward the gate. Passing Shenron, he only said 3 words, "Follow me." Curious about this grandfather, Shenron silently followed. The two arrived at a very small courtyard, which, besides a reception hall, had almost no extra space. The 2 guards at the door looked particularly luxurious, forming a sharp contrast with the simple courtyard. It was hard to imagine that such a great elder lived so modestly. After sitting down and seeing the guards leave, Setsuna spoke slowly, his voice laden with weariness. "I didn't intend to bring this up, but seeing your performance today, I'm quite pleased. I thought the backbone of our Uchiha was already broken." Shenron already admired this great elder's courage, and seeing his humble abode deepened his respect. "You just mentioned my grandfather, could you say more about him?" Shenron asked. A light flickered in Setsuna's eyes, as if he had returned to those years. "You know I tried to ambush Senju Tobarama back then, right?" Shenron nodded, and he continued, "I failed, and was supposed to be executed. But your grandfather, my best brother, took the blame as the mastermind, so I escaped death and was only imprisoned for 10 years. Shenron's heart trembled, never expecting such a secret was hidden behind. Anger surged on Setsuna's face, his voice trembling. "Do you think Senju Tobarama just let it go? During the more than 10 years I was imprisoned, all my children died in so-called missions. Even my only grandson was mysteriously bitten to death by a venomous snake." He slammed the table fiercely, his voice thunderous. "None of those involved in that mission are alive. Your parents also died in that damned accidental mission." The information was overwhelming. Shenron took a long time to digest it. He quickly identified the key point. Was all this really a coincidence? Ninja sacrifice was common, but there seemed to be a deeper conspiracy lurking behind it all. He tentatively asked, "Senior, how are you sure that all of this is real?" Uchiha Setsuna picked up the teacup, suppressing his anger as he said, "At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. But when Hiruzen Sarutobi released me, he pretended to apologize and said, 'I'm sorry for all that's happened.' Isn't that basically admitting it himself?" He put down the teacup, his eyes filled with self-mockery and sorrow. "The fact that they dared to release me is the best proof. They think this old body of mine is no longer a threat to them." Shiran remained silent. Considering Tobarama Senju's hatred for the Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi's manipulative tactics to win over others when he came to power, this matter was almost certainly true. Then, seeing Chiran's serious expression, Uchiha Setsuna patted him on the shoulder. "It's all in the past now. Don't take all the pressure on yourself. It'll break you." Chiran's expression was severe, his tone complicated. "Then should I find some time to dig up Tobarama Senju and give his corpse a good whipping?" Cough. Uchiha Setsuna sprayed out a mouthful of tea, his hand frozen mid-air. A few seconds later, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Good kid, you really dare to say that." After laughing, he shook his head with a sigh. "I don't expect you to actually do it, but since you're a descendant of an old friend, if you need help with your training, this old man can lend you a hand." After all, the boy was only 6 years old. That school genius title was nothing more than a fleeting moment of brilliance. Very few could truly achieve greatness. Unaware of his thoughts, Shiran immediately responded, "What I lack most is ninjutsu. The family scrolls are too expensive, and after saving up for a long time, I only learned the great fireball technique. I also want to spar with strong opponents to build real combat experience." This was his true intention, to find someone to fight with and farm system rewards. After hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna unhesitatingly removed a token from his waist and casually tossed it onto the table. He then called towards the door, "Yen, come in." A guard entered. "This is my guard, Uchiha Yen, a master within the clan. If you need someone to practice with, look for him anytime." Shiren glanced at the ancient-looking token, his heart racing with excitement. It was the Grand Elder's token. With this, not only could he learn ninjutsu, but even if he wanted to burn down the Hokage's office building, people would have to think twice. He then looked at Uchiha Yen, a man in his early 30s with sharp eyes, dressed in a guard uniform. As the Grand Elder's personal bodyguard, his strength was undoubtedly exceptional. "You two exchange a few moves, let me see," Uchiha Setsuna said with interest. Shiren understood this was a test. Without hesitation, he and Uchiha Yen moved to the courtyard. Uchiha Yen assumed a stance, his tone calm. "Start whenever you're ready. It's just a test, don't worry about winning or losing." He thought to himself, this is just sparring. The other party is only 6 years old, barely reaching his waist in height. How strong could he possibly be? Xianren nodded, knowing now was not the time to hold back. Boom! Chakra erupted beneath his feet, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball, leaving a shallow crater in the sandy ground. Uchiha Yen raised an eyebrow. This speed was already approaching the level of an average genin. What surprised him even more was the power in Xianren's punches. Each strike came with a sound of air being torn apart. Occasionally, when he had to block a punch head-on, his entire arm would go numb. Just how much chakra and stamina did this kid have to sustain such a relentless offensive? Xianren himself was a bit frustrated. He was used to relying on his chakra advantage to launch powerful attacks, a tactic that had always worked. But against Uchiha Yen, his attacks felt like they were sinking into the ocean, completely neutralized. It seemed he had no choice but to gamble. With his continuous taijutsu offensive proving ineffective, Xianren's eyes sharpened. He suddenly leapt into the air, spinning, and executed a powerful roundhouse kick aimed straight at Uchiha Yen's face. Uchiha Yen leaned back to his limit, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Seeing Xianren miss and expose his back, he warned, "That kind of attack is too risky. If you fail, your whole body." Before he could finish speaking, something unexpected happened. Using the momentum of the roundhouse kick, Xianren twisted his torso and snapped his upper body back around. With a flick of his wrist, 3 shuriken shot toward Uchiha Yen's vital spots. The movements were as swift as lightning, completely beyond expectation. Uchiha Yen quickly rolled to evade. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw Xianren lose balance mid-air due to his twisting motion and plummet straight to the ground. Uchiha Yen was puzzled. How could someone with such coordinated moves suddenly fall like that? Despite the intense pain from his fall, Xianren used the cover of his back to swiftly form hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom! Several massive fireballs, each the size of an adult, roared with scorching heat and engulfed the spot where Uchiha Yen had been standing. Seeing the fireballs consume his opponent, Xianren cautiously drew a kunai, remaining on high alert. After all, fireballs couldn't kill someone. Sure enough, the next second, a charred log fell from the sky. It was the substitution jutsu. As Xianren's attention was distracted by the log, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked, and a large hand firmly grabbed his ankle. "I surrender!" Xianren, now with only his head above ground, quickly shouted. His opponent had used Earth Style to trap him and had a short blade resting on his shoulder. Xianren had no choice but to concede defeat. Uchiha Yen smiled as he pulled him out of the ground, patted the dirt off his shoulder, and praised, "You're already very impressive. When I was 6, if I had half your ability, I would have been overjoyed. Your chakra far surpasses your peers. With time, you're bound to surpass me." "That's right, I'm a man with a system." While climbing to his feet, Xianren glanced at the system notification. Defeated by Uchiha Yen, choose an entry to absorb, chakra +1, Uchiha basic swordsmanship, mental power +2 mental power at 10 activates Sharingan. Without a doubt, choose mental power. With these 2 points added, if I fight Uchiha Yen again, with a bit of luck, I might activate the Sharingan. My combat strength will increase, and my survival chances will improve. I might even occasionally bully Minato. After the sparring session, the two returned to Uchiha Setsuna's side. The elder handed Xianren a token and a 1 million Ryo banknote, his eyes full of expectation. "Kid, you did well. I have high hopes for your future." Xianren accepted the items, noticed it was getting late, and bid farewell to the two. Uchiha Setsuna waved him off, silently sipping tea. As Xianren looked at him, what once seemed like a fierce scarred face now appeared kind and warm. He couldn't help but ask, "Elder, if you're free on weekends, can I come visit you often?" Xianren thought to himself, this is all for the happiness of the elder in his twilight years, definitely not because of that banknote filled with zeros or the system rewards. Ultimately, it's all for restoring the glory of the Uchiha. Setsuna smiled and said, "You're quite calculating, but I can't give you 1 million every day. That's a yearly payment. If you want to spar with yen, I won't interfere." Occasionally visiting me is fine too. This old body of mine won't last many more years, but seeing more of you young ones gives me peace. If I can live to see that day, I can rest in peace. Shenron nodded solemnly. That day will come. I'll personally lift Tobarama's coffin lid and let everyone see his true face. If it weren't for Tobarama's sensuous policies, the Uchiha wouldn't have declined, and his parents wouldn't have perished. He held no goodwill toward Konoha's leadership. In his past life, he longed for family and loneliness, and in this life, just as he touched it, it was cruelly taken away. This hatred is irreconcilable. Setsuna nodded silently, and Shenron sensibly took his leave. After he left, Uchiha Yen asked in a low voice, Elder Setsuna, do you really think so highly of him? His strength is decent, but he is too young and reckless. Setsuna set down his teacup and looked at the spilled tea, saying, you don't understand. The Uchiha have survived for 1,000 years not because of brute force, but because of pride. Back then, that schemer Tobarama only dared to rely on tricks and schemes. In a direct confrontation, he wouldn't have dared to fight us to the death. He sighed deeply, and Uchiha without pride is destined to perish. Uchiha Yen respectfully said, I understand. When he comes tomorrow, I will teach him earnestly. Uchiha Setsuna gestured for more tea and said slowly, you're quite fortunate. That boy is young yet incredibly strong, clearly dedicated to his training. In a few years, you might be the one seeking his guidance. The next day, on the weekend, Shenron, as usual, practiced late into the night and only headed to Uchiha Setsuna's house after waking up. After an intense battle, Shenron felt the cold blade against his neck and admitted defeat without hesitation. I lost this time. Uchiha Yen sheathed his short sword, both amused and exasperated. You dragged me into a fight first thing in the morning, only to surrender after a few minutes. What are you up to? Shenron didn't answer, instead glancing secretly at the system panel's rewards. Defeated in a battle against Uchiha Yen. Choose to absorb the entries, mental power +2, constitution +1, chakra +1. Mental power +2 meant his Sharingan had awakened. Overjoyed internally, he remained calm outwardly, saying, I just wanted to see how big the gap is. Now that I know, I'll be off. I have a date this afternoon. Uchiha Yen gripped his sword tightly, knowing the gap. You should be training twice as hard today. Wait, did you say a date? Not training? Shenron tucked away his kunai, speaking righteously, I trained all night last night, my legs are about to give out. It's Sunday, don't overdo it. Let's take a single rest day. I promised a friend to go cherry blossom viewing. I'm off. With the entries secured, he naturally went to spend time with the adorable Kushina. Uchiha Yen looked puzzled and glanced back at Uchiha Setsuna, as if asking, Clan leader, didn't you say he was dedicated to his training? He seems completely different. Uchiha Setsuna's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup, forcing a weak explanation. Relaxation in moderation isn't a bad thing either. Shenron didn't care what they thought. Before, without the system, he'd worked himself to the bone every day, not daring to relax. Now that he had it, of course he'd take it easy. What's the point of the system otherwise? Having said that, he bid farewell and hurried home. Once safely behind closed doors, he excitedly redeemed the reward mental power +2. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged into his eyes, and the world became incredibly sharp. He could even see individual specks of dust clearly. Looking into the mirror, he saw two small tomos slowly rotating in his pitch-black pupils. Nodding in satisfaction, he thought, as expected, the Uzumaki clan's physique is truly powerful, starting at a high level when awakening my Sharingan. After a brief adjustment, he deactivated the Sharingan. He had no intention of showing off. If word got out that a 6-year-old had awakened the Sharingan, the higher-ups in Konoha would surely raise questions. After a quick lunch, bringing along some snacks and fruits, Shenron changed into casual clothes and headed to the place where he had arranged to meet Kushina. During late spring, the cherry blossom forest on the outskirts of Konoha was crowded with visitors, and the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. When Shenron arrived at the agreed location, Kushina was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly heard the sound of an argument not far away. Brother, it's her. She's been beating me up at school every day. You have to help me get revenge today, a voice shouted anxiously. Of course, I'm your brother. That fiery red hair of hers is so annoying, not at all like the subtle elegance of cherry blossoms, another voice responded. Immediately, Kushina shouted angrily, Go away. I have something important to do today. Save the fight for tomorrow. Hearing Kushina's voice, Shenron's expression darkened, and he quickly rushed over. He saw Kushina being blocked by two people. One was a classmate, and the other was a tall figure wearing a Konoha forehead protector, clearly a genin. The genin frowned, his face full of impatience. I'm a ninja, I don't have time to play with you. You're disturbing my cherry blossom viewing, so I'll teach you a lesson, you ugly redhead. Before he could finish speaking, he reached out to grab Kushina's hair. Just as his hand was about to touch her, a size 37 ninja boot came whistling through the air, followed by Shinran's figure. Bang! Shinran landed a heavy kick to the genin's chest, but instead of sending him flying, he stepped on him, dragging out a half-meter-long trail of blood. The sight of the blood made Kushina cover her mouth in surprise, but Shinran commented, "Beautiful." Clutching a kunai tightly, he said coldly, "You should be thankful you're only disturbing my cherry blossom viewing. If you had hurt Kushina, the cherry blossoms here next year would be even more beautiful. Flesh and blood are the best nutrients for plants." The genin didn't resist and passed out with a muffled groan. Shinran told the classmate to take him away. After all, it was just a kick, and he wouldn't die so easily. After handling the situation, Shinran left with Kushina. She was wearing a white sleeveless dress, with a cherry blossom clip pinned to the ends of her hair, looking especially adorable but with a downcast expression. As they walked along the riverbank, Kushina softly said, "Why are cherry blossoms always light pink? It's like this world can't tolerate deep red." Sensing her sadness, Shinran tried to explain, "Actually, it's just a matter of species in other places." He suddenly realized he was flirting and quickly changed his tone. "Light pink is nice too, but I prefer deep red." Kushina forced a smile, but feelings of grievance and sadness quickly overwhelmed her 6-year-old face. "Then why did the land of whirlpools fall?" And my parents' tears began to stream down her cheeks uncontrollably. Shinran stepped forward and tightly embraced her, letting her bury her face in his chest. "If you want to cry, just cry. I can't change the past, but from now on, I won't let you get hurt again. I'll always be here for you." This was the first time he truly touched Kushina's heart. Normally, she was lively and cheerful, as if she had long forgotten those painful memories, but those scars had never healed. Her feisty demeanor was just a facade. The sound of crying gradually subsided. Kushina wiped her tears, stood up from his arms, and whispered with red, puffy eyes, "I am a little hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Shinran smiled and pointed to the grassy area ahead, taking out some snacks and fruit. "Let us sit over there." They sat on the grass, eating while watching the sunset paint the sky and Kushina's hair a fiery red. As the sky darkened, Shinran stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Let us go, I'll take you back." At the gate of the camp, as they were about to part ways, Kushina suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Shinran, what you said this afternoon, does it still count?" Shinran froze for a moment. Seeing her red hair lightly swaying, he smiled and said, "Of course it counts. From now on, I'll always be here." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kushina dashed forward like a little rabbit, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, and ran home blushing. Shinran touched his cheek, smiling as he muttered, "I actually got countered in the world of Naruto. A girl as bold as you, Kushina, is probably one of a kind." After confirming she returned home safely, Shinran didn't leave. He gazed at the rooftop, his sharp senses aware that ANBU ninjas had been monitoring them the entire time, yet he wondered why they hadn't acted earlier. In the Hokage's office, a 40-something ninja with a scar on his chin angrily pushed the door open and shouted, "Monkey, are you just going to stand by and let that Uchiha boy get so close to the Jinchuriki?" The man was Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at him and slowly wiped his crystal ball. "Danzo, the only one in the Uchiha clan who can control the 9 tails is Madara. There is no need for you to take it out on the entire clan. Let me guess, it was that useless nephew of yours complaining about you again, wasn't it?" "Nonsense. That's absolutely not the case." Danzo angrily denied, "Don't change the subject." Hiruzen Sarutobi, annoyed, waved him over to look at the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, Shirin was walking home alone. The fury in Danzo's eyes instantly flared up, while Hiruzen chuckled inwardly. His guess had been spot on. Taking a puff of his pipe, Hiruzen casually said, "Don't be so prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. He's only 6 years old, he's just a kid." "A kid?" Danzo exploded, pointing at Shirin in the crystal ball, his entire body trembling. Just this past Sunday, he'd returned from a mission, only for his nephew to come crying to him with a complaint Uchiha Shirin had given him a nickname, Shimura Eunuch. At first, he thought it might be a compliment, but upon digging deeper, he discovered that eunuch meant someone without that. It was outright humiliation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Danzo cursed, "Unbelievable. This is infuriating. I've lived over 40 years, thinking the Uchiha were just your run-of-the-mill evil, but now this. How could this matter be spread around? Only you and a few people from my family knew back then. That was the most important thing for a man. And now the whole world knew." Hiruzen Sarutobi, watching him gasp for air, calmly covered the crystal ball. "See? You're getting worked up again. You damn monkey. Should I expose your peeping at the women's bathhouse? You slander me. Hiruzen suddenly stood up, slamming the table and roaring, "That's slander." Danzo was not to be outdone, stepping closer and slamming the table as well, their faces inches apart in a tense stare down. You're the only one in the entire village who can use that technique. You call it slander? Do you think people will believe you or me? Danzo struck a fatal blow. That was. I saw it by accident. Not. Hiruzen realized he'd misspoken, let out a cold snort, and sat back down to change the subject. It's late. Did you come here just to argue? So what exactly are you going to do about Uchiha Chirin? I've said it before, peace in the village was hard-earned. Right now, the borders of each nation are tense, and war could break out at any moment, yet you insist on stirring up internal conflict? Hiruzen firmly stood by his principles. The Nine Tails incident hadn't occurred yet, and Madara Uchiha had long since left. For now, the Uchiha clan, both overtly and covertly, remained among the strongest forces in Konoha. As for the Sharingan controlling tailed beasts, that was an extreme scenario. After hearing this, Danzo withdrew his hand, stood upright, and put some distance between himself and Hiruzen. To think the teacher chose such a weak Hokage like you. Why didn't he choose me back then? The veins on Hiruzen's forehead bulged. You don't understand how to govern a village. Your hawkish policies would only push Konoha into the abyss. Balance is the key. Enough. Danzo didn't want to listen to his nonsense any longer. He turned around, ready to leave. If you want to send someone, I will. Stop right there. Danzo. I am the Hokage. Danzo stood at the doorway, glaring coldly at him. A mocking smirk appeared on his lips. You're nothing more than a lucky monkey, Hiruzen. You'll regret this. With that, he walked out of the Hokage building and slammed the door shut. Bang! Two rude ninjas followed closely behind, waiting for orders. Danzo said coldly, "Send someone to teach Uchiha Chirin a lesson. Break two of his ribs and tell him he broke them himself." Yes, Lord Danzo, one ninja asked. Is he one of the Uchiha's rising stars? Rising star? He hasn't even graduated yet. Danzo gritted his teeth in anger. If I weren't so busy with missions, I'd go to the academy and deal with him myself. The two ninjas exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. Even though the route operated in the shadows, targeting a 6-year-old who hadn't graduated yet seemed excessive. They decided to let a newcomer handle this task, to avoid further tarnishing their own reputation. The next day, at the Ninja Academy, Kushina secretly observed Chirin and was surprised to find that he wasn't dozing off today. Instead, he was staring intently at something. He seemed to be struggling, scratching his head from time to time. She happily thought, it must be because I told him last time to sleep earlier, and he actually listened. In truth, Chirin had indeed stopped staying up all night and was going to bed on time lately. But paying attention in class? That was out of the question. He had spread out a scroll in front of him, his eyes nearly crossing from staring at it so long. The scroll was filled with the intricate details of Shadow Clone Jutsu practice. Introduction to Shadow Clone Jutsu. Step 1, gather chakra and release it. Step 2, understand human anatomy. Shadow clones are not transformations, they are chakra-based replicas of yourself. You need to study human proportions, skeletons, muscles, and more. The more Chirin read, the more confused he became. Back in the anime, Naruto simply formed a seal and could create hundreds or thousands of clones. Now it seems so complicated. Learning this would take weeks. He thought it'd be better to spend time grinding his stats instead. Just as he was struggling, the teacher suddenly asked a question. About the logic behind Kekkai Genkai inheritance. Minato, can you answer? Minato Namikaze stood up confidently and said, the inheritance of Kekkai Genkai mainly depends on dominant and recessive genes. For example, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, everyone in the family has it, which indicates they all have AA genes. Even if they marry outside the clan, the first-generation children will have a 100% chance of inheriting the Byakugan, while the second generation will have a 50% probability. But the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is different, not everyone has it. This suggests that the Sharingan might be a recessive gene, AA, which requires both parents to have it for activation. So, if they marry outside the clan, their children can have a 100% chance of inheriting the Sharingan. The teacher nodded in satisfaction. Perfect answer. He motioned for Minato to sit down. Many of the female classmates in the room cast admiring glances at him. In the back row, Chirin muttered to himself, what do you know about the Uchiha? The Sharingan requires emotional stimulation to awaken. Do you think Sarada's Mangekyo Sharingan just magically appeared? Still, he admired Minato's grasp of theory. At that thought, Shiran's eyes lit up, and he flashed a mischievous smile. I have a plan. During the break, Shiran swaggered over to Minato with a scroll in hand, threw an arm around his shoulder, and grinned slyly. Minato, guess what this is? Minato, slightly breathless from the grip, helplessly pushed him away and took the scroll to open it. At first glance, his eyes lit up. Shiran, where did you get this Shadow Clone Jutsu scroll? It's not even available on the market. Minato's family was ordinary, his father was just a chunin. A scroll like this was a treasure to him. Shiran pretended to be nonchalant. No big deal. I've already mastered it, so I'm giving it to you. Let us see how long it takes for a genius like you to learn it. You've mastered it? Minato was shocked. This is a jutsu that surpasses the basic clone jutsu. And you're really giving it to me? Shiran wiped his nose with his finger and said smugly, I learned it ages ago. It's yours now. He leaned in close to Minato, their faces almost touching. Minato, don't forget me when you get rich and successful, you know? When you become Hokage, remember us. Minato felt a bit uncomfortable but nodded seriously. Of course. Though deep down, he wasn't sure he could ever become Hokage. At that moment, a crisp voice filled with jealousy rang out. What are you two guys doing in the classroom? Kushina suddenly appeared and pulled them apart. She had been watching them getting closer and, worried their relationship might become too strange, hurried to intervene. After all, in novels, unnatural relationships always started this way. Others might enjoy freely or view with a critical eye, but Shiran absolutely could not. Kushina pulled Shiran away and continued speaking to Minato, I'll give you 2 weeks to master this. I need to test my plan. No, test your potential. Don't get too close to that blonde Minato. Once they reached the playground, Kushina clenched her fists and assumed a fighting stance. Since the Cloud Village kidnapping incident hadn't happened yet, her impression of Minato was still a somewhat effeminate blonde. Stop calling him blonde. He spends time with us every day. It sounds weird. Humph, and now you're defending him. Kushina was furious and threw a punch directly at Shiran's face. Shiran easily dodged and said, Oh? Kushina's made quite a few new friends recently. This punch carries a hint of the Hyuga family's gentle fist. Of course. Kushina said confidently. Today, I'll definitely hold out until the class bell rings. Not enough. Try again tomorrow. Before her words settled, Shiran had ghosted behind her, lightly nudging her knee with his, causing Kushina to cry out and fall softly into his arms. About what happened yesterday, I'm getting my revenge today. With that, he gently tapped her forehead. Ah! Kushina's face turned crimson like fire, and she pushed Shiran away abruptly, her red hair practically standing on end. Shiran thought she was angry and was about to apologize when Kushina took a deep breath and shouted with all her might, How could you kiss me on the playground? So many people saw it. What will we do now? Are we supposed to get married? Shiran's eardrums nearly burst. You're not worried about others finding out. You clearly want the whole world to know. Sure enough, students on the playground and by the classroom windows all turned their gazes, filled with shock, envy, and gossip. After yelling, Kushina proudly stood beside Shiran, waving to the other students as if declaring her claim. Shiran shook his head helplessly, but his heart felt warm. Such intense emotions were something he had rarely experienced in his previous life. He gently tugged Kushina's small hand and whispered, Yes, it seems I've finally met the right person. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two walked hand in hand back to the classroom. After school in the afternoon, Shiran spent a long time persuading the clingy Kushina to let him go home. After dinner, he trained his Sharingan and physical techniques, went to bed early, and didn't stay up late. Having been in this world for many years, today was the first time he felt genuinely happy, as if the pressure of survival had significantly eased. At dawn the next day, with the morning mist still lingering, Shiran yawned as he walked to school. He deliberately chose a secluded path, hoping to reach the school earlier and ask about Minato's academic progress. Just as he turned onto the path, his brows furrowed, his left foot pushed off the ground, and his body swiftly sprang to the side. 3 shuriken whizzed past, grazing the tip of his nose and embedding deeply into the wall ahead. Raising his head, Shiran saw a masked ninja standing silently on a nearby rooftop, twirling a kunai on his index finger. Uchiha Shiran? The masked ninja leaped onto the street, smirking mockingly. As expected of Uchiha's prodigy, your alertness is quite impressive. Seeing that his opponent was merely a student who hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy, he thought this mission would be a breeze. What a pity. Even a genius shouldn't offend Lord Danzo. This time, I'll just break 2 of your ribs as a small punishment. Surrender quietly. Such nonsense. Chiron responded coldly. With a wave of his hands, 6 shuriken flew out in 2 waves. The masked ninja sneered disdainfully, easily deflecting 3 shuriken with his kunai. When he saw the other 3 flying past him, he mocked, "I thought you were a genius. Can't even aim your shuriken properly." Before he finished speaking, Chiron abruptly yanked the steel wire hidden in his hand, shouting, "Manipulated shuriken technique." The sound of wind rose sharply behind him, and the masked ninja's heart sank. This brat had actually learned to control shuriken? He hurriedly turned to block, only to find the 3 shuriken being pulled back by the wire, their trajectories chaotic and completely unpredictable. Angered, he turned to engage in close combat, only to discover that Chiron had already closed the distance. Just as he prepared to mock him, he found himself locked by a pair of scarlet eyes, with 2 ominous tomo spinning within. Not good. Their eyes met, and the Sharingan's genjutsu activated. The masked ninja's body stiffened, his expression gradually becoming vacant. Chiron let out a deep breath. The so-called manipulated shuriken technique was nothing more than a crude imitation using steel wire. His loud shout had merely been a distraction to activate his Sharingan. Rubbing his chin, he began to contemplate how to handle this root ninja who had delivered himself to his doorstep. The opponent was undoubtedly sent by the root organization to retaliate against him. Was it really worth it over a nickname? After pondering for a while, killing him seemed too extreme, but letting him go felt unsafe. His eyes shifted, catching sight of the Uchiha clan's compound in the distance, and a plan formed in his mind. He pulled a rope from his ninja pouch and tied up the ninja securely. Since this was a member of Root, he decided to bind him in an embarrassing tortoise-shell bondage style, even considering parading him through the streets as a spectacle. After all, killing might not be as effective as shaming. Wasn't Danzo supposed to be a philanthropist? In the early morning streets, an unusual sight unfolded. A 6-year-old child was dragging a ninja tightly bound in tortoise-shell bondage, slowly making his way down the road. The passers-by were utterly confused. Who would humiliate themselves like this, binding themselves in such a manner? Some younger children didn't quite understand this type of binding method and just felt curious. Older ones, however, blushed and felt their hearts race, overwhelmed with shame. There were also bold individuals who started commenting freely, "Wearing clothes and tying like this? Boring. Boring? That's a man. Oh, a man? Now that sounds a bit interesting." Shenron ignored the chatter around him and walked straight to the gates of the Uchiha compound. He threw the unconscious ninja's mask at the stun guards and issued a brief command: "Inform the clan head and all the elders that the Umbu has made a move against me." He claimed to be one of Danzo's men. "Make sure the Great Elder is also present." The guards hesitated, but Shenron took out Uchiha Shana's token, causing the guards' expressions to change drastically, and they immediately ran to relay the message. While waiting, Shenron looked at the reward panel. The first battle was wasted just like that, and the rewards appeared: defeated a root enemy, choose to absorb a trait, chakra +1, expertise in poisons, or expertise in ninja world traps. Chakra was ignored right away, poisons were useless to someone as upright as him, and only expertise in traps held value. After all, a few years later, the Second Ninja World War would erupt, and expertise in traps could come in handy. A wealth of knowledge about traps poured into his mind, but before he could digest it, Uchiha Sanue and several elders arrived in a hurry. Sanue angrily asked, "Shenron, what happened? Who dares to target our Uchiha clan members?" Shenron nodded, understanding that Sanue was still protective of his clan. He briefly recounted the incident, attributing his victory to the enemy's carelessness and his own newly learned genjutsu catching them off guard. He began to embellish the story, pointing to the ninja on the ground and angrily saying, "He said they would kill all of our Uchiha's younger generation sooner or later." After speaking, he pretended to be heartbroken and gently patted the head of the second elder's granddaughter nearby. The little girl was only 5 years old, and the second elder's expression immediately darkened. The great elder, Uchiha Shana, sternly asked, "Are you sure every word he said was true?" Shenron nodded. The second elder was furious, outrageous. "I can't bear this any longer. We must go and confront Hiruzen Sarutobi right now." Although he was a dove, he would never tolerate anyone threatening his family. He questioned Uchiha Shana and Sanue, "Are you still going to endure this?" "Sanue, don't forget you have Fugaku, and in the future, there will be grandchildren." Sanue was also burning with rage. "Let's go to the Hokage's office." Uchiha Shana struck the ground heavily with his cane, blocking everyone. The crowd turned back, looking at Shana in disbelief. Had this hawk leader finally grown old, or had he become afraid? Where was the courage he had when assassinating the second Hokage all those years ago? Uchiha Setsuna remained expressionless, facing the disdainful gazes of the crowd. Though his voice was soft, it carried undeniable authority. What can a few of you accomplish? He swept his gaze around and slowly gave the order: summon all clan members with 2 Tomo Sharingan or higher, and have them bring their weapons. Everyone. 10 minutes later, over 300 Uchiha elites armed with weapons gathered outside the clan's territory, their eyes cold and filled with killing intent. The air was thick with hostility. Shiran, observing the scene, felt a chill in his heart. Did I take things too far? Uchiha Setsuna walked to the front, raised a root mask, and spoke loudly. Today, we go to Konoha to demand justice together. Unlike me, an old man with no heirs, you all have a future, descendants. Today, will you stand with me to seek justice, or will you swallow your grievances? The Uchiha clan, known for their combative nature, erupted in fighting spirit at these words, like fuel to a fire. Fight! 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 300 voices roared in unison, brimming with murderous intent. Uchiha Sagaku hurriedly spoke up to calm the crowd. Everyone, stay calm. We are going to demand justice, not to start a war. We need the village to respect us and coexist peacefully. He glanced at Setsuna, seeing no objection, and continued to command, Uchiha Yakumi, notify the Hyuga, Nara, and other clans immediately to bear witness. The crowd surged forward, heading toward the Hokage's office building, causing villagers to retreat wherever they passed. Upon reaching the Hokage building, over 1,000 shinobi and civilians had already gathered. On the ground, a root ninja was heavily thrown down, his mouth stuffed with cloth, struggling helplessly. Uchiha Sagaku raised his head and roared angrily, Lord Hokage, come out and give the Uchiha an explanation. With all the clans watching, he had to establish the moral high ground. Inside the building, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already received the report. Wearing his combat outfit beneath his cloak, he descended steadily in front of Sagaku with several dozen ANBU operatives. Sagaku, what exactly is going on? Hiruzen's expression was grim. He was not yet 40, possessing both experience and physical prowess, far from being a hesitant leader. Lord Hokage, Sagaku shouted sharply, you should ask your ANBU what they have done to the younger generation of the Uchiha. Hiruzen glanced at the person on the ground and quietly asked the ANBU, is he one of ours? No, Lord Hokage. His mask and equipment don't match. He might be a spy from another village. He claimed to be under Danzo's command, Shiran added casually. A flash of anger and helplessness appeared in Hiruzen's eyes. He gave a low order, go and fetch Danzo. The Ambu replied, but they just completed their mission this morning and should be resting at home now. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned grim, and he said in a low voice, go call them here. Bring anyone who's still alive. This matter must be resolved. He glanced at Shiran, cursing Danzo countless times in his heart. Damn it, it must be about that incident. Everyone knows Danzo is my advisor. How could he send subordinates to handle things so incompetently? Why not just silence them outright? Why would he send such fools to carry out the task? Though the drizzle had just stopped, the air grew stiflingly hot from the tense atmosphere. Shimura Danzo arrived late with a few men in tow. Having been woken up from sleep, he was about to lose his temper, but upon seeing the tense scene and his tied-up subordinates, he immediately understood the situation. He exchanged a glance with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The subordinates behind him caught on and quietly retreated to summon reinforcements from the Root Division. What is going on? Danzo feigned ignorance. Your men attacked an Uchiha child, Sarutobi said coldly. Danzo responded bluntly, I don't know. I have no recollection of this. He trusted the Root would never betray the organization. Uchiha Sagaku, gritting his teeth at Danzo's denial, said, oh? If it wasn't people from Konoha, then they must be spies from enemy villages. According to protocol, we can kill them and interrogate their corpses. He intended to force Danzo into making a mistake, but his opponent remained deathly silent. For the moment, it became an unproven case. Shiran yawned lazily and said, since Lord Danzo doesn't recognize them, let us take them back for genjutsu interrogation. While we're at it, we can share all the intelligence with the entire village. Or better yet, let us have the Yamanaka clan use their interrogation techniques for verification, so the entire village can be convinced. Everyone suddenly understood. The Uchiha excel in combat but often fall victim to cunning traps, frequently outwitted by just a few words. Now, as long as the entire village is informed, the secrets of the Root will be fully exposed. Danzo's face turned ashen as he stared at Shiran, squeezing words out through clenched teeth. You must be Uchiha Shiran? He was filled with regret. Who had sent such an idiot to carry out the mission? From now on, he needed to find a way to control the emotions and memories of shinobi, so even if a mission failed, no information would ever be leaked. After all, a mission is a ninja's life. Boom! A flash of lightning struck, the sky darkened, and late spring in Konoha brought a torrential downpour that felt like midsummer rain. Uchiha Setsuna, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his voice cold and eerie amidst the thunderstorm. It seems our men weren't lying. Danzo, you really intend to strike against the Uchiha clan? Danzo's eyes darted wildly, and he finally argued, this is a misunderstanding. I never issued an order to attack the Uchiha. You think we'll believe that? Uchiha Setsuna's tone suddenly turned cold, his scarlet Sharingan flashing in the heavy rain as his aura surged. What I failed to accomplish back then, killing a few of Tobirama's disciples today, will count as revenge. Swish! 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 Behind him, 300 elite Uchiha simultaneously activated their Sharingan. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and in the light of the thunder, hundreds of scarlet eyes gleamed fiercely like beasts in the night, striking fear into the hearts of those present. The onlookers quickly retreated, leaving only the heads of a few major clans standing their ground, their faces full of vigilance. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew he couldn't back down, but he still wanted to make one last effort. He cast an angry glare at Danzo Shimura and said to the Uchiha, I will severely punish Danzo for this incident and promise to keep him tightly monitored in the future. You may state your demands. As long as they are not excessive, I will agree on behalf of Konoha. Uchiha Sagaku surveyed the surroundings. The rooftops were filled with ANBU and Konoha's elite ninja, numbering at least 1,000. If a fight broke out, the Uchiha would suffer devastating losses. He looked at Uchiha Setsuna and gently shook his head. Setsuna stood in the rain, letting the water wash over his aging body. He was no longer young, and a downpour like this could lead to illness. Never before had he wished so desperately for youth. For his clan, he was willing to be the first to launch an ambush, to trade his life with Hiruzen Sarutobi. What did it matter if he bore the scorn of generations? As long as the clan prospered, it was all worth it. Unfortunately, his body would not allow it. He slowly turned around, suppressing his unwillingness, and sighed, 50 million ryo in compensation, and this man handed over to us. Danzo Shimura nearly erupted in rage upon hearing this. 50 million was enough to fund Root's operations for several months. Hiruzen Sarutobi held him back, giving him a meaningful look, then nodded. I agree. With this response, Uchiha Sagaku and the other elders heaved a sigh of relief. But Uchiha Setsuna wasn't finished. He called Shirin to his side, clapped his shoulder, and said loudly, Danzo, I'm infamous for being a petty man. You'd better pray that nothing has happened to the young Uchiha over the years. If anything goes wrong, I'll assume it's your doing, and the outcome won't be as simple as this. You mean to have me send people to protect them? Danzo Shimura roared, feeling this was a blatant threat. Before the words finished, Setsuna suddenly turned back. He and the 300 clansmen behind him locked onto Danzo like a pack of wolves, their killing intent overwhelming. Several ANBU members were so shaken by the murderous aura that they took half a step back, their legs trembling. And the target of this killing intent was none other than Danzo Shimura. I will personally assign people to ensure the safety of the Uchiha clan members. Everyone, rest assured. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly interjected, easing the tense atmosphere. Uchiha Setsuna let out a cold snort, turned with his clansmen, and left, leaving behind a chilling command, take that ANBU ninja away. Hiruzen, keep your dogs in check. Watching the backs of the departing Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger and said to the crowd, disperse, this was just a misunderstanding. Once the crowd had dispersed, he returned to his office with Shimura Danzo. Are we going to let the Uchiha keep pressing us down? How much longer do we have to wait for your plan? Danzo demanded the moment he walked in. My plan was going smoothly until you insisted on interfering, making me lose face in front of the great clans. Hiruzen retorted angrily but held back, considering how Danzo usually cleaned up his messes. So what? The Uchiha clan is inherently evil. Have you forgotten what Tobirama-sensei said? Why do you look like a useless old man? Hiruzen lit a cigarette, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. You don't understand my strategy. Uchiha Setsuna holds significant power in the clan, but he has no descendants. Once he dies, his influence will return to Uchiha Sagaku. And then? Danzo asked. I will support Sagaku's son, Uchiha Fugaku, to become the next clan leader. After being baptized by the will of fire, even if he doesn't entirely follow us, he will be a mild and controllable presence. Taking another drag from his cigarette, he added, "This way, we will boil the frogs slowly, generation after generation, using the will of fire to influence their descendants. Within 2 generations, the Uchiha will be fully integrated into Konoha, becoming our sharpest blade. When necessary, we can even use them against their own people." This was the plan he had hidden for years, and the reason Tobirama-sensei chose him over Danzo. He was determined to sacrifice everything, including his own clan, for Konoha. Danzo's pupils contracted as he smirked bitterly. "It seems Sensei was right to choose you. I'll endure for a few more years." As for Uchiha Setsuna, he won't live much longer. He added sinisterly, "And that Uchiha Chirin doesn't require us to act personally. Why not use Sensei's old method and assign him some outright impossible missions, so he accidentally dies on the battlefield? What do you think? After all, those disobedient ones back then died the same way, didn't they, monkey?" A week later, Chirin accepted Danzo's compensation of 2 million ryo from the clan dividends and was sparring amicably with Minato on the training ground, testing his bug exploit plan. "Minato, you've already mastered Shadow Clone so quickly?" Chirin exclaimed in surprise. By his calculations, it should have taken him 2 weeks, but Minato had done it in just 1. Could there be a difference even among geniuses? Minato scratched his head sheepishly, recalling the learning steps, and said, "It's not hard, the main issue is that you always sleep in class and missed the theory." "Stop talking." Chirin quickly interrupted, "Before we fight, I have 2 conditions. First, you must use the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Second, you have to willingly admit defeat in the end." Minato's face immediately darkened. "Ha? I practiced for a whole week just to beat you. Now you want me to admit defeat after learning it? Isn't that a waste of effort?" Chirin smiled and coaxed, "Minato, don't overthink it. Who gave you the scroll? My Uchiha clan has deep resources and plenty of jutsu. You have fire, wind, and lightning attributes. If you lose, I'll cover the scrolls for you. Don't sweat the small stuff." Minato thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato formed a cross-hand sign, held it for a while, and with a puff of white smoke, created a shadow clone. He scratched his head awkwardly. "I just learned it, my chakra control isn't very stable, so I could only create one." "Blondie, stop showing off." "Chirin Koen, go for it." Kushina shouted from the side, cheering loudly, "Finish it quickly, we still need to take a nap later." The battle began. Chirin quickly felt the pressure. Originally, he and Minato were evenly matched in taijutsu, but now with an extra helper on the opponent's side, he had to deal with 2 people at once. If not for his Uzumaki resilience, he would have lost already. Minato's combat IQ was incredibly high. His main body launched a frontal assault while the shadow clone constantly circled around for sneak attacks. Seizing an opportunity, Minato's main body delivered a direct kick to Chirin's abdomen. Chirin reflexively guarded his stomach, but suddenly felt his body tighten. Turning his head, he saw the shadow clone had circled behind and was holding him tightly. Minato's combat sense was astonishing. Even after just learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he already knew how to use it effectively in battle. Chirin couldn't move and could only watch as the main body's fist approached. "Stop!" Chirin quickly shouted, "Admit defeat." Minato withdrew his fist, dispelled the Shadow Clone, and scratched his head with a wry smile. "All right, I promised, I admit defeat." Minato Namikaze willingly admits defeat, selecting to absorb entries, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Constitution +1, Constitution +1. Chirin was overjoyed. His plan had succeeded. As long as the opponent used a certain jutsu in battle and then willingly admitted defeat, the system would recognize him as the winner and reward him with the jutsu. The system would even optimize the jutsu for him, much faster than improving it himself. This bug was practically tailor-made for Minato. If only I could make every stronger opponent, like Madara Uchiha or Tobirama Senju, willingly admit defeat after a fight. Except for Minato, probably no one else would be this easy to talk to. Shenron smiled brightly while staring at Minato. This big fat sheep must be seized properly. Smiling, he chose Shadow Clone as his reward. In an instant, a flood of experience and memories surged into his mind, making him feel as if he had mastered this technique countless times. Shenron formed a hand seal with both hands, and with 2 puff sounds, 2 identical shadow clones appeared behind him. "Wow! Shenron, you're amazing!" Kushina jumped up excitedly. "You split into 2 clones on your first try. I've always said you're better than that, Blondie." Minato looked at Shenron's shadow clones and admired him, saying, "It seems you're a step ahead. Both the quantity and proficiency of your shadow clones surpass mine. You truly are my lifelong rival." Shenron touched his nose and revealed a mysterious smile. Of course, even among geniuses, there's a gap. He secretly felt smug. You so-called geniuses rely on training, which is superficial, while I rely on the system to replicate step by step. The gap is obvious. He thought to himself that he would need to work harder in the future. The method? Have Minato learn ninjutsu and spar with him more often. This way, he could steadily and solidly improve his strength. After figuring this out, he earnestly said to Minato, "You also have lightning chakra nature, right? How about practicing lightning style for a while?" Minato hesitated. Isn't lightning style much more complicated than shadow clone? What's there to fear? Shenron put his arm around Minato's shoulders and coaxed him. You just learned shadow clone, so it's the perfect time to practice lightning style, shadow clone. The principles are similar for a genius like you, it's not difficult. You're the future Yellow Flash. Would it be appropriate not to learn lightning style? How else can I replicate lightning chakra? You can't just rely on fire style to dominate the world. Minato was still worried. But lightning style scrolls must be very expensive. Ah! Shenron waved his hand. We're close friends, don't mention money. The scroll is on me. It's for the sake of your future, my brother. Minato was so moved his eyes turned moist. I'm lucky to have met you. Without you, I'd never have the chance to learn these ninjutsu in my lifetime. Shenron held back laughter and glanced at Kushina, thinking, Minato, my brother, you'll have a hard life in this lifetime. Kushina is mine, and you'll have to be my exclusive sparring partner. Today, it's my treat. Shenron waved his hand grandly and said to Kushina and Minato, order whatever you want after school. Kushina pouted. Not today. Shenron thought she didn't want to bring Minato along. The more, the merrier. That's not it. Kushina explained, Tsunade-sensei is finishing her mission today and is coming to pick me up. She bit her lip, looking a little shy as she glanced at Shenron and whispered, she knows about us and said she wants to meet you. After school in the afternoon, Shenron and Kusanagi spotted Tsunade from a distance. That dazzling blonde hair, exquisite and charming face, paired with an impressive figure, stood out distinctly among the crowd picking up their kids. Everyone in the village knew the temper of the Princess Tsunade, and no one dared to approach her casually. The two walked over to greet her. Tsunade-ne, long time no see. Tsunade, hello. Tsunade frowned slightly at Shenron's cold tone. But Shenron's gaze couldn't look away, fixated on Tsunade's two rounded orbs, silently thinking, if I remember correctly, that's a 106 centimeters bust. At that moment, a 9-year-old boy with golden brown hair and rosy cheeks ran over. It was Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki. Nawaki smiled and said, Sister, you came to pick me up. Kusanagi, you're here too, is this your classmate? Tsunade nodded, finally showing a smile. Hello, my name is Nawaki. Uchiha Shenron, Kusanagi's classmate, Shenron introduced coldly. Tsunade's smile vanished instantly, thinking that the Uchiha clan was indeed all the same arrogant and dull. Seeing this, Kusanagi quickly explained, Tsunade-ne, Shenron isn't usually like this. He is very kind to me and also to other classmates. Her voice grew weaker. After all, who in class besides her and Minato hadn't been blasted away by Shenron and ended up on the ground holding their stomachs crying? Apart from herself and the blonde, he was just this cold to everyone else. Thinking this, Kusanagi couldn't help but smile foolishly, feeling special in his heart. Tsunade ignored her, pointed to a nearby snack shop. You two go grab something to eat over there, I want to talk to Uchiha Shenron alone. Kusanagi had no choice but to walk away with Nawaki. Tsunade approached Shenron, leaned in and stared fiercely, her tone sharp. Kid, I heard you've got a thing for my little Kusu? Shenron swallowed, not intimidated by her presence, but because when she leaned down, the deep, bottomless cleavage became even more obvious. Tsunade found it strange. Why did this kid's eyes look like Jiraiya's pervy gaze? Could it be? Hey! I'm talking to you. Shenron looked up calmly and retorted, what's wrong with me being with her? Isn't Kusanagi happier than before lately? You tell me, when others mocked her for being from an outlying village, were you the one standing by her side to protect her? A series of questions left Tsunade stunned. She straightened up, clenched her fists, and her knuckles cracked. Who dared to disrespectfully call her Princess Tsunade and talk back like that? Seeing Tsunade about to make a move, Senju quickly said, don't fight here, there are so many Umbu around. Tsunade sensed it and noticed that besides the 3 Umbu protecting Kushina, several other figures were watching Senju. Could this kid have some background? Cute as he was, he had so many people protecting him? Tsunade held back, and Senju continued, after all, I am an elite of the Uchiha clan, no one my age can compare. The Uchiha are Konoha's strongest clan, how could we let Kushina suffer? At that moment, Kushina called out from afar, "Senju, come pay up. These squid skewers are super tasty." Senju rolled his eyes at her, shrugged at Tsunade, his gaze seeming to say, "See, doesn't he that prove my point?" Tsunade was moved. This kid was indeed impressive, strong and responsible, and the key point was Kushina liked him. But would the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha elders approve? No, as long as he could win, that was all that mattered. Why overthink it? "You're not bad," Tsunade said briefly. Senju didn't respond and directly headed toward the snack stand, with Tsunade closely following. "This time you came back not just to see us, right?" Senju asked casually. Tsunade sighed. "You can't talk to your seniors like that. I came back to see you all, and to report on the border situation." She glanced at Shigeru, who was competing with Kushina for food in the distance, worry in her eyes. "Recently, international tensions have been rising. War could break out at any time. In a few years, little Ku will most likely have to go to the battlefield. I heard you're pretty strong. Spend more time guiding her, don't let her get hurt." Inside the shop, Senju paid and took the squid skewers handed by Kushina, saying, "Alright, how about teaching Shigeru too?" Tsunade frowned. "You brat, quite the tone. Want to teach my brother too?" Senju ignored her and turned to Kushina. "How does Shigeru treat you usually?" Kushina, biting a skewer, mumbled, "Hard to say. When Sister Tsunade is around, if I hit him, he doesn't dare fight back and is pretty nice. But when she is not here, he struggles and fights back. It's not a good feeling. At those times, he is not so nice." Tsunade was helpless. "I told you to look after Kushina more, not to be a punching bag, my silly brother." Senju smiled wryly, shaking his head. "That's not bad then, I'll teach him." Looking at the 6 skewers in his hand, he pretended to be troubled. "I can't carry them all alone, better use Shadow Clone to help." He spoke while forming hand seals, then with 2 loud bangs, split into 2 shadow clones. 3 Qianrun, 6 hands, just enough for each hand to hold a skewer of squid. 1 shadow clone even specially handed over a skewer. "Senpai Tsunade, want some?" Tsunade looked at the scene and almost laughed in anger. Who would be so extravagant as to use shadow clones to hold food? And there were clearly only 6 skewers for 6 hands. Wait. The anger on her face instantly turned to shock, followed by great joy. Shadow clone technique? This Uchiha brat had already mastered AB rank ninjutsu at such a young age? She had only learned it later in her life. Could he really be a genius? Tsunade took the squid skewer, bit into it with satisfaction, then casually pulled over Shigeru, who had oil all over his mouth, and gave Qianrun a "consider yourself lucky" look. Don't think I'll be bought off by a single skewer of squid. Looks like you do have some skill. From now on, the taijutsu training for Shigeru and Kunoichi is up to you. If they lose even a single hair, I'll hold you accountable." Qianrun sneered, but Tsunade was fierce in words while secretly delighted. He nodded in agreement. Training Shigeru was just right, and the ninja world trap mastery he had learned from the root ninja finally had a use. Time flew by, and over 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Shenron's life was filled with cultivation and grinding experience. He practiced regularly with Kushina, training while copying her traits. Only when the toolman Minato learned a new ninjutsu would he condescend to compete precisely to replicate it. Naturally, he also didn't forget to grind spiritual power from Uchiha Setsuna Escards and Uchiha Hikaru. 3 years of consistent effort inflated his strength to an astonishing level. Unfortunately, despite his great talent, the system was a drawback. He sat daydreaming in the back row of the classroom and casually opened his panel. Name, Uchiha Qianrun. Age, 9. Physical constitution, 203. Body age restriction, lifted after 10 years old. Spiritual power, 117 restricted. Chakra, 219 restricted. Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, Uzumaki clan constitution. Ninjutsu, 3 bodies technique, shadow clone technique, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix flower fire technique, fire style, great fire purge, lightning style, lightning clone technique, lightning style, lightning ball, wind style, great breakthrough technique, shuriken manipulation technique, Uchiha style swordsmanship. Others, Uzumaki clan constitution, chakra limit increased by 100%, strong vitality, non-lethal wounds heal quickly. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning. Shenron closed the panel and shook his head. His strength had already reached the Chunin level, but his age limited his potential. By the way, which 2-month-old baby has 8-pack abs? Who can activate Susanoo at 8 years old? And this kid is only 8? With their current strength, they are already top tier among the Chunin. Just as he was thinking, teacher Moroshita Ryukawa stepped onto the podium. Behind him, several classmates were carrying boxes filled with armor and new ninja tools. He looked serious and scanned the classroom. The originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down, with everyone staring at him intently. Miroshita Ryukawa cleared his throat and said with complex emotions, "Starting today, all cultural classes are cancelled. Mornings and afternoons will be replaced with ninja tool simulations and battles. This year, we will graduate early, all at the age of 9. In 1 month, you will become ninjas." As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted in the classroom. "Awesome, finally graduating. No more homework. I'm going to make a name for myself in the ninja world. Becoming Hokage is just around the corner." "Humph, you? Prove it by beating me first." Even Kushina was cheering, while only Minato and Senrin exchanged heavy glances. They both understood the only reason behind this war was coming. The cheering students would become the victims of war. Senrin sighed in his heart, no wonder Minato's generation appeared so little in the original story, most wouldn't live past 12. How many would eventually be left in this big classroom? Quiet. Miroshita Ryukawa slammed the table. "Starting today, shuriken tests will no longer use wooden stakes but live human targets. The classmates will wear this special armor." A student laughed and shouted, "Yes. I always miss the wooden stakes. With live targets I'm sure to get full marks." "All right." Moroshita Ryukawa interrupted, "Gather on the playground. Shimura Saburo, you and the two next to you will wear armor and be the targets today." "Ah?" Shimura Saburo protested, "Why us again? The armor looks heavy, I'm not wearing it." Miroshita Ryukawa casually tossed a piece of chalk that precisely hit his forehead. "This is called weighted training, part of your discipline. You guys are always the least serious, so getting used to the armor will be good for you." "Got it." The three reluctantly put on the heavy armor and headed to the playground. On the playground, Miroshita Ryukawa announced, "The targets will move at any time, pay attention, and anticipate. Scoring criteria: hitting the head is excellent, the body good, limbs passing, complete miss fails. Scores count toward graduation." The students eagerly picked up their weapons. Minato weighed the kunai in his hand and whispered to Senrin, "These weapons are different, made of refined steel with sharpened edges, crafted excellently. It's like they're made for killing, right?" Senrin finished. Only Kushina looked puzzled. "Isn't better weaponry a good thing? Why are you two so serious?" Shenron looked at Kushina seriously. "From today on, we'll have extra training after school. I feel the war is coming soon." Kushina's face changed abruptly. Remembering the tragic destruction of the Whirlpool country, she clenched her kunai tightly and nodded firmly. "I understand. I will give my all and never let Konoha suffer the same fate again." Shenron smiled reassuringly. "Konoha won't fall easily. The most important thing is that we survive." When it was their team's turn to throw, Shimura Saburo and his two companions were already exhausted and moved sluggishly. Minato seized the opportunity to launch 5 kunai in rapid succession, all hitting the head, earning a chorus of amazement. Kushina was not to be outdone. 5 kunai struck 2 heads and 2 bodies, with one missing. An impressive performance. Shenron nodded. 3 years of training were finally paying off. When it was Shenron's turn, Shimura Saburo saw him coming and immediately hid behind his teammates, arrogantly shouting, "I won't let you hit the head." Moroshita Ryukawa was displeased. "Don't cheat." Kushina and the girls cheered for Shenron as well. Shimura Saburo hit even tighter. "The teacher said the target would move. Can't we find cover?" Moroshita Ryukawa hesitated, but Shenron said calmly, "It doesn't matter, it's all the same." Before he finished speaking, a kunai flew into the sky, but the target wasn't Shimura Saburo. Just as everyone thought he had given up, a second kunai shot out quickly. Ding! The second kunai precisely struck the tail of the first, changing its trajectory. The first kunai, as if guided, dropped vertically and hit Shimura Saburo's helmet. "Damn it!" Shimura Saburo cursed and tried to escape, but then another shuriken flew out. This shuriken followed a strange arc, flying behind them. "Steel wire!" Shimura Saburo exclaimed and ran. As the three tried to scatter, the shuriken suddenly tightened sharply, firmly entangling them. Shimura Saburo struggled desperately. How does he know this shuriken technique? Isn't this only for Jonin? The flying shuriken continued to wrap. After the final loop was secured, the steel wire struck Shimura Saburo's head precisely, producing a crisp metallic sound. The movements were smooth and fast, astonishingly quick. On the playground, even the teachers were stunned. A 9-year-old child could achieve such precision. This is incredible, the control is simply amazing. His shuriken must have some special design, otherwise how could it curve like that? That's the Uchiha clan's throwing technique. A student from the Nara family pointed out. Sanjin ignored everyone's praise and threw 3 shuriken again. The shuriken traced beautiful arcs in the air, hitting the center of Shimura Saburo's helmet with pinpoint accuracy. Murakami Ryukawa smiled rarely today and gave Sanjin a perfect score. Although Sanjin wasted one kunai trying to knock away another, his operation earned Ryukawa's silent praise. He looked at Sanjin, Minato, and Kushina, feeling somewhat reassured. In the upcoming war, at least these few could survive. After school in the afternoon. In front of the school gate, Sanjin took out 3 rations pills, ate one himself, handed one to Minato, and finally gave the last one to Kushina, asking, "Choose the red pill to go train in the small woods, or go home?" The afternoon training left Kushina sore all over, with a few bruises. But this time, she did not back down. She grabbed the ration pill and swallowed it, her eyes firm. "No one is stopping me from training today." Sanjin and Minato exchanged smiles, then the 3 of them walked toward the forest behind the school together. As the moonlight rose, they began a new round of rigorous training. Late at night, elsewhere in the village, someone was discussing their fate. At the Sarutobi Hozuki residence. "Monkey!" Shimura Danzo stormed in angrily, "I saw the graduation squad list. How could you put the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha brat together? What are you thinking?" Sarutobi Hozuki calmly smiled and leisurely sipped tea. "Danzo, what's the problem here?" "It's a big problem." Shimura Danzo shouted angrily, "You still have the mood to drink tea? Do you know how important the Jinchuriki is? She is the village's most crucial weapon. How can you be so careless?" He stared at Hozuki's smile, questioning, "What exactly are you smiling at?" "Maybe because I'm here, he can afford to smile." An old, gentle female voice came from behind the screen. Danzo was startled, then realized someone was behind the screen. Recognizing her, he immediately bowed respectfully, "Lady Mito. Sorry, I didn't realize you were here." At this moment, Danzo behaved like a meek quail. After all, the other party was Uzumaki Mito, wife of the first Hokage, whose words could influence Konoha's decisions. "Danzo, you're increasingly ignoring me," Mito said in a reproachful tone. "Back then, whenever you, Monkey, and Koharu had conflicts, wasn't I always the one to mediate?" Danzo felt invisible pressure, lowered his head and dared not argue, but cursed Hozuki in his heart for causing him so much trouble. At this moment, he knew clearly he had been tricked again by this damn monkey. He knelt on the ground and said, "Lord Mito, sorry, I didn't know this was arranged by you. How come you have time to come here today?" Uzumaki Mito reached out and had a servant help her up, saying calmly, "Isn't it because I'm useless? Only the Hokage would personally come to adjust the team members." Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly stood up respectfully when she called him Hokage, saying, "Lady Mito, the teams have been arranged according to your instructions. Don't tease me. Just call me Monkey." Mito was helped to the door, her tone calm. "Monkey, you senior leaders, be nicer to Kushina from now on. In a few years, when she becomes a Jinchuriki, she'll probably be like me, unable to leave the village for over a decade. Before she becomes a Jinchuriki, show her more care so she can accept Konoha sooner." "Yes, Lady Mito, we understand," the two quickly agreed. Mito's footsteps faded away, and Shimura Danzo stood up angrily, saying, "Monkey, you tricked me again. Come on, train with me." Sarutobi laughed, "Train? When have you ever beaten me?" Danzo blushed and was at a loss for words. Sarutobi sat down leisurely and said, "I've already arranged everything. Didn't you see the other member of their team is Minato Namikaze?" He sipped his tea and said, "He is 40 now, no need to rush. That kid comes from a commoner background, has exceptional talent, and more importantly, the will of fire has been instilled in him early. Having him by Kushina's side is like double insurance for the 9 tails. They are still young. We have a chance to bring them together. That way, both Kushina and the 9 tails are in the village's hands." Danzo suddenly understood and admired Sarutobi's plan but spoke grudgingly, "The plan is good, but it lacks the right timing. We need to arrange a hero saving the beauty scenario to make it perfect." Sarutobi didn't mind, "Suit yourself. Let us see if he can survive this war first. As for Kushina, I've tasked my disciple to protect the Jinchuriki, that's the most important mission." At dawn, Senju woke up, washed, and stretched his legs. After yesterday's sparring with Minato, he was injured but had basically recovered thanks to the Uzumaki constitution. After breakfast, he pushed open the door and saw someone deep in thought amid the mist. "Makoto, is that you?" Uchiha Makoto turned to look at him. It had only been a month since their last meeting, but this time her eyes were much more complicated. Mist still clung to her hair tips, as if she had been wandering here for a long time. But in an instant, she changed to a gentle smile and quickly approached, asking, "How have you been lately? I heard you're graduating early, so I came to see you." "Just graduated early, not disappeared." You, greedy cat, actually didn't come to see me at noon. Shenron smiled as he saw her put on her forehead protector. Looks like Makoto has officially become a genin. Mentioning the forehead protector, Uchiha Makoto's expression immediately darkened. She said softly, I came to see you this time because I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow. There have been minor conflicts between Konoha and Sunigakure. You're smart, you probably guessed it already. Shenron nodded, sighed, and continued. Grandpa arranged some powerful jonin to help, and the clan leader sent the Fugaku squad. These people have been on many missions, but I'm still worried. It's okay, I believe you'll survive. Shenron comforted her. She didn't seem worried at all because Makoto was supposed to live a long life. I'm not worried about that. Makoto shook her head and sighed. Don't you really understand what the clan leader means? Before Shenron could respond, Makoto said somewhat frustrated, Fugaku was the clan leader's son. This is basically a family alliance, forget it, I actually just wanted to see you. She paused, then added, you need to buy more battlefield supplies, recently prices have gone through the roof. I heard from Grandpa that you'll also be on the front line within a year at the latest. As she spoke, she took money out of her wallet, then smiled bitterly halfway through. Why am I giving you money? You're way richer than me. Makoto came back to her senses, shook her head, feeling bitter inside. Caring can really cause confusion. Shenron looked at her, feeling a bit sad. To him, Makoto had always been gentle and adorable. In the ninja world, men dominate women, and few females like younger male ninjas, which made her efforts even more precious. He placed his hand on hers as she took out the money, gently patted to comfort. I'll wait for you to come back. Smiling, he added, don't change the subject. About that alliance, I don't want you to go. Hearing this, the worry on Makoto's face vanished. In the morning mist, she didn't feel cold. Yeah, I believe you. She smiled brightly, looking at Shenron with reluctance. I have to go to the assembly now. Don't forget what you said. Yeah, come back and tell me. I'll make something good to eat. Shenron said simply and reassuringly. Receiving the response, Makoto walked away, glancing back before disappearing around the corner. Shenron silently sighed. Being too excellent is also a kind of burden. Besides, what about Kushina? She is younger and stubborn. Wouldn't she break my legs? No, what am I thinking? Since I'm so excellent, why not follow the seniors' way when they travel through time and get a harem? If I have a harem, what if my legs get broken? Even if both legs are broken, it doesn't matter. 1 month later, graduation exam. The test content was surprisingly simple. 10 shuriken hitting 6 wooden stakes counted as passing. These boys and girls about to step onto the battlefield had yet to realize their fate as fodder babies, excitedly signing up for the exam. The entire morning, almost everyone easily passed this effortless test. At noon, Hiruzen Sarutobi personally came to the school with senior officials to give a speech, injecting the will of fire into this group of future cannon fodder as their final boost of morale. Most students had never seen the Hokage before. Now that he was right in front of them, they were ecstatic. Is this really the Hokage? He doesn't seem to have any airs. Yeah, he looks kind and gentle, so approachable. We're lucky to work under him. Shenron watched coldly, thinking, if he is really so kind and gentle, then you're just going to be fodder babies? Most people here wore fake smiles, with only a few teachers looking serious. To them, these students were merely pawns in political games. Sarutobi smiled and asked, you are all excellent graduates. From now on, you are genin of Konoha. Do you have the confidence to protect the village and your families? Yes. 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 Voices echoed from the crowd. Shenron was in no mood to pay attention. He was more concerned about the afternoon team assignments and who the jonin in charge would be. After lunch, the team lists were quickly announced. Listening to Morikawa read out the names, Shenron was shocked. He had been assigned to an extremely unreasonable team. Team 7, Uchiha Shenron, Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato. Morikawa announced. 2 top-tier geniuses plus the future Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. This lineup was too extravagant, almost impossible. Had Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura suddenly changed their minds? Morikawa continued, wait here. The jonin in charge will come to get you soon. The students quieted down, awaiting the arrival of their future teacher. As time passed, many were taken away, leaving only Shenron's team and a team from the Hyuga clan. Several teachers came and went, but none were the jonin in charge of Team 7, making everyone uneasy. Kushina was especially anxious. Just as she was anxiously looking around, a striking figure walked in. Tsunade ne! Kushina exclaimed with joy. Tsunade entered and greeted everyone. Sorry, I'm good at taijutsu. Your teacher hasn't arrived yet. She said to another team, Team 6, follow me. Starting today, I, Tsunade, will be responsible for your training. Why is it like this? We thought Tsunade would be our Jonin in charge. Watching Tsunade leave, Kushina immediately deflated. Don't rush, the best is yet to come. Qianrun smiled and reassured him. He had already guessed who the remaining people were. The familiar faces had all appeared just now, including Hataki Tsukumo, Kato Dan, and even Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. The remaining ones should be Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Jiraiya was more likely. If Orochimaru were to bring a newcomer, he probably wouldn't be willing. Orochimaru preferred dissecting people rather than training them. Just as he was thinking, the voice came before the person arrived. Tsunade! Long time no see, you've gotten even more beautiful. A shout came from the corridor, get lost. Jiraiya mumbled, big chest and big temper, as he opened the classroom door. Seeing the 3 inside, he immediately straightened up, tidied his silver white hair, and walked to the podium. You must be Team 7, right? You're late. If you'd come earlier, you could have seen me in my prime. I'm your Jonin in charge, the Hermit of Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya. After speaking, he made a scissors hand gesture he thought looked cool. Kushina sighed helplessly, holding her forehead. This Jonin seemed unreliable, even less dependable than the previous village teacher Rukawa. Qianrun was about the same, sizing up this 20-something Jiraiya, who was more carefree than in middle age. So cool. Are all hermits white-haired? Minato gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Jiraiya looked at the 3 and instantly lost interest. 2 of them weren't very interested in him, and the last kid was just blank-faced. I'm called a hermit because I'm cool, not because of my hair. If it were about hair, wouldn't 2 of you be hermits? He shook his head. Come on, let us find an open space and get familiar. They went to a training ground. Jiraiya started with introductions. My name is Jiraiya, disciple of the 3rd Hokage, recently returned to the village. I'm skilled in many areas, which you probably don't understand yet. You guys introduce yourselves first. Minato went first. I'm Namake's Minato, good at basic substitution jutsu, also can do shadow clones, dream of becoming Hokage. Please take care of me, Hermit Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, this matched the intel, Namake's Minato, a genius from a commoner family. Next. Kushina raised her fist, the Hokage ISNT, it's me, Uzumaki Kushina. Though I only know simple sealing jutsu now, I'll learn more ninja arts from Granny Mito later, and everyone in the village will know me. After a month of training with Qianrun, Kushina was very confident in herself. Jiraiya's eyes showed more respect. Is this the Jinchuriki who must be protected on the mission? Such a lively girl, to become locked in the Jinchuriki's cage, what a pity. He turned to look at the last one, Uchiha Qianrun. This is the final task, to observe whether they identify with the village. Senjin looked at the 3, their eyes focused on him, and said, my name is Uchiha Senjin. I didn't have many likes in the past, but now I like tomatoes. My dream is to protect those I cherish. Kushina's face instantly flushed. Jiraiya watched and realized, this tomato was Kushina's nickname. It seems Senjin wasn't as cold as other Uchiha. However, he instinctively touched the bell inside his ninja tool pouch. The war was coming soon. Was it really appropriate to graduate these 3 9-year-olds? Perhaps letting them be eliminated under his own supervision, avoiding the war, was the best way to protect them. After thinking this through, Jiraiya took out 2 bells, holding the strings, and said to the 3, introductions are done. Don't think you can become ninjas just because you graduated. You still have to pass my test. Only if you pass can you become genin, otherwise, you go back to school and repeat. Back in the day, I had to fight against Hiruzen sensei for over 3 hours to get 1 bell. Let me see what skills you have. After hearing this, Kushina and Minato stood at attention, both thinking they had already graduated, never expecting another test. Senjin shook his head, not exposing Jiraiya's lagging past, and stepped forward to look at the bells. Jiraiya, your bells are really nice. Where did you buy them? My taste is top-notch, Jiraiya said quickly as Senjin approached. Don't think you can snatch them before we start. Also, call me Jiraiya sensei. Senjin glanced at the bells again and sighed, you caught me. Alright, Jiraiya. Minato noticed a problem. Sensei, there are 3 of us but only 2 bells. Smart. Whoever doesn't get a bell has to go back and retake the course. Jiraiya said with a smile. You can think of yourselves as senior students going back 1 be embarrassing, right? Minato and Kushina blushed. Going back to study with juniors would be mortifying. Cheer up. Senjin interrupted. First, let us fight for the bells. Sensei, this is a team battle, can we discuss tactics first? Jiraiya secretly admired Uchiha's calm and rational mindset. It was good for the mission. I'll give you 10 minutes. He watched them start discussing, but unexpectedly Sanjin and Minato immediately started arguing. Minato shouted, the shadow clone seal is clearly a two-handed tiger sign. Where is a cross sign? Sanjin retorted, you don't know how? I'll summon 2 shadow clones for you right now. After speaking, Shenron quickly formed a cross seal and summoned 2 shadow clones. Seeing this, Minato's eyes flashed with envy and surprise. Scratching his head, he said, so it was the transformation jutsu just now, I remembered it wrong. Shenron impatiently glared at him, idiot, don't forget to cooperate with me. I'm not skilled with shadow clones yet, these 2 are useless, I'm retreating first. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 clones turned into white smoke and disappeared. Shenron took the opportunity to quietly grasp something in his palm. Jiraiya saw this scene and his heart sank. He had just praised him for being impressive, but in the end, he only knew some basic ninja techniques, with no real strategy. He casually gave up the shadow clones so useful in battle, wasting chakra for nothing. These guys should just hurry back to school. Kushina shouted angrily, stop arguing, 10 minutes have passed. You haven't even decided on a strategy, so how do you expect to fight teacher Jiraiya? What exactly are you doing? Jiraiya hung up the bell, stepped forward, his gaze sharp, the 3 of you won't succeed. Prepare to return to school. Shenron looked helplessly at his companions and immediately ordered, don't hold back. Minato and Kushina cover me, I take the main attack. The 2 instantly entered combat mode. Jiraiya smiled slightly, then let us begin. No sooner had he spoken than Minato threw 3 kunai fiercely, attacking from the left and right alongside Kushina. Starting off with a fierce assault? Jiraiya dodged calmly and laughed, looks like you're quite confident. Too bad I'm not the weakest in school to be picked on. His figure moved like a phantom, instantly appearing in front of Minato, throwing a punch straight at his face. The punch wind howled. Minato's pupils contracted sharply, hastily crossing his arms to block. Bang! With a muffled sound, great force surged through, sending Minato flying back with a backflip. He intended to counterattack midair with a kunai. But he saw Jiraiya's right foot sweeping through the air. Is this the speed of a jonin? So fast it's hard to catch your breath. At the critical moment, Minato quickly formed a seal. Jiraiya's foot hit a wooden stake, shattering the wood. Minato's real body used the substitution jutsu to fly 2 meters away. Jiraiya looked at the wood chips on the ground and nodded in approval, good reaction, quickly summoning a wooden stake as a substitute. Looks like you have a talent for spatial displacement, just like me. Don't get cocky, sensei, I'm still here. Kushina cried out sharply, quickly closing in. Her left hand held a kunai aimed at Jiraiya's neck, while her right fist gathered strength, ready for a fatal strike. Holding the kunai in her left hand? Is she left-handed? Jiraiya's heart tightened, but his body quickly dodged to the right, steadily avoiding the sharp edge of the kunai. Kushina's face showed a proud smile as she suddenly swung her long-held right fist. Jiraiya didn't dodge, he reached out and caught it head-on. How strong could a 9-year-old girl be? Bang! Their fists collided, and he frowned. The force was unusually strong, his wrist tingling from the impact. This little girl had actually reinforced her muscles with chakra. This brute strength was exactly like Tsunade's. One as fast, the other as strong, you 2 are quite something, Jiraiya praised while exerting force with his 5 fingers, grabbing Kushina's arm and fiercely flinging her like a weapon toward the charging Minato. Thud! They collided full force and tumbled together. Jiraiya sneered, now it's your turn. He instantly appeared in front of Senrin. Senrin remained calm, performing 2 backflips to dodge the punch wind, drew a short knife from his back, planted his toes, and steadily approached. The blade was sharp and his swordsmanship solid, forcing Jiraiya to stop underestimating him and draw his kunai for serious defense. The short knife clashed with the kunai, sparks flying. Senrin felt his palm numb from Jiraiya's strength and kept retreating. Seizing an opening, Jiraiya swung his left fist fiercely. Senrin couldn't dodge in time and was blasted away. Jiraiya retracted his fist without pursuing, sneering, your duo's knife skills are decent, but you lack stamina and experience, you're gasping hard, don't know how to adapt, and can't even pull off a genjutsu sneak attack. Senrin said nothing, adjusted his breathing, and shouted into the distance, why aren't you 2 coming to help? Minato and Kushina struggled to their feet and charged at Jiraiya again. With the 2 holding him back, Senrin's pressure lessened. The 3 coordinated seamlessly, actually managing to exchange blows with Jiraiya and several times came close to his waist bell. A flicker of approval crossed Jiraiya's eyes. You're gradually getting into the groove. He jumped back to create distance, formed hand seals with both hands. Game over. Let me show you some real ninjutsu earth release, heart-centered decapitation technique. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished. Senrin shouted, "Keep your distance, watch the ground. This is earth release ninjutsu. Who says earth release has to attack from underground?" Jiraiya's voice suddenly came from behind. Before they knew it, he had used earth release to sneak up behind them. Two large feet kicked Minato and Senju away with the sound of wind. The moment he landed, he threw Kushina out like a cannonball. Senju quickly spun in midair and rushed toward Kushina, catching her steadily. "Still know how to protect your comrades, not bad." Jiraiya clapped his hands and shook his head with a sigh. "Too bad, you were still arguing over some trivial hand seals before the fight." Before he finished speaking, Senju put Kushina down and slowly stood up, shaking two silver bells in his hand, their sound crisp. "Teacher Jiraiya," he smirked, "you seem to have forgotten this when you escaped underground." "What? Impossible." Jiraiya instinctively looked down. Taking advantage of this, Senju threw the bells fiercely and shouted, "Take a good look yourself." The bells flew closer and Jiraiya realized they were replicas. The real bells were still on him. Just as he processed this, the fake bells exploded with a boom, turning into two white smoke figures, Tusen just clamping his arms like iron pincers. "Minato, now!" Senju shouted. Without hesitation, Minato formed hand seals. Shadow clones appeared instantly, quickly grabbing the real Minato's arms and, like shot put, forcefully hurled him toward Jiraiya. This was the fastest way to approach the enemy. Naive. Jiraiya sneered, forcibly using his trapped arms to ram into the two shadow clones, trying to make them collide and cancel out. Unexpectedly, when the two clones collided, they revealed smug smiles. "Jiraiya, you've fallen into our trap." Crackle! The two lightning release clones unleashed a strong electric current. Jiraiya convulsed, his hair standing on end, muscles numbed. Minato took the chance to easily pocket the two real bells. Mission accomplished. Minato landed firmly, smiling and announcing. Jiraiya's mouth emitted black smoke, his whole body trembling, but he stubbornly said, Well done. Although I only used 0.1% of my strength." The three exchanged smiles without exposing him. Looking at Jiraiya's scorched lips, they all thought, that stubbornness that's his ultimate S-rank ninjutsu, isn't it? As the bells were secured, a system notification sounded. Shenron's mouth twitched slightly. What on earth is this lecherous constitution? What use is Jiraiya's voyeuristic memory? He cursed inwardly. The team won, but the rewards were shared, only that C-rank Earth-style technique was somewhat decent. Though not much, it was better than nothing. Among the 5 basic elemental ninja techniques, he only lacked water style. At this moment, Jiraiya brushed the charred dust off his body, shaking off his numbness. Lightning-style clones might be powerful against ordinary ninjas, but to a master like him, they were just child's play. On the battlefield, he had 100 ways to instantly counter them. Even so, he generously praised, "You three are all pretty good, quite like my old style." He looked at Shenron with eyes full of approval, "Especially you, Shenron. Mastering lightning-style clones at such a young age, the Uchiha really are formidable. And your heavy breathing earlier, deliberately not using your left hand, was all to hide those two fake bells made with transformation technique, right?" Shenron nodded. Then Jiraiya turned to Minato, "Your talent in spacetime is excellent, improving the substitution technique with summoning principles truly a genius. Among us commoner ninjas, looks like there's going to be a second me." Finally, he looked at Kushina, "Your chakra reserves are large, but your control is too rough. If you learn some wide-area offensive ninjutsu, your strength will soar." Kushina wrinkled her nose and said dissatisfied, "Sensei, you didn't praise me much. But, we're qualified, right? I'm going back to learn wind style from Shenron." "Wind style?" Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Shenron, what else can you do?" Shenron casually replied, "Just some trivial little tricks." Seeing him keep things to himself, Jiraiya turned to Minato, "Minato, you know him best, don't hold back." Minato glanced at Shenron and honestly said, "Shadow clones, lightning-style clones, lightning ball, wind style, great breakthrough, these are all taught by Shenron, and I'm not as skilled as him. He is an Uchiha, so he definitely also excels at fire style." Jiraiya was stunned after hearing this. Fire, wind, lightning, this kid was only 9 years old, yet his ninjutsu level was nearly that of an elite chunin? Had he really gotten old? With mixed feelings, he could only dryly say, "Looks like your Uchiha clan has produced another remarkable genius." Shenron, however, said matter-of-factly, "It's all the result of hard training, talent doesn't count for much." Kushina looked at him, her eyes sparkling and her heart skipping a beat. Shenron was just too handsome. Jiraiya looked at the overconfident Shenron and said, then you're considered qualified. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon you'll start the mission. In the afternoon, the scorching sun hung high. The first task for Team 7 was surprisingly to cultivate land in the wasteland. Senju and the other two were sweating profusely as they swung their hoes, while the guiding Jonin Jiraiya leisurely lay in a shed by the field, reading an adult magazine. The continuous labor made Kushina a bit impatient. She gripped her hoe tightly and questioned, how can a ninja village have farmland? Aren't we a ninja village? Jiraiya yawned lazily, the ninja village is self-sufficient, what's so strange about that? Senju stopped his work, is the pay for these tasks enough for 3 people? Hiring a ninja isn't cheap, how can farming make money? Who said there's any pay? Jiraiya smiled proudly, there have been frequent wars lately, the village's food supply is tight, so they're planning to expand the cultivated area, hence the land reclamation. If you dig up stones, remember to throw them away, don't affect the yield. Minato was puzzled as he picked up a stone and threw it far away, shouldn't they use plowing oxen for land reclamation? Why make us do the work? Jiraiya glanced away from his magazine at him, oxen are much more expensive, and you don't need to pay. The 3 silently cursed Jiraiya, feeling they were less useful than oxen. Jiraiya stretched and said, I have to report your situation to the 3rd Hokage. After finishing, divert water from the upstream river. Over the next few days, you'll practice treading water. He handed Senju a scroll, in 3 days, go complete this C rank mission, and use it to coordinate and cooperate. Without another word, he left. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. Jiraiya entered and immediately saw Danzo, feeling displeased. The Ambu's style was completely at odds with his own, not to mention the root division. Sensei, intelligence on Team 7. Jiraiya handed the scroll to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen glanced over it, then passed it to Danzo. Some things were better said by Danzo. Danzo quickly finished reading, his eyes dark and fierce. How does this Uchiha kid master so many jutsu? He has only 10. Last time someone broke his rib, he even brought his whole family to cause trouble. With that personality, he is definitely going to retaliate against the village. Hiruzen nodded, if that's the case, continue to monitor Uchiha Senju. Jiraiya felt suspicious. From today's interaction, Senju was cold but still cared about his teammates. Danzo said he retaliated when hit, but if you strike first, does the other party just wait for you to kill him? Everyone knows Root's methods. Jiraiya frowned and questioned Danzo, I don't agree with what you're doing. Senju's nature isn't bad. Nature isn't bad? Danzo snapped back harshly. As long as the surname is Uchiha, Danzo Shimura suddenly changed his tone, realizing he had lost his composure. This kid secretly learned so many ninjutsu techniques without reporting, he is completely disloyal to the village. But Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted. Enough, Jiraiya, you go first and continue gathering intelligence on Uchiha Senrin. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, and Jiraiya reluctantly exited the building. After Jiraiya left, Danzo urgently said, how about transferring him to the battlefield? We've had some friction with Kirigakure village recently. Although he has many attributes, his main attribute is fire. We can use him to kill with a borrowed sword. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated, smoking, he is only 10 years old. Those ninjutsu techniques were probably taught by the Uchiha family. Is it really necessary? He goes to Uchiha Setsuna's house almost every weekend and is already Setsuna's direct disciple. Do you want Konoha to have another Uchiha Setsuna? Danzo's voice was cold, and then be assassinated like Teacher Tobarama? The words Teacher Tobarama shattered Hiruzen Sarutobi's last hesitation. What about the Jinchuriki? Simple. Danzo sneered, negotiate with Kirigakure village, only kill Uchiha children, let the others go. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow but eventually agreed to this dirty plan. 4 months later, outskirts of Konoha village. Several shuriken flew through the air, precisely hitting a wild boar. The boar fell, dust rising. Kushina jumped up excitedly, yeah. Another C rank mission completed. Minato smiled and gave a thumbs up, not bad, Kushina. The team's cooperation is getting better. He. Kushina smiled and looked at Senrin watching from the treetop, shouting, Senrin, I'm awesome, right? Are there any more wild boars? Watch me with one shuriken. Senrin nodded in reply, awesome. All 3 wild boars are dealt with, no more. Let us go, leave the meat for the villagers. After speaking, he attached chakra to his soles and lightly leapt down from the treetop. As expected of Senrin, even his way of coming down from the tree is different. Kushina admired. Only Minato sensed the mystery and asked in surprise, Senrin, I didn't expect your chakra control to be so refined. Why does it feel like I'm always in your shadow? Senrin landed steadily and said, we're tight like that. These are all fundamentals. By the way, go wake Jiraiya up. He said there's a new mission. We've almost had enough of D-rank missions these past few months, let us take on a C-rank one. Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya was already walking over, his face serious, no longer showing the joy of completing a mission. You finished so quickly? Kushina's lips curled slightly into a smile as she said proudly, finishing the task ahead of schedule is great. We can take on other missions now. This time, let's not take any more D-rank missions. Jiraiya shook his head and said gravely, I originally wanted you to rest for a few more days, but since the mission is complete, get ready to leave the village this afternoon for a new assignment. The three were extremely excited. This was their first time leaving the village. Konoha ninja are not allowed to leave the village without special missions. You will go to the border between the land of fire and the land of water. There have been small-scale conflicts there. It's best to learn how to survive early. This statement was like a bolt from the blue. Kushina and Minato's faces changed drastically. Kushina froze, memories flooding her mind. She stepped back and asked in disbelief, we have to go to the battlefield so soon? Seeing that the two were scared, Jiraiya comforted them, don't worry, I will protect you. It's just minor skirmishes, they happen every year. A full-scale war won't break out this soon. Sanjin frowned. Jiraiya's words did not reassure him. It was now the 36th year of Konoha, and the Second Great Ninja War was about to break out, with a full-scale war at most within a year. When that happens, Jiraiya would also have to fight in the Land of Rain. They would have to rely on themselves. Crisis also brought opportunity. After their 10th birthday, the system attribute restrictions were lifted. The battlefield was a great place to quickly improve strength and plunder resources. Thinking of this, excitement flashed in Sanjin's eyes, and he said, the sooner we go, the better. Ninja will have to go to the battlefield sooner or later. Jiraiya looked at his warlike expression and smiled helplessly. The battlefield is no child's play, you know that, right? He sighed and finally ordered, pack your gear. Gather at the village gate this afternoon and depart directly. The three nodded and headed home. Passing through the village center, they ran into Shimura Saburo's squad. Shimura Saburo saw their serious expressions and was first stunned, then broke into a schadenfreude-filled laugh. Ha, looking at you all, are you going to die on the front lines? How pathetic. Our Shimura clan is different. The clan leader has already made arrangements with the Hokage. The younger generation doesn't have to go die. You coward who doesn't even dare to go to the battlefield, what kind of ninja are you? Kushina clenched her fists in anger, wanting to rush over. Sanjin grabbed her quickly, his gaze passing over Shimura Saburo to the Jonin squad leader behind him, shaking his head. Then he sneered coldly at Shimura Saburo, don't waste time talking to him. Eunuchs love to complain behind backs. Don't worry, wherever I go, I'll spread the name Shimura eunuch across the 5 great nations, making you infamous worldwide. Shimura Saburo's face instantly flushed bright red, trembling with anger. Minato couldn't help but laugh, pulling the two of them to walk away quickly. Shenron, I didn't expect you to be quite scheming. Shenron sneered coldly, it's just killing and destroying the mind. I'm not some philanthropist. In the afternoon, Jiraiya led the three of them out of the gates of Konoha for the first time. No one was in the mood to enjoy the scenery. The weight of stepping onto the battlefield made it hard for them to breathe. They marched silently until nightfall, when they set up camp by the river. Minato, you're on watch. Kushina, start the fire. Shenron, you and I will go fishing, Jiraiya assigned. We can have something warm to eat after that, we'll have to rely on ration pills. Shenron nodded and followed Jiraiya to the riverbank. After Jiraiya fetched some water, Shenron formed hand seals and released lightning-style thunderball, stunning a large number of fish in the river. At night, beside the campfire, the 4 of them ate grilled fish. There's one more technique I need to teach you, Jiraiya took out a scroll. Perception technique. The mist ninja you're about to face excels at assassinating in thick fog. This technique is key to survival. He pressed 2 fingers to the ground, closed his eyes for a moment, and said, the principle is simple, the key is sharp perception. There's a large feline about 200 meters to the left front. Try sensing it. You should be able to master it within 3 days. Minato nodded and, under the firelight, followed the instructions. After about 10 minutes, he also sensed as Jiraiya had taught. Another 10 minutes passed, and sweat formed on his forehead. He said uncertainly, I sense it. It seems to be a leopard, its tail sweeping the ground. Not bad. Jiraiya nodded in approval and looked at Shenron and Kushina. What about you two? Both shook their heads, only grasping a little. Jiraiya frowned. If they didn't learn it, that was one thing, but Shenron was smiling slyly and staring at Minato. What did that mean? Could Shenron learn it without a teacher just because Minato had learned it? At that moment, Shenron stood up and walked over to Minato, speaking seriously. Minato, it's too dangerous to have a leopard nearby it. LL disrupt our rest. Let us go handle it together as a team training exercise. Minato nodded. It was indeed dangerous, but he didn't understand why Shenron insisted on bringing him along. Could Shenron not handle the leopard himself? Though puzzled, he was still pulled into the forest. Shenron spotted the target from a high vantage point and threw a kunai, piercing the leopard's neck with precision. Minato was full of questions and was about to ask when Shenron turned and lightly punched him. The punch wasn't heavy, but it made him even more confused. Shenron smiled and said, "Come on, admit defeat." Minato sighed helplessly. This strange admit defeat game was really something Shenron loved to play. I admit defeat. Defeated Minato Namikaze, gained entries, Chakra +1, Constitution +1, Ninjutsu, Perception Technique. Shenron's heart leapt with joy, decisively choosing the Perception Technique. Instantly, all the experience and memories related to this technique flooded into his mind. The two returned to the camp. Shenron walked straight to Kushina and began explaining the principles and skills of the Perception Technique, speaking fluently as if he had practiced it for years. Kushina listened with shining eyes, full of admiration. Nearby, Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, this kid looked clueless. How did he suddenly become an expert? He glanced back at Minato, then toward the small woods they had just visited, a big question mark forming in his mind. You two, what exactly were you doing in that little forest just now? 3 days later at dawn, Team 7 finally arrived at the border outpost. This outpost was extremely concealed, buried deep underground, with its only surface entrance hidden by a flourishing 1,000-year-old ancient tree. The tree's roots twisted like dragons, cleverly disguising a natural tree hollow. Without specialized perception techniques, even elite scout ninja would find it difficult to discover the secret here. Jiraiya exchanged a secret code with the guards in the shadows, allowing the 4 of them entry. At the deepest part of the outpost, a figure was buried among a mountain of scrolls, frowning as he processed documents with full concentration, seemingly unaware of anyone approaching. Jiraiya broke the silence first, with a nostalgic tone. Orochimaru, long time no see. Didn't expect you to be in charge here. Hearing the voice, Orochimaru stopped what he was doing and looked up. Shenron took the opportunity to study this future member of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru was just over 20 at this time. His golden vertical pupils had not yet revealed the later evil madness, only the fatigue brought by long-term research work. Jiraiya? Seeing the visitor, Orochimaru's fatigue eased a little. Long time no see. I heard you became the village's leading jonin. Jiraiya stepped aside, standing next to Shenron and the others, gave a brief introduction, then went out with Orochimaru to catch up. At last, the 3 of them could wash away the grime and exhaustion from 3 continuous days of outdoor travel. Having spent 3 days in the forest, their bodies were full of the smell of decaying leaves. Even though they had prepared medicine to remove leeches in advance, they were still bitten until their skin was red and swollen. They slept drowsily until evening. Just after finishing dinner, Jiraiya came over, holding a mission scroll and carrying a huge backpack. The backpack was identical in style to the wooden barrel used by the Sound Ninja to carry Sasuke back then. Jiraiya checked the supplies in the backpack, confirmed everything was correct, then spread out the scroll and briefly explained the mission. This mission isn't complicated, it mainly involves delivering supplies. The good news is you won't have to face enemies directly. He slid his finger from the first red dot to the last on the map, saying, "This is the island at the border between the land of water and the land of fire. The ninjas on the island haven't sent any messages for a week, and the village suspects they might have been killed. We need to verify the intelligence." The 3 nodded. The mission was simple: deliver supplies. Shenron felt a bit puzzled. The mission was urgent, but the supplies seemed specifically prepared for them. Jiraiya didn't let him think too much and directly hoisted the heavy backpack onto his shoulder. Those who can, do more. You're the squad leader of Team 7. Shenron didn't argue, the weight was nothing to him. They set off, heading toward the first coastal outpost. An hour later they arrived. The atmosphere here was much tenser. After the guarding ninjas checked Jiraiya's secret code, they also had the 3 verify their codes one by one before allowing them through. With Anbu assistance, the supply distribution was orderly. Strangely, they didn't rush for the food first but instead fought over cigarettes and alcohol. Some even paid money to buy cigarettes. Food and medical supplies came afterward. Shenron noticed the cigarette packs all bore the emblem of the Sarutobi clan. He sneered coldly. War profiteering truly exists everywhere. Jiraiya asked, "Your intelligence said there were 12 people, why are there only 7 left?" The ninjas who had been eagerly grabbing cigarettes fell silent instantly. Even the guards turned their heads away. The ninja closest to Jiraiya whispered, 3 were killed. 2 severely injured were sent back to the rear. They probably won't be ninjas anymore. Understood, I will report this. The village will send reinforcements. Kushina's eyes reddened. Let us get these supplies to Lookout Island quickly. The sooner they arrive, the sooner we can support the front lines and reduce casualties. Minato nodded silently. When he was distributing the supplies, he had secretly glanced outside the fortifications. The scorched earth was covered with traces of ninjutsu and explosive tags, scattered with broken corpses. It was impossible to tell friend from foe. The 3 said goodbye to the outpost and quickened their pace, soon arriving at the final outpost, Lookout Island. The island was small but elevated. For the Land of Fire, it was an excellent watch point. For the Land of Water, it was a stepping stone to attack the Land of Fire. This place was a strategic prize. The Ambu guarding the dock handed them a boat, his tone as cold as ice, the boat you asked for. The waves are calm today, row fast, you can get there in 40 minutes. Jiraiya was about to thank him, but the man had already turned away, staring at the horizon like a statue. How strange. Jiraiya muttered softly, even if they are Ambu, they should be happy to see the supply team. These people are too cold. No one responded to his question. Shortly after the small boat left, the Ambu ninja summoned a seabird, placed an encrypted note into the message tube on its leg, and released it. The seabird flapped its wings and flew towards the Lookout Island, much faster than their boat, clearly not coming to notify them. Half an hour later, the 4 stepped onto the Lookout Island. The island covers a few square kilometers but is shrouded in thick fog year-round, with visibility only 300 to 400 meters. Jiraiya instructed, don't get separated. There are many primeval forests here. Confirm each other's positions every 30 seconds. We're only here to gather intelligence, not to engage in battle. The group nodded and trudged forward with difficulty. Tsunade stood up and said, looks like there is someone ahead, but the fog is too thick to see clearly. Jiraiya looked at the dragging marks on the ground and replied, there is a bloody smell nearby, be careful. At that moment, a blood-stained Konoha ninja staggered out of the fog. He was blind in one eye, covering his broken right arm with his left hand, and his breath was faint. His gaze swept over the group, the dried smile on his face looking grotesque. Is this Konoha's rescue? Thank goodness. Please save me. Kushina took out medical supplies and was about to step forward but was simultaneously stopped by Jiraiya, Sanjin, and Tsunade. Sanjin coldly reminded Kushina, what is the first thing the academy teaches when encountering unknown comrades on the battlefield? Kushina suddenly understood but was filled with disappointment. She wished this person was truly from the village. She whispered, confirm the password. At that moment, 6 black shadows silently appeared on the treetops. One of them sneered, Captain Fugu Ghost, your acting is terrible. Your sneak attack failed. But it doesn't matter, killing you is the same. The injured ninja's expression changed, his smile turning grim. A burst of white smoke enveloped him, and his body expanded into a brown-haired, chubby man wielding a large sword. Hey, it's beautiful to see them become their own kind, secretly bitten by shark skin from behind, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Be careful, they brought 2 squads, and their leader should be a jonin. Jiraiya turned back to warn, a jonin in his teens, born from internal strife. This village is truly ruthless. Hold them off, I'll deal with him and then help you. Sanjin nodded and said, Jiraiya, their weapons can devour chakra, you need to be careful. Good. Jiraiya didn't have time to ask more as 6 enemies simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release, mist concealment technique. The already dense mist instantly thickened until it was pitch black. In the silent killing art of the mist village, die wailing. The enemies' voices came from all directions, cold and eerie. The 4 immediately went on alert. Senrin dropped his backpack, formed seals, and used wind release, great breakthrough, dispersing some of the mist. Just as they caught sight of the enemies, the thick fog quickly reformed, blocking their view. Seeing the mist wound clear, Senrin lit the dry backpack and supplies nearby in the damp air, only these could burn. The flames slightly improved visibility, but the enemies remained hidden. Suddenly, a mist ninja dashed out from the fog with a kunai, aiming straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya reacted swiftly, kicking the attacker away. As he was about to counterattack, a giant Samahata blade from Sukha Mountain pufferfish demon came roaring. The Samahata swung its blade. Jiraiya decisively retreated to dodge. Sukha Mountain pufferfish demon cursed, "What a useless bastard! Why didn't you grab him when he attacked you just now? I could have cut both of you down with one stroke." He kicked a person on the ground aside and coldly ordered, "Separate them. I'll take care of the Jonin first, you three handle the others." Before he finished, 3 water dragons roared through the fog, forcibly scattering the 4 members of Team 7. Jiraiya wanted to retreat and join forces with the 3, but Sukha Mountain pufferfish demon raised his blade and launched a fierce attack again. Clang! Kunai clashed with the Samahata blade, sparks flying. Even if Konoha is the strongest, 6 against 3, how long can they hold out? Jiraiya knew this was to disturb their minds and shouted urgently, "Hold on, I'm coming." It was hard to gauge the distance in the thick fog, but he heard Minato's voice, "Jiraiya-sensei, none of us are hurt." Hearing Minato's reply, Jiraiya felt relieved. "The people I bring 1T fall easily. Take care of yourselves first." After saying this, he used momentum to retreat, formed seals, and performed the ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Countless strands of hair transformed into 1,000 needles that pierced toward Sukha Mountain pufferfish demon, who blocked them with his giant blade. Jiraiya quickly drew a kunai to fight back. Amid the mist and flickering firelight, Jiraiya's gaze shifted to the others. They stood back to back on the water surface, dodging continuous water dragon bullets. "The 6 have us surrounded, what do we do?" Minato stood up and asked, "Alert. Can you sense their positions?" Senrin saw both nod and ordered, "I'll take the 3 on the left. Minato, you handle the 2 on the right. Kushina, take care of the one hiding and preparing to sneak attack. Unless you're sure of the kill, never let your guard down." "No problem." "Good." 2 figures immediately dashed off to the left and right. Thick fog spread, the crimson Sharingan eyes gleaming in the mist like ghostly flames at night. He scanned the 3 figures before him like a hunter, 3 shurikens flying out simultaneously, following his movements closely. A mist ninja dodged the shurikens by sidestepping but was struck in the face by a cold blade flash. "They're charging out. Support me quickly." He barely blocked the short knife with a kunai and shouted for help. Hearing the call, teammates rushed over immediately. The opponent growled, "Their sensory ability is too strong. We trained for years to master it, how can they sense us even in the fog?" Hearing footsteps, Sharingan eyes suddenly widened as he cast a genjutsu. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Before he finished, he stabbed the opponent's heart with a knife, then quickly retreated, vanishing into the thick fog. "Damn! This guy is definitely not a genin." The 2 remaining mist ninjas heard the scream and roared, "Come out and fight to the death." Hiding in the shadows, Sharingan observed the 2, about his age, who hadn't even mastered ninjutsu, mere cannon fodder. He sensed Minato engaged in fierce combat, moving extremely fast, holding his own against 2 opponents. Kushina stood by the fire, not having made a move yet. Sharingan whispered, "Someone's hiding, planning to ambush Kushina. Need to finish this fast." With a swift movement, he ghosted closer to the 2 mist ninjas. Their hearts raced, relying on each other but helpless. Their proud assassination techniques were completely ineffective against Sharingan's eyes. The hunter and prey had reversed roles. Suddenly, a kunai rigged with an explosive tag flew in. One pushed his companion away, jumping out of the blast radius. Mid-air, he locked eyes with Sharingan, those crimson eyes chilling with a cold smile, like death itself staring. "Don't underestimate me." Sharingan counterattacked swiftly, switching between 2 kunai in fierce combat. His Uchiha-style swordsmanship was naturally skilled. In just a few moves, he slashed the opponent repeatedly, 2 fresh wounds bleeding on his chest, staining his clothes red. Landing, Sharingan stabbed the opponent's abdomen with a knife. The opponent shouted in despair, "Use water dragon jutsu. Kill him with me." Ignoring the excruciating pain, he clung tightly to Sharingan and signaled the last teammate for a mutual kill. The man gritted his teeth, beginning rapid hand seals. Shenron stared at the opponent's complex hand seals, quickly summoned the system, and redeemed the water dragon bullet technique from the recently deceased ninja's entry. The opponent had formed 44 seals, moving slowly, but Shenron sneered and charged forward. A knee strike forced the mist ninja to loosen his grip in pain, followed by a kick that sent him flying, while Shenron drew a short blade. The enemy fell in front of his comrades, sneering, "Just 7 more seals, and we could have killed him." Shenron coldly retorted, "Who told you the water dragon bullet requires 44 seals? He only used 5 seals, and the water dragon bullet had already formed." Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The two mist ninjas were terrified, not expecting their opponent to not only know the B-rank ninjutsu but to form the seals 8 times faster. The water dragon bullet whipped up huge waves, smashing the two into rocks, breaking their bones, killing them instantly. Shenron didn't acquire a new ninjutsu and casually chose 2 chakra plus 1 upgrades, then hurried towards Kushina. She bore shallow wounds, with the corpse of a mist ninja lying by her feet, his jaw shattered by her punch. Seeing Shenron, Kushina nervously raised a kunai password. A crimson flower, blooming throughout the ninja world, Shenron replied. Kushina relaxed and lowered her guard. Shenron took out a medical kit and treated her wounds. She smiled, with my constitution, this is a waste. Shenron didn't look up and said, I don't think so. Stop showing off. Minato's voice came through. Jiraiya-sensei is still fighting hard, we need to support him. Kushina rolled her eyes at Minato, the password is real, let us go. Shenron nodded, finished bandaging, and flashed a mischievous smile at Minato, preparing to use a dangerous technique. Minato helplessly pulled out a detonating tag, this jutsu really hurts, how on earth did you come up with it? Elsewhere, on the battlefield, Jiraiya heard the battle noises cease and felt anxious. Among the three, 2 were the village's future, and the other was the most important Jinchuriki candidate. If anything happened to them, he would be held accountable. He grew increasingly anxious as he fought. Despite his clear advantage in strength, he hadn't expected the opponent's blade to seem almost sentient, absorbing a large amount of his chakra. The already massive blade kept growing even larger. It seemed he had no choice but to call on the summoned toad from Mount Mayaboku. At that moment, a water dragon burst out of the mist, attacking him. The technique was weak and inaccurate, seeming like a novice's attempt. Jiraiya easily leapt onto a treetop to dodge it. Just then, 2 figures quietly landed behind the watermelon puffer ghost and respectfully reported, Captain, all enemies have been dealt with. Next, let us work together to kill this white-haired ninja. The watermelon puffered ghost nodded, hoisting up shark skin with a ferocious grin. Well done. White hair from Konoha, leave your name behind. I, watermelon mountain puffered ghost, do not kill nameless foes. Jiraiya's heart sank. Could the 3 kids really be dead? Just as he was about to fight desperately in anger, the mist ninja who called him white-haired ninja secretly made a hand gesture, a thumbs-up sign. A trap? The 2 mist ninjas approached the watermelon puffer ghost. Once close enough, they suddenly struck. Before the puffer ghost could react, Sharkskin moved first. The great blade bit at one person, only biting into a cloud of smoke. Then it swung fiercely into the other. That person was knocked down but clung tightly to the blade, a crazed smile on his face. Try my shadow clone explosive tag technique. The puffer ghost looked down in horror to see 2 explosive tags stuck on the man, and 2 more stuck to his own sharkskin. Boom 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 boom. 4 violent explosions instantly engulfed him, the shockwaves blowing apart the thick mist and leaving a massive hole. As the smoke cleared, the 3 from Tianran appeared behind Jiraiya. After greeting Minato, one laughed, I'll name this move Super Shadow Clone Whirlwind Explosive Rock Impact Wave. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Just call it Shadow Clone Explosive Tag Technique, simple and easy to remember. Don't get careless, maybe this didn't kill him. As the mist dispersed, the watermelon puffer ghost, covered in wounds, struggled to stand using his damaged shark skin. Many spikes on the blade were broken, but it still desperately absorbed chakra, feeding it back to him to heal his wounds. Attack! Strike a fatal blow while he is weak. Tianran immediately ordered. Never thought Konoha had such strong lower ninjas. The puffer ghost stared at the 4 with wary eyes. I, watermelon mountain puffer ghost, admit you are Konoha's strongest. Looks like I can no longer hold back. He quickly formed hand seals, water release, explosive water surge. Careful! Jiraiya grabbed the 3. A towering wave of water erupted from the puffer ghost's mouth, crashing forward like a tsunami. Damn, this guy has so much chakra. Kushina steadied herself, looking at the roaring waves beneath her feet, and said, the chakra amount is almost as much as mine, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya blocked the 3, stepping on the water surface and warned, be careful, he is a water release expert. His blade has its own consciousness and can absorb chakra. That last slash seemed to transmit chakra too, stay vigilant. Senrin and the others listened carefully, noting this important information. Take this slash. Suka Mountain Pufferfish Demon shouted in the water. Everyone immediately drew their weapons and prepared. But the opponent didn't actually strike, only feinted a move, then fled headlong toward the sea with a huge water mass. A few seconds later, he disappeared from sight. As the water receded, Kushina hadn't reacted yet, he just ran away? Senrin sighed with relief, glancing at the system prompt. Defeated Suka Mountain Pufferfish Demon, choose to absorb the following entries: Water Release, Explosive Water Wave, Water Release, Mist Concealment Technique, Chakra +1. He chose Water Release, Explosive Water Wave, saying, he ran off. This is the seaside, which favors him most. Let us retreat first. Just as he turned, Minato hurried over, crouched down, and showed his back. I'll carry you. After using shadow clones and explosive tags so much, the original will get tired. Seeing this, Kushina smiled and pushed Minato away. I'll carry Princess Senrin back to the ship. Just as she was about to lift Senrin, Senrin gave both of them a hard headbutt. I'm not weak. The last time I used shadow clones was a year ago, it doesn't hurt anymore. Hurry up, don't wait for their reinforcements. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly came over, lifted Senrin on his back, and scolded while retreating. Quick, retreat. You two stay close. Don't use such dangerous jutsu next time, or I'll deal with you. The four rowed with all their strength, the boat speeding away, the lookout island gradually shrinking until it disappeared between sea and sky. Only when the outline of land appeared again did the tense atmosphere on the boat ease. Good thing you were smart, or this would have been a real problem, Jiraiya said with lingering fear. I didn't expect you to know water release. Senrin casually replied, just learned it casually. He turned to look at the turbulent sea and asked, are we really giving up on that lookout island? For now, Jiraiya explained while rowing, Mist Hidden Village isn't very strong. Sending such young jonin this time shows they know we're fighting another shinobi village and want to take advantage. Once we regain strength, we can take it back anytime. He paused and added, this was your first official mission. Although there were surprises, you completed it. When we get back, you'll get a long vacation to rest properly. The word vacation energized the three rowers even more. The recent life and death struggle was the first time they truly bled. Thinking back, it still sent chills down their spines. Only Senju furrowed his brows tightly, secretly regretting. If only they could have taken the opportunity to eliminate a few more mist ninja to aid the revival of the Uchiha, how great that would have been. At the same time they landed, on another island shrouded in dense fog. Suka Yamagawa, aided by Samahata, dragged his injured body, stumbling out of the waves. This island clearly belonged to Konoha, yet dozens of mist ninja were already lurking, waiting. Suka Yamagawa, where is your squad? A tall, thin figure stood atop a boulder, his voice sharp and cold like a needle prick. Suka Yamagawa trembled involuntarily, clutching Samahata's hand. He looked up and saw a person wearing a mask, golden hair draped over his shoulders, casually playing with a slender deadly weapon, a sewing needle. It was Kurosane Shunmaru. His handling of the sewing needle clearly indicated he was preparing to attack. Kurosane Shunmaru, the sewing needle isn't meant for teammates. Another calm voice came from the darkness, tinged with displeasure. The island battle isn't over yet. Spare him for now, he'll be judged by the Mizukage when we return. Kurosane Shunmaru twirled the sewing needle before sheathing it, his tone reluctant. Understood, Juzo. Captain. Just as Suka Yamagawa relaxed slightly, a tall man carrying a large decapitating sword emerged from the shadows. It was the future member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Biwa Juzo. So many dead, what about the intel? Biwa Juzo's tone was weary and annoyed. They were a small squad, the jonin named Jiraiya, white-haired. The other 3 Suka Yamagawa didn't dare hide anything and quickly recounted the battle. Expecting to be scolded, Biwa Juzo only nodded, still useful, at least we confirmed the mission intel. Kurosane Shunmaru asked, is this the mission ordered by Shimura Danzo? Suka Yamagawa was baffled, since when were Konoha's high-ups mixed up with their village? Seeing everyone's confusion, Biwa Juzo casually explained, Shimura Danzo from Konoha sent us on a secret mission. The target is to kill that black-haired brat Uchiha Senju. The other 2 should be crippled and sent back to Konoha. The Mizukage's intention is to leak the fact that Danzo funds us to ruthlessly murder their comrades, creating internal chaos. For us, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suka Yamagawa gritted his teeth, eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. Captain Juzo, what's next? He understood that if he couldn't redeem himself with achievements, harsher punishment awaited him. Biwa Juzo swung the decapitating sword on his back and said lightly, start by taking control of this island. Konoha reinforcements will arrive soon. That Uchiha Senjun must also be inside. When the time comes, we'll coordinate with the main force and take back all the islands in one fell swoop. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Get ready, the battle starts tonight. The mist ninja immediately bowed and responded, yes. At this moment, Senjun was completely unaware that the trap set for him was already in place. He only wanted to take advantage of his rare vacation to rest well. The beach beneath his feet was at the border of Konoha, with good security. Many ninjas came here to relax after missions. The 4 members of Team 7 had camped here, preparing to hold a seafood barbecue party. Senjun was in charge of making a secret garlic sauce, Minato handled the seafood in fire, and Kushina was responsible for sneaking bites. The garlic sauce in the pot sizzled and bubbled, filling the air with a rich aroma. Senjun, we're the same age, how come you know how to do everything? Minato asked, swallowing as he watched the fire. Maybe I learned it in a past life S-dream, Senjun said, tapping Kushina's head, who was sneaking a bite. It's getting late, go call Jiraiya-sensei and Orochimaru to come eat. Kushina covered her head and stuck out her tongue, then quickly ran off. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived. Even Orochimaru and his subordinates were drawn over by the aroma. Help yourselves, it's a rare break. At Senjun's command, everyone dug in, voices full of praise. Senjun, you're amazing. The seafood doesn't have any fishy smell, it's even fresher. Yeah, this method is fantastic. Senjun, you're a genius. Jiraiya listened to the compliments, a proud smile on his face. Looks like you did well, kid. Everyone has started calling you by your name now, not Brat anymore. Senjun smiled, thanks to Minato. He caught the crabs, lobsters, and oysters. He is all sunburned now. Minato looked up, staring blackly at Senjun. Seeing his dark expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Minato, don't let your nickname become Black Flash now. After the feast, Senjun brought out a larger grill, covered with neatly cut long white strips of meat. He poured garlic sauce over them, and the aroma of grilled meat quickly spread. Guess what kind of meat this is? The ninjas gathered around, pointing and guessing. Looks like some kind of fish spine meat, maybe sea eel. I don't care, I'm trying it first. One ninja grabbed a piece and bit down. Weird, it's kind of like chicken, more tender and smooth. The bones are thin, grilled crispy and fragrant, delicious. Kushina also grabbed a piece and popped it in her mouth. Just after finishing, she grabbed another and mumbled, Senjun, what kind of meat is this? Doesn't it look like eel, it's so long. Senjun shook his head, thinking, Kushina, eating everything like this will only get you into trouble. He looked at Orochimaru and asked softly, Orochimaru, what do you think this is? Orochimaru put down his wine glass and walked over to the grill. Looking at the meat with almost no fat, a flicker of understanding appeared in his eyes. He glanced helplessly at Chiron, picked up a piece, and tasted it carefully. Ordinary. After saying that, he picked up another piece and chewed expressionlessly. Senpai, what exactly is this? Kushina pressed on. After eating the third piece, Orochimaru answered hoarsely, it's just something soft that wriggles around the taste isn't bad. He said with a mischievous tone, eat more, you'll like it. What exactly is it? Kushina picked up another piece and turned to Minato. Minato, didn't you catch this? How is it tastier than chicken? Minato's face went pale, and he stepped back, I don't really like eating snake meat. Don't ask me. Snake meat? Ah. A piercing scream echoed across the beach. Minato, don't run. I'm going to beat you to death. Kushina threw down her chopsticks and chased after Minato, running wildly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Minato shouted while running. Chiron caught it, so why are you beating me and not him? I'm not beating him. Stop right there. Everyone watching burst into laughter. After the commotion, Chiron said to Orochimaru, who was drinking sake with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, since you're free tonight, how about sparring with me for a bit? Orochimaru put down his wineglass, interest flickering in his eyes. I thought tonight was a free dinner, Chiron-kun. I don't think you like freebies, senpai, Chiron smiled. Consider it post-dinner entertainment, how about it? All right. Orochimaru stood up and walked to the center. Everyone, make way. The main event is here. Jiraiya shouted. These two are fighting, watch carefully. The crowd stepped back, cheering, good food, good wine, and a fight? This doesn't feel like a mission at all. Orochimaru took out a kunai, looked at Chiron, and said hoarsely, you really know how to lighten the mood, well done. Now I'm counting on you to help calm my restless desire to grow stronger. Before he finished speaking, Chiron charged with his blade raised. Hehe. Orochimaru smiled wickedly, his figure flickered and vanished. Chiron's Sharingan spun wildly, but he could only catch one or two blurry afterimages. Orochimaru's too fast. Yeah, you can't see him at all. Keep it up. Even if you can't see him, win. Hearing Kushina shout, Chiron dared not delay. His body spun as he formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fireballs shot from his mouth like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, illuminating the surroundings so clearly that even the patterns in the sand were visible. Surrounded by flames, Orochimaru had to make continuous turns, slowing his speed by half a beat. This was the chance. Chijin's chakra suddenly exploded under his feet, sand scattering as the ground instantly caved into a large pit. His figure shot toward Orochimaru like a cannonball. Clang! 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 The flashes of blades and flames intertwined as Chijin pushed Uchiha-style swordsmanship to its limits. Surprise and curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Chijin-kun, your swordsmanship and cooking both intrigue me. Your talent is truly rare, he said effortlessly while blocking the attacks. Chijin had no time to respond. With a sweeping leg kick, he forced his opponent back, then followed up with a dagger thrust. Orochimaru, caught mid-air with nowhere to dodge, actually grabbed the blade with his hand. Blood dripped along the edge of the dagger. Chijin stared at the blood on Orochimaru's hand, confidently saying, "Let us end it here today." Orochimaru replied calmly, "Agreed." Chijin swallowed hard. Orochimaru's voice came from behind him. "Let us stop here." Orochimaru licked his lips. "Any later, my kunai would have pierced you. I don't want to lose such a skilled cooking partner." With that, the wounded Orochimaru transformed into a pile of earth, spilling to the ground. A mud clone. Orochimaru withdrew his kunai and comforted him. "You were so focused on my movements you didn't notice I used a mud clone. Once you have the Sharingan, you should be able to see through it." Chijin nodded, deeply impressed. This was one of the future legendary Sannin, absurdly powerful, even surpassing Jiraiya. The onlookers hadn't expected the fight to end so swiftly, and only after a moment did they react. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, incredible. Chijin is impressive too. I could barely see Orochimaru's moves just now. Orochimaru's right. Once Chijin awakens the Sharingan, his strength will reach new heights. Orochimaru yawned and said, "That's enough for today. I have other things to attend to. Thanks for the delicious food, Chijin-kun." Chijin was speechless, silently checking the system prompt. Defeated Orochimaru in battle. Choose to absorb the following entries: Basic Medical Ninjutsu, Mental Strength +1, Chakra +1. He chose Medical Ninjutsu, as it was very important on the battlefield. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to spar with Orochimaru to gain more entries in the coming days. Over the next few days, he and his team trained intensely, formulated battle plans, practiced attacks on each other, and rapidly improved their skills. One day, Jiraiya looked at the weary Minato with concern and asked, "What's wrong? You've seemed exhausted lately." Minato rubbed his eyes and said uncertainly, "I don't know why, but recently when I watch fast-moving things, I always feel like I'm slowing down. Just now, I could even see the wing movements of a fly." Jiraiya heard this and suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. "Are you serious? Is there still hope for that technique?" he asked urgently. He picked up a stone, stepped back 50 meters, and shouted to Minato, "Minato, try to see if you can track the stone's trajectory when I throw it with full force. Keep your eyes on it, don't dodge." Minato closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was unusually focused. "Teacher Jiraiya, I'm ready." Jiraiya nodded, chakra concentrated in his right hand, muscles tensing rapidly as if infused with immense power. The fastest reaction time for an ordinary person is 0.2 seconds. This technique requires 0.05 seconds of dynamic vision. Watch carefully as it left or right. Jiraiya swung his arm. The stone left a trailing shadow as it sped by, the wind howling and striking the sand with an ear-piercing sound. To Senrin and Kushina, the scene seemed frozen in time. After more than 10 seconds, the stone finally landed. Minato was panting, still holding a stance as if dodging to the left. Clearly the extreme focus had taken a toll on him. He slowly spoke, "It was on the left, flying past about 35 centimeters from my shoulder." Jiraiya was so excited he could barely speak. When he threw the stone, he had deliberately kept a distance from Minato. The wind alone couldn't have helped Minato judge the direction. Minato's answer and performance confirmed to Jiraiya. He relied on dynamic vision and extreme reflexes to dodge. He didn't expect such talent. "That's fantastic." Senrin was even more excited than Jiraiya, waving his hands and cheering. Jiraiya asked curiously, "You're so happy you saw it too?" Senrin grinned widely, "I didn't see it, but my system definitely did. Of course, it's because Minato has gotten stronger, and I'm happy for him. It feels a bit like our Uchiha's Sharingan." Jiraiya said nothing more, his mind focused solely on Minato. He walked over, helped Minato up, and said with relief, "From today on, practice maintaining this state more. If you can hold it for a long time, there is a chance to learn the ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage. The more he looked at Minato, the more satisfied he was. Naturally gifted, pure-hearted, simply a perfect disciple. At least far better than that guy who only wanted to learn grilling techniques from Orochimaru. His reflexes are so fast, why can't he dodge my punches? Kushina stepped forward, puzzled. Jiraiya and Minato exchanged helpless glances. Senrin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Minato, you're sacrificing too much for team harmony. Jiraiya said helplessly. Kushina, you should be more grateful to Minato. At that moment, a masked ANBU ninja quietly landed in front of them. Senior Jiraiya, there's a new mission. Jiraiya took the scroll, opened it, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Do you remember the lookout island we landed on last time? The three nodded, and Senju asked, is it a counterattack? Jiraiya shook his head, pointing to the small island next to Lookout Island on the map. Not yet. It's this affiliated islet. The intel coming back is too normal. Isn't normal a good thing? Why confirm it then? Minato was the first to sense something unusual. Jiraiya explained, in peacetime, only 1 or 2 pieces of intel come in on time. Now that the war state is activated, every outpost's dark line makes one-way contact to verify the authenticity of intel. But these dark lines haven't sent signals for days. He sighed, this means the outpost has been taken over by the enemy. Our real mission is to confirm the enemy's number and scale to prepare for subsequent operations. I see. Kushina nodded, what we learned in school was really superficial. Jiraiya glanced at the time and said, everyone go back and rest first. We depart promptly in 6 hours at dawn. He saw Senju and the others taking sedatives, then turned toward logistics, his frown deepening. This kind of mission shouldn't be assigned to their squad, and Senju hasn't even opened his Sharingan. Orochimaru knows the intel, so why arrange it like this? At night, moonlight spilled over the rolling sea. 4 figures ran swiftly across the water as if on solid ground. I'll say it again. Jiraiya, leading them, looked back and ordered, this is an infiltration, not a direct assault. Confirm the intel and retreat immediately. The 2 islands are 15 kilometers apart. If your chakra runs low, take the soldier pills at once. He looked at the still groggy others and shouted, Kushina, repeat the follow-up plan. Kushina perked up. If discovered, we can retreat to Lookout Island. Although it's over 30 nautical miles away, there are uninhabited islands in between to rest on. No matter what, we can't lose hope in executing the mission. Jiraiya nodded in approval. The other 2 had no problem with it. After several dozen minutes, the target islet gradually appeared. The island was less than half a square kilometer, with lights shining everywhere and ninja patrolling. They surfaced from underwater, and Minato said, about 100 meters more, then dived directly. According to plan, we'll land on the northwest cliff. Just as he was about to dive, Jiraiya suddenly grabbed him. Just as Minato was about to ask why, he suddenly saw more than a dozen mist ninjas stepping on the water's surface, their weapons gleaming coldly under the moonlight. It was a trap. Retreat! Jiraiya ordered decisively. With his rich experience, he immediately knew the enemy had at least 4 Chunin and 9 Genin, with a Jonin surely hidden among them. As they prepared to withdraw, giant waves suddenly surged from behind them on the sea, and 3 ninja blocked their escape. Leading them was Biwa Juzo, carrying a large sword on his back. He held the seawater dripping sword and sneered, the intel was correct. White-haired Jiraiya, black-haired Uchiha Senju, and 2 insignificant little players. The 4 immediately stood back to back, adopting defensive stances. Each was somewhat tense, as the situation at sea was unfavorable. How did you know our intel? Jiraiya asked angrily and in shock. Although the pufferfish ghost of Watermelon Mountain had escaped, the leakage of their intel was somewhat understandable, but the enemy even knew Senju's name. Oh, that? Shimura Danzo told us, Biwa Juzo said with a smile, revealing a shocking secret to Konoha, who would ve thought that an Uchiha brat about my age is worth 5 million ryo? My mission is to bring back Uchiha Senju's head. As for the 3 of you, I'll chop off your legs and send you back to Konoha so you'll have time to investigate. What do you mean? Shimura Danzo is Konoha's own, there is no way he'd collude with you. Stop talking nonsense. Jiraiya shouted. When your legs are cut off, just crawl over and ask him yourself, Biwa Juzo sneered, waving his hand to command, attack. Don't be fooled by him. Minato shouted a warning. Jiraiya immediately steadied his mind, confirmed Senju was unaffected, and shouted, use sea tactics. The 4 stood back to back, simultaneously forming hand seals. Jiraiya, fire release, exploding flame. Minato, wind release, great breakthrough. Senju, fire release, great fireball technique. Kushina, wind release, great breakthrough. Fire and wind intertwined, flames and gusts surged against each other. Tongues of fire licked the oxygen brought by the wind, and the wind carried the flames to spread rapidly. In an instant, a vast sea of orange-red fire formed on the water's surface, waves of flame rolling, the scorching gold and red dyeing the moonlight, the air seeming to burn, as if about to boil the entire sea. Biwa Juzo's pupils contracted as he shouted, "Combination ninjutsu! Everyone dive underwater to evade!" "Senju!" Jiraiya whispered in order. Senju immediately understood and, together with Jiraiya, directed the fire ninjutsu at the sea beneath their feet. Boom! The clash of flame and seawater erupted loudly. Thick fog quickly rose, completely separating the two sides. Run! Seizing the moment, the four simultaneously unleashed their chakra, charging forward like arrows released from a bow, riding the waves wildly. After fleeing a short distance, Kushina glanced back, her pupils narrowing sharply. Several figures emerged from the dense mist on both sides, moving like phantoms at a speed even faster than theirs. "Jiraiya-sensei, they're catching up." "Damn it!" Jiraiya looked back, his heart sinking like lead. At this speed, they'd be surrounded within 2 minutes. The mission was much harder than expected. Next time, I need to learn more reconnaissance ninjutsu from the toads. He decisively formed hand seals, ninjutsu, summoning technique. A huge orange toad accompanied by white smoke appeared on the sea surface, a short knife hanging at its waist. It was Gamabunta, the main combatant of Nemayaboku. "Jiraiya, why are you surrounded by a bunch of mist ninja as soon as you come out?" Gamabunta complained. "Cut the crap, Gamabunta, use the oil." Jiraiya urged, shouting for the three to climb onto the toad's back. "Get on quickly, I'll take you away." Gamabunta swiftly sprayed black oil, which, combined with Jiraiya's fire release, transformed into a raging sea of flames. Fire release, toad oil flame bomb. The pursuing mist ninja hurriedly formed hand seals, erecting a massive blue water barrier, forcibly blocking the flames. This bought the 7th squad precious time to retreat. Minato and Kushina had already climbed atop Gamabunta's head, and Sanjin was following, when suddenly a cold gleaming needle stealthily pierced through the firewall, aiming directly at the two. "Watch out!" Minato drew a kunai to block. "Don't come down, go up!" Sanjin shouted sharply. His Sharingan spun rapidly, precisely predicting the needle's trajectory. He leapt up and clanged his short blade against the fatal strike, deflecting it. "Sanjin! Get up here quickly!" Gamabunta's oil was running low, and Jiraiya pressed again. The mist ninja began their counterattack, the escape time at its limit. Sanjin looked into the distance, where the flames were mostly swallowed by the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, while Biwa Juzu swung his blade for another strike. He understood that the best rendezvous was lost. Their target had always been only him. "Jiraiya! Take them and go!" A cunning glint flashed in Sanjin's eyes. He spat out several massive fireballs in succession, forcing the flanking mist ninja back, then suddenly turned and charged in the opposite direction from Jiraiya. After putting some distance between them, he looked back at Kushina, who was being tightly held by Jiraiya and desperately calling his name. He softly said, "Kushina, don't be afraid. Wait for me, and we'll have breakfast together." With that, chakra erupted beneath his feet, and without looking back, he charged into the darkness. Tenzo Biwa, seeing the two groups scatter and flee, immediately ordered, "Kuri Satsuki Maru, take your team and pursue Jiraiya. Fugu Oni from Suka Mountain, you lead 2 Chunin squads and bring back Uchiha Senrin's head." Fugu Oni from Suka Mountain revealed a bloodthirsty smile and led 6 Chunin in a full-speed chase. Senrin glanced back after putting some distance between them and saw 7 figures relentlessly pursuing him. He thought, 1 Jonin and 6 Chunin really take me seriously. That's fine, at least their side is safe. He formed hand seals, split off a shadow clone, and fled in another direction. The second step of his plan was underway. "Lord Fugu Oni, who should we chase?" a mist ninja asked. Fugu Oni from Suka Mountain waved his shark skin and pointed at Senrin's real body, smiling, "My shark skin can tell the real from the fake." Senrin's heart sank as he swallowed a ration pill and continued sprinting wildly. The shadow clone, unpursued, stopped to confirm its direction and found a deserted island. There are still over 2 hours until dawn. That should be enough. Naruto knows the chakra transfer technique, and so do I. He dashed toward the island at full speed. The chase continued. Fugu Oni from Suka Mountain grew angry from feeling relaxed to infuriated. The 7 of them had thought they could easily finish the chase but were repeatedly harassed by Senrin's chakra, losing 1 Chunin in the process. The opponent was so cunning it made their teeth grind. As dawn broke, Fugu Oni from Suka Mountain saw Senrin slowing down and smiled. He at his limit. "Slowly close in, and watch his Sharingan." Senrin panted heavily, checked his pouch only to find it empty, his lungs burning with pain. His whole body warned him it was time to end the fight. Suddenly, Senran stopped and turned around, gripping a short blade, launching a counterattack against the pursuing Mist Ninja. The unexpected counterstrike caught them off guard, and in less than 100 meters, he closed the distance instantly. Before the Mist Ninja could react, Shenron's short blade had already pierced his heart. A fatal strike, Shenron used the opponent's body to push off, flipped backward to dodge the other enemy's attacks, and landed steadily on the water's surface. Although he had successfully killed one, he was still surrounded by the remaining 4 Mist Ninjas. You've been chasing for so long, your chakra must be nearly exhausted, right? Shenron coldly stared at the furious Saigawa pufferfish demon. You really think you can win against me? Saigawa pufferfish demon said nothing, grabbed the shark skin, and approached the wounded comrade who was stabbed and barely breathing, swallowing him whole into his huge mouth. Feeling the chakra from the shark skin, he smiled with satisfaction. Didn't you notice we're down one? When necessary, they're all my chakra supplies. Shenron sneered, merciless to enemies but never turning on his comrades. Disgusting. Stabbing your own people, you're less than an animal. Only those who live get to speak. Saigawa pufferfish demon swung his blade and charged forward, while the other 3 Mist Ninjas launched their attacks simultaneously. Shenron's Sharingan had already shut off due to chakra depletion, forcing him to rely on instinct to roll and dodge. Surrounded by 4, he was steadily pushed back. Clang! After a failed breakout, 2 Mist Ninjas pinned him down with kunai. No stamina left? Die! One sneered, aiming a kunai straight at his heart. At that moment, a wave crashed in from behind. Shenron had no time to dodge and prepared to block. The opponent's weapon suddenly swung down, forcing him into a struggle. Amidst the waves, Saigawa pufferfish demon's figure appeared, swinging the shark skin, stirring fierce air currents that overturned the sea. Well done! Saigawa pufferfish demon praised from behind the Mist Ninjas, but the trajectory of his shark skin attack threatened to kill both his teammate and Shenron. Shenron became alert and tried to leap backward to evade, but the blade's momentum was too fierce, leaving nowhere to escape. Bang! Bang! The Mist Ninja in front was cut down, and the violent force of the blade struck Shenron. Ah! He was flung several meters, spitting blood, his arm trembling as the tiger's mouth holding the blade was cut, blood flowing freely. The meager chakra left in his body was also mostly drained by the shark skin. Now, even standing steadily was difficult. Seeing this, Saigawa pufferfish demon immediately stopped attacking and stood on the water's surface, waiting for the shark skin to feed. Gasping for breath, this was the first time since his crossing that Shenron had been pushed to the brink. Gritting his teeth, he spoke coldly. If I don't die today, I'll ruin your fog-hidden village. Watermelon Mountain Blowfish demon gripped sharkskin tightly, his mouth curling into a sneer. Starting to daydream at dawn already? He slowly approached, sensing Sharkskin's excitement, and continued, killing a genius like you even excites Sharkskin. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his great sword and swung it down fiercely at Shenron's head. However, that fatal blow missed. What is going on? The nearby fog ninja was surprised to see that although Shenron was at the end of his strength, he suddenly unleashed a large amount of chakra, easily dodging the attack, his crimson Sharingan glowing once again. Shenron stood on the sea surface. As the chakra of his shadow clones accumulated over nearly 2 hours dissipated, his stamina recovered by half. This was exactly the chakra transfer technique Naruto once used. At this moment, he felt as light as if he had crossed thousands of mountains. Gathering green medical ninjutsu in his hand, he treated the wounds on his thumb and abdomen, speaking calmly, "You should regret not chasing that shadow clone." Impossible. Watermelon Mountain Blowfish demon exclaimed incredulously, shadow clones only consume chakra, how could they replenish it instead? Shenron sneered coldly, you mortals don't understand how strong the Uzumaki clan's constitution is. Shadow clones are a drain to you, but for me, they're a battery that charges anytime. Before finishing, he drew his blade to meet the attack. Watermelon Mountain Blowfish demon swung Sharkskin, forcing Shenron back, shouting to his subordinates, don't be afraid. We have the numbers advantage. As long as Sharkskin lands a single cut, draining his chakra, we win. That's right. Shenron smiled sinisterly, but I tricked you into running all this way, draining your chakra and stamina. Now, I'm at my peak, and you're no match. A gentle look flashed in his eyes. More importantly, someone is waiting for me at home for breakfast. No sooner had he spoken than the sea surface churned with wild waves. Shenron's figure was ghost-like, his short blade slicing deadly white streaks in the morning light. Clang! Sharkskin clashed with the short blade again. Watermelon Mountain Blowfish demon was about to speak when he suddenly saw blue chakra appear in Shenron's hand. That's lightning nature chakra. ZZZZT. Blue electric currents conducted along the blade. Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon was instantly paralyzed, his body and sword frozen stiff. Three fog ninjas saw their captain injured and hurriedly attacked Shenron with kunai, but their movements were too slow before the Sharingan. Shenron leapt to dodge, his body spinning like a dancer. His dance was graceful without attacks, yet concealed lethal intent. Splash! Blood splattered. Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon's right arm and sword-wielding hand were severed at the shoulder. Shenron took the opportunity to snatch the shark skin, create distance, and casually throw down the severed arm. The shark skin struggled in his hand, but he immediately launched a lightning release attack. The electrified shark skin shimmered with a cold light, and a sinister smile appeared on Shenron's lips as he fixed his gaze on the few who were preparing to flee. His footsteps suddenly quickened, catching up to them, and he swung his blade to strike. Although the greatsword had no edge, its attack power was formidable. The mist ninja hurriedly tried to block with a kunai, but was paralyzed the moment it touched the shark skin, instantly losing mobility. He was thrown heavily, blood splattering everywhere, and his life hung in the balance. Shenron coldly commented, "Not a bad trick, but you wasted the shark skin." He targeted the remaining two, repeating his move. Moments later, only the watermelon-shaped pufferfish demon with a severed arm remained on the sea surface. No longer arrogant, he fled desperately, glancing back at Shenron's figure, only to find the other had vanished. Suddenly, a sinister smiling face and the swift shark skin pierced his view. Bang! He was struck like a skipping stone, flying dozens of meters, his chest torn open with a gruesome, bloody wound. At this moment, the watermelon pufferfish demon had no chakra left and was at best an ordinary strongman. Shenron approached, retracted the electric current, and said coldly, "You've killed many. Dying by my hand today is well deserved." He ordered the shark skin, "Eat him." The shark skin struggled but suddenly became obedient, even tapping Shenron's arm with the hilt to help him recover chakra. Shenron sneered, "You're much more clever than your master." The last light in the watermelon pufferfish demon's eyes extinguished as he desperately begged, "I'll tell you all the secrets of Shimura Danzo, spare me." "No need." Shenron replied coldly. "That old dog will die by my hand sooner or later. I only care about one thing, whether I can get back in time for breakfast." Before he finished speaking, the shark skin's blade swung down, severing the head. Killed watermelon pufferfish demon, gained entries, water release, hidden mist technique, chakra +2, constitution +1. Eat up, and replenish your chakra while you're at it. Watching the shark skin devour its former master, Shenron sighed, "A beast is a beast. Betrayal of the master can happen anytime." The shark skin felt the residual current in its tail. If it could speak, it would surely respond coldly. It was clearly a blatant threat, yet he pretended to be completely serious. This guy was definitely not a good person. Shenron watched as the shark meat was nearly finished. After absorbing the mist concealment technique system entry, he casually opened the panel to check. Name, Uchiha Shenron. Age, 10. Physique, 231. Mental strength, 117. Chakra, 220. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uzumaki clan physique. Ninjutsu, water release, mist concealment technique, water release, exploding water wave. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning, water, earth. Shenron nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't gained a special bloodline limit, he possessed all 5 major elemental chakra natures and had also acquired a stamina artifact that could absorb chakra. It seemed these mist shinobi weren't here to assassinate but rather to deliberately send equipment like fortune bringers. He packed away the shark meat, pulled out the map to confirm the direction, and started moving at full speed. He hadn't eaten breakfast, so at least he needed to make it in time for lunch, right? Evening, Konoha Seaside Outpost, outside Kushina's room. "Kushina, have something to eat. You haven't eaten since you came back this morning," Minato and Jiraiya urged her, holding food. Jiraiya sighed, "Get your strength up. In a few days, we'll launch a counterattack on the Mist Village. Then we can avenge Shenron." Still no sound came from inside. The two exchanged helpless sighs. At that moment, a figure walked by, took a couple of bites of the food, and mumbled, "Thanks, I was just hungry." Minato was still angry, but then his eyes lit up with joy the next moment. "Shenron? You're okay? Shenron, you're back!" Jiraiya exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Urgent footsteps sounded inside the room, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a red figure dashed into Shenron's arms, sobbing. "Whoa whoa! I thought I'd never see you again. Why did you come back so late?" Kushina hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face, as if pouring out all her fear and grievances. After a long time, with Qianren softly comforting her, she gradually stopped crying but still clung to him like a koala, unwilling to let go. Alright, so many people are watching, Qianren gently patted her back. I'm starving, how about you? The Uzumaki clan's hardest weakness was hunger. Hungry, yes, Kushina finally released him, still hiccuping, but her eyes locked on Qianren, afraid this was all a dream. Then the four of them went to the outpost's cooked food supply area. This place was specially set up to provide cooked meals for shinobi. As soon as the food was served, Qianren began to eat ravenously. After a day of hunger, he felt like he could eat a whole cow. Kushina confirmed it wasn't a dream. Qianren was really okay and then joined everyone else in eating. Swayman and the others had almost finished eating when they hurriedly asked, Qianren, how did you escape? And you even took the knife from the West Watermelon Mountain puffer fish ghost? Qianren threw the shark skin onto the ground and explained, this knife isn't ordinary. It's called shark skin. It seems alive, has self-awareness, and can even consume chakra. The shark skin wriggled like a caterpillar, trying to escape. Not fully yet, what do you think this knife would taste like if grilled? Qianren asked. The shark skin immediately feigned death, letting Swayman play with it. Qianren casually said, I activated the Sharingan and used Genjutsu to confuse the opponent, then killed him. Swayman exclaimed, you killed a Jonin? And isn't the Sharingan supposed to evolve gradually? How do you suddenly have the three Tomo stage? Qianren smiled, everyone has secrets. He looked at Jiraiya and changed the subject. When I returned to base, the Yambu confirmed several times that I was dead. Does news travel so fast in the village? Jiraiya was silent after hearing this. He knew Qianren was questioning Danzo's betrayal. After a long sigh, he said, I will investigate. Orochimaru said that mission was ordered by the higher-ups. Everyone is glad you came back. Tell us what happened next. Qianren nodded and started telling the past events while eating. He knew it was unrealistic to rely on the young Jiraiya to overthrow Danzo. Only an outsider like himself could eliminate this cancer. Kushina sat obediently, secretly pinching her arm to confirm she wasn't dreaming. She recalled the last time she cried the hardest was when she first arrived in Konoha and met Granny Nito. She knew she was the village's future weapon, a despised Jinchuriki. But looking at Qianren, an unprecedented desire rose in her heart. Though he spoke lightly, the scars on his face, the torn clothes, and his near-death experience stabbed at her heart. If she was already a Jinchuriki, could she protect him? Kushina murmured, Granny Nito, is this what love is? If so, I'm willing to become the Jinchuriki you spoke of. As long as I can protect Qianren, protect everyone. She slammed the table hard, eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Jiraiya-sensei. When are we going to retake Kirigakure? I must avenge Senju. Jiraiya laughed and said, you finally have your spirit back. Don't rush, Orochimaru has already taken people to avenge. Wait 2 more days, once the reinforcements arrive, we'll reclaim Watch Island and then strike straight into Kirigakure. The next afternoon, reinforcements arrived at the base one after another. Senju took the opportunity to accompany Kushina for a walk by the sea to relax their weary bodies and minds. As they walked, Senju noticed a ninja in a green tight suit doing push-ups on the sand while carrying a huge stone on his back, gritting his teeth. 930. 931. 932. Most people around were resting in the shade, only he was still training hard, sweat soaking through his entire body. Might Due? Senju called out. This was the father of the future 4th Raikage, a legendary taijutsu master in the ninja world. What a surprise to meet him here. Might Due stopped and glanced sideways at Senju. Seeing the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes, a flicker of caution appeared in his eyes. He immediately judged that this was another member of a big clan trying to encourage him, and he neither wanted nor could afford to offend him. Might Due patiently said, I don't know you. If you're going to say something encouraging like the others, just get it over with. The Uchiha reputation really hadn't changed. Senju shook his head, stepped forward, and said straightforwardly, I mean no offense. I just want to ask if you have time for a sparring match? Might Due shook his head and kept doing push-ups. He was used to this kind of mockery by now. I'm just a Jin and I can't beat you. Seeing this, Senju didn't insist and was about to leave. At that moment, 2 ninjas about the same age as Might Due walked over, stood beside him, and mocked. Competing with this eternal genin? Are you Uchihas really this boring? Exactly, with him as a teammate, we're all embarrassed. Might Due didn't respond, seemingly knowing them and used to their words. Kushina couldn't help but ask, how can you say that about your comrade? She understood the feeling of being looked down on all too well and was almost ready to fight. Comrade? We've been putting up with him for 10 years. He doesn't know a single ninjutsu. His first mission was as a genin, and now that the war has broken out, he is still a genin. Who can stand that? Kushina raised her fist, ready to strike, but Senju pressed her shoulder, his figure flashing, suddenly appearing in front of the two. Bang bang. He showed no mercy, activated his Sharingan, and delivered two whip-like kicks, sending the two flying. People who don't know how to cherish their comrades are worse than useless. Senju coldly stared at the two and said, Might Dai's talent will be recognized by the village sooner or later, but you two are just mediocre fools wasting your time. If you have any problems, come to me, Uchiha Senju. The two who were knocked back saw Senju's crimson Sharingan and domineering words and knew they were no match. Under the crowd's pointing fingers and whispers, they slunk away dejectedly. Senju is right. People who don't know how to cherish their comrades are worse than useless, that's a classic line. When did Uchiha's brat get so refined? Don't call Senju a brat, his skills in cooking are top-notch. Senju, you're so handsome. Kushina held Senju's hand, her eyes sparkling, you're as gentle as I am. I hate it when others bully their friends the most. Senju waved to his fans. These were loyal followers, and when their idol had trouble, of course they rushed to help immediately. Everyone, disperse, it was just a misunderstanding. Senju looked down at Kushina's blissful face and scratched his head. Actually, I just wanted to look cool and try out the 8 gates technique. As the two were about to leave, Might Dai stood up and said, Uchiha Senju, thank you. Do you really want to spar with a genin like me? I don't see genin or jonin, nor Hokage. I only see comrades. Senju answered straightforwardly. This sentence made Might Dai burst into tears, his fist trembling. After all these years, I finally feel the taste of youth. I will definitely defeat you. So what if you have the Sharingan? Youth is invincible. Everyone. Senju scowled, thinking he might have been too impulsive, feeling really awkward. Let us fight somewhere private. Might Dai suggested passionately. Senju nodded in agreement. The two arrived at an open area. Before the fight even began, the crowd started cheering for Senju. No cheering will help you, youth is on my side. Might Dai threw off his weights and shouted. Boom boom. The weights hit the ground and exploded like firecrackers. The crowd stepped back in surprise. This battle looked extremely fierce, and the outcome was uncertain. Impressive. Senju gave a thumbs up, sincerely admiring him. Senju, I know regular Jutsu 1T beat you. I've trained this move for years, and today I'm using it publicly for the first time. Might Dai's whole body radiated green chakra. I call it the 8 gates. 8 gates activate. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. As soon as the 3rd gate opened, chakra surged like a violent storm. The wild wind raged, Maidogai's skin flushed red, muscles tensed, veins bulged, as if a war god had descended. The onlookers all stepped back. This power far exceeded their understanding. Isn't he just a genin? How is his chakra this strong? It's like a typhoon. Is this really Konoha's genin? He is even stronger than me, a chunin. Retreat quickly, don't get caught in the crossfire. A chunin hurriedly instructed everyone to fall back. Madogai gritted his teeth, adjusting to the strain on his body, roaring, Come on, Chojiro. Let youth burn. Dust rose from the sand as a green lightning bolt streaked forward, the punch wind fiercely striking at Chojiro's face. So fast. Chojiro used the extreme reflexes of his Sharingan to barely dodge. Madogai showed no mercy. The sand spun into a vortex, followed by a whirling whip kick. Bang! The speed of the fists and legs was too fast. Chojiro could only block with both arms and was struck hard, flying back. He stood up, spitting out blood-tinged saliva, eyes flashing with excitement, speed that even the Sharingan struggles to catch. Madogai, I recognize you as the strongest taijutsu user. With that, he discarded his sharkskin armor, drew his blade to fight, Sharingan fully activated. Let me see just how strong this hard-working genius really is. Figures darted across the sand, fist and blade clashed fiercely. The onlookers could no longer make out Maidogai's movements. They only saw Chojiro struggling to dodge and counterattack within the green storm thanks to his Sharingan. Hiss, I used to mock Madogai, now I can't even keep up with his moves. Others focused on the fight, 3 Tomo Sharingan, and it's still hard to avoid. His speed is incredible. If he fights with a blade, he is basically a slaughter machine against enemies. Madogai is too strong. Madogai. Madogai. 2 ninjas kicked flying broke out in cold sweat, unable to believe, is this really the trash we mocked for years? Chojiro had already taken several punches in a row, relying on the Uzumaki clan's constitution to endure. Another punch hit his chest, but he was ecstatic. Taking advantage of his opponent retracting his fist, he pursued with a furious slash. Mato guy. Did you hear that? Everyone is shouting your name. You're no longer a nobody. Mato guy nimbly avoided the blade's light, that's the call of youth. Youth forever. Can you stop talking about youth all the time? Xianren immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling extremely irritated. Sure enough, those with impure intentions cannot endure the hardship of body training. At this moment, Mike Guy's movements suddenly paused. Clearly the 8 gates technique was too taxing on his body. Now's the chance. Xianren seized the opportunity and smiled. I know a way to give you the Sharingan too. What way? Mike Guy looked at Xianren curiously. Genjutsu, Sharingan Genjutsu. This sentence lowered Mike Guy's guard, and he was instantly controlled by the Genjutsu. Xianren walked over, dispelled the Genjutsu, and used medical ninjutsu to treat his strained muscles. Looks like this move isn't without risks either. Thank you. After clearing his mind, Mike Guy was briefly frustrated by his failure, then shouted excitedly, damn it. I'm definitely going to figure out a way to win without looking into my opponent's eyes. Uchiha Xianren, even though you're younger than me, I hope you'll be my lifelong rival. Let us stay youthful forever together. His tone was full of hope and passion. The onlookers sighed that the battle ended like this. Just moments ago they envied the convenience of the Sharingan, but now Mike Guy's words left them speechless. Everyone doubted whether the youth he spoke of was something he just couldn't quit. Xianren's eyes were hollow, clearly a strong fighter, yet looking like a lowly ninja bear. Your son will go to find Hatake Kakashi, you should go find Hatake White Fang. He had ended the fight proactively because the other's muscle was strained. But now he just wanted to get out of this youth barrier as soon as possible. Mike Guy, admit defeat. Mike Guy hesitated, unsure why Xianren's attitude suddenly changed. Alright, I admit defeat. Defeated Mike Guy, choose to absorb the following entries: 8 gates technique, constitution +2, chakra +1. Xianren chose the 8 gates technique and immediately ran. Hey, you almost healed him, can't you heal him first before leaving? Healing wounds is also youth. Minato's about to have a baby. I have to go check if it's a son or a dad. Leave your minor injury to the medical team. Xianren grabbed Kushina and suddenly disappeared into the sand. Only the remaining ninjas and Mike Guy tried to get close. A warrior like this was worth befriending. 2 days later, in the morning, Xianren lay weakly on the beach, looking at the system prompt. Defeated Minato Namikaze, choose to absorb the following entries: Constitution +1, Constitution +1, Constitution +1. He looked up at Minato, who was eagerly practicing reaction training with Jiraiya, and sighed helplessly. Minato, oh Minato, can you even do it? Every reward is so disappointing. Why always Constitution +1? Can't you give me some reaction nerves? How am I supposed to teach you Flying Thunder God now? This reward is hardly worth it compared to fighting with the Uchiha clan members and conveniently copying some chakra. Now the chakra is only 117, over 100 behind the other attributes. The Mangekyo Sharingan is almost unusable. When will the reinforcements arrive? After the mission ends, or should I just stay away from Might Die for a while? Being around him every day makes me want to vomit whenever I hear the word youth. Just as he was lost in thought, a few clear bird calls came from the sky. Jiraiya waved and shouted, "Assemble! The reinforcements have arrived, meeting time." The three hurriedly tidied their gear and rushed to the base. Inside the tent, Senju immediately saw Orochimaru and over 60 reinforcements. Half of them looked exhausted, clearly having just arrived. The Anbu stepped forward to speak quietly with Orochimaru, after which Orochimaru said, "The night after tomorrow, we will launch a surprise attack on several islands of Kirigakure. Any suggestions?" Senju was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Orochimaru to ask for opinions. It was really unlike him. But most were genin and chunin with little combat experience, so naturally, no one spoke up. Seeing no response, Orochimaru said, "In that case, rest well. The chunin in charge will stay behind to receive the mission." Just as Senju was about to leave, Orochimaru called out, "Uchiha Senju, you stay. I have 2 things to discuss privately." When only a few people remained inside the tent, Orochimaru approached, his eyes carrying a complex expression. "The last mission was a secret order from Konoha's high command. They bypassed me, and I couldn't trace the source," he said hoarsely. Senju nodded and then shook his head. "It's in the past, not important." "Go ahead, 2 things?" Orochimaru showed a hint of admiration. "To be precise, 3 things. First, quite a few Uchiha ninjas are among the reinforcements and want to see you." Senju nodded. After a pause, Orochimaru continued, "Second, the village leaders want you to hand over the sword you carry." "Really? Orochimaru?" Senju questioned, wondering if this was an idea from Kagekage. War spoils belong to the individual, and if the village wanted it, they should fairly pay for it. But Orochimaru's tone made it sound like they wanted it for free. "I think that's unreasonable too." Orochimaru seemed to see through his thoughts. "I already helped you refuse, saying you urgently need the sword, so don't worry." After Senju silently agreed, Orochimaru continued with the third matter. "This time, in the battle against the Hidden Mist village, you might become their primary target. Intelligence shows that the Hidden Mist ninja fear the village's punishment and seem to have concealed your seizure of the shark skin. Shenrinjun, with your talent, you shouldn't fall in the chaos of battle. How about staying in the rear to provide remote ninjutsu support?" Shenrinjun's face showed displeasure. "What about the others? Aren't they also Konoha comrades? I will never hide in the back and let others take the risk for me." He thought, "How else can I level up my stats?" His words landed firmly, and several jonin inside the tent turned their heads, eyes filled with admiration. They had long heard that the Uchiha had a genius capable of single-handedly killing Hidden Mist jonin, but they didn't expect his character to be so resolute. "Good disciple, well said." Jiraiya walked over to Shenrinjun, patting his shoulder. "This is how my disciple should be." Shenrinjun rolled his eyes in disdain, pushed his arm away, and said to Orochimaru, "I'm fine, I'll go check on the clan first. Call me when the battle starts." With that, he left the tent directly. Outside, Shenrinjun saw the gathered Uchiha clan members in the distance. Only they, with their innate pride, clearly separated from the other ninjas. And their relatively high level of attractiveness. He approached and scanned the 12 people, most sitting on the ground resting. "Are you Uchiha Shenrinjun?" An older ninja stood up, snorted coldly, and scrutinized him. "Since you're here, you can leave. The great elder doesn't value powerful figures, just a 10-year-old brat." Shenrinjun shook his head, sometimes really thinking the Uchiha clan was dumb for still infighting at times like this. "Brat, I said get lost." Before he finished, an iron clamp-like hand clamped tightly on his throat. Fear made his eyes widen. "Let him go." A middle-aged ninja nearby tried to stop it, but the grip only tightened. He instinctively wanted to use genjutsu but met those cold, crimson eyes, 3 tomo slowly rotating. 3 tomo? Only 10 years old? Someone exclaimed. "There are 12 of us here, and only 3 have awakened the Sharingan. Shi-Xian, don't act now. It's wartime. The opponent's talent is too strong. Even if the clan leader agrees, you can't make a move," others advised. After a brief standoff, the ninja named Shi-Xian finally relented. "Sorry, our mistake. Let him go." Shenrinjun casually threw the man aside, using his strength to intimidate everyone, and said coldly, "There are too many eyes and ears here, follow me." In a secluded spot, Senrun turned his back to the crowd and said calmly, "I know most of you are from the clan leader's side. Let us just consider what happened earlier a misunderstanding." No one responded. He continued, "With a great enemy before us, you're still fighting among yourselves. I truly don't understand." He turned around, his gaze sharp as it swept over everyone. "Have you ever thought about why the Uchiha specialize in fire release, yet were sent to fight the Mist Ninja who excel in water release?" His words rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a lake. "Yeah, why us? That's obviously a disadvantage in elemental affinity. The Hidden Mist village is ruthless, and most of us are Chunin and Genin. How are we supposed to fight? The Hokage said our Sharingan can see through thick mist, and fire release can disperse dense fog." Sunrun retorted, "Then who among you has activated the Sharingan? The Leaf doesn't only have the Uchiha as fire release specialists. What about the Sarutobi clan? How many of them came?" The crowd fell silent. After 10 minutes, someone whispered, "Captain Shisen, what should we do?" Uchiha Shisen said nothing, only looking at the 10-year-old boy in the distance, sighing deeply. "We support Lord Fugaku, but right now, at least here, we'll listen to you." "How can we listen to a 10-year-old kid?" Slap. A slap cut off the doubt it was the same person Sinren had just grabbed by the throat. Shisen stepped forward and bowed to Sinren. "Sorry, I didn't manage the clan members well. Sunrun, you're the one the great elder trusts. Surely you have a plan?" Sunrun thought for a moment. If it weren't to assert authority, he wouldn't bother with these fools. He spoke, "You're not operating with others, right? It's multi-team combat? You're the captain, Shisen?" Shisen nodded. Sunrun continued, "Then follow behind our 7th squad. I'll use a stratagem within a stratagem." With that, Sunrun disappeared into the shadows of the camp without looking back. The remaining Uchiha clan members exchanged glances, their eyes finally all fixed on Chisen. Captain, are we really going to listen to a brat? He says the village is going to turn on us, but there's no proof. Chisen stared at Sunrun's retreating figure. After a complex silence, he unclenched his fist and said firmly, I will talk to him. If he truly has the clan's best interests at heart, then we'll listen. He wants to use us as cannon fodder. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, I will end him with my own hands. At dawn, a thin mist hung outside the camp tents. Jiraiya woke up Shinran and the others. The mission is moved up. Pack your gear and assemble immediately. By the time they arrived, the tents were already surrounded by fully armed ninjas, the atmosphere tense. Orochimaru's eyes were icy as he pointed at two bound ninjas. These two are traitors. He sneered, seemingly intending to torture them cruelly, then turned to the others. Traitors can be useful. Yesterday they leaked the attack time to the Mist Ninjas, so the mission starts early. A fanatic gleam lit Orochimaru's eyes. A surprise attack, no problem, right? The crowd shouted thunderously, kill the traitors. Attack Kirigakure. Begin the attack. Orochimaru waved excitedly, and hundreds of ninjas surged out like a tide. Jiraiya, what's our squad's mission? Shinran asked while running. Raid the outer affiliated islands, eliminate the Mist Ninja strongholds, and finally rendezvous with the main force on the Lookout Island, Jiraiya replied, then suddenly glanced back, is that Uchiha's team behind you? Shinran looked back to see Uchiha Chisen leading his squad closely behind. They finally made their choice. Let them come over, Shinran said to Chisen. What's your mission target? Uchiha Chisen bowed slightly to Jiraiya first and answered, Orochimaru ordered us to clear 6 islands south of the Lookout Island and support the main island battlefield. Shinran took out a waterproof map to compare both sides' areas. The missions are close, it's safer to act together. Quite a few of them have Sharingan, they have a clear advantage in fog conditions. Jiraiya hesitated, the front line will stretch, support will consume chakra. It's fine. Shinran took off his sharkskin armor. Capture living targets, the shark skin absorbs chakra and transfers it to those who need it. More people means quick decisive battles, don't let our clansmen die in vain. Jiraiya nodded and handed Shinran a sealing scroll. Agreed, but your sword is too conspicuous. Seal it first so the Mist Ninjas don't recognize it and retaliate. Shinran stopped the team and turned to the 11 clansmen. Come here, I'm redistributing the tasks. They didn't move until Uchiha Chisen spoke sternly, from now on, all actions are under Uchiha Shinran's command. Only then did the clan members slowly approach, though doubt still lingered in their eyes. Shinran didn't mind after all, he was only 10 years old, so it was normal that the clan didn't fully trust him. Everyone, focus on those who have activated their Sharingan. Split into 2 teams. Most of you are newcomers with little combat experience, you might not yet understand the advantages of terrain or attribute suppression. This mission requires us to quickly seize the island, preferably capturing live enemies. Shinran raised his sharkskin blade and said, this blade can help you restore chakra, and I also know medical ninjutsu. If you get injured, come to me immediately. If you have any questions, speak now. We leave at once. No one responded, their doubts remained. Most were only 12 to 14 years old and some had never even done a B rank mission. If there are no issues, we move out. The first island is still several hours away. Shinran didn't say more. Only by stepping onto the battlefield and seeing blood would they understand. Hours later, the wooden boat approached the shallow waters near the target island. Shinran stopped the clan members from moving rashly and sneaked onto the island to scout. After confirming there were only 3 enemies, he led everyone ashore. The intel was correct, there are only 3 enemies, Shinran instructed. This is a good training opportunity. The first squad of 5 will handle them. Capture live enemies if possible. If in danger, I and the others will provide immediate support. Time is tight, we have only 20 minutes. We move in 20 minutes. Seeing both Jiraiya and Chisen agree, the first squad 4 males and 1 female listened excitedly. Yes, Captain. Shiyu guarantees mission success. After speaking, the 5 quietly approached, with Shinran and the others following close behind, keeping a vigilant eye on safety. Shinran, looks like you've learned a lot from me, Jiraiya whispered with a smile. Protecting newcomers while letting them train. Thanks to your good teaching, Shinran replied, eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead. He had no time to entertain Jiraiya's boasting his Sharingan spun as he constantly monitored the safety of the 5. They were more than just clan members now. Shinran already knew the squad members' names and had assigned tasks. That is how it is with people once you know their names, it's like fate ties you together. Uchiha Chiyu's squad reached the island's highest point and activated their Sharingan to confirm enemy positions. One enemy was on a wooden watchtower, two others inside a house 100 meters away. Uchiha Chiyu quickly issued orders. I, Mitsuhiko, and Hizen will take the two in the house. Hidu and Tasaku, you handle the watchtower. If at a disadvantage, hold the enemies off. Once we're done, we'll provide immediate support. Remember, the Jonin are protecting us from the shadows, don't be afraid. Several nodded, and the battle erupted immediately. The three of Chiyu simultaneously formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Three enormous fireballs roared as they smashed toward the cabin, instantly engulfing it. Ninja battles emphasize surprise attacks and quickly defeating the opponent, and the Uchiha clan is no exception. But this time, the fireballs were ineffective. A loud roar came from inside the cabin, water release, water wall formation. Torrents of water surged from the burning cabin in all directions, instantly extinguishing the flames. Two mist ninjas leapt unharmed from the rooftop, holding kunai, watching them warily. That's a Jonin. One clansman exclaimed, the range of that water release is huge. Chiyu frowned and shook his head, they are very young, at most 12 or 13 years old. The high humidity here enhances the power of the water release and weakens our fire release. He didn't reveal that the fire release was weakened, only said grimly, don't let them use water release again, close combat. The three drew their blades to fight. Elsewhere, Hidaka and Hitomi faced their enemies 2 against 1, they gradually gained the upper hand. The opponents weren't strong, likely genin. From the shadows, Sanjin felt uneasy and said to Jiraiya and the others, Jiraiya, you bring them forward, help me keep an eye on Chiyu's 3. The rest, don't just focus on fighting, also learn from Minato and be extra vigilant. Both nodded, and Sanjin quickened his approach toward Hidaka and Hitomi. He noticed that Hidaka and Hitomi's attacks, although precise, lacked killing intent, like Ninja Academy students practicing techniques. In contrast, the Mist Ninja's attacks were deadly with every strike, fighting desperately, even exchanging injury for injury. Suddenly, one Mist Ninja's eyes went wild as he ignited an explosive tag, stuck it to the tip of his kunai, and charged madly at Hidaka and Hitomi. The two were startled by the sudden suicidal move, their reactions sluggish. The opponent seized the chance to launch a fierce assault, beating both until they were covered in wounds and collapsed to the ground. Let us die together. The Mist Ninja's kunai stabbed straight toward Uchiha Hitomi's eyes. At the critical moment, a flash of white light streaked by. The Mist Ninja only felt a cold chill on his wrist and sharp pain, his arm holding the kunai severed at the wrist. No kunai remained in his hand, only blood spouted out. The severed arm along with the explosive tag was kicked high into the air. Boom! The violent explosion sent a powerful shockwave, knocking Sanjin, who had rushed over, flying and falling to the ground. He quickly stood up and slapped the still screaming Mist Ninja with the back of his hand. Bones shattered, ending his suffering completely. Tosaki gasped for breath, grateful to be alive, her eyes still filled with lingering fear. She looked at the dead Mist Ninja, hesitated for a moment, then struggled to say, thank you so much, Sanjin. If you hadn't been there just now, I might have. It's nothing, be careful next time. Sanjin replied briefly, his gaze shifting to the distant battle as he ordered Sharkskin, eat this one first, then help those two ninjas heal. The smell of blood excited Sharkskin immensely. It opened its mouth wide, swallowed the corpse, then expelled pure chakra, quickly healing the two's wounds. More than 10 minutes later, the battle on the other side was also over. Uchiha Chihane approached carrying a barely breathing enemy, mission complete, another one was blown up by a detonating tag. Are you okay? Sanjin patted Sharkskin, signaling it to start dinner. We're fine, just drained a lot of chakra, Chihane said with an awkward smile. You said water release counters us, I didn't believe it until just now when we barely blocked a C-rank water release with a combined great fireball. Good. Sanjin called the others over and handed Sharkskin to them. This thing can help you recover chakra. Everyone's chakra quickly recovered. Uchiha Chisen asked in shock, isn't this the Mist Village's ninja sword Sharkskin? How did it end up in your hands? Snatched it. Sanjin answered calmly, leading the team back to the ship, coldly ordering, move out, next target, time is tight. Uchiha Chisen smiled wryly. From others' eyes, the aloof Uchiha never expected to be treated coldly by a kid at 30. The group returned to their respective ships and continued toward the next target. This time, when the Uchiha looked at Sanjin again, their eyes were filled only with admiration and conviction. Everything that just happened, from arranging for the newcomers to get familiar with the battle, to rescuing nearly dead teammates, to that phrase snatched it, proved his strength. That was the Mist Village's famous sword, not something just anyone could use. I think. Lord Sinjin is really reliable, Chihane said softly. Indeed. Uchiha Tosaki nodded. He just saved me. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead. When the clan leader told me to watch him, I really didn't understand why. Don't forget your position. Uchiha Chisen reminded them. You were raised by the clan leader and must remain loyal to him. He the Grand Elder's man, don't forget. But he saved us today and helped us solve so many problems. Without him, the squad's mission definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Tosaki firmly retorted. Uchiha Chisen spoke earnestly. I understand how you feel after all, he saved your lives today. But have you considered that Sinjin has almost no resources? Even if he has the strength, in the future he can only develop within the guard forces and can never compare to Fugaku in terms of status within the clan and the village. For your future, respecting him is enough, don't openly support him. His voice gradually lowered as he sighed, political struggles are far more brutal than you imagine. A few days later, Sinjin's forces successfully took control of 7 subsidiary islands and then advanced toward their final target, Watchtower Island. After this period of cooperation, Uchiha Chisen fully recognized Sinjin. He calculated in his mind that if Sinjin hadn't unified the command, these newcomers would have lost at least a third of their forces facing the ruthless Mist Shinobi. It seemed the future of the clan truly depended on this boy of only 10 years old in Fugaku. Just as he was lost in thought, Sinjin called back, everyone, we're already a day behind schedule. Speed up and support the main island. Understood. The others quickly responded, full of trust in Sinjin. 4 or 5 hours later, they finally saw Watchtower Island and the 3 giant serpents on it. The serpents circled in the air, bending down and whipping their tails to strike the Mist Shinobi on the ground, causing the small island to tremble constantly. It's Orochimaru's summoned beasts. The core battle has begun. Jiraiya immediately assessed, let us go, support them. He suddenly rode faster. However, after the earlier sprint, the Uchiha clan members were exhausted. Unlike Sinjin's 3-person squad, Kushina was from the Uzumaki clan with abundant chakra, and Minato was skilled at chakra control and still had reserves. Sinjin combined both advantages. Sinjin turned to the Uchiha and said, you all rest on the boat for half an hour first, then head ashore. The Uchiha reluctantly nodded. Their strength was depleted, and forcing themselves ashore to support wasn't wise. What weighed on them even more was that Sinjin seemed about to leave them temporarily. The boy who had always protected them was their most relied upon support, and they least wanted to lose him. Sinjin paid no attention to this and, along with Jiraiya and Minato, quickly landed on the island. As soon as they stepped onto the beach, Jiraiya began sensing. The chakra feedback made him frown. This small island is only a few square kilometers, but there are more than a dozen battle points, with an estimated 40 or so Mist Shinobi. Thick fog covered the island, limiting visibility to only a few dozen meters. The group frowned, pondering how to support, when Minato suddenly raised his hand, pointing into the dense mist, his voice grave, look over there. A figure swiftly leapt onto the giant python's head, drew a slender blade, and fiercely stabbed at one of its eyes. Taking advantage of the python's agonizing struggle, he threw a second knife, hitting the other eye. After confirming the hits, the black shadow sheathed the blade and jumped into the dense fog, leaving the python thrashing wildly in pain. The snake had no vocal organs, but the 4 watching its bloodied, desperate struggle seemed to hear its inner roar of rage. After a few minutes, another figure also jumped onto the python's head. It's Orochimaru, go support him. Jiraiya recognized the long-haired black shadow under the moonlight and immediately gave the order. The group rushed toward Orochimaru, who was gripping a katana, his body trembling slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he plunged the blade down. The python opened its mouth and collapsed with a loud crash. The 4 from Sinjin arrived at Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru drew his blade, pointing it at them, eyes filled with resentment. Say the password. After confirming their identities, he regained his composure and hurriedly reported, there are more enemies than expected. There are at least 20 more Mist Shinobi on Lookout Island. Your arrival is just in time to relieve the pressure. While speaking, he used a space scroll to seal the python's corpse, whispering, this snake has accompanied me through countless S-rank missions. Never thought it would die on this miserable island. Kushina looked at Orochimaru and murmured, I didn't expect him to be saddened by a summoned beast. Sinjin interrupted, forget that for now, we have many people fighting. The ninja who just killed the python is Kurosame Kushimaru. Watch out, he might launch a sneak attack. Orochimaru pulled himself together and ordered, you guys support the Hyuga squad on the far left. They've been fighting for a long time and urgently need help. The 4 quickly found the 2 surviving ninja. The Jonin, gasping for breath, reported, the 4 of us are down to 2. The enemy excels at ambushes in the mist. Even though Yuzan had the Byakugan, he was still killed. I must avenge him. As he spoke, he collapsed in pain. Captain, your leg injury is severe. You need treatment or you'll be disabled. His teammate hurriedly urged. Jiraiya smiled and patted both on the shoulder. You two go back and wait for good news. I am Jiraiya, disciple of the Hokage. After the two nodded, they described the appearance of each other as four members before starting to retreat. Let us go. Jiraiya summarized the situation and immediately gave the order. They just finished fighting, so it's perfect timing for us to strike. After several dozen minutes, the four arrived at the previous battle site. On the way, Senrin in the forest activated his Sharingan and said, they seem to be coming this way, a team of four, probably enemies. Jiraiya lifted his finger off the ground and nodded, indeed, 4 people. Looks like the earlier fight didn't affect them. Troublesome. Minato added, they came straight to our position after just finishing a fight, they must be strong. According to intel, someone is good at ambush attacks. Then how about we reverse that? Both of you are also good at ambushes. Kushina looked at Senrin and Minato, suggesting. Senrin thought for a moment and said, Minato and I each keep an eye on one. Jiraiya, you take on the lead Jonin, Kushina provides support. Before he finished, a mist ninja shouted, Konoha squad ahead, take them down. Water release, hidden mist technique. A dense fog suddenly surged. What is going on? Sensory ninjas shouldn't detect this far out. Jiraiya looked at the approaching mist, signaling everyone to gather and asked. Not sure, some kind of Kekkai Genkai similar to Byakugan? Senrin quickly responded, fully activating his Sharingan, I'll report their position. He tried to observe with the Sharingan but found the mist filled with chakra, like a huge chakra sphere encircling them. No good, this expert has wrapped chakra in the water release far beyond normal. I can't see his position clearly anymore. Previously, the Sharingan was unbeatable, but now it was ineffective. The group was a bit unsettled. Then let us blow it away. Kushina didn't hesitate and formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce wind blew, dispersing the thick fog, revealing 4 mist ninjas with weapons right in front of them. Both sides immediately engaged in fierce combat. Senrin faced an experienced Chunin. Though Senrin's swordsmanship was superb, he temporarily couldn't suppress his opponent. Seeing no quick victory, Senrin jumped back and quickly formed hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. He intended to blast the enemy away with the water dragon bullet, but seeing Senrin's skillful hand seals, the opponent also quickly formed seals and sprayed a surging torrent. Water release, water wall formation. The 2 water releases collided, turning the surroundings into a vast ocean. Senrin injected more chakra. The water dragon bullet had a slight advantage, but the power wasn't enough to injure the enemy. The opponent sidestepped to a treetop and stared at Senrin, saying, didn't he expect a Konoha brat to simplify hand seals? Senjin's footsteps swiftly skimmed across the water surface, his Sharingan quietly spinning as he coldly retorted, you still don't understand half of it. Sharingan Genjutsu activated. The moment he confirmed his opponent was distracted, Senjin quickened his pace, preparing to leap onto the treetop for a fatal strike. Suddenly, a burst of mist surged forward. He halted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He was positioned at the far right, yet the mist came from even further right, not from the 3 he was fighting. Could there be someone else? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp needle pierced through the mist, aiming straight for his forehead. Senjin flipped backward to dodge, but the air pressure from the needle still left a blood streak. HM? A voice of surprise echoed from within the mist, clearly shocked that the sneak attack had failed. The steel wire behind the needle tightened and retracted. Senjin was sweating profusely as he recognized the weapon Kasari Maru's sewing needle. Watch out! They have an upper ninja too, Kasari Maru, who just killed a giant python. Be wary of his sneak attacks. Senjin suppressed his shock and urgently warned his teammates. Copy that. Their response eased his mind somewhat. From the mist, Kasari Maru muttered after a moment's thought, Uchiha Senjin, you're still alive? Did you guys from Konoha kill that useless Fugu Oni? Where is his sword? Hand it over. Kasari Maru didn't yet know Senjin was the one who killed him, only that Konoha had reinforced. The outcome won't be pretty. Senjin said as he tossed kunai rigged with explosive tags toward the voice. After a violent explosion, the enemy vanished without a trace. Kusari Maru's voice came from all directions. Konoha's folks really are tough nuts, they won't admit defeat unless you pierce a few holes. Before he finished, the sewing needle attacked again. Senjin predicted its path with the Sharingan and dodged sideways. Just as he prepared to counterattack, another projectile whistled by, forcing him to stop his pursuit and cautiously scan the mist. After 2 failed sneak attacks, Kusari Maru's tone turned icy. Keep dragging him with the mist jutsu, he is hard to kill. Then take out his teammates first. Understood, Senior Maru. Prioritize killing that woman, she was surrounded in the center earlier. The sound of Kusari Maru running and laughing came through. Get used to starting with the weakest. Those words instantly darkened Senjin's gaze, his hand gripping the blade trembling slightly. He knew very well Kusari Maru's strength was terrifying. If he was determined to ambush Kushina and Minato, there was no doubt both would be dead within 10 minutes. Damn it! Senjin cursed inwardly. He finally understood why the 3-person squads always consisted of 1 woman and 2 men. Someone has to fight to the death to protect the weakest. He gritted his teeth, chakra raging wildly inside him like never before. Shenron roared, 8 gates formation, gate of life, open. Boom! A green storm erupted violently, instantly blowing away the water mist within a 5-meter radius. Excruciating pain tore through his body. He knew he could only hold on for 3 minutes. He had to finish this quickly. He stretched out both arms, striking with one palm towards where Kurosame Kuramaru was hiding. With this strike, he forcibly carved a vacuum path through the dense fog. Kurosame Kuramaru had just turned his head, his pupils suddenly dilated. How did Shenron suddenly appear right in front of him? Boom! Shenron exploded on the spot, moving so fast that Kurosame Kuramaru mistakenly thought he had surpassed the speed of sound. Die! Shenron's fist carried the force of destruction, fiercely smashing into Kurosame Kuramaru's face. Madness flashed through Kurosame Kuramaru's eyes as he stabbed a sewing needle straight into Shenron's heart, willing to fight to the death. However, Shenron's figure flickered, already below him, turning sideways to concentrate the power of the 8 gates formation into his right fist. Wait! For the first time, Kurosame Kuramaru felt fear, staring at Shenron's terrifying fist. Shenron ignored everything, eyes filled with murderous intent, fiercely swinging his massive fist. Boom! The punch landed. Kurosame Kuramaru was struck like thunder, turning into a shadow flying backward, tearing through the air and creating a shockwave. Giant trees snapped, wood chips raining down. Several dozen meters away, he collided with a huge rock and finally stopped. The roar Hen-T ceased. All the mist ninja were shaken, rushing to provide urgent backup. Jiraiya and others had dispersed the water mist and arrived, following Shenron's gaze. They saw Kurosame Kuramaru being supported by his subordinates, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his left hand tightly holding his already twisted, skeletal right arm. That was the price he paid, instinctively using both arms to block. If the fist had hit his abdomen, he would have been dead long ago. Kurosame Kuramaru stared coldly at Shenron, gasping out through clenched teeth, "Retreat!" 2 smoke bombs exploded, covering the surviving mist ninja as they fled in panic. First, let us check Shenron's condition. Jiraiya urged anxiously. Shenron! How are you? Why are you so red? Did you use fire release? Kushina asked nervously. At this moment, Senjin's skin was flushed red as if scorched by flames due to forcibly opening the 8 gates. Unlike Might Guy's tough physique, Senjin couldn't even open the 3rd gate without his body nearly giving out. His bones ached faintly as time passed. Senjin thought to himself, if it weren't for the Uzumaki clan's constitution, he probably would have collapsed by now. I'm fine. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand but grimacing in pain. Jiraiya was also somewhat troubled. This mission was to eliminate several mist ninja, but so far they had only managed to injure 1. Just then, Uchiha Shirsen and others arrived to reinforce. Senjin, Jiraiya-senpai, how are you both? Jiraiya looked at everyone and immediately ordered, Senjin and another mist ninja are injured. You all follow me to pursue the enemy. He then told Minato and Kushina, take Senjin back. He can't help right now and will need a long recovery. We have enough people to handle the others. Jiraiya instantly recognized Senjin had used a forbidden technique but said nothing more. Minato and Kushina nodded. After Senjin quickly reported the enemy situation, they each supported him as they headed back. On the way, Minato couldn't help but ask, you used a forbidden technique to forcibly boost your abilities, right? Something like that. It's already worth it to have fought a Jonin that hard, Senjin said, seeing Kushina's worried face and reassuring her, don't worry, it'll take it most a week to recover. Back on the safe ship, Minato was still puzzled. You're usually so calm. Why did you suddenly push yourself with a forbidden technique today? What really happened in the thick fog? Don't ask, Senjin sat down abruptly, changing the subject. By the way, Kurosame Sanmaru lost a hand. Can it be reattached? Minato steered the boat and said, judging by how badly it's severed, it might only be able to be transplanted. But transplants often get rejected unless it's from a close blood relative. He scratched his head and paused. Even if it's a close relative who would cut off their own hand to give to someone else. Hearing this, Sanjin recalled in the original story Kurosame Sanmaru was infamous for slaughtering comrades, including his own older brother. At the Konoha Rear Medical Unit. Thanks to medical ninjutsu and the Uzumaki clan's constitution, Sanjin recovered fully and was lively after 5 days. Through visits from Minato and Kushina, he also learned the latest battle situation. Konoha had taken the main island, but the Mist Ninja continued to harass relentlessly. They neither attacked head-on nor retreated, just like flies constantly bothering the Konoha ninja. That afternoon, Sanjin was guiding the Uchiha clan members at the training ground when Orochimaru quietly appeared behind him. He looked at the system rewards and received a spiritual power +1, since what he lacked most now was spiritual power. Just as he was about to continue his struggle with the other party, Orochimaru suddenly appeared. Seeing Orochimaru come looking for Senju, the other clan members wisely moved to another place to train. Surprising, I thought you'd need half a month to recover. A flicker of curiosity passed through Orochimaru's eyes, then he asked, have you been following the battlefield recently? Senju nodded. The Mist Ninja keep harassing, but Haven T launched any direct attacks. Not entirely. Orochimaru said slowly, I feel like they're searching for something. His gaze hinted darkly at Senju. Senju yawned, it's nothing more than looking for me, or this blade I hold. Smart. Orochimaru showed excitement on his face and handed Senju a scroll. Want to bet with me? Our mission is to stabilize the surrounding islands. Dragging this out is disadvantageous for us. After looking over the scroll, Senju's expression grew serious. This is a bet on my life. High risk means high reward. Orochimaru's voice was enticing. You've completed missions excellently multiple times. I always feel the village actually hopes you die on a mission. He paused, then slowly said, why do you think they treat you this way? Senju shrugged, maybe some people in the village don't like us Uchiha. So, take the mission or not? Take it. Senju was straightforward. But I have conditions. Let Kushina and Minato handle simple tasks. The Mist Ninja side is too complicated. Orochimaru was surprised this mission was a death trap, and he didn't want teammates? Going alone? Orochimaru asked. No. Senju thought for a moment. Jiraiya-sensei is also on another mission. I'm worried he'll report everything to the higher-ups on this escape mission. He won TB of help. Orochimaru laughed. Senju, you're really bold, even I can't match you. Senju ignored the praise and said, the Uchiha reinforcements haven't been reassigned yet, right? Let me borrow them. Orochimaru nodded, and Senju already had a plan in mind. A few days later at dawn, Kushina and Minato were sent to escort a daimyo's relatives on a tour, and Jiraiya was on patrol. Senju pretended not to be fully recovered and stayed in the medical department to rest. Watching his comrades leave, Senju took out the shark skin from the summoning scroll, slung his backpack, and silently slipped into the vast ocean alone. Sanjin took some time to arrive at the east side of Lookout Island, where the Mist Ninja were still lying in ambush. Just dozens of kilometers across was the border of the Hidden Mist Village. The war between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village had never crossed this boundary. The reasons were twofold. The enemy's terrain was treacherous and difficult to attack, and the land of water's resources were scarce. Capturing the area would be hard to defend. But today, Sanjin broke through this unspoken boundary, wielding the Hidden Mist Village's famous blade, Samahata. This was a blatant provocation, enough to enrage the Hidden Mist Village. He hadn't advanced far when a Mist Ninja patrol boat entered his sight. Confirming it held only a few lower-ranked ninja, Sanjin unleashed the hidden mist technique and glided across the water, diving beneath the surface. The weather at sea changes unpredictably. One moment the wind is calm, the next day Mist Ninja's words were cut short as his head rolled across the deck. Enemy! Another shouted, his Sharingan flashing in the mist. The Samahata's blade struck swiftly. Bang! The wooden boat exploded, blood staining the sea. Only one of the three remained alive. Please, don't kill me. The last man was terrified. Sanjin looked at the incapacitated enemy, swept away the two corpses with Samahata, and said leisurely, I, Uchiha Sanjin, do not kill small fry like you. Go back and tell Biwajuro that I have come to claim his execution sword. Did you hear that clearly? Sanjin pressed. Why yes, Lord Uchiha Sanjin, the man stammered. After confirming the effect, Sanjin's figure vanished into the thick fog. This intimidating show was repeated twice more. During the fourth attack, just after Sinjin had killed a squad of mist ninja, strong chakras surrounded him from all directions, eyes locking onto their target like torches. He quickly retreated to observe. Across the sea, Biwa Juro was pursuing with 5 jonin. One ninja fixated on the large sword in Sinjin's hand, anxious. Captain Juro, hurry and seize the sword back, or if the Mizukage finds out, it'll be a big problem. Biwa Juro's gaze flickered as he looked into the distance and slowly said, Uchiha Sinjin, I didn't expect you to really kill the watermelon puffer ghost of Westmelon Mountain. I underestimated you. Sinjin ignored him, quickly forming hand signs to prepare a water dragon bullet for cover and escape. Suddenly, a sewn needle flew from the side. Thanks to his Sharingan, Sinjin barely dodged it. Turning back, he saw 3 ninja had surrounded him, led by the relentless Kurosame Koromaru. Uchiha Sinjin. Kurosame's eyes were full of hatred. Today, I will pierce your head with 1,000 holes. Oh? Did you reattach your hand? Sinjin glanced at his strange right arm. Using your brother's hand? You're a scum worse than a beast. Enough talk, kill him. Teiko Juzo waved his hand and ordered, this guy is most likely a decoy, don't let him escape back to the Konoha defense zone. Seeing the plan exposed, Sinjin suddenly pulled out a kunai and stabbed fiercely at his own neck. Don't look. It's an illusion. The mist ninjas were stunned, and when they came to their senses, Sinjin was already fleeing north toward the volcanic island cluster. Bastard! So sneaky! Chase him! Teiko Juzo shouted angrily. That's a volcanic area, full of poisonous gas. He'll either be caught by us or killed by the poison. 9 jonin launched an extreme pursuit over the sea. Half an hour later, Sinjin looked at the smoking volcanic islands and took out a bandage to cover his mouth and nose. He's going into the volcano, should we keep chasing? A mist ninja asked Teiko Juzo. Teiko Juzo's eyes burned red. Chase. If the Mizukage summons Samahata with a summoning jutsu, no one will survive. Do you know what crime it is to lose a treasured sword? Hurry and call the other chunin, and bring gas masks. Ignoring the poison gas, everyone accelerated their pursuit. Passing through the chart area, Sinjin sneered, and upon confirming the pursuers were close, switched on a gas mask and continued forward. He still wanted to lead them into a trap. At a huge ravine only wide enough for 2 people to pass, Sinjin stopped. Why are you not running anymore? Just as he stopped, Kurosame Shiramaru's sewing needles swiftly attacked. Sinjin dodged sideways and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fool! Kurosame Shiramaru taunted. You think one fire jutsu can handle so many water release ninjas? A mist ninja formed hand seals and erected a huge water barrier, blocking the fireball. Water and fire clashed, thick fog spreading. Just as they prepared to ambush, dozens of synchronized shouts suddenly rang out from behind a mound. Fire release, great fireball technique. More than a dozen Uchiha ninjas jumped out, dozens of fireballs raining down like meteor showers on the mist ninjas. The explosive tags Sinjin threw silently approached in the fog. Then the explosive tags detonated in rapid succession, roaring thunderously. The small island was nearly overturned, the ravine collapsed, and black craters dotted the ground. But the enemy only lost 2 jonin. They had used earth release in unison at the moment the explosive tags arrived to block most of the blast. Sinjin furrowed his brow tightly, regret flooding his heart. He had miscalculated. The enemy were all strong jonin. This ambush was nowhere near enough. Retreat! He decisively formed hand seals and condensed nearly half of his chakra into his mouth. Water release, explosive water surge. In an instant, a giant wave surged like a tsunami toward the low-lying mist ninja. Taking advantage of their momentary evasive gap, he shouted to his clan behind him, retreat. The poison gas will spread quickly, we can't hold out much longer. Communication ninja, notify Orochimaru. The communication ninja, carrying his equipment, hurriedly responded, I've already contacted them, they'll be here soon. Before he could finish, a cold glinting sewing needle shot into his abdomen, blood spurting out. Kurosame Tsumaru yanked sharply, the wire slicing through his side along with internal organs. Ah! With his comrade's tragic death, the Uchiha clan member's eyes instantly filled with blood red. Move! Sinjin roared. With the vast difference in strength and the futility of their strategy against reality, if they didn't retreat now, it would be total annihilation. Uchiha Shirsen gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes fixed on his fallen comrade, suppressing his grief as he followed the group. Sanjin! He approached, voice trembling, why are all these mist ninjas so strong? We need to figure something out, or the entire army will be wiped out. He lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing the already shattered morale of his clan. The earlier bloody scene had drained the young clan members' faces of color. How much longer until Orochimaru's support arrives? Sanjin asked urgently while observing the rugged terrain. Filled with regret, he thought that if he had known the enemy was this strong, he would have acted alone. Now, bringing the clan here was like leading wolves into their den. At the earliest, 20 minutes. Shursen replied, releasing several great fireballs to barely hold off the pursuit. But I'm more worried about Mist Village's reinforcements. This island is too close to their territory. Sanjin fell silent and thought, biting his teeth with resolve, I'll hold them off. You take everyone and escape first. No, I'm the bait. Sanjin rejected firmly. He turned back and ordered the clan, everyone, head to the volcano crater. The poison gas is denser there, they don't have protective gear, it'll work to our advantage. The clan, as if clutching at a life-saving straw, nodded one after another and ran with all their might toward the volcano crater. Watching his clan leave, Sanjin shook off the shark skin and dashed into the dense forest on the other side. He was prepared. This time, he would take full responsibility. The Mist Ninja's target was him. As long as he could draw the enemy away, the clan might still have a slim chance of survival. However, he ultimately underestimated the enemy's cruelty and cunning. Karaza Sakushimara was about to give chase when Biwatakuzo blocked him, a mocking smile on his face. Don't rush. Those guys are wearing Uchiha clan clothes. Kushimara, take two and clean up those small fry. Remember, torment them more and make a bigger scene. Karaza Sakushimara immediately understood, revealing a cruel smile. He waved and led two Mist Ninja chasing in the direction the Uchiha were fleeing. Shenron cursed in his heart, pausing. Just as he stopped, Biwatakuzo and 6 Mist Ninjas surrounded him from all sides. Is that all the tricks you've got? Trying to pull stunts in front of us, Mist Ninja? Biwatakuzo, shouldering his greatsword, ordered, the air here is toxic, finish it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword to strike Shenron. 8 gates formation, gate of life, open. Shenron roared, chakra boiling inside him. A green storm suddenly burst forth, blowing away the volcanic ash beneath his feet. The pain twisted his face. Using the sandstorm to block their sight, he grabbed Sharkskin and slashed fiercely at the nearest enemy. Clang! The deadly blow was blocked by a decapitating greatsword. So fast the Mist Ninja who was saved was still shaken. Seeing his teammate as support, he immediately snapped back to attention and, along with others, attacked Shenron from all directions. Shenron could only jump back to dodge. The enemies before him were hard to finish quickly, so he decided to sprint full speed toward Karaza Sakushimara's direction, at least to cover his clan's retreat. Biwatakuzo relentlessly pursued from behind, using forbidden techniques. 1T lasts long. 3 per team, taking turns. Kushimara will finish this soon. Shenron's heart sank. The 6 taciturn Jonin on the other side made killing or breaking through difficult. Could it be he really had to use that technique, the Gate of Injury? The first 3 gates had already made his whole body ache. If he used the Gate of Injury, he would be dead within minutes. Just as he hesitated, Karaza Sakushimara's figure appeared ahead. Seeing him swing out a sewing needle, Shenron unleashed his chakra without reservation. Kushimaru! Watch behind you! A comrade's warning snapped Kushimara back to awareness, only to see a wounded ferocious beast like a tiger pounce. He instinctively used the sewing needle to block. Bang! How could a slender sewing needle block Sharkskin? Kushimara flew backward like a broken kite, deep wounds carved into his abdomen by Sharkskin's reversed barbs. Captain Shenron! Shenron landed in front of everyone. Uchiha Chisen furrowed his brows tightly and asked anxiously, why are you back? He knew that this time, no one could escape. Captain, let's fight to the death. We've already killed so many Mist Ninja, we can't let it be for nothing. Uchiha Chiyu stepped forward, his eyes burning with rage. Just now, one member of his team was brutally killed by Kurosane Tsumaru. Right, we hold them off. They're all poisoned and turning red. Let's fight one more time, maybe we can take a prisoner. The clansman shouted, swearing to defend the honor of the Uchiha to the death. The small amount of chakra Shenron had stolen from Kurosane Tsumaru made him glance back at the injured clansman. In just a few minutes, 2 more had fallen. If they delayed any longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't hesitate, charge while they're injured. Even Uchiha Tamsaki shouted softly. But Shenron reached out to stop them, his voice weary, this time it's my mistake. I intended for you to ambush and finish them off. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. He stared at the enemies surrounding them on all sides and slowly said, I have a way to hold them off. You take the chance to escape. What he was going to use was the 4th gate of the 8 gates technique, the Gate of Injury. Shenron touched his skin, which had started to bleed, feeling the pain of his tendons about to snap, a wave of desolation in his heart. Opening the gate of injury would completely ruin his body. But seeing the expression in his peer's eyes from fear to determination, he decided to save as many as he could. In his mind flashed the radiant smile of Kushina like sunshine, the gentle gaze of Makoto as soft as water, and he knew there was no going back. He crossed his arms over his chest, trembling from the intense pain, barely able to speak, signaling with his eyes for everyone to escape quickly. Then he raised his head, looking through his arms with eyes burning with life, staring at the mist ninja ahead, and growled, 8 gates technique, gate of injury. Open. Boom. A chakra burst far more powerful than before erupted, sweeping across the battlefield like a volcanic eruption. Shenron's veins bulged, his blue tendons twisting and writhing as if infused with endless power. His fierce momentum was terrifying. Watch out. Last time he used this forbidden technique, he literally blasted off my arm. Kurosame Tsumaru screamed. Before he finished, the ground beneath Shenron's feet exploded. As the dust cleared, there was no sign of him. Everyone's hearts tightened, just about to look for the source of the movement, but only Kurosame Tsumaru's terrified eyes first caught the figure that flashed like teleportation. Gulp! He instinctively swallowed saliva. This speed, even faster than last time. Die! Only cold killing intent filled Sanjin's eyes as the shark skin blade in his hand sliced through the air, aiming straight at Kurosame Tsumaru's head. Put! The speed was so fast that even the sound of bones breaking was drowned out by the wind. Kurosame Tsumaru looked on in disbelief as his head shattered like a watermelon in an instant. The headless corpse fell to its knees, blood spurting out. Sanjin had no time to heed the system prompts, coldly watching Biwa Juzo and his group retreat in fear, sneering inwardly. That scene had left a deep shock in the minds of the Mist Shinobi. A 16-year-old jonin, Kurosame Tsumaru, was killed in one fatal strike without any chance to resist. Their strengths were comparable to Kurosame Tsumaru's, who would dare rush forward to their death. They all knew this forbidden technique couldn't last long, but who dared bet they wouldn't be next? The battlefield fell into an eerie stalemate. Sanjin bought time for his clan to escape while the Mist Shinobi waited for him to exhaust his strength. Crunch, crunch. In the silence, the sound of shark skin gnawing on the corpse was particularly eerie. Sanjin scanned the Mist Shinobi, occasionally glancing toward the direction his clan was fleeing, bitterly cursing in his heart. These guys still wouldn't give up. If that's the case, then kill mercilessly. Sanjin struck again, grabbing the now plump shark skin with both hands, leaping up fiercely, and slashing down with all his might at a distracted Mist Shinobi. By the time the Mist Shinobi sensed the danger, Sanjin was already within arm's reach. Boom! Another slash, leaving only an afterimage. The Mist Shinobi felt an agonizing pain as if torn by a beast's jaws, losing all consciousness the next moment. As awareness slowly faded, all he saw was his own corpse rotting like decayed flesh. Can still hold on, one more minute. Sanjin gasped for breath, silently counting down the last moments of his life. Create distance. Biwa Juzo finally snapped out of it, shouting orders. However, just as they put distance between themselves, over 50 Mist Shinobi reinforcements arrived from afar. Biwa Juzo's eyes flicked quickly, leaping into the reinforcements, grabbing a gas mask to put on, and pointed at Sanjin, ordering the Chunin, go. Pin him down. Though the reinforcements didn't know the reason, disobeying orders on the battlefield meant death, so they braced themselves and charged toward the monster emanating green steam. All jonin, prepare for an ambush. Biwa Juzo stared at the approaching Chunin, sinisterly giving the command. Sanjin looked at the crowd pressing in, his face showing a trace of despair. It seemed that today, he would either be killed by the backlash of the 8 gates technique or be worn down to death by this group of Chunin. At that moment, a breathless but firm voice rang out, Uchiha Sanjin. Secretly undertaking such a dangerous mission behind the teacher's back is not good. Far away on the sea, Jiraiya was rushing over, riding the waves. Behind him followed Orochimaru, countless Jonin and Chunin, and Kushina and Minato. The reinforcements from Konoha had finally arrived. Orochimaru, quickly take the medical team to save Sanjin. Don't let him die. He licked his lips excitedly. Everyone else, wipe out this whole group of mist ninjas. Hundreds of Konoha ninja roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Forget about that sword. Everyone, mobilize. Before they form a complete encirclement, break through quickly. An old ninja beside Biwa Juzo urgently advised. Biwa Juzo gritted his teeth and glanced at the severely wounded Sanjin behind him. Helpless, he shouted, break through. Charge to the front right. Sanjin saw the reinforcements arriving and finally relaxed inside. However, the side effects of the 8 gates technique swept over his body like an avalanche and tsunami. Aga! He tried to shout but no sound came out. His whole body felt like it was burning with fierce flames. The pain made him lose control instantly, collapsing stiffly backward. He wanted to lift his head and look at Kushina and Minato once more, but his eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His last consciousness lingered on the huge mouth of sharkskin, relentlessly gnawing on corpses. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a cool and gentle sensation covered half his body. Then, a refreshing energy full of vitality slowly flowed into his precarious body. Like a breeze on a summer day, soothing and invigorating. Sanjin forced his eyes open. He saw sharkskin pressing itself onto him, the spikes on the blade trembling slightly, continuously transferring the chakra and life force of the 2 jonin it had just devoured into him. As sharkskin's body gradually shrank, Sanjin's injuries visibly began to heal. This guy was actually saving me? Sanjin was utterly shocked. He had only fed it 2 jonin, yet it was saving him. But little did he know, he was probably the only one in the entire ninja world daring to feed a sword with 2 jonin. Sharkskin's healing ability was extremely powerful. Not long after, Sanjin's body had mostly recovered. He barely stood up and saw Kushina and the medical team weaving through the crowd to reach him. Sanjin, how are you? Both of them are medical ninjas. Are you okay? Kushina, ignoring the wounds on her own face from kunai cuts, looked at him with deep concern. Sanjin looked at sharkskin in his hand, now restored, and nodded with lingering fear. I'm fine. It still hurts, but it's not a big problem anymore. After being examined by 2 medical ninjas, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a severe muscle strain and cell necrosis, not fatal. Lord Orochimaru has instructed us to protect your safety. Seeing that the frontline battle was still fierce, they simply carried Senju to the rear and began treating him with medical ninjutsu. Senju looked around and noticed that the mist ninjas were underprepared, almost surrounded by the leaf ninjas. The battle had only been going on for a few dozen minutes, and many mist ninjas had already fallen. The scales of victory clearly tipped towards the leaf. Senju said to Kushina, Kushina, can you lend me some chakra? Kushina nodded. Senju continued, remember when we said before coming here that we wanted to make Shimura Saburo famous? We're in the middle of a battle now, and I'm about to go support the front. Why bring him up? Kushina asked, gripping her kunai with suspicion. Senju didn't answer, only instructing her to release chakra and told Samahata to eat a little less and give him some chakra instead. Under the care of the medical ninjas and Samahata, Senju's injuries quickly healed. He stood up, confirmed that Kirigakure had fallen into defeat, formed hand seals, and split off a shadow clone. The shadow clone appeared in the form of Shimura Saburo, holding a kunai, and joined the fierce battle amidst the chaos. I'm Shimura Saburo, he shouted, targeting an injured mist ninja, taste my flamethrower technique. A huge ball of fire instantly engulfed the mist ninja. Brother, an angry mist ninja who looked like him shouted nearby, I'll fight you. Trash, how can you mist ninjas compare to me? Shimura Saburo drew his kunai and stabbed directly at his opponent. That mist ninja was already struggling against 2 leaf ninjas. Distracted and shaken by his brother's death, his moves became clumsy, and he was ambushed and killed by other ninjas. Shimura Saburo spat disdainfully, just as I thought, trash. At this moment, a jonin from Kirigakure glared fiercely at Shimura Saburo and threw 2 kunai in quick succession. Shimura Saburo quickly crouched, narrowly dodging the attacks, but his mouth remained sharp. You mist ninjas only know how to sneak attack. What good is that? After the war, you still dare to sneak attack Konoha? Or hire assassins? You're so poor you can't even afford mercenaries. His smile was arrogant. Since you're all going to die today, I'll tell you this Shimura Danzo is my uncle. He was the one who planned for you to assassinate Uchiha Senju. You bunch of fools, you've been tricked. His words carried clearly to Baiwa Tozo, who was fighting fiercely nearby. He suddenly turned, bloodshot eyes swelling with hatred, Shimura clan bastards. I'll collect some interest first. Tozu Biwa suddenly appeared behind Saburo Shimura, swinging his decapitating blade, slashing at him in a fury. But the expected head did not fall. Just as the blade was about to strike, Saburo Shimura vanished into a puff of white smoke. Finally, his mocking voice was heard, trash. Wielding a decapitating blade and you can't even see the shadow clone clearly? What kind of ninja are you? Go home and farm. Ah! Tozu Biwa completely lost control, wildly swinging his blade, and accidentally killed a comrade beside him. Watching his subordinates fall one after another, despair ignited in his eyes as he gave the final order, Jonin, break through. The rest use explosive tags for cover. We will kill the entire Shimura clan and take his head as an offering. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surviving Mist Ninja's eyes blazed with a death wish. They ignited their explosive tags and charged madly at the Konoha ninja. Earth style, Yomi Swamp. Jiraiya immediately cast a barrier to block them. Orochimaru, retreat first, use long-range attacks. He shouted urgently. Boom boom boom. Dense explosions echoed across the battlefield. Despite the Yomi Swamp barrier, many Konoha ninja were still wounded. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tsuzubiwa and several jonin fled with injuries. Medical squad, support. Jiraiya called out urgently, shielding his juniors nearby. When the battle ended, Konoha began clearing the battlefield. In this fight, Konoha had nearly annihilated the main force of the Mist Village at minimal cost. Though exhausted, everyone was filled with joy because the enemy had suffered heavy losses and would be unable to threaten Konoha for some time. Sanjin stepped forward to help and asked Orochimaru, "Aren't we going to continue the pursuit and annihilate them completely?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "No need. Their main force is badly damaged and won't attack again anytime soon." He patted Sanjin's shoulder. "Thanks to you this time. When I got your clan's call for help, I thought you wouldn't make it back." Jiraiya and his team arrived just in time. Sanjin said calmly, "Just lucky, that's all." "So, our war with the Mist Village is over now?" Orochimaru furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and said, "It's over, but not all wars are finished. Next stop, we'll have to fight elsewhere. Other countries' ninja aren't like those from the land of water, they're strong and not so easy to deal with." He looked at his comrades being placed in body bags inside. "We ate together just yesterday, now they're gone in the blink of an eye. Once dead, it's like everything disappears. Maybe, one day the war can really stop?" Senrin continued. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery. "Don't count on that elusive piece. It's better to think about how to live forever and never be killed. Aren't you the one who said I'm bold?" Senrin looked toward Jiraiya and the other two, calling him from afar, his gaze firm. "Then I'll take a gamble. One day, I will unify this world into one country. Then, there will be no more senseless wars. The Hokage couldn't even accomplish that." "It's good for young people to have dreams, but don't be too unrealistic," Orochimaru said casually, taking the list of fallen from the umbu and checking the losses. "But didn't you think I couldn't do it back then?" Senrin laughed heartily. "Wanna bet?" Orochimaru stopped writing, staring at the boy in front of him for a long time, then sighed and smiled. "You always have new tricks. If you really manage to unify the ninja world, I'd be happy. At least I wouldn't have to be a ninja anymore and could have time for research. I hope both our wishes come true." Senrin trusted Orochimaru's research deeply. "Just Orochimaru, please don't use me as a test subject." In the following days, Senrin escorted his clan back to the rear base and continued to patrol the newly occupied island with Team 7. They called it a patrol, but everyone knew well that Kirigakure had been severely weakened and wouldn't attack again anytime soon. The mission was easy, basically just going through the motions every day. That afternoon, just as they returned to the base, an Umbu ninja teleported over and handed Senrin a commission letter from the Hokage's office. Senrin just opened it when Kushina leaned over and exclaimed, "A Chunin commission letter?" His eyes gleamed with envy. "Senrin, you got promoted to Chunin just over half a year after graduating? Many ninjas spend their whole lives as genin." Senrin's rapid promotion was rare in Konoha's history. This was not only a status symbol but also allowed him to take on higher-level missions and access classified information. Minato looked a bit downcast. "Looks like you've left me behind again." They had fought side by side, but now the gap was widening. Senrin frowned slightly. Risking his life as bait nearly killed him, and the Chunin title was so hollow. "Couldn't they give some real money instead?" "Senrin, you're a Chunin now, you have to treat us to a meal." Kushina drooled, speaking with full confidence. "You guys should be sending me congratulatory gifts," Senrin teased, tickling her nose. "All you ever think about is eating." "Hey, I don't have anything to give you." "You don't need anything," Kushina said matter-of-factly. Minato watched the two of them playfully teasing each other, his smile blooming again. "Since everyone is hungry, I'll call Jiraiya-sensei over too." When it came to eating, these two looked like they hadn't eaten in days. "Alright, I'll cook dinner tonight," Senju reluctantly agreed. At night, the campfire was lit again on the beach. The three of them feasted around the grill, but Jiraiya sat alone, drinking quietly, looking deeply troubled. "Jiraiya-sensei, what's wrong?" Senju noticed his unusual behavior and walked over to ask. Jiraiya called Minato and Kushina over, remained silent for a long time, then downed his cup of sake in one gulp, his voice full of helplessness and fatigue. The village has assigned me a new mission. I might not be able to continue as your Jonin instructor. Seeing the three shocked faces, he continued, I'm about to form a squad with Orochimaru and Tsunade to execute an S-rank mission in the rain-hidden village. The border conflict has escalated again. According to the latest intelligence, this could directly trigger the Second Great Ninja War. The Second Great Ninja War? The three were stunned. Even a localized conflict was so brutal, if it turned into a full-scale war, it would be pure hell. Seeing the kids uneasy, Jiraiya tried to reassure them, you don't need to worry too much. I've reported your achievements to the village, and the third Hokage has agreed to give you 2 months to rest. You 1T have to enter the battlefield immediately. He paused, then gave a grave reminder, so, during this time, you must train hard. All three understood the unspoken meaning fight to survive. Let us eat first. Kushina waved her little fists, breaking the heavy atmosphere. There is no harm in worrying when the war comes. Seeing her forced cheerfulness, everyone's mood lightened a bit. The next day at dawn, the three returned to Konoha with the main force. Jiraiya's mission was urgent, so he quietly left at midnight. When they saw the familiar village entrance again, a striking figure had already been waiting for a long time. Tsunade-ne-chan. Kushina cheered and rushed forward. You're back. Tsunade affectionately patted Kushina's head, then pushed her aside and quickly walked up to Senju, full of relief and gratitude. I've been waiting for you. Thank you. Senju was a bit confused. Tsunade's backpack was bulging, sweat beaded on her forehead, obviously having waited a long time. He was just escorting Kushina, there was no need for such formality, right? He replied calmly, no need to thank me. Bringing Kushina back safely is my duty. Tsunade smiled brightly at this, attracting the attention of the gate guards. No, I'm talking about Shigeki. She suddenly stepped forward and hugged Senju tightly, her voice trembling slightly. If you hadn't taught him those traps, he wouldn't have made it back from the battlefield alive. Thank you so much. He is my only younger brother. Only then did Senju remember that he had indeed taught Shigeru the ninja world trap mastery. But now, he was desperately resisting that strange facial cleanser feeling, his whole body flushing red, and he felt like collapsing. No, this 1T do. He was about to have a nosebleed. He tried to push her away, but his hands wouldn't budge. After a moment, Tsunade finally let go and took out a check from her pocket. I don't know how to thank you properly, here is 5 million ryo. It may not be as valuable as Shigeru's life, but please don't look down on it. Senju touched the warmth left on his face and thought to himself, no disdain, I can handle another round, but he said aloud, it's nothing, it's what I should do. Seeing him accept the check, Tsunade continued, Shigeru will be discharged from the hospital in a couple of days. You said you'd help take care of him last time, so I'm counting on you these days. Senju frowned, thinking about having to be a babysitter again, when he barely had enough time for training. You still want him to go back to the battlefield? Senju asked. What? You look down on the Senju clan? Tsunade snapped, teeth gritted, our Senju clan has no cowards. This woman really changes her face faster than flipping a book. Senju had no choice but to nod. Alright, I actually want to see if Shigeru has any special talents. Maybe he can learn wood release. Then, I'll have my 998 hands against the opponent S2. Smart of you. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction, I'm going to join Jiraiya and the others now. We were supposed to set off early this morning. Saying that, she turned and quickly left. Then let us all get some good rest these few days, Minato suggested. Senju nodded and returned alone to the clan's headquarters. After resting for a day, he first went to see Makoto, and was slightly disappointed to learn she hadn't returned yet, so he went to Uchiha Setsuna's small courtyard. Guard Uchiha Hikaru smiled and led him inside. Inside the courtyard, Uchiha Setsuna sat in a wheelchair, sipping tea while handling clan documents. Seeing Senju, he put down his work and showed a relieved smile. You're back? I heard you made great achievements on the battlefield, well done, you didn't disgrace the clan. Senju nodded, his gaze falling on the wheelchair. Elder, your legs. Old age makes them unreliable, Uchiha Setsuna said casually, patting the table. As long as you younger generation make me proud, this old man can rest easy. Tell me about your experiences on the battlefield. Shenron sat down and briefly recounted the fierce battle on Lookout Island. From encountering an ambush, to covering the rear and counterattacking, then luring the enemy into a trap, and finally annihilating the entire enemy force. Good. Truly a plan within a plan. Uchiha Setsuna applauded, you've got the courage I had back in the day, not afraid of dying at all. He took the shark skin blade handed to him by Shenron, his rough palm gently stroking the blade, as if reliving that perilous and thrilling battle. Elder Chief, you flatter me, Shenron replied modestly. Setsuna's tone shifted, a smile flickering in his eyes. Alright, get straight to the point. We both know why you came to see me so early, it's not for nothing. Shenron smiled and confessed, I heard that our Uchiha clan has two types of summoned beasts, ninja cats and crows. I want to learn the crow. You've got quite the ambition. Setsuna shook his head and returned the shark skin blade to him. Ninja cats are standard for guards, learning them is no big deal. But crows greatly enhance genjutsu and substitution techniques, and traditionally only the strongest in the clan qualify to learn them, even a prerequisite for succeeding as clan leader. His gaze sharpened, think carefully. Signing the contract means declaring war on Uchiha Sanyue and his son. At that moment, you become one of my branch. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by Sanyue's retribution after I'm gone? His words carried a warning and a hidden challenge. The battle for clan leadership was ruthless and merciless without thunderous methods, it was a dead end. Shenron pondered. His goal was to eliminate Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, while also wiping out the future weakling Uchiha Sanyue. If he could seize the clan leadership, it would be a double win. Setsuna lifted his teacup and said slowly, you don't have to agree right away. This path isn't an easy one. The hardest paths are what I fear least. Shenron looked up, eyes shining. Elder Chief, I want to learn now. Beside him, Uchiha Hikaru was surprised. Could he really not be afraid of dying? No. Uchiha Hikaru's face changed drastically, urgently opposing, Elder Chief, this is too dangerous. The clan leader will retaliate once he finds out. Shenron is only 11, how can he protect himself? Setsuna said nothing, quietly watching Shenron, waiting for him to prove himself through action. Shenron turned to Uchiha Hikaru calmly and said, then please fight me. If I win, does that prove I can protect myself? In the Uchiha clan, strength is supreme. Only by silencing all voices with your fists can you earn respect. Uchiha Hiko's face darkened as he coldly stared at the arrogant boy, Uchiha Sanjin. Half a year ago, you couldn't even land a single cheap hit on me. Don't think you're impressive just because you beat a few jonin from Kirigakure. Our Uchiha jonin are in a league of their own. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Sanjin already forming a hand seal with one hand. After the system upgrade, Sanjin wanted to see if he could truly battle a jonin, or rather, if this chunin could challenge a jonin. Looks like you won't understand your place unless I teach you a lesson. The two moved to the open courtyard. Uchiha Setsuna lightly said, begin, and their Sharingan eyes spun rapidly in unison. Boom! A powerful chakra burst from Uchiha Hiko. His Sharingan seemed to harbor countless genjutsu, directly targeting Sanjin. Sanjin, the difference between you and me is proven by these very eyes. Uchiha Hiko's 3 Tomo Sharingan spun as his overwhelming ocular power instantly activated. Sanjin's vision distorted. Uchiha Setsuna's voice came from behind, Sanjin, give it up. Try again in a couple of years, the gap between you is too great. Sanjin was puzzled why did Setsuna not intervene earlier but suddenly warn him now. No. This was genjutsu. He bit his tongue, the sharp pain instantly breaking the illusion. Seeing his genjutsu broken, Uchiha Hiko was first shocked, then decisively formed a hand seal, fire release, great fire annihilation. A towering sea of flames engulfed the entire courtyard, surging toward Sanjin. Sanjin didn't dare underestimate it. He drew his Samahata greatsword and swung fiercely, the raging fire being swallowed up entirely. Before he could pay attention to Samahata's resistance, he saw Uchiha Hiko erupt forward toward him, shouting, water release, hidden mist technique. Thick mist spread, filled with chakra, obscuring both sides' vision. Uchiha Hiko frowned deeply and urgently used fire release, great fireball technique to disperse the mist, but from afar came water release, water dragon bullet technique in response. Fire and water clashed with a thunderous boom, steam rose, making the mist even thicker. Interesting. Uchiha Hiko split off a shadow clone. Both the original and the clone simultaneously threw wire-wrapped shuriken, sweeping the entire area like radar. Suddenly, a wire snapped. The shadow clone immediately rushed to the breakpoint, only to see Sanjin preparing to retreat. He quickly threw a kunai. Clang! The kunai clashed with Samahata, sparks flying. Your greatsword is too slow. Uchiha Hiko gripped the kunai tightly with both hands, launching a series of fierce attacks like a storm against Shenron, striking dozens of times in succession. Shenron could only barely defend himself with the massive sharkskin greatsword, looking battered and overwhelmed. Your body can't handle this greatsword at all right now, you're slower than with the short blades. Uchiha Hiko simultaneously stabbed towards Shenron's face. Shenron barely blocked and sneered, "Senpai, haven't you noticed that every time the sharkskin blade grazes you, your body gets weaker and weaker?" "What?" Uchiha Hiko furrowed his brows. All his previous attacks were initiated by himself, and the sharkskin's edge only grazed him occasionally. That's not right. He remembered this sword could absorb chakra. So this is how it absorbs it. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and Uchiha Hiko prepared to use Genjutsu for a decisive battle. Too late. Seeing this, Shenron raised his sword and swung fiercely at his opponent's body. Bang! Uchiha Hiko was caught off guard and knocked back, but his flying body instantly turned into white smoke. It was a shadow clone. Taking advantage of Shenron's upward strike, which couldn't be blocked, Uchiha Hiko's real body stabbed through the smoke with a short blade, charging straight for Shenron's chest. Put! The short blade pierced. Uchiha Hiko saidly, "You lost, but don't worry, there are medical ninjas here. You won't die." Shenron grasped the short blade and smiled, "Is that so?" Before the words finished, Shenron instantly transformed into a furious lightning, completely paralyzing Uchiha Hiko. Lightning release clone. In the smoke, Shenron's real body slowly appeared, kunai pressed against the paralyzed Uchiha Hiko's throat. "Looks like I won." Uchiha Hiko barely raised his head, also smiling, "Not necessarily." Earth release, heart decapitation technique. The ground beneath trembled. Shenron quickly jumped up, throwing out a kunai. "Using the same technique on me twice won't work." Uchiha Hiko shouted, dodging the kunai attack, and swung the sharkskin downward. The blade didn't hit the body but instead transformed into a sticky mud that tightly wrapped around the sharkskin, immobilizing it. Shenron looked back at the Uchiha Hiko who had just been struck by lightning. He quickly formed hand seals and realized that the paralyzed one was the real body, and the other two were shadow clones. No wonder he could be Uchiha Setsuna's guard. His experience and tactics were extremely rich. Earth release, Great Mud River. The ground beneath became moist and rolled, making it difficult for Shenron to stand steadily. Uchiha Hiko took the chance to form hand seals, Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. An Earth Dragon roared as it surged from the swamp. Shenron panicked and hurriedly threw the sharkskin into the mud, pushing off with it to barely dodge the attack. Seeing the opponent's Sharingan spin incessantly, Shenron knew he couldn't fight up close. He quickly retreated and hid in the thick fog. Shenron escaped the attack, and Uchiha Hikaru felt very frustrated. He only had fire and earth chakra nature, no wind release. Thinking of this, he formed hand seals again, preparing to use a terrain-altering ninjutsu to force the enemy into a direct confrontation. Earth release, Earthquake. Just as he was about to execute it, Uchiha Setsuna called out to stop him. "This is my yard. You can't just mess around like this." He slowly approached in his wheelchair. "Let us call this match a draw." System prompt, draw with Uchiha Hikaru. Choose your reward, mental strength +2, constitution +1, earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Sunrun chose mental strength as the reward, then stepped out from the mist and used wind release, Great Breakthrough, to disperse the fog. The two walked up to Setsuna, and Uchiha Hikaru still felt frustrated. He was completely suppressed in this fight. Neither genjutsu nor sword techniques worked. "Now you understand why I oppose battles between the Uchiha and the Mist Shinobi, right?" Setsuna said calmly. "You're a top-tier clan member, yet you're suppressed so badly. Others don't even stand a chance. Luckily, Sunrun is holding the line." Uchiha Hikaru nodded, then worriedly said, "I'm not targeting him, but he is isolated right now. If the clan leader or the village interferes, you don't have to worry, I can protect myself," Sunrun replied with a smile, sensing the goodwill. The two shared the same goal, to revitalize the Uchiha clan, though their methods differed slightly. "Since you acknowledge his strength, let him learn the crow summoning technique. Just don't let the clan see it. When he uses it, he still has to go to the battlefield," Setsuna said firmly, looking at Sunrun. "If unreliable people find out, just kill them." Sunrun's heart jolted. He realized he was far from ruthless enough. The two agreed, and Uchiha Hikaru helplessly shook his head, then took a delicate scroll from inside and handed it to Sunrun. "Find a place where no one is around to learn it," he instructed. "I'll head off first. I'll be stronger once I master it," Sunrun said. Seeing no objection from Setsuna, he extracted the struggling shark skin and left the courtyard. Halfway there, Uchiha Hikaru chased after him. "What's wrong?" Sunrun asked. Uchiha Hikaru sighed, "I hope you visit the Great Elder more often during this time. His health. What's wrong with him? Remember the last time he stood off against the Hokage in the rain? He caught a severe cold for several weeks. Since then, his health has been poor, and recently he can no longer walk. He has always been proud and solitary, with no offspring." A few days ago, I heard clan members mention your deeds. That was the happiest he has been in months. So? Sunrun's mind went blank, feeling a heavy weight descend upon him. He suddenly remembered that last time it was Uchiha Setsuna who brought his clan to help him confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. In other words, Uchiha Setsuna's injuries were largely caused indirectly by him. A trace of guilt flashed across Shinran's face. He hadn't expected that seeing Uchiha Setsuna in a wheelchair just now was indirectly caused by himself. Yet the other party hadn't complained from beginning to end, but had instead continuously supported him. He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and solemnly said to Uchiha Hiko, "I'll come to accompany the Great Elder whenever I'm free during this period, and I'll also practice with you for a while. Is that okay?" Uchiha Hiko smiled and nodded, as if he had been waiting for these words all along. 1 week later, inside Konoha's Death Forest. After learning that Nawaki was discharged from the hospital, Shinran invited him to train together with Team 7. First, he wanted to quickly improve the team's strength in preparation for a great battle. Second, he wanted to personally confirm whether this grandson of the first Hokage had truly inherited the power of the Senju of the forest, and to uncover the reason behind the disappearance of the Senju clan. After fighting for several tens of minutes, Nawaki panted heavily and said, "Shinran, your strength is unbelievable." After being easily defeated, he collapsed onto the ground. "I thought the gap between Minato and me was huge, but I didn't expect you to be even stronger than him." "You're not bad either," Shinran commented. "At 13, your strength is already close to that of a Chunin. In another year, you'll basically be able to pass the Chunin exam." While observing, Shinran found that Nawaki's talent was about the same as Kushina's. His chakra volume far exceeded that of ordinary people, but his potential hadn't been fully developed. "Becoming a Chunin is good, but I want to beat Kushina even more." Nawaki was undeterred, full of fighting spirit, and charged forward again with a kunai in hand. If it had been someone else, they might have been depressed for a long time after being told by a genius that their strength was inadequate, but Nawaki was naturally optimistic. After another 10 minutes of fighting, Nawaki collapsed from exhaustion and reluctantly admitted defeat. Defeated Nawaki, choose to absorb entries: innate optimistic constitution, constitution +2, chakra +2. Shinran looked at the system panel, speechless. Innate optimistic constitution? What kind of nonsense entry is this? Tsunade at least inherited the Senju clan's monstrous strength, but he only inherited this? It was useless. "Nawaki, don't you have a Kekii Genkai like would release?" Shinran helped him up and asked, "You're the first Hokage's grandson, how come you don't have wood release?" Nawaki used Shinran's arm to stand up, brushed the mud off his body, and said casually, "In history, only my grandfather and second uncle inherited wood release. Unfortunately, after my grandfather died, my second uncle also sacrificed himself, so no one knows wood release anymore." As he spoke, a smile still lingered on his face. "Ninja lifespans aren't long. Every minute and every second must be used to get stronger." Truly optimistic. Shinran nodded and continued to ask, "What about your big family then? Why is it just you and Tsunade left now?" Shibuki took a sip of water, thought for a moment, and then said, "I remember, Grandpa originally wanted the Senju clan to merge with the villagers. But second Hokage Tobarama disagreed. He believed the village was for the continuation of his own clan and shouldn't be mixed up. Our clan was once the strongest in the ninja world, but also had the most enemies. After Grandpa passed away, hostile clans came to assassinate us, and many clan members died. Back then, wars were frequent and medical care was poor, so the clan gradually declined. Later, even second Hokage Tobarama had no choice but to agree to merge the clan records into the village, and everyone could no longer carry the Senju surname. It's as complicated as that." Shibuki smiled and said, "Actually, all Senju clan members are in the village. We're all comrades, no need to be so strict about it. You say that easily, but the descendants of Hashirama no longer have wood release. How can they protect Konoha?" Kairin shook his head. After thinking it over, he felt he couldn't learn would release from Shibuki and might have to turn to White Setsu instead. With that in mind, he casually took a +2 chakra boost, then opened his panel to check. Name, Uchiha Kairin. Age, 11. Physique, 275. Mental strength, 163. Chakra, 292. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uzumaki clan physique. Ninjutsu, Crow clone can use genjutsu and summoning techniques to evade attacks and counterattack. Chakra nature, fire, wind, lightning, water, earth. Kairin closed the panel, feeling fairly satisfied. After training hard recently, except for slow mental strength growth, everything else was approaching 300. Kyron Koan has always been strong, you know that, Kushina said, taking the water cup from Shibuki's hand. Challenging him is too much. It's better to challenge Minato. Shibuki muttered quietly, I just want to beat you, so I won't get beaten up by you. Dare talk back? Kushina clenched her fists. All right, stop arguing, Minato quickly intervened. We still have a month and a half before the front line. Use that time to train hard. The two stopped their quarrel, and Minato stepped forward to spar with Kyron. Time flew by. Half a month passed. Konoha entered winter, and the weather was cold. One evening, after training, Kyron was heading home as night was just falling. As he turned the corner, two figures blocked his path. Kyron frowned and tried to avoid them, but one said, Uchiha Kyron, right? We're subordinates of Danzo-sama, here to take your Samahata sword. What do you mean? Senju took a step back, gripping the short blade tightly in his right hand, while his left reached for the sealed scroll on his back. This knife is a war trophy I seized from the battlefield. According to the village's rules, it belongs to me personally. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. A root ninja tossed over a scroll. This is a mission scroll personally issued by the Hokage. We need to study shark skin. If we can locate its species and form a summoning contract, the village's strength will greatly increase. Senju threw the scroll on the ground, used his knife to flip it open, glanced over the contents, and cursed angrily, 1 million ryo to buy my knife? Do you take me for a fool? Do you know how much this knife is worth on the black market? These are times of war. The village doesn't have that kind of money. Can't you think about the village and make some concessions? Senju spat. When you say village, does that include us Uchiha? What do you mean? This is the village's mission. As a ninja, you must obey unconditionally. The other party was relentless. Senju's eyes flickered, and he smiled. You want this knife? Fine, but only for rent, not for sale. Rent is 10,000 ryo per day, 1 year at a time. If not returned after a year, you owe 50 million ryo as penalty. 10,000 a day, over 2 years that would be. Doesn't matter. Another rude ninja hurriedly interrupted, smiling at Senju. Lord Danzo will definitely agree. Now give us the knife. Do you think I'm stupid? Senju passed between the two without looking back. Have your master write a promissory note, prepare a year's rent, then come find me. The two exchanged glances and immediately agreed, fine. To them, this was just a delay tactic. Once the knife was in Danzo's hands, there was no chance of return. A small Uchiha like Senju wouldn't dare oppose the entire root division. In the distance, Senju's face bore an evil smile. He had long discovered that shark skin had an unbreakable summoning link with Kirigakure. The Mizukage could summon it any time. He had sealed shark skin precisely to prevent this. Now a clever situation had formed. Danzo wanted Senju's knife, Senju wanted Danzo's 50 million. In short, two millennium-old foxes were eyeing each other as capital. The next day, just as the sun rose, two rude ninjas knocked on Senju's door. Uchiha Senju, everything you requested is written in the promissory note. The 1-year rent is here. Sign it, and the money is yours. Senju opened the scroll. The note was neatly written, bearing Danzo's personal signature and the root seal. No problem. Then sign quickly and give us the knife? The other party handed over a pen. Senju took the pen, twirling it between his fingers, but delayed signing. The 50 million penalty. I need a witness so you can't renege later. Both of them furrowed their brows, a wave of unease rising in their hearts. Half an hour later, in front of the gate of the Hyuga clan's base. In the presence of representatives from several major families, Senju finally signed his name. Not only did he invite the Hyuga clan, but he also used shadow clones to call the Saratobi and Shimura main families, claiming he wanted it to be fair and just. He even paid out of his own pocket, giving each witness a hard work fee of 10,000 ryo. Alright, you two, look at the camera and smile. Facing the Konoha ANBU's almost murderous glare, Senju pulled them over and made a peace sign toward an old camera not far away. Click. The old man from the photo shop in the distance called out, Senju, the photo is done. Every word on the contract is crystal clear, rest assured. After the photo was taken, Senju sent off the photographer, but everyone felt something was off. The knife he took out earlier was fine, and the giant mouth it manifested could indeed devour chakra, but why did it feel like Senju knew the knife would be lost? Could someone have sneaked into the ANBU to steal it? But the next moment, they dismissed the thought. Not even a fly could get into the ANBU. Who would dare steal? Senju ignored them, took the photo, handed the money to the witnesses, and went straight home. He was just waiting for the other party to repay the principal. A few days later, Shimura Danzo was eating when suddenly a masked ninja rushed in hurriedly. Lord Danzo, bad news, Samahata is missing. Danzo slammed the bowls and dishes down hard. You useless lot, wasn't it supposed to be settled soon? Where's the knife? Could someone really have broken into the ANBU? The ninja Nelton reported, investigations show the knife seems to have been forcibly summoned back by Kirigakure using reverse summoning jutsu. Besides that, no one else could make Samahata vanish instantly. I see. Looks like Kirigakure still has some cards up their sleeve. Danzo calmly poked at his food. The ANBU ninja whispered, what about Uchiha Senju's IOU? An IOU means nothing. In a few days, he is going to the battlefield with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's hard for him to come back alive. Consider the knife incident never happened. The masked ninja reminded him, but he has major battle achievements and shouldn't he be sent to battle so soon? That was even suggested by Jiraiya. Plus, he has been away from the village for exactly a month, which means Senju planted this trap early on. Is the monkey still in the office? Danzo finished his last bite, yawning repeatedly as he headed for the door. I'll go talk to him. Yes, he is still there. After confirmation, Danzo thought this wasn't a big deal. With his status, whether you had battle achievements or were a descendant of the Senju clan, he could force you onto the battlefield. What was an Uchiha with some battle achievements? Entering the office building, Danzo saw Sarutobi Hiruzen busy handling paperwork and said, Monkey, send more people to the battlefield. Hasn't the Land of Wind started sending spies to the villages? Might as well catch them all in one net. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the documents in his hand, took a drag of his cigarette, feeling irritated. Danzo, of course I know they've sent spies. He looked at the list. These people are heroes on the battlefield. They just got back from leave and can't be withdrawn casually. If we hurt their morale, who will fight for the village in the future? Last time I said let the elders lead the team to command, and you disagreed. Shimura Danzo pulled up a chair and sat down, his tone gentle. When did I ever oppose that? As long as they're not old men on their deathbed. I'm here this time to ask you to send the Uchiha as well. Anyone for the village is worth sending. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Danzo to have that awareness. You really think that? Danzo hesitated, then nodded, naturally. With you saying that, I'm relieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen unfurled the scroll and wrote down dozens of names in a row. After finishing, he exhaled deeply and sat down, looking at Danzo. All these years, everyone has misjudged you, Danzo. Turns out you do have the will of fire. Danzo stood, took the documents, mumbling, enough nonsense. What could possibly make you this serious? But when his gaze swept over the scroll, his face instantly turned deathly pale, his smile frozen. Second Great Ninja War Preparatory Deployment List. Sand Country Battlefield Commander, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth Country Battlefield Commander, Sarutobi Sasuke. Lightning Country Battlefield Commander, Shimura Danzo. Departure date 3 days later. Danzo was shocked. Bang! He slammed the table, furious. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am an elder of Konoha. You want me to go to the front lines? To the most dangerous Kumogakure. The Second Great Ninja War was almost a fait accompli. In the last war, even Senju Tobarama had died, and Danzo's strength was only slightly above elite Jonin. Sending him to the deadliest Kumogakure was a death sentence. Ah? Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused. Didn't you just say you were willing to personally go to the front lines for the village? I just wanted that Uchiha Senju kid to. Danzo swallowed his words. Outside, ANBU Ninja were recording. If this leaked, Danzo's status as an elder would be gone. Seeing Danzo's pale face and evasive eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly understood, this guy had no will of fire at all. Danzo, you're really becoming outrageous. Where has your ninja-s resolve gone all these years? Moreover, the Hidden Cloud Village might not even join the battle. They suffered heavy losses last time. They only asked you to be on alert. Sarutobi Hiruzen painfully and angrily questioned, how did you become like this? Shin Uchiha's face flushed red and white, a fiery anger burning in his eyes. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen was morally coercing him, using the so-called will of fire to pressure him. He wanted to explode on the spot, shouting, to hell with the will of fire. Uchiha Senju betrayed me and now wants me to go die for it? But reason told him that once he said these words, the reputation he had built over the years would be destroyed, and he would lose his position as elder. His chest heaved violently, every breath agonizing. He forced himself to calm down, hiding his emotions behind a mask of indifference. He lifted his chin slightly, masking his inner turmoil with a calm, even arrogant tone, on alert. Fine. In 3 days, I'll personally go see what the hidden cloud village is really capable of. 3 mornings later, all the Konoha ninja gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered all ninja to head to the Fire Country border to resist the enemy forces. Only then did Senju realize that with the threat from the Hidden Mist village lifted, Konoha had pulled a large number of troops to deal with the Hidden Rock and Hidden Sand villages. Konoha's reinforcements angered the other 2 great ninja villages, escalating tensions among the 3 parties. The Second Great Ninja War broke out fully 6 months earlier than expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on a high platform, delivering the final war mobilization speech. Senju felt sleepy. The shortened holiday left him already disgruntled, and now he had to listen again to the old rhetoric of the will of fire and sacrificing for the village. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out loudly, "In this battle, I, as Hokage, will personally go to the front lines and fight with blood and sweat." All for Konoha. Yeah. The crowd erupted in cheers. Senju was shocked. He hadn't expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to have such courage, not hiding in the rear but charging into battle from the start. He glanced at the stage. Shin Uchiha's arm and eye were intact. It seemed that the iconic one-eyed bandage look was a result of this campaign. "Senju, isn't that Shimura Saburo?" Kushina pointed into the distance. Senju looked sideways. It was Shimura Saburo. Strangely, 2 jonin followed closely behind him, standing almost shoulder to shoulder, more like bodyguards than team leaders. Minato's face was grave. "The war situation is more severe than we thought. Even clan scions like Shimura Saburo have to go to the battlefield." Senju nodded. With the Hokage personally going to war, the new generation of clans would hardly be able to avoid this conflict. "That guy looks very scared. He hasn't even left the village yet," Senju observed. "Didn't you hear?" A gentle voice came from behind. It was Kushina's deskmate, Hinata Akatsuki. Kushina's curiosity was immediately piqued. "Akatsuki, what's going on? We've been training all this time, and I haven't heard anything about something happening in the village." Hinata Akatsuki whispered, "Recently, quite a few ninja from Kirigakure and the black market infiltrated the village, trying to assassinate Lord Danzo. Danzo was a high-ranking figure in the village, so an assassination attempt was understandable, but what did that have to do with a minor character like Shimura Saburo? Don't keep me in suspense, tell me clearly," Kushina urged. Akatsuki hesitated for a moment, then said, "It seems the assassination targets were not only Danzo but also Shimura Saburo. Nobody knows who he offended in Kirigakure. Shimura Saburo never even leaves the village. How could he have offended Kirigakure ninja?" Kushina couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Senrin used a clone disguised as Shimura Saburo to provoke the Kirigakure ninja on Lookout Island. Now, Shimura Saburo has probably become Kirigakure's #1 wanted target, even more dangerous than Danzo. Minato noticed Kushina smirking and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Kushina straightened up and patted Minato's shoulder. "Minato, you have to watch your image on the battlefield. Don't get mistaken for Shimura Saburo and get sliced by shuriken." Minato scratched his head. "Then maybe I should grow my hair longer. But ninja don't just kill recklessly, right? There must be a mission behind this. What exactly is it?" The battle was too chaotic. No one realized that the one spouting foul-mouthed nonsense as Shimura Saburo was actually Senrin in disguise. Senrin said coldly, "You'll find out next time." Minato looked at Senrin, a chill running down his spine. Normally sunny Senrin, how did he become so sinister? Could it be he was always faking it? Half an hour later, the mobilization ended, and all units set off according to plan. Senrin received a mission scroll to head to the border of the Land of Wind. Although the mission was average, it was better than going up against Kirigakure. The only uncomfortable part was that Shimura Saburo's squad was assigned to accompany them. Just after leaving the village, Shimura Saburo started boasting, "Those assassination attempts by Kirigakure are nothing. Once I leave the village, they won't find me. I'm going to kill 1,000 jonin from Sunigakure. My foster father gave me the intel and antidote. Follow me if you want to live." If it weren't for the protection of the jonin nearby, they would have long been pinned to the ground and beaten by the ninjas from other teams. Even Kushina endured for a long time. If it weren't for Minato's intervention, she would have already taken action. Fortunately, they finally controlled their anger and reached their destination. The jonin entered the main tent to report. After a moment, the person in charge came out. Senjin glanced at the newcomer and saw a tall figure with striking silver-white long hair and a bright smile on his face, none other than Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi Hatake's father, the legendary White Fang of Konoha. "Welcome to the Wind Country front line," Tsukumo said in a steady voice. I am the person in charge here, Hataki Tsukumo. This place is full of yellow sand and harsh conditions. You must be careful when carrying out your missions. His gaze swept over the group and finally rested on Sanjin's clan emblem. You are Uchiha Sanjin, right? Since you all came together while I'm not here, these 9 rookies will be under your full responsibility. There was no objection from the group. After all, Sanjin was the only chunin among these 9. However, Shimura Saburo jumped out and questioned, why? What qualifications does Sanjin have to be the team leader? Is he stronger than the Jonin by my side? You should listen to me. Tsukumo frowned. Dealing with enemies was troublesome enough without having to handle these juniors. He looked at Sanjin, signaling him to handle it. Sanjin nodded and in the next second appeared behind Shimura Saburo. Bang! A kick sent Saburo flying. Before he could get up, Sanjin pressed down heavily with his foot, pushing his face into the sand. The Jonin from the Shimura clan wanted to step forward but were intimidated by Sanjin's cold 3-tomo Sharingan and his status as team leader. First, Sanjin said coldly, address ranks during missions. He applied more pressure with his foot. Second, as team leader, I have the authority to deal with insubordinate subordinates. Even if I kill you, Danzo won't dare say a word. As he spoke, he slowly drew a short blade. The Shimura Jonin advised, Sanjin, let him go. He is just arrogant and rude. Bringing him to the battle was meant to help him change his attitude. Sanjin pressed down harder, looking down coldly. Remember, weakness and ignorance aren't obstacles, arrogance is. If you put any teammate in danger, I guarantee you'll wish you were dead. Sanjin deeply despised Shimura Saburo, not only because of his clan's mark but also because of his reckless behavior that endangered his comrades. People like him would be a liability to the entire team, even if they only harmed themselves. Opening a Mangekyo Sharingan with 3-tomo at 10 years old, impressive. Tsukumo Hataki spoke up at the right moment, endorsing Sanjin's strength. Looks like there's no objection to you being the squad leader. The other 8 remained silent, tacitly accepting his leadership. After all, Sanjin's power was obvious. Even the Jonin from the Shimura clan didn't dare to oppose him, let alone them. Only Shimura Saburo lay on the ground, his eyes full of resentment, glaring at Sanjin. Senpai Tsukumo, what is the mission for infiltrating the Land of Wind this time? Minato replied, not bothering with the foolish Shimura Saburo, focusing instead on clarifying the mission details. Tsukumo Hataki nodded, you must be Namake's Minato, right? The files show you have excellent ninja talent and are skilled in body flicker technique. Since you're asking about the mission, come into the tent. I'll explain everything clearly to you and the newcomers. More than an hour later, the group emerged from the tent. The mission was to harass and scout a sand-hidden village outpost. The biggest challenge was that the sand ninja specialized in poison and puppet techniques. If poisoned and not treated promptly, death was very likely within 3 days. Their squad was to attack the sand outpost together, though it was more like harassment since the enemy had 30 to 40 ninja. So tense, we have to carry out the mission right after arriving, no time to rest, Minato said, looking at the mission scroll with a serious expression. This mission is intelligence gathering. The village has limited antidotes, so it's best not to get injured. Can't we break their poison and make an antidote? Kushina frowned. Minato shook his head, no chance. Sand's poisons are ever-changing. Even Lady Tsunade would need years. Sanjin added, you could also capture key figures, like the Kazekage, and interrogate them directly. They both smiled bitterly. That was even harder than breaking the poison. After all, Konoha and San had been rivals for years, and core secrets had never been obtained. As night fell, Sanjin told the other squads, the enemy fought the village a few days ago, so their outpost defenses are tighter. This mission is reconnaissance, so I'm not asking for much, just don't die. Remember, gather intelligence and return to base immediately to pave the way for future missions. He stared at Shimura Saburo's squad and lowered his voice, don't show off, don't get your teammates killed. You! Shimura Saburo's face flushed red. Sanjin's words pierced his intentions. He had planned to bring in extra jonin, find a chance to kill some sand ninja, and come back with merit. I'm not wasting my breath with you. You'll see how powerful I am when the time comes. Saburo Shimura held the antidote given to him by Danzo Shimura, brimming with confidence. That's called a war of words, not a verbal argument, you idiot, Kushina snapped at him. Alright, enough bickering. Dinner starts now. The mission begins in 2 hours. Your 2 squads, 7 people total, will handle intelligence at the 2 southeastern checkpoints. We'll gather intel on the western stronghold. Senjuken gave a concise briefing, not assigning any jonin to stay close to him since this was the Shimura clan's territory. 2 hours later, after dinner, Senju led the squad on the mission. The night was thick. After more than 3 hours of cautious advance, the firelight of the Sunagakure stronghold finally appeared ahead. The stronghold was a small fortress made of wood and mud, located above the bridge intersection. It had 3 floors, both protecting the bridge and screening passers by killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After confirming the target, Minato crouched down, covered the light with a cloth, and pointed at the map. The bridge is 200 meters long, it has to be here. The river is too wide to intercept. If we could cut off the water, Sunagakure would be doomed. Kushina peeked out and said, "Forget cutting off the water, there are 7 or 8 Sunagakure ninja patrolling openly. We don't have enough people for that. Let us focus on gathering intel." Senju and Minato nodded and moved closer to the base below. Most of the land of wind was desert, making it hard to hide people. Reconnaissance could only be done at night. The 3 were still over 400 meters from the Sunagakure guard post, getting ready to approach for closer observation. Senju activated his Sharingan and looked carefully, then suddenly grabbed the others. "Wait, something's wrong." They immediately stopped and dropped to the ground. They trusted Senju and believed he wouldn't be tense without reason. After a moment, Senju said in a low voice, "The ground is covered with chakra threads. If we go any further, it's a trap. Out of the 8 people at the gate, 4 have no chakra flow inside." "Puppets." Minato immediately understood. "They're bluffing. They must have taken heavy losses in the last battle." "Maybe," Senju nodded. "Should we catch one alive and interrogate?" "No, too risky," Minato vetoed. "It's open terrain, and the desert 1T let us use fog jutsu. If we're exposed, there's nowhere to hide. Then let us record the defense setup first." Before he finished, a loud explosion came from the other side of the stronghold. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, lighting up half the night. Chaos erupted inside the Sunagakure base. "Those leaf scum are back. Unknown numbers. Quick, use flares. The other squads have been discovered." Xianren quickly assessed. They didn't have the Sharingan, so they couldn't see the chakra lines buried underground like fine threads. Falling into traps was normal. Opportunity. Kushina wiped the sand and dust off her face, seeing most of the sand ninja rushing towards the explosion, excitement flashing in her eyes. "They're in complete disarray. Shall we take this chance to capture a live one?" Xianren and Minato exchanged glances, reaching a tacit agreement. "Minato and I will go, you stay back and provide support. Come only after confirming it's safe." Kushina nodded in agreement. Xianren stood up and said to Minato, "Watch your step, follow me closely, don't step on the chakra lines." Minato nodded and followed Xianren stealthily. In the night, only Minato could clearly see Xianren's figure and foot placement, which was why Kushina was ordered to stay behind. The 2 approached the stronghold checkpoint like ghosts. Xianren signaled, "2 on your left, 2 on my right," quick and decisive. In an instant, they burst out from the darkness. Xianren's blade sealed a throat, quickly taking down one on the right. Another sand ninja was about to shout but was suddenly immobilized by the Sharingan Genjutsu, his eyes glazed as he collapsed. Puppet string snapped, the puppet fell. Minato's 3 shurikens flew simultaneously, piercing an enemy's throat with precision. He instantly appeared behind the last one, a neck snapped with a crack. The 2 exchanged looks and nodded in tacit understanding. Xianren carried the unconscious sand ninja and quickly retreated. After confirming safety, they began interrogation. The Sharingan made the interrogation much smoother. Soon, the 3 had gathered intelligence about the stronghold. Since the last Great War, only some Chunin reinforcements had arrived aside from a few Jonin. Most were old, weak, or injured soldiers. Minato swallowed excitedly. "So, if we attack now, we can easily crush them and take the stronghold?" Kushina was worried. "There are only 3 of us, it's too dangerous. Shouldn't we return and notify the main force first?" "There's no time." Shenren was resolute. "A round trip takes at least 6 hours, reinforcements will arrive early. Our comrades are desperately drawing fire on the other side, we can't let them die in vain." With that, he approached the sand ninja and decisively broke his neck, letting him die painlessly. Killed Sand Hidden Village Puppet Master, gained attribute choices, spiritual energy +2, puppet technique, constitution +1. Shenren's eyes narrowed slightly. All 3 puppet masters gave spiritual energy +2, making him even more willing to take a gamble. He speculated that a puppeteer needs to deal with enemies while controlling puppets, so their spiritual strength is far greater than that of ordinary people. This spiritual strength +2 bonus was a rare opportunity for him. Although Uchiha clan members with the Sharingan could also gain it, they only had one use per day, and he could never really kill his clansmen. Senjin noticed Kushina still had concerns, so he quickly formed hand seals and summoned an earth clone. Unlike shadow clones, earth clones don't have to split chakra evenly and can control their power more flexibly. I'll have this clone notify them to seize an opportunity. Maybe we can take out all these sand ninja at once. Alright. Let us do this. Kushina's fighting spirit was ignited. Just like you said, for our comrades in the village. She clenched her kunai and nodded firmly. The three of them, under the cover of night, infiltrated the perilous sand ninja stronghold once again. Senjin disguised himself as a sand ninja and patted a comrade guarding the second floor. Why is there no movement at the west checkpoint? The other turned around in confusion, only to see Senjin's hand hidden behind him, and immediately jumped back alertly. Enemy. The previously friendly sand ninja's expression instantly turned grim. With a bang, he transformed back into Senjin. Facing the sand ninja blocking the passage, he sighed helplessly. Looks like our method still has limitations. Minato and Kushina arrived, standing on either side of Senjin. Minato said, "For sand ninja have already been assassinated, not bad. The ones ahead are probably tougher." Tough? Not necessarily. Senjin quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A massive fireball swept through the narrow corridor, greatly enhanced in power, and screams echoed throughout the stronghold. Watch out! Minato warned. Two sand ninja jumped out the window to dodge the fireball, quickly swinging back with chakra threads, shouting angrily, "You're asking to die." Minato and Kushina protected Senjin, engaging the two in fierce combat. Minato reacted swiftly, cutting one's neck and preparing to assist Kushina. "They're puppets," Senjin suddenly warned. The dead sand ninja stood up again, blades coated with poison shooting out from their wrists and ankles, attacking like uncontrollable killing machines once more. "They're puppets. Poisoned, be careful." Minato quickly retreated and shouted. Kushina cautiously stepped back, seeing the damaged puppets stand up without pain. Anxiously she asked, "What do we do? Can we find the puppeteer?" "Senjin, why didn't you warn us earlier?" Senjin remained silent. He took a deep breath, slammed his feet down, and shot out like a cannonball, the short knife in his hand stabbing fiercely into the wall of the distant corridor. "I was just looking for their true form," he said, withdrawing the short knife, then leapt backward, landing steadily. Thud! A figure fell from the wall cavity like a puppet with its strings cut. A short knife thrown earlier by Qianrun was embedded in his heart. But the puppeteer stabbed through the heart slowly stood up, his face pale, devoid of any blood color. Qianrun's heart tightened, doubting whether he had missed the vital spot. At this moment, the man turned his back to the three of them, standing upright with a strange posture. Then, his head suddenly twisted 180 degrees, revealing an inhuman, eerie smile. This bizarre scene made Kushina's heart fill with fear, and her steps involuntarily retreated a few paces. Is this an illusion? Minato sensed the chakra and shook his head. No, this isn't an illusion. What exactly is this? Qianrun signaled the two to step back, already suspecting the other's identity. That strange posture and special ability, it's White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's pawn, actually intervening in the ninja world's conflict. He. White Zetsu grinned, his body beginning to sink into the ground. Interesting, my sensory technique was seen through by your Sharingan, but I've gathered quite a bit of intel. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared beneath the ground. Qianrun repeatedly searched with his Sharingan but still couldn't find any trace, sighing with relief upon seeing the prompt. Draw with White Zetsu, choose to absorb entries, advanced sensory technique, constitution +1, chakra +2. Qianrun thought to himself, it really is White Zetsu. Don't worry, these people should be special ninjas, and they don't seem to be from the Sand Village either. Qianrun reassured the two, we're not safe yet, there's another floor above. The two nodded, their mood much calmer. Taking the opportunity, Qianrun chose the system reward, advanced sensory technique. Suddenly, a wave of three-dimensional information flooded his mind. Although he couldn't see the terrain, the chakra of everyone within 100 meters was clearly visible, as if countless sensory ninjas were reporting enemy positions in real time. In simple terms, this was a battlefield radar. White Zetsu's sensory technique was indeed well deserved. He immediately sensed movement upstairs. The third floor had 3 large rooms, more than 20 ninjas, 5 or 6 on guard, the rest lying injured. It seemed to be the medical area. At this moment, a sand ninja fired a deep red signal flare into the sky. The signal flare exploded at high altitude, forming a fiery red wolf fang pattern. It's the wolf fang signal flare. Tsunade's expression changed abruptly. The nearby sand ninja will rush over to support us soon. Senju nodded, secretly admiring Tsunade's attentiveness. Not even these details were overlooked. Let's go, don't get surrounded. The three quickly turned around and sprinted back along the way they came. Just as they were about to break through the checkpoint, Senju suddenly reached out to stop the two. He stared at the four puppets on the ground and warned, "Be careful. Those puppets' chakra threads are still connected. How is that possible? Didn't we destroy them on the way here?" Tsunade was on alert but puzzled. Before the words finished, two more puppets suddenly leapt out of the darkness. The four fallen ones shakily stood up, their hollow eyes fixed on them. One of them made a caw-caw sound at the joints and spoke in a strange voice. "I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to have Sharingan as well." The three of them involuntarily stepped back. Controlling 6 puppets at once, the puppeteer had to be an elite jonin. "Move in another direction," Senju decisively ordered. At the same time, more footsteps came from elsewhere. A dozen pursuing sand ninja returned, blocking another path. Senju focused his eyes and saw the 3 leaders with fierce and ruthless faces, clearly veterans. Seeing them, a burly man at the front sneered, "Just 3 little brats, and you thought this was a Konoha all-out attack? Looks like we need to promote the chakra thread traps more." Senju glanced at the bound captive survivors from other squads, including his most hated, Shimura Saburo. The 3 survivors were bloodied, the other 4 were likely dead. He cursed silently, wishing it was that detestable Shimura Saburo who had died. Just then, footsteps sounded again behind them. Turning around, a male sand ninja was controlling 6 puppets blocking the passage, accompanied by a black-haired woman. Senju's heart pounded fiercely. That name flashed in his mind: the parents of Sasori. The tragedy of Shikako Hatake accidentally killing Sasori's parents. How was he involved? "Aoya, what are you doing here?" A sand ninja looked at the puppet controller comrade with curiosity, seemingly ignoring Senju and the others. Aoya, while controlling the puppets surrounding Senju's group, said, "We were just on a mission across the way and saw you send out a wolf fawn flare, so we came over. No need to talk much, that black-haired kid in the middle has Sharingan. Let's end this quickly and control him. This is the bloodline limit the village has been dreaming of." As he finished speaking, the wide passage was completely sealed off. "This is a dead end now. Do your previous words still count?" Tsunade asked softly, nerves taut. He asked whether to activate Plan B, the dispersed breakthrough, which is currently the method with the highest survival rate. At least 1 out of 3 would definitely survive, and Shiran was sure it would be him. Shiran sneered, "Still testing the officers now? Have you forgotten I said no abandonment, no giving up?" Kushina grinned widely and shouted in a Chunibu style, "Let them witness our bonds. Use that jutsu." The 3 formed hand seals simultaneously and leapt onto the wall. Kushina shouted, "Wind release, great breakthrough." Shiran, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Minato, "Ninja art, toad oil bullet." Goemon's technique. The 3 ninjutsu fused together. The gale intensified the flames, and the oil made the firestorm exceed all limits, instantly forming a high-temperature sea of fire. The path, originally wide enough for 4 or 5 people, was swallowed by the fire, emitting sizzling sounds. "This isn't ordinary ninjutsu, be careful," Kanjiya urgently warned, staring at the sparks in the air. The fire waves instantly engulfed several slower Sannin, their screams echoing through the night. Shiran looked at the moaning enemies and then at the Sannin who had dodged away, cursing inwardly, "Why won't these Sannin save their teammates? They just let Shimura Saburo get burned to death?" "Looks like Jiraiya Sensei's special training is pretty effective," Kushina said with a smile, glancing at the blazing mixture of fire and oil. Minato ran out of the oil in his mouth and quickly said, "No more oil. Head upstairs and go around the window." After saying this, he grabbed the other 2 and rushed upstairs. At that moment, Kanjiya controlled his puppets and shot several poison projectiles to block the path. The 3 had no choice but to stop and hang upside down on the wall, facing off against their enemies. Kanjiya ordered, "Finish them now." The Sannin raised their kunai and controlled mechanical puppets charging toward the trio. Focus on the legs, falling means death. Shiran rushed forward, knocking away the projectiles and charging at the enemies. "You 2, tie up Kanjiya and his wife. The space here is narrow, the puppets can't maneuver well." Shiran's Sharingan spun rapidly, barely dodging the attacks of dozens of enemies, but his mind was on Kushina and Minato. They had to face the Jonin, which added even more pressure. Sure enough, Minato and Kushina combined forces to fend off Kanjiya and his wife, struggling hard on both offense and defense. The 2 thought that after destroying 4 puppets, the enemies would retreat, but the fewer puppets there were, the stronger the control became. Gradually, the three were pushed back to the starting point, falling into a tighter encirclement. What do we do? Minato dodged a kunai and said anxiously, that woman's name is Juna, she is skilled in wind release. She has a strong chunin Kushina and I can't break through. Sweat dripped from Chiran's forehead as he realized the sea of fire had already dissipated. Shenron Kushina gasped, looking at the ground anxiously, reminding, the fire has dispersed, you all need to escape quickly. What is going on? Why is her energy depleting so fast? She is from the Uzumaki clan. Shenron noticed Kushina's lips turning pale, and a long slash cut through the clothing at her waist. Are you poisoned? Kushina didn't answer, only tightly gripping her kunai, eyes determined. I'll cover you, go quickly. The two understood her decision in their hearts. That's my secondary processed poison, you'll like it, Kanjia said calmly. Shenron's expression changed drastically. He threw several explosive tags, stepped aside to lift Kushina, chakra bursting, then jumped down fiercely. Minato also threw a flash bomb, teleporting closely behind. Boom! The explosive tags and flash bomb detonated simultaneously. Upon landing, a sand ninja with a sinister grin appeared like a ghost, raising a large blade, attacking the base and still want to escape? Reinforcements? Minato's heart tightened. He clenched his kunai, throwing with all his strength, trying to delay the opponent's swinging blade. Don't underestimate me. The sand ninja neither dodged nor avoided, braving the attack, determined to kill all three. Sharingan Genjutsu. Shenron turned sharply, activating his ocular power. The sand ninja's movements slowed. Shenron took the chance to stick an explosive tag and kicked it into the crowd. He exerted force again, trying only to take Kushina far from danger. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the system prompt flashed. Killed Sand Hidden Village Medical Ninja, choose to absorb the following entries: Sand Hidden Village Poison Mastery, Chakra +1, Constitution +1. Shenron chose Sand Hidden Village Poison Mastery without hesitation. This would definitely be useful. Saving people requires passing this hurdle first. He growled low, looking at the pursuers, immediately activating the 8 gates technique. Shenron, 24 enemies, for Jonin, almost impossible to break through. Minato followed closely, urgently asking, should I go distract them? Kushina weakly said, Shenron put me down. Enough, listen to me. Shenron cut her off decisively. He dodged a kunai sneak attack, blocked a hidden weapon with a dagger, and reassured, don't rush, my clone has already brought back intelligence, hold on. Don't lose heart. If Kushina hadn't been poisoned, I would fight them to the death. This grudge is settled for now, but next time I'll wipe them all out. Alright, we'll follow your lead. Tobirama nodded, having taken a few medicinal pills, still trusting Senju at this point. They had been sprinting non-stop for 20 minutes. Senju's stamina was holding up, but Tobirama was struggling. The 3 Jonin chasing them couldn't catch Senju, so they focused their attacks on Tobirama, who had already sustained multiple wounds. Although these wounds weren't severe, the blood flowing from them was distinctly darkened, indicating poison. If you weren't so sentimental and loyal, abandoning that little girl poisoned by a deadly toxin, maybe you could have escaped. Now all of you will be buried right here. Aoga seized the opening while Senju was dodging, quickening his pace and controlling his puppet. The giant blade aimed straight at Senju's head. Senju stared at the blade gleaming with black poison but didn't dodge because everything was part of his plan. At this moment, his mind was unusually calm. He looked at the figure descending from above and said calmly, you want to kill us, but watch out for yourself. Clang! When the blade was less than a meter from Senju's face, a short knife swiftly blocked the lethal strike. Before him stood a person with short white hair. She turned around, her tone calm but tinged with helplessness. You kids really worry me. This was supposed to be reconnaissance, but you almost blew up their entire base. The newcomer was the base's overall commander, Konoha White Fang Hataki Tsukumo. With her arrival, the distant sounds of Konoha ninja shouts and battle cries grew louder. A sudden chaotic skirmish had erupted. Hataki Tsukumo kicked aside the puppet and seized the opportunity to retreat with the 3, administering an antidote to Kushina and Tobirama. She looked at Kushina on Senju's back and said, good that you're alright. Head back to the base first, we'll cover the retreat. By the way, what about Shimura Saburo? They took him away, Tobirama replied briefly. Hataki Tsukumo frowned, alright, you go first. Senju nodded and set off with Kushina on his back. He cursed inwardly, feeling extremely unlucky. If not for Sasori's parents suddenly intervening, this mission would have been easily resolved. Although Kushina had received the first dose of antidote, her breathing was still weak. What was originally a 3-hour journey, Senju sprinted non-stop and reached the base in less than an hour. After the medical ninja's examination, he said gravely, the poisoning is severe, like an enhanced toxin. Before the battle, Lady Tsukumo took all the antidotes. From what I see, at least 3 more doses are needed to survive. Senju's frustration was hard to conceal as he asked, if I have the poison-making method from Sunigakure, can you synthesize an antidote? Seeing the spark in their eyes, he quickly fetched paper and pen, rapidly writing down the knowledge he had just obtained from the system. But after reading it, they could only shake their heads helplessly. The theory and method are correct, but the conditions here are limited, so we can only try to help. It's best to wait for Captain Hataki Tsukumo to return. He should have the antidote, which would be safer. Senrin nodded, feeling anxious. He knew Kushina was currently stable, but without the antidote, complications would arise later. He returned to the medical tent, crouched down, and held Kushina's hand, silently praying for her safety and hoping Hataki Tsukumo would come back soon. After more than an hour, Hataki Tsukumo finally arrived with the main force. Tsukumo-senpai, do you have the antidote? Senrin rushed up immediately. Tsukumo took out the last vial from his ninja tool pouch and asked his subordinates if they had any left, but the answer was no. The antidote had been almost entirely used up during the battle with the sand ninja. Minato's eyes lit up as he called out, Shimura Saburo, do you have the special antidote Lord Danzo gave you? Everyone's gaze turned to the terrified Shimura Saburo. Unexpectedly, clutching his ninja tool pouch tightly, he snarled, this is mine. Why should I give it to you? Maybe I still need it. He looked at Minato with contempt, I'm even less willing to give it to you guys. Serves you right if you die. Before he finished speaking, a cold killing intent and blinding white light swept through the base instantly. Drawing swords, flashing through space, swinging blades, the movements were lightning fast. With a crack of bone breaking, one of Shimura Saburo's arms was cut off, the severed limb flying into the air. Senrin snatched the ninja pouch. Earlier, he didn't pierce the heart to avoid damaging the pouch. Now he didn't care a flash of cold light, the blade aimed straight at Shimura Saburo's heart. Suddenly, a large hand firmly gripped Senrin's wrist. It was Hataki Tsukumo, holding him like an iron clamp. Senrin couldn't break free. Tsukumo was shocked inside. This kid's murderous intent was resolute. If he had delayed even a second longer, Shimura Saburo's heart would have been pierced. The speed and force of the attack were not at all those of a 10-year-old child. Senrin, your teammates are still waiting for the antidote, Tsukumo said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Senrin was silent for a moment, then broke free and turned back to the medical tent. Shimura Saburo, writhing on the ground in pain, shouted suddenly as Senrin walked away, Tsukumo-senpai, I'm from the Shimura clan. Uchiha Senrin committed an assault in public by village rules, you should execute him on the spot. Tsukumo frowned, his gaze full of disgust. They hadn't retreated immediately because they wanted to save Shimura Saburo. He knew the big clans were often arrogant, but he hadn't expected this man to disregard his comrades' lives just to save himself. People like this are simply a menace on the battlefield. Get lost. Kazuki Tsukumo shouted angrily, mercilessly. Pick up the severed hand and get out. Shimura Saburo was stunned, not expecting Tsukumo to speak up for Uchiha. He looked around for help, but only saw contemptuous glances from the other ninja. He didn't understand he was just trying to save his own life. What was wrong with that? Antidotes were so scarce, shouldn't they be saved for oneself first? If his superior ninja who was supposed to protect him were still alive, these people would never treat him like this. Helpless, he endured the excruciating pain, clutching his severed hand, and slunk away dejectedly. Inside the tent, the medical ninja had already injected Kushina with 2 doses of antidote. Senju and Minato stood guard nearby, waiting for half an hour. Kushina's condition had slightly stabilized, but she was still drowsy. Kazuki Tsukumo finished handling the battle matters and entered the tent, asking in a deep voice, how is Kushina? Minato stood up and replied softly, the poisoning is severe. Fortunately, her body is strong, otherwise although she is stable now, she is still semi-conscious. Tsukumo nodded, briefly communicated with the medical ninja, then said to Senju, her condition is unstable. Since the base is going to rest for a few days, why not send her directly back to the village? Sending her to a base within the Land of Fire to complete the mission will also ensure her safety. Minato's eyes lit up, relieved. That's great. The village is safe, and she can properly recover. This place is always dangerous. Senju frowned, looking at Minato's relieved smile, sighing inwardly. Minato, you care so much about a genin only because she is the future Jinchuriki. If she were an ordinary person, 3 doses of antidote would already be the limit. I hope you're not too naive and 1T be used without realizing it. Seeing that Senju didn't object, Tsukumo continued, take back the methods for poison production from Sunigate here as well. With this information, the medical division can develop better antidotes. Your team will be credited for that. Senju nodded, lifted Kushina onto his back, picked up the mission scroll, and prepared to depart. Not long after they set off, a Jonin caught up, saying he would escort them. Senju knew this was for Kushina's safety, said nothing, and quickened his pace. After a long time, they crossed the land of water and delivered Kushina to the Konoha base. Along the way, her condition improved somewhat, but she remained confused and dizzy. At parting, Senju left a crow behind and whispered, if you miss me, let it send a message. Reluctantly, Senju quickened his pace back toward Tsukumo's base. Kushina nearly died at the hands of the Sand Ninja. This time this grudge must be avenged. Hearing that the battle with the Sand Ninja would be in a few days, Senju and Minato found an empty field to continue training. The two fought from dawn to dusk, the sandy ground full of battle scars. The next morning. Senju, don't forget to eat breakfast before the fight. Watergate handed over a compressed ration, staring at the always indifferent Sanjin and said, don't worry too much, Kushina is in much better condition now, right? Sanjin shook his head, I'm thinking about how to deal with those sand ninjas. How about we form a decapitation squad and ambush them? With our speed, we should definitely succeed. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and pointed towards the giant rock in the distance. Who's there? Come out. Hatake Tsukumo slowly stepped out from behind the rock, saying with approval, I didn't expect you, Sanjin, to be a sensory-type ninja. Tsukumo-senpai. The two greeted each other briefly. Tsukumo waved his hand to indicate no need for formalities. Yesterday's fight here was intense. So it was you two guys. The idea of a decapitation squad sounds interesting, but it's a high bar. I thought about it too, but I didn't have the right personnel. Don't really try it. Last time when you were chased, it was everyone who saved you. Watergate scratched his head, we were just talking. The opponents have 4 or 5 Jonin, they're really tough to deal with. Tsukumo nodded, his gaze settling on Sanjin. Sanjin took out a ration pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The packaging had a crooked smiley face drawn on it. It was left by Kushina. He swallowed the ration pill, drew his sword, and pointed it at Tsukumo, I want to try. Form a 3-person decapitation squad. This is a common strategy on the battlefield. Interesting. There was a hint of contempt in Tsukumo's eyes. He originally just stopped by to take a look and didn't expect this Uchiha kid to be so confident. Are you trying to challenge me? Win and I'll agree? Not entirely. Sanjin stepped back a few paces, short blade aimed at Tsukumo. I want to protect everyone, protect Kushina. If we can break through the stronghold and control the water source, the war could be greatly shortened. His words were righteous and solemn, but in his heart he wanted to secretly learn Hataki's sword technique. After all, it was Konoha's strongest sword style. Tsukumo shook his head, you kid, you don't even give me a break during my rest time. As he spoke, he walked up to Sanjin, slowly drew his short blade, and the aura suddenly changed. With a casual slash, Sanjin suddenly felt this man was no longer the Tsukumo he knew. No trace of a smile on his face, only overwhelming battle intent and killing intent, like a hellish Azura crawling out. Watergate broke out in a sweat on the back of his neck and quickly stepped back. This feeling was just like when Sanjin cut off Shimura Saburo's arm. Filled with naked killing intent, stripped of all emotional impurities. This sharp pressure was enough to break the spirit of the weak-minded, causing mild cases of madness and screaming, severe cases self-harm. Seeing this situation, Sanjin dared not be careless. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he struggled to dispel the overwhelming killing intent. The opponent's infinite battle will awaken his bloodline, even his heartbeat was clearly audible. He shouted arrogantly, come on, let me see the true skill of the Hatake clan. Kazuki Sakuya's eyes darkened, his body slightly shifting as he prepared to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps came from the sand, a row of footprints sinking into it. But Sanjin scanned the area and saw nothing. It was as if the person had never appeared. Sanjin hurriedly activated his Sharingan, combining it with his sensory technique, and finally caught the opponent's movements and location. The situation was dire. He quickly raised both hands to block, seeing Kazuki Sakuya's attack closing in. Clang! 2 short blades clashed fiercely. Kazuki Sakuya frowned slightly, increasing the force of his arm. He was 20 centimeters taller than Sanjin and possessed astonishing strength. A single-handed strike made it difficult for Sanjin to defend. Feeling at a disadvantage, Sanjin concentrated his chakra and suddenly leapt back, kicking up sand. Taking advantage of his opponent's blocked hand, Sanjin paused his step and thrust out a blade. The Uchiha clan's swordsmanship originated from ninja battlefields, each move deadly. Kazuki Sakuya's left hand swept away the flying sand while his right blade swiftly parried the thrust. Sanjin immediately felt immense pressure and decisively retreated. Kazuki Sakuya was unhurried, brushing sand off his sleeve and calmly said, "Your Uchiha's sword techniques are cold and ruthless, but lack fundamental swordsmanship. No wonder you can't compare to our Kazuki clan." Sanjin was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be such subtlety in swordsmanship. The ninja world only valued killing moves. "Then please, senior, teach me a thing or two." "Just what I wanted." Kazuki Sakuya didn't rely on speed but stepped forward steadily, drawing his sword and performing a series of basic moves: downward slash, reverse slash, kneeling stab, a linked chain of attacks. Sanjin quickly felt the difference between their sword styles. Kazuki Sakuya's technique was grand and imposing, carrying the elegance and power of samurai swordsmanship, as if embodying the essence of Sengoku warriors. In contrast, Sanjin's style was flexible but scattered, lacking a solid foundation. He knew he was no match after all. He was a ninja, while Kazuki Sakuya's ancestors were samurai. Clang! Their blades collided again, and suddenly blue electricity surged along the short blade in Sanjin's hand. The electric current flowed along the blade, and the short sword suddenly pierced through Kazuki Sakuya's blade, pointing straight at him. Kazuki Sakuya looked at Sanjin's triumphant expression without concern. "You can pierce my blade, but haven't you been pierced yourself? This move only works on ordinary people." The two blades crossed, surprisingly piercing each other. If both had equal sword skills, they would both be seriously injured. But Tsukumo Hatake was the top swordsman in Konoha, and his sword speed far surpassed ordinary people. In an instant, his blade reached Senrin's upper body. As the tip of the sword passed through, Senrin's body suddenly split apart, turning into a flock of crows that cawed. Senrin's true form reassembled in the distance. Tsukumo Hatake sheathed his short sword and stared at the crows surrounding Senrin, saying seriously, "Uchiha Senrin, I didn't expect you to also have this crow summoning technique." Senrin said nothing, quickly absorbing the system reward he had just received: the Hatake clan's sword technique. A moment later, Senrin said coldly, "I have mastered more than just this." Before he finished, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo Hatake dodged the downward strike by stepping aside and was about to reprimand him. "You Uchiha are truly arrogant." He drew his sword to block Senrin's attack, but his face was full of surprise. "How is your sword technique exactly the same as mine from the Hatake clan?" he asked in shock. "Did you just learn it?" That sword technique was something he had practiced hard for over 10 years to master, yet Senrin understood it in less than an hour? Had all his years of hard work been for nothing? Seeing that he was only defending and not attacking, with a look of astonishment on his face, Senrin said, "Please trust me, senior. My learning ability is absolutely suitable for the assassination plan." Tsukumo Hatake blocked the attack with his short sword and finally confirmed that Senrin had truly learned it, his whole body filled with extreme astonishment. He hesitated, swung his sword at Senrin, and asked, "I want to believe you and also want to test you. But you mentioned a squad. Does Minato have this ability too?" "Just now when I released my killing intent," he retreated. "How can I trust you all? Killing intent is essentially an illusion, it just seems complicated." Senrin blocked the horizontal strike and said loudly, "Minato, if killing intent is an illusion, what would you do?" Minato snapped out of his observation, "If it's an illusion, you must constantly monitor chakra flow. Once you detect any abnormalities, immediately dispel the illusion or use pain to wake yourself up. You can also use Shadow Clone Jutsu to restore chakra and avoid the illusion's effects." Tsukumo Hatake made no rebuttal. Senrin added, "I learned many ninjutsu from him, especially the body flicker technique. We are equally strong." Tsukumo Hatake sheathed his sword and pondered for a long time, then said, "You two really are suitable to be assassins. The body flicker technique relies on reflexes, and your learning ability far exceeds ordinary people. If I had known you two little brats were this capable, I wouldn't have let you investigate. You almost got Kushina killed." He hesitated, looking at the devastated battlefield, and gave a bitter smile. "Since that's the case, once the antidote arrives, I'll go with you to try and take the stronghold we couldn't capture last time." Senrin and Minato clenched their fists. Finally, they had a chance to avenge Kushina. A few nights later, Hatake Tsukumo gathered everyone and assigned the operational plans, then the group quietly set out in the darkness. Watching them leave, Hatake Tsukumo reminded Senrin and Minato, "This kind of decapitation mission is usually led by Jonin, but unfortunately, this isn't the main battlefield. We've worked together for so long, tonight absolutely cannot go wrong, or our comrades won't hold out." The two nodded, having recently coordinated smoothly with Tsukumo. To maintain their disguise, they often lay still like statues for long periods. Yesterday, Sakumo even pinned them down for a full day of training. This grudge, and Kushina's injury, were an undeniable responsibility on the Sand Ninja's shoulders. The night was as dark as ink. The Sand Ninja stronghold was heavily guarded, responding to constant harassment from Konoha ninjas. They did not notice three figures silently slipping past the puppeteer's chakra lines and sneaking into the stronghold. Outside the second-floor outer wall, Senrin quietly commanded, "There are 47 in total, 16 on the third floor, 17 on the second, 14 on the first. The checkpoints are uncertain. The target, Sanya, is in the rightmost room on the third floor." Hatake Sakumo nodded, confirming the earlier intelligence. Reinforcements had arrived. Sanya's location matched the arrangements by Sunagakure, with Jonin and wounded housed on the upper floors. He responded with hand signals. "When their main assault begins, we rush to the third floor and execute Sanya." The three pressed close to the wall, like statues mounted on it. After a dozen minutes, an explosion sounded at the checkpoint, and the alert Sand Ninja drew their swords and rushed to the scene. Senrin and the others pressed against the wall to eavesdrop. "Konoha bastards are at it again. What a pain. Captain, should we call for Senior Sanya's help? He is an elite Jonin, he can relieve some pressure." "Hatake Sakumo is not here, this isn't the main attack. Don't call that married couple yet. We need to confirm the situation first, they're going to take over here in the future." Footsteps hurried off to reinforce. Seizing the opportunity, the three gathered chakra amid the explosion noise and quickly kicked through a window into the third floor. Hatake Sakumo and Minato rushed into the largest room, leaving Senrin to guard the door. The largest room here was specially prepared for the wounded. The sudden attack disrupted all treatment plans. At this moment, only 4 medical ninjas were guarding it. As soon as Sakumo, Hatake and Minato entered, they quickly killed all the medical ninjas, not sparing even the wounded, stabbing them to death with a single strike. After all, this is the ninja world, cruelty is the norm. Just as they finished off the medical ninjas, 2 puppets suddenly broke through the wall, their blades stabbing simultaneously at Sakumo, Hatake and Minato. The 2 reacted swiftly, backflipping to dodge, and threw hospital beds at the puppets. The puppets nimbly avoided the attack, and the Sangha couple stepped out from behind the broken wall. "It's you again, Sakumo, Hatake." Sangha glared at the fallen comrades, grinding his teeth. "I will definitely kill you." No sooner had he spoken than the blades of his puppets transformed into 2 hollow wooden tubes. Ninja art, poison mist. Seeing this, Juna quickly formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, airflow dance, with poison mist and turbulent air wildly attacking. Sakumo, Hatake and Minato acted decisively, throwing several kunai with explosive tags attached, some aimed at the puppets, others at the rooftop. Boom boom, amid the explosions, a large hole blew open on the rooftop. The 2 quickly jumped out, avoiding the poison mist. The Sangha couple was unwilling to give up and pursued them to the rooftop. Other Sand Ninjas, seeing the situation on the rooftop and recognizing Sangha, shouted, "Senior Sangha, we're here to support you." Sangha immediately stopped them. "I have full intel on Sakumo Hatake. He is here, and Konoha is without a commander. Everyone else, go support the front line first. When you return, this Sakumo Hatake will definitely die." The key to victory for ninjas lies in 2 things, strength and intelligence. Listen to Senior Sangha. "Today, we will annihilate all Konoha ninjas in one strike." The Sand Ninjas, high in morale, rushed to the battlefield. Sangha instructed Juna, "The white-haired Sakumo Hatake is skilled in swordsmanship and wind release. Don't let him get close. You're responsible for the blonde one, remember his moves?" Juna's kunai spun in her hand. "Of course I remember, faster than that woman. Those 2 actually dared to ambush us. Konoha is really bold." "Enough talk. Kill them and support our teammates." Sangha waved his hands, the puppet blades flashing, his figure charging toward the enemy like a ghost. As they said, all of Shikimaru Sakumo's intel had long been leaked, and Kanjia gave him no chance to get close. In dozens of rounds of confrontation, whenever Shikimaru attacked, he was always pushed back by puppet hidden weapons. The situation on Minato's side was also grim. Kuna was clearly an experienced chunin, and after their one previous encounter, she was already familiar with Minato's attack rhythm. Shikimaru's breathing was rapid. Kanjia controlled one puppet in front and another behind, covering the 1,000 hidden weapons for a sneak attack, while speaking to distract. "All your intel is leaked, and you still dare to sneak attack? That blonde chunin is your disciple, right? You're going to get him killed." Shikimaru remained unwavering, swinging his short blade continuously to deflect the 1,000 hidden weapons, eyes flashing with the light of victory. At the edge of the rooftop, Shenron quietly reached the top, feet apart, standing sideways, right foot raised, short blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. This was the most ferocious sneak attack in Shikamaru's swordsmanship, the silent thrust. He held his breath, seized the gap in the fight between Kuna and Minato, and suddenly unleashed his accumulated chakra. Where the sound of air being torn echoed. Kuna turned sharply, only to see a strange face close before her eyes. Her gaze then dropped, feeling intense pain as a short blade pierced her heart. No! Kanjia roared, rushing to his wife's side. Shenron quickly drew his blade and retreated, standing shoulder to shoulder with Minato. Shenron gave Kanjia no time to breathe, signaling Shikamaru Sakumo to join the attack. Their initial priority was to attack Kuna, aiming to disturb Kanjia's mind. Now that they had landed a hit, the three naturally would not miss the opportunity. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to themselves. The three surrounded Kanjia, only to see the dying Kuna summon her last strength, pulling out several explosive tags and throwing them fiercely. The three had to stop and retreat to avoid the blast. When the smoke cleared, only Kanjia remained, holding his wife's cold corpse. Kanjia looked at his wife's gradually cooling body, his heart burning like fire, pain and rage intertwined, even the chakra threads controlling his puppets trembled. He growled lowly, "I will use your heads as her burial." As the words fell, he pulled out a scroll and summoned a brand new puppet, pitch black and fierce, its face like a demon, exuding an overwhelming aura. 3 killing machines madly closed in on the three under his control. The first target was Qianren, the man who murdered his wife. The poisoned blades and hidden weapons carved deadly trajectories under the moonlight. If it weren't for the 3 Tomo Sharingan's extreme prediction, Qianren would have already been cut into pieces. Minato! Hatake Sakumo shouted sharply, his short blade speeding up dramatically. "Increase the frequency, cover Qianren." Minato responded, casting aside his fatigue and launching a fierce attack on Songya's puppets once again. Watching his 2 teammates desperately creating an opportunity, Qianren knew that with his chakra currently full, he was the key to breaking the deadlock. He suddenly leapt back to create distance and shouted low, 8 gates formation, open. Green chakra steam burst forth, and his speed instantly skyrocketed. The three bore the puppet's frenzied attacks, pressing tightly against Songya's main body. Seeing his puppets steadily losing ground and their blades breaking, Songya gritted his teeth and pulled out a syringe from his ninja tool pouch, plunging it into his neck. 2 seconds later, Shenron and the others clearly felt Songya's speed and reflexes astonishingly increase. Minato dodged the poisonous smoke and shouted, "He used something like adrenaline." Shenron added, "He won't last long. Should we wear him down?" "No." Hatake Sakumo firmly refused. "The others are still fighting. The risk of a war of attrition is too high. We must end this quickly." Shenron nodded and said to Minato, "Hold off his puppets, give Sakumo a chance." The two tacitly threw smoke bombs, using the smoke to block vision, and formed hand seals to summon 2 lightning clones. One clone charged at the puppets to entangle them, while the other clone was thrown like a projectile by the main body, rapidly heading toward Songya. This was a tactic they had drilled repeatedly. As long as the lightning clones could stun the opponent even for a moment, victory would be within reach. Seeing the 2 clones approaching, Songya intended to recall his puppets, but Qianren and Minato's main bodies had already burst out of the smoke. Songya decisively abandoned the 2 puppets in his right hand, leaving only one to fight Hatake Sakumo, while his right hand drew a kunai and thrust it straight at Minato's lightning clone. Qianren and Minato knew this was the best moment to strike and sprinted with all their might. Lightning exploded. Minato leapt swiftly in front of Songya and stabbed the kunai straight into his heart. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. Songya's main body had not been paralyzed by the lightning at all. "Watch out! Something's wrong with his hand." Kazuki Sakumo swung his sword horizontally, repelling the puppet's attack, while loudly warning the 2 people beside him. Only then did the 2 realize in horror that the electric shock just now had only hit the puppet part disguised as a fake arm. Senju and Minato's pupils contracted sharply, all they could hear was their heartbeat. This was not an opportunity, it was a trap. "It's over," Songya said coldly. Then, a strange scene unfolded. Songya's left hand, charred by electricity, suddenly had a bamboo tube pushed out from inside. Looking closely, the bamboo tube was covered in dense holes, each hole housing 1,000 poison needles that gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A storm of poison needles instantly surrounded the 2. "It's over. These 2 guys were done for." Kazuki Sakumo's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. "Minato, run!" Senju shouted, 8 gates formation. Injury gate, open. His chakra burned within, sacrificing his body to gain extreme speed, narrowly weaving through the rain of needles. At such a dense range, there was no choice but to either endure or escape. As for Minato, just as Senju prepared to turn back to save him, an astonishing scene occurred. Facing the overwhelming poison needles, Minato remained unusually calm. In his eyes, the whole world seemed to slow down. Thousands of poison needles appeared as slowly moving black dots. He clearly saw the trajectory of each needle and the only path to survival. In the eyes of the three, Minato's hand seals moved at the limit of speed, quickly summoning a wooden stake that blocked most of the poison needles. At the same time, his body floated midair in a posture that defied physics, like a drifting leaf, weaving through the needle rain without a scratch. How fast was this? Senju and Sangya knew best. The memory of the attack moment was transmitted back by Senju's thunder clone that had been killed. The tiny black shadow, no bigger than a needle tip, pierced the clone instantly. The distance was so close that even the Sharingan only saw afterimages. Sangya looked at Minato losing balance and falling, and couldn't help but whisper, "Is this future prediction?" Everything just now seemed slow, but it was only a moment. Sangya knew how fast his thousand poison rain was. The enemy had less than 0.1 seconds to react at this distance. A monster that could dodge this move absolutely could not leave alive. Fear and murderous intent instantly overwhelmed reason. Sangya gave up controlling the puppet, drew his kunai with his other hand, and desperately stabbed at the fallen Minato. "For the hidden sand village, you must die." "No," a cold voice came from behind. "For the hidden leaf village, he must live." The voice belonged to Kazuki Tsukumo. His sword had already pierced Sangya's heart. "Facing three enemies, you dare to be distracted." A slash from the short blade cut through the opponent's ribs, piercing through the internal organs alongside Kanjia's side. Thud! The life in Kanjia's eyes quickly faded as he silently collapsed to the ground. The three of them looked at him lying in a pool of blood, long exhaling a heavy breath. This assassination team had nearly been wiped out. Shenron hurriedly unlocked the 8 gates, ignoring the swelling on his body, and quickly approached Suemon. "Suemon, are you alright?" Suemon shook his head, his face pale. "I feel like my spiritual energy has been drained, and my head hurts badly. That density of 1,000 books just now. If you get hit, you won't survive. If it's not serious, keep fighting. Our comrades are still waiting for us," Hatake Tsukumo urged. "We've only taken out the core figures." Shenron took 2 painkillers out of his ninja tool pouch, handed them to Suemon to take together, then said to Tsukumo, "Rest for 10 minutes first to recover chakra." Tsukumo thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Suemon's condition gradually improved. Seeing he was alright, Shenron picked up a shard of stone, dipped it in Kanjia's blood, and wrote a line on the ground. Suemon looked at the blood-written words, his heart jolting, even forgetting some of his headache. He finally understood why Shimura Saburo was hunted by Kirigakure, and now pursued by the Sand Ninja. 10 minutes later, Tsukumo opened his eyes and saw the blood-written words under the moonlight. "Shimura clan, Shimura Saburo sends regards." Even the ruthless Tsukumo was momentarily stunned. This kid was too cruel, wasn't he? He had only cut off the opponent's arm, and still wasn't he satisfied? If the Sand Ninja saw these words, Shimura Saburo would have nowhere to escape. "You're too ruthless," Tsukumo frowned. "Not a shred of village honor?" "Honor is just a worldly shackle that can harm people," Shenron replied coldly, glaring at Tsukumo. "Senpai, your family is samurai, who value honor. But be careful, some people use that to do harm." Tsukumo's gaze hesitated, but samurai honor was deeply ingrained. "You're suited for chaotic times." "Alright, Suemon has recovered, let us move out." Shenron nodded, not expecting an adult to listen to a 10-year-old. The three hurried towards their teammates. Upon entering the main battlefield, the acrid smell of detonated tags and blood hit them. Moonlight shone on the sand, which should have been beautiful but was full of severed limbs. Without Tsukumo, their strongest fighter, the ground was mostly littered with Konoha ninja corpses. The three spoke in low voices, Shenron and Suemon staying hidden. Tsukumo stepped forward, shouting angrily, "Your elite jonin are dead. Surrender immediately, and we will spare your lives." The Sand Ninja immediately retorted upon hearing this, "Don't fool us, Senior Sangya isn't that easy to kill. Beware of the Konoha ninja's trickery." Hatake Tsukumo suddenly threw the package he was holding. The Sand Ninja thought it was an attack and prepared to dodge, but when they saw what fell out of the package, they were stunned. They really wished it were an attack. Even if it was all explosive tags, they could accept it. The worst part was that the package contained Senior Sangya's head. "Shiya, why are you all frozen? What exactly is inside?" a Sand Ninja asked anxiously from a distance. "This is Senior Sangya's head," the voice trembled, and everyone's hearts tightened. Sangya was their village's top jonin and the son of Lord Chio. If he was dead, how could the others survive? Just as everyone's minds were in chaos, Hatake Tsukumo spoke coldly. I'll say it again, if you want to run, do it now. In 3 breaths, no one will be left here. He drew his short knife, exuding murderous intent. Many sand ninja grew timid and wanted to surrender. Someone roared, don't forget how our brothers died. They killed so many of us and now want us to surrender? We'll fight to the death. Before he finished, a blade pierced his throat. He fell, blood splattering. The killer was Senrin. He slowly drew his blade, turning his back to the crowd. The shadow blurred in the moonlight terrified the sand ninja. This was a killing god. Senrin coldly stared at the stunned crowd, casually knocking over the blood-spraying corpse, saying, I hope your spines are as tough as Tsongya's, so it'll be more fun to cut you. Someone on the sand swallowed nervously. The Konoha ninja watched this fierce killing move, hope igniting in their hearts, and Ambu Jonin, only a Jonin could kill silently like this. Great, we're finally saved. Sand ninja bastards, if you don't surrender, we'll kill you all. The sand ninja looked at each other, their hearts beginning to waver. Someone whispered, brother, run, being a rogue ninja is better than dying. The moment the words fell, morale collapsed, and they scattered, none wanting to be the sacrificial lamb. Hatake Tsukumo laughed and waved his hand. Senrin, Minato, take the wounded back. The rest split into 4 teams, kill everyone you can catch. The Konoha ninja immediately formed squads and gave chase. After everyone left, Minato stepped out from the shadows, looking at Senrin who was recovering from opening the 8 gates, surprised, are you really sane people? After killing Tsongya, was the plan already set? Senrin smiled, scanning the surroundings with his Sharingan, no plan is better than your acting. That brother was a desperate cry for survival. Suiman looked at Shenron, a chill running through his heart. In just a few minutes, Shenron saw the Kanjia's human head wrapped in Kazuki Sakamaro's hands and immediately devised such a scheme, even including himself in it. Thankfully, he was an ally, not an enemy. Suiman took a deep breath and said, forget it, I don't know how your brains work. Stop messing with me. How's your Hashiman Tanku injury? Not bad, I can hold on, Shenron said casually, but his hands kept using medical ninjutsu to treat his swollen body. While treating, he observed the wounded around, first save the people, if not possible, use shadow clones to carry them back. I've confirmed the area is temporarily safe. The two began checking the injured. The results showed 4 ninjas were lightly wounded, but the base lost 6 people in this battle. After confirming the wounded, Shenron and Suiman rested on the spot. Their fight with Kanjia had greatly drained their energy. After a while, the two each carried a wounded person on their backs and hurried back to the base. On the way, Suiman finally relaxed. This mission was quite successful. The enemy base should be taken. But your plan still didn't work. You're still thinking about Shimura Saburo? Suiman smiled helplessly. That coward, would he really be stupid enough to risk his life on the front line? Don't worry, he is probably hiding comfortably inside the base. Shenron understood Suiman's meaning. They hadn't found Shimura Saburo's body. Suiman asked back, then why did you write Shimura Saburo greetings? Idiot, Shenron sneered, that's what I told Kushina. Forgot? I said I want Shimura Saburo to become famous. Suiman was speechless for a moment, then squeezed out, I'm impressed by you, almost dead and still thinking of showing off to Kushina. Under the moonlight, 6 people traveled overnight for hours and finally returned to the base before dawn. As expected, Shimura Saburo was safe and sound. He had been sent to the rear to guard the wounded at some unknown time and was now leading people to guard the base's perimeter. Shenron and Suiman exchanged glances, both understanding this arrangement was quite suitable. After settling the wounded, the two dragged their exhaustion back to the tent to treat their wounds. Soon, Suiman fell into a deep sleep. His mental energy was too depleted, only sleep could quickly restore it. Shenron continued to use medical ninjutsu to treat the swelling caused by Hashiman Tanku, the backlash pain coming in waves like tides. Days passed quietly between rest and vigilance. After a few days, both recovered a lot. That morning, Shenron and Suiman patrolled near the base when a jet black crow accurately landed on Shenron's shoulder, carrying a letter tied to its leg. Shenron opened the letter, read it carefully, sighed, his face full of pain and helplessness. What's all this written here? Is it Kushina's reply? Watergate smiled as he took the letter. Didn't you tell her about Saburo Shimura's congratulations a few days ago? She must be overjoyed. After reading the letter, his expression immediately grew complicated, just like Shenron's. The entire letter was filled with ha 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 ha. Yeah, this is definitely Kushina's handwriting, no doubt about it. Watergate suppressed his laughter, his shoulders trembling non-stop. Shenron sighed, whether it's foolish or not, it shows she is recovering. At that moment, a Konoha ninja came walking briskly. Seeing that it was a subordinate of Tsukumo Hataki, the two relaxed their guard and asked, "What's the matter?" "Lord Tsukumo heard you've recovered and wants to know if you're willing to assist in hunting down the remaining upper-level ninjas from the hidden sand village." Qianren immediately grabbed his arm. "Ouch, my arm hurts again." He shook his head and declined, "We can't go. We still need half a month to fully heal." The messenger smiled bitterly, "Then please guard the base. The other upper-level ninjas are out on missions. Reinforcements 1T arrive until the afternoon." "Reinforcements too?" Watergate was surprised. "A new mission?" "After the hidden sand base was breached, the Umbu will send people to carry out follow-up plans. Your task is to secure the base." "Understood, leave this place to us." In the afternoon, more than 10 Shunin arrived on time, mostly ninjas from different clans. They asked Qianren and Watergate about the frontline situation. Just as they were about to lead them into the tent for a detailed discussion, a piercing scream was heard. "What? I'm on the hidden sand village's wanted list? 9th place? Why? Why are they hunting me?" Everyone looked over to see Saburo Shimura grabbing a fellow clan ninja, screaming hoarsely as if the sky was falling. That ninja had obviously just been transferred and brought along this good news. The surrounding ninjas started whispering. "Who is Saburo Shimura? An upper ninja? I've never heard of him. Isn't he that black-haired, small-eyed genin? How could he be on the wanted list?" Everyone was confused. Only Watergate suppressed a laugh, his face flushed red, biting his lip tightly. Seeing this, Shenron leaned close to his ear with a mischievous smile. "If you laugh and let them know it was me, next time I'll add your name to the congratulations list too." Watergate knew he was joking but almost couldn't hold it in, nodding frantically and forcing himself to keep quiet. After the farce ended, Shenron gathered everyone in the main tent to assign tasks. "The old Sunagakure stronghold is now empty. We will occupy it directly, destroy the bridge connecting both banks as indicated by the scroll, and garrison here," he said as he closed the scroll and distributed it among the group. "The new reinforcements will join Senior Shuamao to chase the remaining 2 Sunagakure Jonin. Detailed intelligence is on the scroll." Everyone reviewed the scroll without objection. Rest for 1 hour, then prepare the explosives for the operation. An hour later, Shenron led more than 20 ninjas to advance toward the opposite bank. The stronghold was nearly deserted. The remaining Sunagakure ninja scouts fled in panic upon seeing the large force approaching. Entering the stronghold, Shenron stared at the still-standing castle and ordered, "The pursuit team sets out immediately." The others split into groups of 3 to thoroughly search the stronghold, eliminate traps and enemies, and set up camp once it's secure. "We will be stationed here for a long time." Everyone responded and dispersed. Soon the stronghold was cleared, and the Konoha flag was raised. Shenron ordered the destruction of the bridge. This steel-structured bridge had been an important trade route between the wind and river countries, and hardly anyone dared to cross it during wartime. Boom! Explosions rumbled continuously as steel and concrete plunged into the river, and the ninjas cheered thunderously. With the bridge severed, the Sunagakure reinforcements were cut off, greatly enhancing their strategic advantage. Minato looked at the ruins inside. A steel-structured bridge. Sunagakure's resources are scarce, so the cost must have been extremely high. War destroys everything. Shenron gaze passed over the broken bridge, calmly saying, "Kushina's letter said that Hyuga Akatsuki, who previously traveled with us, has already fallen." Minato's eyes darkened. Shenron withdrew his gaze. "Compared to fallen comrades, we are still alive. Don't be sentimental, there's no time. Immediately set up defensive traps and clear nearby Sunagakure scouts." The Umbus still planned to use this river route for something big. Half a month later, in the withered forest at the wind and river border, Shenron pulled a short blade from the chest of a Sunagakure ninja and wiped off the blood. Looking at the rewards, the first 2 were Constitution +1. He chose one with Basic Puppet Technique. After confirming the reconnaissance team was completely wiped out, he opened the attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Sanjin. Age, 11. Physical Constitution, 287. Mental Strength, 197. Chakra, 312. Bloodline Limits, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uzumaki Clan Constitution. Ninjutsu. Others, Hataki Clan Swordsmanship. This swordsmanship originates from the Warring State Samurai. Although now used only with short blades, the moves remain bold and vigorous. Sunagakure Poison Mastery. Sunagakure lacks resources. Beasts have evolved toxins for hunting, and the ninja have studied poisons accordingly. Basic Puppet Technique. Using chakra threads to manipulate puppets, turning them into deadly weapons on the battlefield. Recently, apart from learning Hataki clan swordsmanship, the rest has been just basic attribute improvements, showing mediocre performance. Sanjin, all enemies have been cleared. Let us head back. Minato approached, confirming the last enemy was dead, then said, the reconnaissance teams from Sunagakure are getting fewer. Looks like they're preparing to abandon this territory. Sanjin nodded, that bridge is gone, they'll have to take a long detour to cross. Let us go back to base, the winter here in the land of water is damp and cold. The two walked side by side. By the way, Shikumo-senpai and the others should be back soon, right? Minato asked. The mission intel said the Umbu would be accompanying this time. Why would Umbu come to such a small-scale battlefield? Sanjin's steps paused briefly, then said faintly, Haven Tea, you noticed? It's the dry season now. The water level has dropped severely, making it hard even to get water. This is a desert area, water release is basically useless. But what does that have to do with the mission? Sanjin sighed, not answering directly. I just hope what happened this afternoon doesn't make you feel sick. In the afternoon, Hataki Shikumo led a squad of ninja back to the base, some wearing the Umbu's distinctive animal masks. He went straight to Sanjin and Minato, who were on guard atop the castle tower, praising, you did well while I was away. The traps and sentries were set up thoroughly, I even had to verify the password twice when I came in. Minato scratched his head and smiled humbly, all learned from your previous setups. Hataki Shikumo nodded with satisfaction, then shifted tone. The last time we executed the assassination mission together, it was exhilarating. Come to think of it, when she is not in your team, it seems you can unleash your full strength. Minato's face stiffened, brows furrowed, trying to retort but unable to speak. You're wrong. Sanjin stared at Hataki Shikumo, his tone grave. Kushina has never been a burden to us. On the contrary, we strive to get stronger just to protect her. If she hadn't been injured, we wouldn't have risked breaking into enemy territory to ambush a skilled jonin. Watergate felt a warmth in his heart and looked at Shinran gratefully. You really spoke what was on my mind. Kabuki Tsukumo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then smiled and said approvingly, I didn't expect you not only to be strong but also highly aware. This is truly the embodiment of the will of fire. He patted Shinran on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've already reported your achievements to the village. The rewards will come soon. Shinran ignored the rewards and turned his gaze toward the Umbu in the distance, calmly saying, let's finish the mission first. Kabuki Tsukumo nodded, his expression turning serious as he signaled the Umbu, move out. 3 Umbu ninjas took out sealed scrolls and summoned a huge wooden barrel. The barrel was sealed with a prominent poison character, just smelling it sent chills down the spine. They put on gas masks, lifted the barrel together, tied it with iron wires to a large stone, drilled a small hole in the barrel, carried it to the riverbank, and pushed it forcefully into the center of the river. Splash! As the barrel hit the water but hadn't sunk yet, several fish nearby wildly jumped out, twitched a few times, then floated belly up. Is this poisoning? Watergate's face turned pale as he finally understood Shinran's words from the morning. This river is an important water source for the Wind Country. It will affect not only ninjas but also the civilians downstream. Shinran remained calm and asked Kabuki Tsukumo, does this poison need to be dumped every day? Or is once in a while enough? The river flows fast, it must be dumped daily to maintain the concentration, Kabuki Tsukumo said approvingly. You focus on mission details rather than consequences, you really are a natural ninja. Shinran's voice was steady, we have limited manpower. Can we withstand the Sand Ninja's furious counterattack? After all, this cuts off their route. Watergate interjected excitedly, this is no longer a war. Those civilians are innocent. How can we do this? Does the daimyo know? Kabuki Tsukumo's expression turned serious. This is the highest order jointly issued by the Hokage and the daimyo. The goal is to end the war quickly and avoid endless depletion like the first great ninja war. Watergate suddenly felt powerless, his ideals collapsed at that moment, his eyes dimmed. This is too much. I thought war at least had a side that was just. Shinran looked at the Umbu recording data by the river and said coldly, where is justice in war? If there was, why would they wear masks? He paused, everything we are doing now is to protect the village and our comrades. The enemies on the other side are no different. Never believe those who glorify war, they just want you to willingly earn merits for them. Kazuki Tsukumo sought his intense words, even involving the village's war plans, and quickly added, the Land of Wind does indeed want to interfere with the Land of Rivers. Land of Rivers? Senrin sneered, caught between two great powers, it's just a buffer zone set up by Konoha and Sunagakure. Which war hasn't hit it first? His gaze swept upstream as he proposed a chilling suggestion to everyone. There isn't just one river flowing into the land of wind, why not poison all the upstream sources at once? More efficient and covers a wider area. This stunned Kazuki Tsukumo, who thought it ironic that he had previously praised him. Minato was even more shocked, feeling Senrin's idea was more sinister and deadly than the Umbu. If taken literally, 1/3 of the land of Wind's water sources would be destroyed. Both were puzzled. Which side was Senrin really on? He hated war, yet proposed such a ruthless method. I don't quite understand you. Kazuki Tsukumo stared at the 11-year-old boy, asking with confusion. Senrin slowly said, I think the biggest mistake of the first Hokage was not unifying the ninja world. If it had been unified, there wouldn't be so many wars. They were even more confused. You say you want to protect your comrades, yet you propose a way to kill even more people. Minato retorted. Senrin justified himself boldly, that's because I'm not strong enough now. When I'm strong enough and take down Sunagakure, I will naturally protect the civilians. Minato sighed and mocked, then why not just conquer the whole world and protect everyone? Kazuki Tsukumo chuckled quietly, taking it as a boyish fantasy. But Senrin clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Fight, we must fight. This was his ultimate goal after transmigrating into this brutal world and activating his system to unify the ninja world at all costs and end the chaotic era. Kazuki Tsukumo shook his head and patted his shoulder. You don't think so far ahead just yet. The Sand Ninja's revenge will come soon. Holding the stronghold is the key. Wind Country, Hidden Sand Village secret command post. Sand fell from above, and the underground facility shook violently again. Chio instinctively looked up, and only after confirming the dome was intact did she breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry, it won't collapse. If it does, I'll get you out, Ebizo said, leaning against the wall with a smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. Stop joking and handle the official business quickly. This place isn't safe, be ready to evacuate at any moment. Chio ignored her brother, grabbed a scroll, her tone grave. The village's combat strength is already insufficient, even the Hokage of Konoha has personally joined the battle. We can only use extreme measures. Too many sacrifices have been made. We must use the command post's proximity to the front line to seize a slim chance of survival. She habitually waited for her brother to encourage her, but only silence followed. Ebizo lowered his head and silently reviewed the intelligence. Perhaps he was also overwhelmed by the war situation. Chio sighed and picked up her pen to annotate. The bridge is destroyed. Order troops to retreat temporarily. The trade line with the land of rivers is cut off. The current mission is to hold the stronghold on the opposite bank, strictly forbidding rash advances to avoid unnecessary casualties. After finishing, she reached to take down another scroll, her heart suddenly tightening. Her son Soga and daughter-in-law were in charge of supervising and supplying that stronghold. If the stronghold was destroyed, they were either lucky enough to escape or... Ebizo, her voice trembled, palms sweating cold, has Soga's intelligence not returned yet? Is he injured? Ebizo stopped writing, speechless, unable to utter a single word. Seeing her brother so silent, Chio's last hope was shattered. A wave of helplessness swept over her. She collapsed into her chair, her gaze hollow as if her soul had left her body. Deathly silence filled the cramped command post. After an unknown time, a sand ninja burst in carrying a scroll taller than himself, breaking the silence. Senior Chio, Senior Ebizo, this is the latest mission and intelligence. Please make sure to handle it today. The pile of scrolls blocked his view. The sand ninja did not notice the grief inside the room. Chio took a deep breath and waved him away. War even robs you of grief. She picked up her pen and asked numbly and calmly, Speak. What exactly happened? Ebizo's voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper had rubbed against it. Soga and the others saw that the stronghold across the bridge was repeatedly attacked by Konoha, so they temporarily took troops to defend it. At that time, they were ambushed. Only a note was left at the scene, which read from the Shimura clan, Shimura Saburo. He paused, then said, We suspect the Shimura clan was behind it, but the fatal knife wounds look more like the work of Hatake Tsukumo. Chio's voice trembled. The body? To prevent it from being desecrated by the enemy, it was cremated on the spot, Ebizo said with difficulty, concealing the truth that the head had been severed. He knew his sister couldn't bear any more blows. Boom! Chio suddenly stood up and slammed her palm on the table, cracking the wooden surface instantly. I want to go to the front lines myself. Her eyes burned with hatred. I want to tear Shimura Saburo and Hatake Tsukumo to pieces. Sis! Ebizo hurriedly stopped her. I've already placed them at the top of the assassination list. If you leave the command post on your own, the front will fall into chaos, and casualties will be worse. We can send the strongest Jonin to behead them. Seeing his sister's madness subside slightly, he continued, also, Konoha has started poisoning the upper reaches of our river. Many civilians downstream are poisoned and crying out in anger. Too much insolence. Chio clenched her fists, her gaze lingering on the scrolls on the table for a long time before she finally slumped down and squeezed out a few words. Give me all the intelligence on the Konoha stronghold. I can't act personally, but Bunpuku can. Bunpuku? Ebizo hesitated. He has always been kind-hearted, barely fought during the First Shinobi World War. Would he be willing? The enemy is at our doorstep. The Slaughterer's blade hangs over us. Chio's eyes were cold and resolute. If he doesn't fight, even his family won't be safe. He must join this war. Konoha stronghold, evening. Inside the room, the charcoal fire blazed, the broth in the copper pot simmered, and the aroma was tempting. Shijin brought several plates of fish slices as thin as cicada wings. When Mizukichi looked, his eyes lit up. I thought I could only gnaw on rations for my birthday, thanks to you. He picked up a slice, swished it around, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Where did this fish come from? Shijin sat down leisurely. Be grateful, I was on night duty on my birthday. This fish was caught in the river below the stronghold, looks like bass. Ah. Mizukichi's hand stiffened, his face changed. Isn't that river poisoned? Shijin, you're trying to murder our comrades. Don't worry, Shijin said calmly, I caught this last night upstream inside the land of Water's border. That area hasn't been polluted yet, absolutely no poison. I even specifically fed the fish head to the wild foxes behind the mountain, only bringing it back after seeing them lively and jumping around. Suemon finally breathed a sigh of relief and confidently threw the fish slices into the pot. Senrin saw him eat another piece and deliberately said in a low voice, You've already eaten 2 pieces. It's really poisonous by now, you should be foaming at the mouth. Suemon was speechless. Senrin laughed, just kidding. He also picked up a chopstick of fish meat. Suemon patted his chest, eating while asking, seriously, do you think poisoning is effective? If I were in the Sand Village's shoes, I'd be crazy mad by now and definitely retaliate fiercely. After all, this shakes the foundation of the country. The common people's resentment is sky high. Senrin analyzed, what good is dissatisfaction? Our base has 5 Jonin plus 8 no, you're also a Chunin, so that makes 9 Chunin. With such defenses, the Sand Village can't break through in the short term. As long as we hold out, reinforcements will arrive immediately. Suemon nodded, true, their main bridge was blown up mounting a large-scale attack. Isn't that easy? Forget it, don't think about it, let us keep eating. Halfway through the hot pot, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded outside, enemy attack. Sand Village invasion. Full defense. The two exchanged looks, reluctantly putting down their chopsticks. Senrin stood, grabbed his weapon, and beckoned Suemon to go out. Suemon still had the last piece of fish in his mouth, mumbling complaints, they come to die right at dusk, are they crazy? We have to end this fast, or the broth will be gone. He thought it was just a minor disturbance, but when he rushed out of the base and saw the scene before him, he froze. Between the broken cliffs, a resilient chakra wire had been strung up at some unknown time. More than 20 sand ninjas walked across the fine line, crossing a turbulent river dozens of meters wide as if it were flat ground, closing in on the base. The broken bridge was over 50 meters high. When the sentries spotted the enemy, the main force had already crossed the river's center and was less than 100 meters from the base. The last sand ninja climbed onto this side of the broken bridge. The enemy was lined up neatly, armed with blades, but hesitated to attack and just stood silently. The pressure they exerted was overwhelming. Kakimoto Sakumo's voice sounded, be careful. Those who can cross the river using chakra wires are at least elite Chunin, many are Jonin. Suemon muttered, so many experts, my hot pot is cold now. Senrin warned solemnly, don't underestimate them. What are they waiting for? The reconnaissance ninja raised his binoculars and shouted, Sakumo-senpai, that red figure on the opposite riverbank, what is it? Senrin looked up, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan instantly activated, zooming in. In an instant, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, and every hair stood on end. He clearly saw a figure shrouded in ominous red chakra, rapidly forming a black sphere in front of their mouth that was a terrifying energy highly compressed from yin-yang chakra. He would never be mistaken. Bijou Damashii. Run! It's Bijou Damashii. Senju roared, shouting a warning with all his might. What's Bijou Damashii? A nearby ninja asked in surprise, but Senju didn't look back and sprinted wildly. 10,000 explosive tags bound together and detonated. Senju's voice echoed in the wind, "If you don't want to die, run." Before he finished speaking, the black-red energy sphere shot out at high speed with a will to destroy. Though no one understood Bijou Damashii, seeing Senju and strong figures like Hataki Sakumo fleeing for their lives, panic instantly broke out and everyone scattered. 8 Gates Formation. Gate of Life, open. Senju activated the 8 Gates Formation instantly, pulling Minato along as they sprinted at full speed. He wished he had a few more legs. The black-red energy sphere streaked across the sky, leaving a deadly trail. The air trembled as if unable to bear its weight. After 10 breaths, a blinding white light tore through the sight. The light was cold and piercing, burning the eyeballs. Even closing eyes couldn't avoid it. Boom! The shock struck the soul and marrow, shaking heaven and earth. The blast wave tore through the stronghold, turning buildings to rubble. Ninjas were swept into the air, flying apart like kites with cut strings. Though Senju pushed his speed to the limit, he couldn't catch up to this destructive force. He felt as if a huge mountain had struck his back, his bones aching fiercely, and his body was violently thrown. Blood froth mixed with the taste of rust flowed from the corner of his mouth. Only roaring filled his ears, and Minato's figure vanished instantly. He rolled dozens of meters before stopping. Struggling to lift his head, he found the stronghold no longer had the silhouette of a small castle. Instead, there was a gray-black mushroom cloud, swirling with burning wood chips, broken swords and spears, and blurred limbs. It was a real scene from hell. Clutching his chest in pain, Senju finally understood the weight of the word bijou. This was no ordinary ninjutsu, but a natural disaster capable of easily destroying strongholds and lives. He immediately activated chakra, using medical ninjutsu to urgently treat his internal injuries while vigilantly observing his surroundings. After a long while without seeing Minato or others, he instead saw dozens of sand-hidden village ninjas approaching with weapons. A head-on fight would be a death sentence, so Senju decisively chose to retreat first. The enemy searched at an extremely fast pace and immediately spotted him. The one wearing Uchiha clan clothes is Uchiha Sanjin. The sand-hidden village Jonin ordered coldly, "Yamino and Squad D, go bring him back. 3 Tomo Sharingan, alive or dead, must be seen. Be sure to pry information about Shimura Saburo from him." The 4 quickly surrounded and pursued. Sanjin's eyes darted as he thought, Minato didn't die that easily, he must have fainted. These 4 are mostly Jonin, and I'm injured. Plus, the enemy here has reinforcements. I'll keep my distance for now and look for a chance to pick them off one by one. He swallowed a ration pill to suppress his internal injuries, then turned and retreated into the dense forest of the Land of Water. After climbing over a small hill, he looked back and saw the shortest pursuer had disappeared. Looking up, he spotted a black dot in the sky riding a giant kite, watching him. No wonder he couldn't shake them off their SNI in the sky. One less on the ground is an opportunity. Sanjin's Sharingan spun rapidly as he prepared to counterattack. The Sand Jonin captain shouted, "Yamino, he is going to use Genjutsu. Use the jellyfish technique." The brown-haired Kunoichi quickly formed hand seals, water release, jellyfish technique. 3 translucent jellyfish appeared, attaching to her and 2 companions. "My jellyfish technique can disrupt chakra, dispel Genjutsu, and provide simple healing," she said calmly. "Quickly finish this and capture him. With him, the village can mass-produce Sharingan users." Sanjin furrowed his brows. The technique seemed familiar. A flash of memory, this was a technique used by the sand-hidden village Kunoichi Yamano. The woman's hair color and appearance were the same, about 15 or 16 years old, wrapped in winter clothes, but trembling from running, like a white rabbit about to leap out. "Isn't this little girl Amano's mother, Yamino?" "Wait," she said, "the village wants to mass-produce Sharingan users. Could it be I've become their live-in son-in-law? The figure and looks are quite fitting. The opponent is not inferior to Tsunade at all. Ugh, lust is a double-edged sword." Thinking about these at a critical moment, "I deserve this." Sanjin shook his head and quickly dashed into the forest ahead. High humidity meant less chakra consumption for water release. Forming hand seals with both hands, he spat out a fireball, using the firelight as cover to plunge into the forest. Though the winter forest was sparse, the humidity was decent. He immediately formed seals, water release, mist concealment technique. The thick fog quickly spread out, his true body quietly hidden among the giant tree branches, almost blending into the tree itself. Through the mist, his Sharingan still clearly detected the enemy's chakra flow. While healing, he identified the enemies skilled in wind release, planning to use the fog concealment technique to take them down one by one. As the dense fog rose, the 4 pursuers immediately stopped in their tracks. Captain Dodai shouted into the air, "Sabakinu, come down. Use wind release to blow away the fog." The short Sabakina descended from the air and patted the two puppets beside him, saying, "Captain Dodai, this forest isn't large. Why not use poison smoke to fill it and trap him?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Sabakina curled his fingers, the puppet mechanisms clicking as they sprayed out purple poison smoke, slowly advancing. Manoy warned, "Be careful, the opponent might take this chance to break through or fight desperately." Beneath the tree, Sinjin noticed an extra person and several chakra lines, guessing it was a puppeteer using puppets to scout. He observed that the puppeteer's left-hand chakra lines were unused, clearly holding a puppet in reserve for defense. A glint flashed in Sinjin's eyes as he hung upside down from the tree trunk, forming hand seals. An earth clone emerged from the ground beneath his feet, leapt up and high-fived the original, receiving an explosive tag. After landing, the earth clone formed seals that caused the ground to swell silently, creeping toward the enemy's feet before suddenly pulling out kunai and bursting through the soil. The four, experienced fighters, immediately noticed and jumped back to avoid the attack. The sneak attack failed, and the earth clone stuck the explosive tag onto the nearest puppet. Sabakina sneered, moving his left hand. Another puppet quickly tore off the explosive tag and stuck it onto the earth clone in return. Amid the explosion, Sabakina pulled back the puppet, checked it was unharmed, and taunted, "So slow to react, you can't even dodge an explosive tag. Are you going to get blown up?" Captain Dodai pointed at the two broken earth limbs on the ground and said gravely, "That's an earth clone, the technique worked. He didn't use shadow clones, his chakra is nearly gone. This guy has 3 types of chakra nature, pretty impressive." Sabakinu, "Increase the poison fog, don't let him escape." Sabakinu responded and was about to control another puppet when he found the puppet's joints stiff and unmoving. "What's going on?" he asked suspiciously. He had just done maintenance before setting off. Could it be that the recent explosion damaged it? He approached suspiciously, wanting to inspect it himself. The moment he got close to the puppet, its right hand suddenly stabbed out. He was too close and had no time to dodge. Put! The sharp arm pierced straight through his abdomen. "What is happening?" Sand Wolf looked at the arm penetrating his body and collapsed helplessly. At that moment, he noticed several neat cuts on the moss beside the hole where the earth clone had emerged. Those weren't from trampling, but from chakra threads. Cough, the enemy knows puppetry. Sand Wolf spat out blood mixed with internal organs, disbelief all over his face. Puppetry is a secret technique of the Sand Village, requiring years of hard training since childhood. How could a little Uchiha kid know it? But these chakra threads were undeniably real. "Don't talk." Yum quickly stepped forward, palm glowing green, attempting to heal. "It's useless, you're a medical ninja, you know better than me. With the organs destroyed, survival in the wild is impossible." Sand Wolf mustered all his strength, weaving chakra threads to entangle Sinjin's strings, preventing control of the puppet. He looked up and gasped out to the captain in broken words, "Captain, this guy isn't simple, don't try to capture him alive, just bring back his eyes." Watching his former comrade's breath fade rapidly, Captain Dokuga's eyes turned blood red. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "All units, listen. Abandon capture, kill at all costs." With that, he pressed both hands to the ground, chakras surging wildly. Earth release, earth flow severing. The earth let out a wail. A massive fissure radiated from Dokuga's position, violently spreading through the forest like an ancient beast breaking free from the soil. Thick earth was overturned, trees uprooted, soil and roots flying everywhere. Sinjin, hidden underground, felt an irresistible pressure squeezing from all sides. His escape plan instantly failed as he was forced out of the ground. "Leave the painkillers, pursue," Dokuga commanded coldly. Yum quickly set down a bottle of sedative, her voice trembling but resolute. "We will help you get revenge." Without looking back, she chased after them. Facing the relentless pursuit of the three, Sinjin's gaze remained calm. The recent breather had greatly restored his stamina and chakra. More importantly, the first step of his plan had succeeded. The most troublesome aerial scout had been eliminated. Next, he just needed to use thick fog to split the battlefield and defeat them one by one. Thinking this, Sinjin formed hand seals. Water release, mist concealment technique. A dense fog suddenly rose, quickly enveloping the hillside and swallowing the pursuers. In ninja battles, victory is decided in an instant. Life and death are unpredictable. As long as it can win, why not use the same trick 1,000 times? Here we go again. Dokuga immediately ordered, "Nuno, use water mosquitoes to scout his position. Everyone stay alert, strike together once his location is confirmed." Nuno nodded and quickly formed hand seals, medical water release, water mosquitoes. Countless translucent water mosquitoes swarmed out from her, precisely surrounding the center of the thick fog. Unfortunately, under Senrin's Sharingan, the chakra points on each water mosquito were fully exposed. Senrin understood that this trick could still be used this way. More importantly, these water mosquitoes could enter the body and extract toxins. If Konoha's water release ninjas mastered this technique, their poisoning warfare against Sunigakure might end at a much lower cost. Muno had to be taken down, and the intelligence about the technique must not fall into enemy hands. With this in mind, Senrin quietly picked up a stone and hurled it fiercely in the opposite direction. Whoosh! Captain, over there! The Sunigakure ninja closest to Muno immediately gave chase. Dokuga hurried after them as well. At that moment, several sharp whistling sounds pierced through the thick fog. Watch out, Shuriken! Dokuga decisively grabbed the two, and the three stood back to back, swiftly wielding kunai to deflect dozens of flying shuriken. Captain, he can see us in the fog, the Sunigakure ninja said gravely. We are visible, he has hidden. This passive attrition is unfavorable. You use a wide-range earth release to clear the fog again, I'll use body flicker to rush him and entangle him, you guys follow up with support. Before the words finished, several cold gleams pierced through the fog straight at them. The Sunigakure ninja swung a kunai to block but noticed that the end of the kunai was attached to a burning explosive tag. Not good. Boom. At the critical moment, Dokuga quickly formed hand seals, raising a thick earth wall to block the blast's impact. That bastard. The rescued ninja cursed angrily. He first used shuriken to make us lower our guard, then covered the explosive tag behind. Ninja are ruthless and cold-blooded. I've never seen one this cunning. But this exposed his position. Muno crouched behind the earthen wall, speaking calmly, prepare to charge. However, the anticipated frontal confrontation did not occur. Instead, a furious roar filled with scorching chakra sounded. Fire release, great fireball technique. The raging flames surged like a tidal wave, instantly igniting the air with intense heat. Water release, water array wall. Muno clenched her silver teeth, forcibly accelerating her water release despite the lack of water. A curtain of water surrounded the three, temporarily blocking the heat wave, but her chakra was rapidly depleting. The flames burned for dozens of seconds, the ground even emitting a scorched smell, before gradually dying out. As the flames extinguished, three sand ninja burst from the earth. The thick fog was driven away by the high temperature, revealing the panting Senrin not far away. Senrin scanned their burned skin, his gaze finally settling on their chests, confirming the effect was achieved. This guy is such a pervert. Manu quickly noticed the gaze fixed on her chest, something she was long accustomed to. Attack! Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Dokuga drew his poison-coated kunai and shouted the order for a full assault. The three charged in a triangular formation. Senrin took a deep breath, drew his short blade, and shouted, 8 gates technique, gate of life, open. He advanced instead of retreating, meeting them head-on. Blades clashed fiercely, the sound of metal striking metal ringing non-stop, sparks flying as if about to ignite the scorched earth once more. Relying on the speed and strength granted by the 8 gates technique, combined with the insight of the Sharingan and the Kirigakure-style swordsmanship, Senrin fought 3 opponents single-handedly without losing ground. In just a few dozen rounds, he had gauged the 3's capabilities. The Captain Dokuga's swordsmanship was ruthless and deadly, clearly honed through countless bloody battles. He even knew how to exploit the Sharingan's blind spots, marking him as an experienced jonin. Another male ninja was reckless and full of openings, saved from a swift death only by Dokuga's cover. Manu clearly understood her role, staying on the periphery, using ranged weapons to harass and avoid close combat with Senrin. A gleam flashed in Senrin's eyes. Suddenly, he leapt back to evade the 2's pincer attack while spitting out a massive fireball. Taking advantage of their obstructed vision, his footsteps shifted, and like lightning, he surged toward the weakest defense Manu. Fool! I've been waiting for you. The male ninja rejoiced at the sight, electricity flashing over his body as lightning chakra instantly surged into his kunai. Chakra erupted beneath his feet, predicting Senrin's trajectory, striking first with a fierce, lethal stab. Die! Their figures intertwined as the lightning-infused kunai precisely aimed for Senrin's heart. But just as the kunai was about to pierce, Senrin's face twisted into a strange smile. With a boom, his body transformed into a flock of crows, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. Crow clone! The crows quickly gathered, and Senrin reappeared ghost-like behind the male ninja. Pucci the cold blade pierced through his back. Bastard! Dokuga, seeing his comrade killed, decisively threw several highly poisonous shurikens in a fan-shaped spread, blocking both sides of Manu. His judgment was ruthless, even predicting the plan to use Manu as leverage. Senrin's heart tightened. He had no choice but to abandon his plan and prepare to leap back and retreat. Yet he saw Dokuga's attack closing in simultaneously. Anger and anxiety quickened his pace by a few more beats. SSSHH. The kunai grazed Shenron's arm, leaving a shallow scratch. After striking, Duya didn't pursue but swiftly moved in front of Mingnai to protect her. He glanced at Mingnai, who was treating their companion, and shook his head helplessly. It's no use. His heart's been pierced. This guy is ruthless. The fallen sand ninja spat out blood, eyes full of confusion. Captain Mingnai, why did the jellyfish fail? Why did I fall under the illusion? Shenron wiped the blood off his blade, injecting himself with an antidote as he replied calmly, look at your chest, doesn't Tia tell you? The three of them looked down and saw that the jellyfish, which had been attached to resist the illusion, had long since been roasted dry by the earlier fireball jutsu, and even the one on the sand ninja's chest had fallen off during the charge. I see, such a deep scheme. Blood continued to flow as the sand ninja left a last word, Captain, abandon the mission. Shenron quickly bandaged his arm wound and, noticing the sky darkening, advised, you heard what your companion said. Let it go. Not a chance. Duya and Mingnai shouted in unison. Mingnai formed hand seals, and two new jellyfish attached themselves to her and Duya respectively. Duya confirmed the jellyfish were attached, his eyes burning with rage, hands tightly gripping the kunai as he charged at Shenron once more. Clang! This time Duya's power surged sharply, forcing even Shenron, who had opened the gate of life, to step back half a pace, the scorched earth beneath his feet gouged by two deep trenches. Landing a hit, Duya's assault grew fiercer, sparks flying as blades clashed violently. Logically, Shenron, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, should have the upper hand, but he chose to fight defensively, avoiding reckless attacks. He noticed the dense swarm of water mosquitoes behind Duya pressing in like a dark cloud. Taking advantage of the weapons clash, Shenron and Duya instantly created distance. Focusing, Shenron saw that this time the number of water mosquitoes was several times greater than before, having flown out from Mingnai's waist pouch. Trying to sneak into my body with such petty tricks? You're seriously underestimating me. Shenron snorted coldly, forming hand seals in rapid succession as several massive fireballs roared out, burning most of the water mosquitoes to ashes. Mingnai, panting but undeterred, continued to control the remaining water mosquitoes to attack, shouting, Captain, delay a bit longer. His stamina is running out. Clearly, maintaining such a large-scale jutsu was also draining her greatly. All right. Duya responded, throwing kunai with attached explosive tags as he charged at Shenron again. Boom! 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 As the smoke from the explosions cleared, Shenron and Duya's blades clashed once more, locked in fierce struggle. I clearly gave you all a chance to leave, Shenron gasped, the life gate of the 8 gates technique opening, but he felt overwhelmed himself. Can't you just get lost on your own? Humph, you killed 2 of my comrades, and you still wanted Duya didn't he finish his sentence before a numbness spread from the blade of Shenron's sword, cutting him off abruptly. Ley lightning attribute? How do you have so many chakra attributes? Duya shouted in shock. Go ask the king of hell. Shenron's blade crackled with electricity, moving even faster. The electric current on the blade directly pierced through Duya's kunai. Crack, a crisp sound rang out as Duya's left palm was chopped off. Instinctively clutching his severed arm, he took several steps back, staring at Shenron in shock. How many chakra attributes do you actually have? Shenron withdrew the 8 gates technique. The crimson in his eyes gradually faded. He sensed Duya's fighting spirit had completely collapsed. Not many, he casually brushed away the biting water mosquitoes, only 5. Duya stared at Shenron for a few seconds, then glanced at Mino, whose chakra was almost depleted, and finally fixed his gaze on Shenron's short knife shimmering with electricity. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his chakra and turned to flee. Mino shouted, he has been hit by my technique. Senior Duya, don't run. Before she finished speaking, a rushing sound pierced the air. Shenron instantly appeared in front of Mino, the cold blade pressing against her neck. Your technique, you mean these little mosquitoes? Shenron asked. Besides biting painful spots, what else can they do? I know they're poisonous, but I had already injected an antidote. Mino refused to yield, controlling the water mosquitoes to continue biting. Don't think all from Sunigakure are cowards. Shenron waved his hand to disperse the water mosquitoes, the blade drawing even closer. Your chakra must be nearly exhausted, right? Hand over the scroll of water mosquito technique and I might spare your life. Never. This is my grandfather's lifelong work. I will never give it to Konoha. Shenron shook his head. Suddenly dizziness struck him. He forced back the discomfort and said, the greatest use of this technique is to save lives, not kill. Before he finished, drowsiness flooded over him like a tidal wave. He sheathed his blade and pressed his temple, his body swaying slightly. A glint flashed in Mino's eyes. She quickly stepped back, putting distance between them. How do you know the water mosquito technique can save people? She stared at Qianren with a smile on her lips. The water mosquitoes I just released carry a powerful sedative. Come back to the village obediently. Damn it! She had been careless. The water mosquitoes she released earlier had already been injected with sedative. Qianren gritted his teeth, summoning his last ounce of strength to throw a kunai at Meng Nai. Unfortunately, it missed, only grazing her shoulder. Cursing inwardly, he thought to himself that he had really messed up in the worst way. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. Suddenly, he woke up with a painful groan. Before him was a dry cave, his body tightly bound with ropes, especially his arms behind his back, completely immobile. Except for his eyes, which could move, he couldn't do anything. Not far away, Meng Nai sat on a small bed made of leaves with her back to him, applying medicine to her shoulder. Qianren recognized her, and seeing her fair shoulder in silhouette, he couldn't help but try to struggle free, only to find he had no chakra at all and his body was extremely weak. The sound of the ropes rubbing against the stone wall alerted Meng Nai. She suddenly turned around and met Qianren's gaze. She screamed sharply, quickly clutching her chest and grabbing a handful of kunai, ready to throw them at him. Don't move! I just woke up, I didn't see anything. Qianren hurriedly begged, quickly turning his head away. Meng Nai shouted angrily, if you dare peek again, I'll gouge out your eyes. You red-eyed lecher! She glared at him, still angry as she dressed, her face turning red. After putting on her clothes, she came over and took out a syringe, saying, you have a good constitution, your resistance to sedatives is stronger than normal. Don't worry, once your wounds heal, I'll take you back to the village. Qianren looked at the syringe, completely unwilling, don't inject me again, I'll die. Meng Nai's tone was cold despite her gentle appearance, you won't die, at worst you'll be paralyzed. Qianren knew begging wouldn't work, so he tried to reason with her. He quickly said, your village captured me because they want to establish a Uchiha branch in Sunagakure. I see you have a good figure, very suitable. If it were you, I'd be willing. Meng Nai's face instantly flushed red, a mix of shame and anger, and she slapped him hard, keep dreaming. Even if they want to use you to continue the bloodline, you're just a locked-up boar. You've been peeking since you woke up, haven't you? I'll kill you. Qianren endured the pain on his face and hurriedly countered, think carefully, am I wrong? If I really became a breeding tool, wouldn't young female ninjas like you be the first to suffer? Unless you are the daughter of a noble family. Qianren said bluntly. So what? For the village, I am willing to give everything. Meng Nai bit her teeth and retorted. But her evasive eyes and furrowed brows had already revealed her inner struggle. Since you agreed, why did your face turn red just now? Qianren pressed on, why not let me take a thorough look now? I'll kill you, you bastard. Meng Nai drew her kunai. Wait. Qianren hurriedly said, I have a plan that lets you complete the mission without becoming a test subject. Meng Nai stopped, breathing heavily. She took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. I am a medical ninja, a precious resource of the village. I can't do that kind of thing. What if I specifically assign you, Meng Nai? Qianren's gaze was playful. Meng Nai's forehead veins bulged. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? No, I'm just telling you there's a better choice. Qianren looked toward the bed behind him, the leaves are already yellow. You've been trapped here for more than a day. It's cold and your wound won't heal easily. Aren't you afraid of dying? Meng Nai stood up coldly. A few days ago, Konoha ninjas searched everywhere for you. I was injured and couldn't bring you back. But if I can't go back, don't expect to leave alive. At worst, we die together. Aren't you a medical ninja? Can't you heal this little injury? The tendon's injured. It won't heal that fast. Before Meng Nai finished, she grabbed a stone and threw it at Qianren. You kill people swiftly. Why are you being so wishy-washy now? Qianren took the hit hard, cursing inwardly, when I get free, I'll teach you a lesson. I have a win-win plan. Seeing Meng Nai showing some interest, Qianren continued, you help me regain my strength so I can walk, and you escort me back to the village. Isn't that simple? Dream on. You're definitely planning to escape or alert your comrades. Don't you have sedatives? Just give me one before we leave. Besides, you're so close to me. If I try to run, you can take me down with one kunai. I'm not willing to gamble with my life. Meng Nai's eyes flickered. You say win-win, so what's your win? Qianren smiled, then I'll have the Uchiha clan compensate Sunagakure with 10 million ryo. A great service to your village and to you personally. You don't have to worry about being forced to have children, and I won't be treated like a breeding hog in captivity. How about that? Meng Nai pondered. The plan was indeed feasible. As long as she got close to the Wing country border and brought him back to the village, what happened afterward would be decided by the higher-ups. Could he really escape from the Umbu prison? If he really wanted to find me, I have thousands of ways to deal with him in the village. Thinking this, Meng Nai showed a faint, barely noticeable smile and nodded. All right, it's a deal. Since you agreed, first get me something to eat. Xianren sighed in relief. Even a ration pill will do. Already finished eating. How long was I unconscious? You didn't eat mine too, did you? 5 days. 5 days? How didn't you let me starve to death? Xianren questioned. If I don't eat soon, forget walking, I won't even have a life. Give me some water first. It's freezing cold, where would the food come from? Meng Nai frowned and grabbed the water bottle, forcing it into his mouth. This is the water country, aren't there fish in the river? You don't fish in winter? Can, but not skilled. Meng Nai said coldly, aquatic resources have been exploited by the village and daimyo, so ordinary people rarely fish. That's a monopoly, right? There are no outsiders here, don't worry about being overheard by the covert troops. Stop the nonsense. You, who have no sense of village community, are really disgusting. Quickly tell me the winter fishing method, I'll go catch fish. Shanren curled his lips and carefully explained the winter fishing techniques. He thought Meng Nai would be grateful, but she took out a sedative again. Shanren cursed loudly as the cold needle pierced his body once more. When he woke up, Meng Nai was shaking him awake by the fire, shivering from the cold, with a few fish of various sizes lying beside her. Got the fish back, eat. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by making a fire? Xianren asked suspiciously. Afraid, but it's better than freezing to death. Meng Nai added some dry branches and her body gradually warmed. Winter fishing is really hard, no wonder fish are expensive. It's winter now, fish don't move much. Hurry, untie me, I'll teach you how to grill fish, I still have secret seasonings in my survival bag. Wishful thinking. Meng Nai ignored him. Who knows if your seasonings are poisoned? Shenren had no choice but to teach her how to grill fish. Use the kunai to cut open from the abdomen, remove the guts, scale it. Watching Meng Nai handle the fish step by step and set it over the fire to grill, Shenren's eyes fixed on the kunai on the ground that was his only hope. When Meng Nai was about to put away the kunai, Shenren hurriedly shouted, Forget the kunai, the fish is almost burnt, flip it quickly. Oh. Meng Nai flusteredly put down the kunai and flipped the fish. Then Shenren found a topic to chat non-stop, successfully distracting Meng Nai from the kunai. 20 minutes later, the fish was grilled to perfection, filling the air with a rich aroma. Pierce the thickest part with a twig if it goes through, it's cooked. Meng Nai did as told, confirmed the fish was done, and handed him the biggest one. You're not poisoning it, are you? Xianren asked while wolfing it down. You've been freezing for hours, how come you gave me the biggest one? Meng Nai took another fish herself, eating in small bites. The glucose I injected you with is used up, I was afraid you'd starve to death. I am a medical ninja, a captive must never die before my eyes. Xianren raised an eyebrow and smiled. You are quite a decent person. Since we're friends, I have over 2 million Rio in checks in my ninja tool pouch. How about you take them and let me go? Menjin smiled in response. I've already taken them into my ninja pouch. Xianren was speechless. Then can I eat a few more fish? Spending 2 million on some fish isn't too much, right? She walked behind Xianren, checked the knots, and after confirming they were secure, handed him another fish. Don't think you can replenish your chakra. These knots have you tied up tight. If you want to eat more fish, no problem, I don't want you starving. Xianren devoured the fish bought with 2 million Rio. After eating 2, his chakra slowly began to recover. Menjin packed up and prepared to leave. No one came looking for you outside today. They've searched for you so long, I guess they did their best. While speaking, she took out a sedative from her ninja pouch. We're leaving soon. If you try any tricks, I'll kill you on the spot. Xianren agreed verbally but slightly turned his body. His hands behind his back aligned with the kunai on the ground, and a nearly invisible chakra thread quietly shot out. After several attempts, he smiled and asked, Menjin, do you know which ninjutsu consumes the least chakra? Menjin walked over with the sedative pinched between her fingers. In front of sedatives, no ninjutsu works. You better behave. At the moment the needle pierced the skin, the rope behind her snapped with a pop. Xianren suddenly stood up and pounced on Menjin like a leopard. Bang! The sudden lunge threw Menjin off balance, and she fell heavily to the ground. Xianren pressed one hand on her wrist holding the sedative, the other with a cold kunai against her neck. He held her firmly, giving no chance to struggle. Let me tell you, he whispered sinisterly in her ear, smiling wickedly, the ninjutsu that consumes the least chakra is the puppet controlling chakra threads. Mengen was shocked, fear flashing in her eyes. Smelling the faint fishy scent on the kunai, she realized, you were scheming against me from the start. She tried to struggle, but pain from her shoulder wound made her understand the situation was hopeless. Kill me or do whatever you want, she closed her eyes and gave up resisting. I will never beg for mercy. Is that so? Xianrun's gaze slid over her resolute face, pausing at the curves of her chest, a playful smile appearing. Then I really will skin you alive. You shameless pervert. Meng Nai's cheeks flushed immediately. Thinking of the miserable fate of the captured kunoichi, she began to struggle. Xianrun gently pressed the wound on her arm. Meng Nai howled in pain and then stopped struggling. Watching her chest rise and fall with anger and fear, and the blush on her face, Xianrun bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay clear-headed. Such a severe test was clearly meant to send the cadre to prison. Suppressing his irritation, he said in a low voice, "Don't move. You didn't kill me, and I won't kill you. I only want your water mosquito technique. Don't lie to me. I don't believe a word you say." Meng Nai twisted in vain. "Even if I tell you, you'll kill me." She struggled again, and Xianrun stopped wasting words, snatched the sedative from her hand, and swiftly injected it into her neck. Her consciousness faded gradually. Meng Nai used her last strength to say something that surprised Xianrun. "I can stay with you as long as you want, but after that let me go." She suddenly changed tactics, and Xianrun's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" The drug took effect, and her voice was intermittent. "As long as I can bring back the bloodline limit, any method is fine." After speaking, she fell into a deep unconsciousness. Xianrun stood up, looking at her with mixed feelings. Was she afraid of death or brainwashed by the Sunigakure, willing to extend the Sharingan in such a way? At that moment, the system voice sounded. Defeated Sunigakure ninja Meng Nai, choose entries to absorb, chakra +1, constitution +1. Xianrun thought regretfully that none were the medical water style, water mosquito he most wanted. He was only interested in that technique. But looking at Meng Nai's full figure, his thoughts immediately changed. Not just the technique, but prefers something more proactive. Thinking he still had to learn her ninjutsu, Xianrun bound Meng Nai with rope. This time, no embarrassing cane kabuto binding. After tying her up, he carried her to the bed, tidied his belongings, and headed outside the cave. The urgent matter was to replenish food and quickly reunite with the main force. After being unconscious for so many days, he wondered how Minato and the base were doing. Early the next morning, Meng Nai was awakened by the smell of food. She quietly opened her eyes a crack and saw Xianrun with his back to her, stirring food in a porcelain bowl. Meng Nai really has a great figure. Last night was truly moist. Xianrun seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. Without looking back, he said calmly, "You scoundrel." Meng Nai suddenly woke up, twisting her body repeatedly, only to find the other end of the rope firmly tied in a crack in the rock. "Now that you're awake, stop pretending to sleep." Xianrun used 2 sticks as chopsticks to pick at the vegetables and cured meat in the bowl, muttering to himself, "Too bad there's no soy sauce, otherwise this claypot rice would taste even better." Meng Nai checked her clothes were intact and breathed a sigh of relief. Her stomach, however, kept growling non-stop. Even though she was hungry, she remained highly alert. Seeing Xianrun nearly finished eating, she snorted coldly, "You Konoha ninja really have no manners, stealing even the villagers' food. This rice and cured meat must have been stolen." Xianrun didn't look back. "I left money." Your Konoha money can't be used in the land of water. You still had to risk exchanging it." Xianrun's voice grew even calmer. "It's not that troublesome." "I used your money." "You?" Meng Nai was speechless. This guy ate so well and was still using her money. Her hunger grew stronger, and reluctantly she lowered her head. "Since you're using my money, then I want to eat too." "Aren't you afraid I'll poison you?" "No." Meng Nai looked at her intact clothes and clean bedding. "You must be a good person." "Damn, a good person card?" Xianrun grumbled inwardly but still picked up another bowl of claypot rice, walked over to her, and untied the rope. "If you want to eat, eat properly. If you want to sneak attack me, better do it now. Don't spill my rice." Meng Nai's eyes darted around, biting her lip hesitantly, and finally reached out, chopsticks. Seeing she didn't resist, Xianrun put away the short knife hidden behind him and handed her 2 sticks. Soon, Meng Nai finished the last bite and couldn't help but ask, "Is there more? This claypot rice is really delicious. How do you make it?" As soon as she spoke, she realized she had asked the wrong person. "Finished?" Xianrun looked up at her, rice grains still clinging to the corners of her mouth. Hand over the water mosquito technique after you finish eating, and I'll let you go. No way. Meng Nai was firm. Then I'll have to use genjutsu. Dream on. Your lousy genjutsu only knows the seals. There is no way you can perform advanced ninjutsu. In that case, I'll have to get tough. Xianren stood up, advancing like a demon. Meng Nai, you wanna know what happens next? Meng Nai was furious, grabbed a porcelain bowl, and smashed it toward him, her eyes full of anger and fear. You devil! I just complimented you. Xianren easily dodged the ceramic bowl, picked up the rope on the ground, and pulled hard, threatening. Do you know what turtle shell binding is? It's okay if you don't, you'll find out soon enough. Many eyes were tightly shut, as if preparing to face anything. Do whatever you want. I will never hand over my grandfather's jutsu to you. Bang! The expected torture didn't come. Many just felt a light tap on her forehead. She opened her eyes and saw Xianren with a helpless expression. Admit defeat, and I'll see if I can let you go. Never. Don't think you can break my defense with such tricks. You lecherous scoundrel, trying to turn me into a slave. Xianren frowned and glanced at the system prompt. Draw with Sunanin many, choose to absorb entries, chakra +1, water release, water formation wall. Still not the jutsu he wanted. Helpless, he bound Many again. You really think I'm only interested in your jutsu? After binding her, he continued, since you handed over, live the captive life for a few days first. With that, he carried her out of the cave. After walking for a long time, Xianren brought Many to the border between the land of water and the land of wind. He climbed a tall tree, compared the map and Konoha's attack deployment, and deduced a hidden stronghold in the desert. An hour later, they arrived outside the stronghold. The guards were Uchiha clan ninjas. Xianren stepped forward and gave the password. The guards were skeptical and went back to notify the person in charge. Xianren, can you let me go now? Many, her hands tied, looked worried. If I become a captive, I don't know what they'll do. Even if you want to, it's okay. Xianren hesitated. Just then, 5 people approached the entrance, led by Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Xianren? Weren't you at the C7 stronghold? What are you doing here? Fugaku asked. Xianren shook his head. It's a long story. Let me eat something first. He tugged the rope binding Many, preparing to enter the stronghold. Many refused to take a step forward. Xianren turned back and saw 4 ninjas surrounding Many, their eyes shamelessly scanning her. Back off. How to handle this captive is my business. Xianren's tone turned cold. The others stopped, with ambiguous smiles on their faces. Since she is a captive anyway, Xianren, don't be so stingy. Let us all interrogate her for intelligence. Yeah, we'll use genjutsu to interrogate her and find out everything. As for her, the speaker's gaze landed on Many. Many was so frightened by those lecherous eyes that she kept retreating, her clothes slipping off. In panic, she called out the only person who could protect her, Xianren. No matter where he went, trouble always followed. No wonder that little girl had come to the Konoha outpost in terror. Xianren's voice grew colder, and his short blade slid out half an inch with a shing. I said, she is mine. Anyone who dares to touch her should ask the knife in my hand first. Xianren. Fugaku spoke up to stop him, feeling he was too agitated. There is no need to cause trouble in the outpost over a woman from an enemy village. He advised, you just arrived at the outpost, it's better to be calm. If Xianren were one of them, he might tolerate it, but he wasn't. His innermost principles would never allow something like this to happen right before his eyes. In his bloodshot eyes, 3 Magatama slowly spun, exuding a chilling aura as they locked onto the 4 men. I'm saying this for the last time, stay away from her. Cold murderous intent swept through the outpost with the chilly wind. The smiles on the 4 Uchiha faces instantly froze as they turned to meet those blood-red spinning eyes. 3 Magatama? One exclaimed, looking at his companions in disbelief. They exchanged glances while Xianren slowly raised his short blade. Everyone, stop. Fugaku finally became alert and shouted, raising a blade in the outpost, do you want to rebel? Reluctantly, the men stopped. Just as Xianren was puzzled, a figure hurriedly approached from afar. Seeing Xianren, their pace quickened, eyes sparkling. Xianren! It really is you. It was Uchiha Makoto. The murderous intent in Xianren's eyes instantly faded, replaced by a gentle smile. Makoto, long time no see. Didn't expect to run into you here. Me too. Makoto pulled his hand. What are you doing here? It must have been tough. Come to my tent to rest and eat something. Xianren nodded and pulled Meng Nuo along to follow Makoto. Behind them, Fugaku's face darkened sharply. It was well known that his mission to support was supposedly to protect newcomers but was actually to pursue Makoto. The two were already tacitly betrothed by their father and the three elders. He thought their relationship was stable, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Shinran appeared halfway through. Makoto clearly favored Shinran, and losing her and the support of the elders would make the clan leadership struggle extremely complicated. Fugaku clenched his fists and shouted at the troublemaking shinobi, "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even control yourselves? Get back on duty." Halfway along, Makoto noticed Meng Nuo behind Shinran. Who is she? A captive? Shinran scratched his head. I wanted to learn her ninjutsu, but she refused to teach me no matter what. I originally planned to release her, but now she has become a problem instead. He glanced back at Myun, who was still shaken, frowning as he said, "It's not safe to lock her up in the prisoner camp." Makoto suddenly stopped, frowning in displeasure. "It's definitely not safe, but you can't have her following you around all the time, can you?" Sanjin smiled bitterly. It seemed Makoto had also suffered quite a bit recently. Myun hurriedly interjected, "Don't lock me up in the prisoner camp, please, Sanjin." Sanjin sighed, "Hand over the water mosquito technique and I'll let you go." Myun bit her lip firmly. "No. This technique is more important than my life. I know you want to use it to fight the poison in our village, but that is absolutely impossible. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to anything except this." Makoto immediately fixed her gaze on Sanjin. "You said agree to anything? Have you gone bad? Even cozying up to a woman from another village?" Sanjin hurried to explain, "I haven't done anything wrong. That ninja technique is so unique, the Sharingan can't copy it, or I would have let her go long ago." Makoto's expression softened a bit. Sanjin suggested, "How about locking her in your tent first, tie her up tight? When you have time, help me talk some sense into her. Just this once, I'll trust you." Makoto nodded, leading the two into the tent. After settling in, Makoto busied herself cooking for Sanjin and also took out some food she had saved. She straightforwardly fed Myun 2 Soldier-S ration pills. The two chatted late into the night. Sanjin tightened Myun's ropes and then left the tent, leaning against a big tree to fall asleep. Early the next morning, a commotion under the tree woke Sanjin. He opened his eyes and saw the same group of people from yesterday. One of them sneered, "Uchiha Sanjin, you've got a new task. You ate the base's food yesterday, today you have to work for the base. We all have our ration quotas." Ration quotas? Konoha hasn't gotten that poor. Sanjin scanned the crowd and finally focused on Uchiha Fugaku, arms crossed not far away. So he was the one behind this. Sanjin was about to speak when Makoto came out of the tent, her hair disheveled. She looked up at Sanjin in the tree, ran her hands through her hair, and questioned, "It's just one meal. The village supply is allocated at double rations. How could we be short on food? What exactly are you trying to do?" The man glanced sideways at Fugaku, saw no reaction, and continued, "Ninjas don't eat for free. This behavior is like desertion. We've already sent a message to the village to verify why he suddenly showed up. How could he possibly be a deserter?" Makoto turned angrily to Fugaku. "Is this how you treat your own clan, Uchiha Fugaku?" Fugaku's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and showed a gentle smile. "Makoto, this is all for the safety of the outpost and the village." After all, his timing was indeed a bit strange. Under the long-term guidance of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had long learned to hide his emotions. Wearing a friendly expression, he continued, "Since he appeared all of a sudden, we have to be vigilant." Senrin understood clearly that this was just a test. He jumped down from the tree calmly and said, "You have a point. Since we've eaten, we should contribute. So, what is the mission this time?" Fugaku's tone sounded concerned but concealed sharpness. "You better think carefully. Don't get arrogant just because you've unlocked the 3 Tomo Sharingan." Senrin had already seen through it. It was just a reconnaissance outpost with about 10 people. The mission wouldn't be too difficult. Fugaku nodded with satisfaction. "As expected of our clan's genius, you have courage. Since you've unlocked the 3 Tomo, your strength is equivalent to a Jonin. Go deal with the Sand-Hidden Village's 3-man Chunin squad at the 7 o'clock position. It shouldn't be too hard, right?" Senrin nodded in agreement. Fugaku sneered inwardly. No matter how talented that kid was, he couldn't possibly defeat an elite team led by a Jonin with 3 Chunin under him. "I hold the intelligence and will deliberately withhold key information. When the Sand Ninja take you out, no one at the outpost will care about you. And Makoto will naturally belong to me." On a treetop outside the outpost, Senrin swallowed the ration pill Makoto had given him and directly threw away the supplies Fugaku kindly provided. He knew Fugaku's gaze had changed, no longer competitive but filled with rejection and murderous intent. Eating his supplies now would be tantamount to sending himself to his death. He cautiously stayed hidden for 2 days, observing the Sand Ninja Squad, and found that it was not 3 Chunin but a 4-person elite team led by a Jonin. Fugaku was trying to kill him with a borrowed knife. Senrin shook his head. He couldn't deal with Fugaku right now and decided to complete the mission first. He waved his hand, and several crows vanished into the night, preparing for one last reconnaissance. He decided to strike tonight. Several hours later, under the dim moonlight, thick fog rolled over the Sand Ninja team. The fog is so thick, should we wake the captain? A Sand Ninja on watch nervously asked. Another yawned in response, fog in the forest is normal. The shift is about to change, don't disturb the captain. Yeah, it wasn't this foggy last night. Looks like it's going to rain. At that moment, the sudden flapping of wings startled them both, and they immediately gripped their kunai in caution. Only after seeing it was just a crow did they relax. This damn forest is such a hassle. Tomorrow, we'll have the captain move the camp to the desert. He gently nudged his companion, but there was no response. Nudging again, the companion suddenly went limp, caught steadily by a dark shadow and silently placed on the ground. Just as he was about to call for help, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes suddenly flashed in the darkness. A cold blade swiftly sliced through the air, accurately piercing his throat, penetrating even his vocal cords. Xianren firmly caught the collapsing body and whispered in his ear, "Relax, dizziness is normal." Having taken down 2 opponents in succession, Xianren was about to finish off the upper-ranked ninja sleeping in the tent when a silent gust of wind swept in, stirring fallen leaves and dispersing most of the dense fog. "Who's there?" A sharp shout came from inside the tent, and a figure quickly burst out. Without looking much, he lit a torch and threw it fiercely. The firelight instantly illuminated the clearing in the forest, and both sides clearly saw each other's faces. It's the Uchiha clan. The lead Sunigakure upper-rank ninja's pupils contracted. The killing intent on his blade can't be hidden even by the thick fog. He is skilled in swordsmanship, and must also know genjutsu and fire release. Be careful, keep your distance and attack. He quickly relayed the information to the shorter Chunin behind him. Xianren was also assessing the two. The taller one was about 27 or 28 years old, the shorter one looked youthful, about 15. Both wielded massive 3-star fans, clearly wind-release ninjas. "You killed Yexiao and the others. I'll kill you." The short Chunin's eyes turned blood red upon seeing his companion's corpse, veins bulging on his hand gripping the fan. "Don't be impulsive." The upper-rank ninja blocked him. "Confirm the intel first. Only calmness can bring revenge. He has the Sharingan, don't stray too far from me. Execute Plan B." Xianren ignored them. Resources in the ninja world were always unevenly distributed, and hatred had long been accumulated. He raised his left hand, several shuriken whistled out in a semicircle toward the two. Pushing off with his feet, his right hand clenched a short sword as his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The 2 Sunigakure ninja jumped back simultaneously, swinging their 3-star fans midair. 2 gusts of wind instantly formed. One blew aside the shuriken, the other wind blade cut down several large trees with unstoppable force, rushing straight at Xianren. The assault was fierce. Xianren decisively retreated, sidestepping several times to avoid the wind blade's slash range. Boom boom amid the dense sound of falling trees, he estimated the distance between himself and the upper-rank ninja. It had been about 20 meters moments ago, now shortened to just over 10 meters. As long as he didn't let the opponent launch a whirlwind attack immediately, he could break through the 2-person kite-flying style offense. With this thought, Xianren did not hesitate, sheathing his short blade and throwing several shuriken with his right hand. "Fool, how can such an attack break through wind release?" The 2 Jonin simultaneously jumped back to create distance. A Chunin casually waved a fan, and a gust of wind instantly sent all the shuriken flying away. Just as the Jonin was about to use wind release to push Xianren back, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The fallen shuriken seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, flying up from the ground straight toward the 2 in the air. Should he first strike down the shuriken or attack that Uchiha brat? While hesitating, a menacing figure appeared ghost-like beside him. "A Jonin from Sunigakure, yet you didn't notice the chakra strings controlling the puppet immediately?" "Truly incompetent," Xianren said coldly. The price of incompetence. The sharp short blade instantly plunged into his neck, pain replacing his vision. "You dare kill my teacher? I'll kill you." The nearby Chunin shouted furiously, throwing a kunai at Xianren. Bang! Without turning his head, Xianren kicked him flying. Under the inside of the Sharingan, the attack was laughably slow, like in slow motion. He casually raised the Jonin's corpse to block the shuriken, wiped the blood off, threw it to the ground, and strode toward the coughing Chunin collapsing on the ground. I have no grudge against you, but this is a battlefield. I just want you to die quickly, Shanren said coldly. Just as he was about to finish him off, a kunai with an explosive tag flew from the forest. Shenren quickly retreated and saw 3 Sunigakure ninja reinforcements appear, about the same age as the Chunin. Reinforcements? He felt a stir in his heart. The fallen Chunin shouted despairingly, "Run! Teacher Jifeng was killed by him, you can't win." "Don't be afraid," the leader of the reinforcements comforted, "we still have a plan. Even if he is a Jonin, we can." "Replace me with 6 people?" A cold voice cut in. The reinforcements froze before they could turn, a short blade pierced a heart from behind. Puchi Qianrin drew his blade and strolled leisurely toward the fallen target. The surviving Chunin, bloodied all over, dodged all attacks but was relentlessly cornered step by step by the demonic Shenren, who issued a heart-wrenching warning, "Don't look him in the eyes. He has the Sharingan. Run!" Shenren would not let him speak further. His figure flashed, and a blade sealed his throat. The remaining 3 Sand Ninja chose not to flee. Instead, they simultaneously stabbed at Shenren from 3 directions the moment he swung his blade. Just as their weapons were about to strike, Shenren's body shattered with a boom into more than a dozen crows, cawing wildly as they scattered. "What kind of technique is this? Stay alert!" The 3 shouted, quickly backing against each other to defend. Moments later, the crows regrouped not far away, reforming into Shenren. With a casual wave, several crows lazily flew toward the 3. "Be careful, don't let the crows block your vision, he is extremely fast," the Sand Ninja warned. Shenren sneered, "You can't even tell the illusion apart, and you still don't run? Such foolish bravery. Don't underestimate us from the Sand Village. Even if you're a Jonin, we have 5 Chunin." Before he finished, the ninja's eyes widened in shock as 3 shuriken hit the vital points of the 3. Before dying, they never understood how the slowly flying crows suddenly transformed into deadly shuriken. The remaining 2 Sand Ninja looked at their fallen comrades, their hearts aching. 1 Jonin can handle at most 4 Chunin, yet Shenren had killed 2 squads in a row. Escape! Both thoughts surged simultaneously. But Shenren was faster. Within several breaths, he caught up to the puppeteer. His short blades wrapped in lightning cleaved both the man and his puppet in 2. The last Sand Ninja heard the screams behind him and turned back in terror. Shenren's cold gaze in his right hand, gripping his throat like iron pincers, came into view. Shenren applied a little pressure and asked, looking at the struggling opponent, "I've observed for 2 days with no reinforcements. What is your real mission? Did Uchiha Fugaku betray me? I'd rather die than tell you." The Sand Ninja refused decisively. Shenren's Sharingan spun rapidly, invading the opponent's mind. "Tell me the mission." The ninja's eyes went blank, mechanically replying, "Support other strongholds, break through Konoha's 3rd line of defense, and then attack the Konoha base." "Nothing to do with Fugaku?" Shenren asked, frowning. 7 Chunin squads, many genin. The leader of the attack on the base is Uchiha Fugaku. Shenren's heart sank like iron. He released his grip, ending the man's life with a single strike. Under the moonlight, he dashed toward the base. According to previous intelligence, only Fugaku was a Jonin there, who couldn't withstand an attack of this scale. Fugaku's fate didn't matter. Makoto was still at the base. Seeing the distant flames, Shenren's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. 8 gates formation. Gate of life, open. Sunrun let out a low growl, his body erupting with green chakra as he rapidly charged toward the stronghold. In front of the stronghold, Fugaku Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha were already surrounded. Facing 2 Jonin and 6 Chunin, Fugaku felt a chill in his heart. Usually, the stronghold was fully staffed and could resist, but now, counting himself, only 5 remained. "Captain Fugaku. Ishibi and the others have all fallen. The encirclement is tightening," a clan member shouted urgently. "You take Makoto and get out. You are the future of our Uchiha." "But..." Fugaku hesitated. He had considered fleeing, but how could he protect the clan if he abandoned his comrades? He dodged the Jonin's puppet attack, leapt backward, and shouted, "I refuse to retreat. The ninja cat has already gone to notify the other strongholds reinforcements will arrive soon." "Ha," the Sand Jonin sneered. "We sent so many this time to end all 3 of your strongholds at once. You are the future clan head, you can't die here." Another clan member threw the last explosive tag and shouted, "Fugaku, take Makoto and run." Just as he hesitated, Makoto cried out in pain. Fugaku turned around to see a deep wound slashed across her arm. He hurriedly stood in front of her, blocking the attack. Watching his comrades fall one by one, his Mangekyo Sharingan glowed an even deeper crimson. This one do. If the battle continues, it will be total annihilation. I will take care of your parents and children, Fugaku gritted his teeth. Please. Makoto, retreat immediately. Supporting her wound, Makoto stubbornly said, no. I'll wait for Sunrun to come back. His mission ends tonight, he should be back soon. You're still thinking about him? Fugaku's eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. He was the clan leader's son, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at 15, and promoted to Jonin. Was he really inferior to an orphan? He risked his loyal men's lives to save the two of them. By rights, he should leave the small stronghold and seize greater honor and power from the war. But for the words brother Fugaku, he disregarded everything. Uchiha Makoto. Do you know that I traded their lives for yours? Fugaku asked angrily, his eyes red. Do you know how many reinforcements the Sand Ninjas sent this time? Do you know the death rate of Uchiha Sunrun? By Fugaku's rough calculation, the 4 ninjas Sunrun assassinated each led at least one Chunin squad. He should have died in the desert long ago. I know, that's why I have to wait for him. Makoto bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Finally, she closed her eyes and said helplessly, all right Captain Fugaku, I'll go with you. At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps came from afar. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a figure burning with green chakra rushing here at an astonishing speed. That face was the one she knew best. She called out excitedly, it's Senju. Senju is back. The Sand Ninja hurriedly turned around to prepare to block him, but Senju's speed was too fast for them to see clearly. Especially the 3 Chunin who were about to attack Makoto, they saw only a green shadow flash by, then vanish instantly. When Senju finally stopped in front of Makoto, they realized the enemy had already broken through their defense line. Senju sighed deeply, gently pressed his left hand on Makoto's injured shoulder, and performed medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding. He shook the blood off his short blade and said indulgently, next time, be quieter. This was a sneak attack. Crack! 3 sounds of bone breaking rang out almost simultaneously. The 3 Sand Ninja's vision spun wildly before they saw their bodies without heads slowly collapse. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Could just one blade kill 3 experienced Chunin? In the crowd, only those Sharingan with 3 Tomo barely caught the scene just now. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Senju with monster-like eyes. In less than a second, Senju slashed 3 consecutive times, each blade striking precisely at the cervical vertebrae of the 3 Chunin. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. When did this opponent of the clan head become so terrifying? The enemy used a secret technique. Hold on. We can win. The Sand Ninja shouted as he commanded and reminded, use flanking tactics, don't go head on. The secret technique must have a heavy cost. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku glanced coldly at Makoto and quickly ordered. Senju. Protect Makoto, eliminate them all. He was scheming to let Senju and the Sand Ninja exhaust each other. The longer this forbidden technique was used, the greater the damage. When Senju's life was drained, the glory, honor, and Makoto would all belong to him. Don't use it anymore. Makoto grabbed Senju's arm anxiously, let us run away quickly. As long as you're fine, I'll be relieved. Senju patted the back of her hand reassuringly, don't worry, I'm fine. After all, he had only opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates so far at most, his body ached and a few days of rest would be fine. As for shortening his lifespan, that would only happen after opening the 6th or 7th gate. Makoto didn't know that Sinjin was still forcing himself, and she was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Your chakra is so strong from this forbidden technique burst, the aftereffects must be severe. Hurry and leave. She was both excited and worried, her eyes burning hot, and the world became exceptionally clear. Sinjin looked at the single Tomo in her eyes and smiled, you opened your eye? Don't worry, if I say it's fine, then it's fine. Fall back first, wait until we deal with them, then I'll celebrate with you. He took 2 steps forward and ordered, Fugaku, go hold off that Jonin, leave the rest to me. Fugaku, who usually gave orders, felt uncomfortable being ordered around, but thinking that Sinjin was forcing himself, he felt relieved. Forbidden techniques come with a price, he knew some even cause blindness. Since that's the case, let Sinjin have the spotlight after all, if he died in the end, the battle achievements and Makoto would be his. Fugaku nodded, those not injured, follow me and hold off the puppeteer. He led 2 clansmen charging forward. Sinjin watched them engage the enemy and turned to ask Makoto, do you have intel on them? Yes, these 3 before she finished, for Sand Ninjas had already moved. The Jonin controlled a puppet to release poisonous gas, while the other 3 circled behind Sinjin, their target was Makoto. They had already noticed Sinjin cared the most about the female ninja. If they killed her, Sinjin would definitely make a mistake. Just as the attack was about to land, Sinjin was still forming hand seals in place. The sand ninja sneered, "Fool, can't even cover your teammate." The next second, Sinjin blew out a gust of wild wind from his mouth, instantly dispersing the poisonous gas. Even more astonishingly, a green figure moved at incredible speed, striking first. Blood splattered, a hand holding a kunai was severed and fell midair. That hand so familiar, was it his own hand? The sand ninja retreated in pain, trying to call out to his comrades, but at the same time the severed hand fell, for black shadows also dropped two comrades' heads and bodies. Reality was brutal, he broke down. What kind of opponent was this? Still a ninja? That green chakra was like the aura of death. No, he had to escape. He turned to run but was grabbed by an iron-like hand clutching his neck tightly. Struggling, blood sprayed from the severed arm, splashing all over Sinjin's face. Shenron was completely indifferent, a cruel smile spreading across his face, even carrying a trace of enjoyment. "You just hurt Makoto, right? In that case, let me make you taste it," he said as he swung the short blade again, chopping off the other hand of the captive. In the distance, the sand-hidden Jonin watched this scene, a chill rising in his heart, momentarily forgetting to attack. The village warning echoed in his mind: when faced with an out-of-control Uchiha, run immediately. Uchiha are called madmen, not because they are foolish, but because their extreme fanaticism and fierce love are enough to consume everything. Shenron glanced sideways at the fearful Jonin, then his gaze returned to the terrified captive in his hands, his tone cold and merciless. "I just chopped off your palm, next is the arm. Do you want me to cut the left leg first, or the right leg?" He tilted his head, his smile growing crazier, the Sharingan in his eyes flickering like ghostly flames. "Ha ha ha. If you don't say, then I'll choose for you." Just as Shenron raised the knife to chop the leg, a warm hand grasped his knife arm. A familiar voice, anxious and worried, rang in his ear: "Shenron, stop. Don't let the killing intent consume you." He turned his head, and the familiar face appeared before him, black hair, eyes always curved in a smile, but now without a trace of humor. It was Makoto. The fanaticism and crimson in Shenron's eyes gradually faded, reason regaining dominance. He recalled himself moments ago, like a wild beast out of control, wanting only to destroy everything. The enhancement of his spiritual power and the evolution of the Sharingan amplified the bloodthirst and fanaticism hidden in the Uchiha bloodline. Is this the bloodline curse of the Uchiha? Your chakra is terrifying. Makoto released her grip, still shaken, cold and wild, completely unlike your usual self. Shenron exhaled a foul breath and with one stroke ended the suffering of the terrified sand ninja. "It's over," he said softly, "I'll go deal with the last one." No sooner had he spoken than the green steam of the 8 gates technique burst out again, his figure flashing as he quickly caught up with the fleeing sand-hidden Jonin. After several exchanges, Shenron ended his opponent's life with one strike. The adversary was terrified by his speed. With the battle at a pause, Shenron was about to release the 8 gates technique when he turned to see Uchiha Fugaku and his team still entangled with the last sand ninja. On the sandy ground, countless poisonous scorpions gathered, forming a sea of purple-black. In the center of the swarm, a giant poisonous scorpion clad in a heavy shell stood towering, with the sand ninja standing atop it. "Captain Fugaku, what should we do? The summoned scorpions are so dense we can't get through, and they're venomous." A ninja beside Uchiha Fugaku reminded him. "Shall we use fire release to clear it out together?" Fugaku asked as he kicked away the scorpion at his feet. "No, our chakra isn't enough," another panting person said. "How about we just let him go?" "Absolutely not." Fugaku refused decisively. "He knows our base. Letting him go will only attract more enemies." "I'll do it." A calm voice came from behind. Fugaku frowned. "Are you sure? Should I use fire release first to clear the way so you can directly attack the person on the summoning beast's head?" "No need." Senrin flatly refused. A tribesman beside them advised, "Don't push yourself. You're over 30 meters away and just used a secret technique. Forcing a large-scale ninjutsu now will harm your body." Senrin said nothing further, quickly forming hand seals. His chest surged powerfully as a strong chakra condensed in his throat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In the next moment, a raging blaze burst forth from his mouth like a flood breaking a dam, forming a wall of fire that devoured everything. The fire wall rolled forward, instantly vitrifying the sand wherever it passed. Countless scorpions hissed as they burned to charcoal. Is this still a B-rank ninjutsu? The ninja who had doubted Senrin was driven back by the heat, face full of disbelief. This fire release was completely unlike usual. "Ah. A scream came from ahead, the wail of someone being burned by the flames. Bang! A huge black shadow crashed heavily onto the sand, silenced. Fugaku stared at the heart of the fire and said, Senrin, it's not enough yet, come on, put in more effort, burn him to death right away. He wanted Senrin to expend more chakra, weakening him through the backlash of the forbidden technique. Senrin slightly frowned, having already confirmed through sensing that both the opponent and the giant scorpion had been charred to charcoal. Fugaku was just putting on a show. He knew this well but remained calm, maintaining great fire annihilation for several more seconds before stopping. As soon as he stopped, Fugaku immediately stepped forward, feigning concern. Senrin, this technique must have a high cost, right? My Sharingan saw your chakra wildly surging from multiple acupoints. The strain on your body must be heavy. Senrin's eyes shifted, understanding Fugaku's intentions. Yes, the cost is high. He released the 8 gates technique, his body trembling slightly as he forced out a painful smile. If severe, it could even be fatal. Fugaku's heart leapt with joy, but his expression grew more worried. Then how much longer can you hold on in this state? Senju-rin was treating his wounds with medical ninjutsu while smiling at Uchiha Fugaku and said, I won't last much longer, probably not even a minute. He then added with effort, don't tell Makoto about this, I'm afraid she'll worry. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt as if he had received a last request. He held back a smile but his face was full of solemnity. Don't worry, I'll help keep it from her. Senju-rin nodded, then I'll leave the battlefield clean up to you. I'm going to rest first. After speaking, the two walked side by side toward the base. Uchiha Fugaku waved happily, clean up the battlefield quickly, and I'll treat you all to extra food tonight. Outside the base, a huge caterpillar-like creature was struggling to crawl, as if it was struggling like a caterpillar for the first time. Come on, Yamino. While no one's around, find a sharp stone to cut the rope, you can do it, she encouraged herself. Suddenly, she bumped into something and looked up to see Senju-rin's face, wearing a half-smile. Yamino, Senju-rin sized her up, his gaze sweeping over her wet pants, feigning surprise, you're so big, how did you wet your pants? Ah! Yamino screamed. Uchiha Senju-rin. I'm going to kill you. She opened her mouth to bite his ankle. Makoto watched the two roughhousing and advised, go back and heal first, stop playing around. Just as Yamino was about to thank her, Makoto steadied Senju-rin and added casually, but, wetting your pants is pretty embarrassing. You two idiots. Let me go, I'm going to fight you both. Yamino shouted angrily. Senju-rin walked into the tent and said casually, change your pants first. Yamino was so furious she almost fainted, thinking, can you not mention my pants? A few days later, Senju-rin's injuries had healed. The base confirmed with the village that Minato and Hatake Tsukumo had both survived the tailed beast orb attack. The village ordered him to stay on duty. During recovery, he visited Yamino every day, poking her forehead to force her to admit defeat. Yesterday, he finally obtained the medical water release, water mosquito, technique from the system. Taking advantage of the base's downtime, Senju-rin took Makoto and captive Yamino out hunting in the wild. By the campfire, 3 sand mice sizzled as they roasted. Senju-rin flipped the roasting mice and said casually, Yamino, after you eat, I'll let you go. Consider it a favor for not killing me last time. I'm not lying, right? Upon hearing the news, Mangnai didn't feel happy instead, she felt an indescribable sense of loss. In the sand village, she had witnessed too much betrayal and abandonment. During the last battle with Qianrun, her captain had abandoned her at a critical moment. But this enemy in front of her was different. When others harbored hostility towards her, he had no hesitation in drawing his sword to help, trying to guard the entire base alone. You're not using my jutsu anymore? Mangnai asked softly. What? Don't want to leave? Insist on staying so you can teach me personally? Qianrun smiled while seasoning the food. Makoto noticed the complex look in Mangnai's eyes and immediately became alert. For a captive, this is already the best outcome. Do you really want to stay in Konoha? We have missions at any time, and no one will protect you. Mangnai fell silent and nodded. Thank you both for this time. Qianrun sat on the sand warming himself by the fire. Thanks for what? We just like watching you wiggle around like a caterpillar. You. Mangnai was angry, then sighed. How come you don't understand feelings at all? Your combat talent is amazing, but you're like a block of wood otherwise. Hearing the familiar complaint, Makoto's alarm bells rang in her mind. She quickly said to Qianrun, Mangnai wants to leave early. You should take her back now. Now. Let us leave after we finish roasting. Qianrun was reluctant, this was a rare delicacy for him. Mangnai quickly nodded, right, let us eat first and then leave. Makoto grabbed Qianrun's arm, I don't trust her. She's an enemy. We should send her back to the village and lock her up, check if she has killed any of our people, and if so, execute her on the spot. Meng Nai raised an eyebrow. I'm a medical ninja. How could I kill anyone? At most, I assist. Then you're an accomplice. Xianren, act now. Xianren rolled his eyes, stuffed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth, and interrupted the argument. We were fine just moments ago, why start arguing now? Eat properly. Both of them grumbled, it's all her fault. After a dozen minutes, Xianren finally finished his piece of sandrat but felt the taste was strange, as if it had been struck by lightning, like someone was discharging electricity nearby. Seeing Meng Nai finished eating, Makoto smiled gently, finish quickly and leave, don't get caught by the Konoha patrol. Meng Nai shook her head, I'm not full. We'll leave tomorrow and continue hunting then. Makoto's smile softened even more, then why not just defect and join Konoha? Of course, she knew it was impossible, she was just saying it on purpose. Meng Nai sighed helplessly, how could that be possible? Xianren stood up, took out a map and supplies, all good things must come to an end, see you again if fate allows. The locations have already been marked above. In half a day, you'll be able to find your sand-hidden village's base. Meng Nai took the map and smiled bitterly, the conflict between the two villages runs deep. Next time we meet, we might be enemies, without even a chance to sit down and talk. Thinking this might be the last time they meet, she gathered her courage and said to Xianren, this is still Konoha's territory. How about you escort me out? Meichin looked at Meng Nai's disappointed expression and reluctantly agreed, Xianren, I'll wait here for you. Hurry up and come back. Xianren nodded, placing his hands behind his head, and strolled slowly over the sand. After walking for a while, he looked back at the slow-moving Meng Nai and asked, you've always wanted to leave, right? If I let you go today, why are you still dragging your feet? Meng Nai stopped and whispered, can't you be a little gentler with me? That day, when you were blocking the enemy at the base, you were so gentle and reliable. Xianren smiled, letting you go now isn't that the greatest kindness? We owe each other nothing, isn't that good enough? Meng Nai stamped her foot and shouted back, no. I don't like owing nothing to each other. You've saved me twice and treated me to so many meals. I haven't repaid you even once. How can I say I don't owe you? She strode up to Xianren, chest out, meeting his gaze head-on. Between us, we should owe each other for a lifetime. Xianren smiled wryly, poked her forehead, and pushed her away. Alright, I get it. I'm already with Meichin. You two are engaged? Married? Not yet. Meng Nai puffed out her chest, then that's it. What's so good about her? I'm only a year older, and I'm just as good-looking and shaped. Seeing Xianren's slightly dazed expression, her blush spread across her face, making her even more confident as she straightened her chest. I knew you couldn't escape me. Xianren covered his nose, almost having a nosebleed, and gave a thumbs up. I admit, you're quite competitive. Too bad there's no camera, or I'd take a few shots for comparison. Meng Nai pouted in disdain but reached out her hand. Don't you have crow summoning? If you want, I'll take some photos for you when I get back. Once we leave this village, there's no chance. Deal. Xianren decided immediately and summoned a crow to hand to her. Keep in touch more. Meng Nai took the crow and suddenly stepped forward to hug Xianren. The softness, fragrance, and warm breath of the girl instantly filled Xianren's senses. Xianren, you must come to the sand-hidden village to see me. I'll be waiting. Remember, or I'll hate you forever. Anything you say. Xianren instinctively wanted to hug her back, to feel her warmth. Yamino felt his movement and, like a frightened rabbit, quickly broke free from his embrace, running away happily with the crow. She turned back, waved loudly, and shouted, Uchiha Senjin. If you want to hold me, be with me, or hear bedtime stories, come find me. Remember, come find me. Under the sunset, her running figure gradually disappeared into the yellow sand, and Senjin seemed to still catch her scent in the air. He muttered helplessly in a low voice, what a troublesome little demon. The next morning, Uchiha Fugaku gathered everyone at the base, unrolled the scroll issued by the village, and began assigning tasks. Including the newcomers, 8 people will form 2 teams. This mission is to intercept the reinforcements from Sunagakure. He scanned everyone with a serious tone. Intel shows the enemy's first wave of reinforcements consists of 12 people, divided into 4 Chunin squads. The main force of Sunagakure is at the main battlefield in the Land of Water. This is just a simple sweep. He announced the arrangement. Senjin and I will each lead a team and move out immediately. After the orders were given, an eerie silence fell. A few newcomers took a step forward but found the veteran members remained motionless, so they stopped, their faces full of confusion. A veteran hesitated and spoke up. Captain Fugaku, maybe we should hear Senjin's thoughts first? He's our strongest fighter here. Everyone's gaze turned to Senjin. Fugaku's expression darkened as he sharply questioned, "This is an order. Do you want to defy your captain?" Just as he was about to lose his temper, his trusted Uchiha Hitomi reached out, patted his shoulder, and quietly advised, "Captain, listen to him." Fugaku stared at him in shock. This shadow, arranged by his side since childhood and utterly loyal, actually said this. Unease surged in his heart. What kind of power does Sanjin possess? Could he be the greatest enemy in the future? Sanjin chuckled softly, slinging his arm around Makoto's shoulder. "I don't have any special ideas. If I have to say, 6 of you form one team, and Makoto and I form the other." 6 Chunin? That's probably not enough for me alone to handle. The new ninja gasped, quickly rebutting, and Jonin in ideal conditions can handle at most 3 or 4 Chunin, and now 6. If the enemy is well coordinated, even a Jonin's life is at risk. He looked at the boy doubtfully. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Sanjin replied calmly, "Should be fine." He then helped Makoto adjust her forehead protector. Seeing this intimate scene, Fugaku took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said calmly, "Shiryu, you're playing with Makoto's life. I don't agree with you taking a genin on this dangerous mission. Makoto must stay in my squad." Before Shiryu could respond, Makoto spoke up, "It's fine, I trust Shiryu. He once handled a team of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin alone. I believe in him." Makoto's words stabbed Fugaku's heart like a knife. His chest felt tight and uncomfortable. He couldn't breathe out nor swallow down. Makoto had never defied his orders like this before, yet now she openly challenged Shiryu for his sake. "Uchiha Shiryu, I haven't even brought up the matter of you releasing the prisoner without permission, and now you're questioning my arrangements?" Fugaku's gaze darkened. "Do as I say." "Alright, the 3 of us will form a group, and Makoto will join us. It's been a while, chatting on the way. One tea hurt, right?" Shiryu shrugged casually, seeming indifferent. Makoto immediately nodded. "Yes, I hope Senior Fugaku agrees." Fugaku was stunned to hear Senior Fugaku. When Shiryu wasn't around, Makoto always called him Brother Fugaku. The atmosphere turned awkward. Uchiha Hitomi quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "It's settled then. Makoto with you, the other 2 rookies are also under your lead. Complete the mission as soon as possible." Before she finished, Shiryu took the mission scroll, grabbed Makoto's hand, and turned to leave. The 2 chatted and laughed along the way, while the rookies behind watched nervously. After walking dozens of kilometers, Shiryu suddenly signaled to stop and hid behind a sand dune. His expression turned serious, the 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. "Ahead is the ambush zone, be careful and stay hidden." The 2 rookies were shocked. They hadn't expected Shiryu to activate the 3 Tomo Sharingan already. One urgently asked, "Captain, what is the plan?" "You 2 stay here, don't move. I'll scout ahead." Shiryu drew his short blade, his tone calm. Seeing their doubts, Makoto helped ask, "Shiryu, isn't this too risky? There are 6 Chunin." Shiryu looked at their worried faces, sighed, crouched down, pressed his hand on the sand, and closed his eyes to sense. "If you don't feel comfortable, come with me. It's a good chance for you to learn something." 10 minutes later, Shiryu used advanced sensory technique to detect 2 moving squads 200 meters ahead. His spiritual power enhanced, his perception sharpened. He gestured silently for everyone to follow and approached stealthily. Drawing his blade, he said to the 3 behind him, "Watch closely, there is only one chance. How much you learn depends on yourselves." As he finished speaking, he shouted low, 8 gates, open." And his figure swiftly charged toward the 6 opponents. "Captain, this is way too impulsive." A squad member was about to advise Shenron against using such an aggressive tactic. The next moment, his words stuck in his throat. Shenron suddenly appeared behind a sand ninja with a flash of his blade. The man's head flew off. The headless corpse sprayed blood like a broken sprinkler, staining a large area of sand red. "Enemy spotted. At least Jonin level. He's too fast." Dowu is down. A sharp shout rang out as 5 sand ninjas quickly gathered, kunai and shuriken raining down on Shenron like a storm. Shenron easily dodged using his Sharingan and noticed one kunai wrapped with an explosive tag. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. "Like using explosive tags? Then I'll show you a trick too." Chakra thread swiftly connected to the kunai with a flick of his arm. The kunai traced a strange arc, flying back. Fusey. The kunai pierced the waist of a sand ninja. "Ah! That hurts." The kunai went in deep. "Medical ninja, hurry!" the sand ninja screamed. A medical ninja rushed forward but saw the explosive tag at the kunai's end had already burned out, making it impossible to avoid. Boom! After the explosion, only 2 mutilated bodies remained on the sand. Smelling the strong scent of blood, 2 new Konoha recruits were completely stunned. In just a few breaths, an entire Jonin squad had been wiped out. Wait, I have to apologize to the captain. I shouldn't have doubted him before. That's not even his full strength, Makoto said with pride and relief in her eyes. One person easily slaughtered 6 Jonin. It turned out they hadn't misjudged him. Has Captain Shenron always been this strong? A new recruit whispered. He was joking with us just now, but when he meets the enemy, he turns into a killing machine? Makoto smiled. He's always been like that. When he was young, he was the most mature and cared most about his comrades. He trained hard just to protect those important to him. You can fully trust him. The two exchanged glances. Their impression of Shenron completely changed. So he was such a good person. Just as they were pondering, Shenron's voice came from nearby. You three, come over and train. They're about to break, I'll provide support from the side. The three immediately stepped forward. The short-haired one uses wind release, the one with bangs specializes in earth release, and the last is a puppeteer, Shenron pointed out. Especially you, Makoto, you just awakened your Sharingan, perfect for real combat training. I'll give you feedback. This is a rare opportunity. The two newcomers looked at the exhausted 3 sand ninjas, feeling warm inside. Captain Shenron is really great. At a time like this, he was still thinking of creating opportunities for us to grow. The 3 of us answered in unison, yes, Captain Senju. Several dozen minutes later, with Senju's finishing blow, the last 3 sand ninja fell into a pool of blood. Except for Makoto, you two were too afraid of the enemy's weapons during the fight, which affected your performance, Senju briefly commented. You can't blame them, Makoto explained. Most sand ninja weapons are poisoned, and antidotes are rare, so it's natural to be cautious. If I didn't have the Sharingan, it would be about the same. Oh, almost forgot. Senju pulled out a scroll from his pocket, one he had received from Yum, medical water style, water mosquito. He handed it to a ninja skilled in water style. This is an A-rank medical ninjutsu that can enter the body to extract poison. Take it and practice. It will save many lives on the battlefield. If you find a reliable teammate, you can pass it on to them. Ah? The ninja trembled as he took the scroll. An A-rank ninjutsu? And a medical one at that, Captain. This is incredibly valuable. Senju waved his hand. It's nothing. I'm planning to submit it to the village to prevent more poisonings. Makoto excitedly linked arms with Senju. Senju, you're too generous. Medical ninjutsu is worth at least millions of ryo. Money isn't important. Senju smiled and tickled her nose. The sooner we finish the mission, the more time I can spend with you. The two laughed as they walked toward the base. The 2 newcomers behind them followed closely, their admiration peaking. Strong, handsome, and noble. A man like this should attract more girls. The 4 returned to the base. Senju had been training the 3 in taijutsu and ninjutsu for 3 days, and he also copied spiritual energy from Makoto. 3 days later, Uchiha Fugaku's team returned, dusty and weary. They froze upon entering the base, seeing Senju and the others holding a deer and roasting meat by the campfire. Their relaxed demeanor looked more like a picnic than a return from battle. What are you doing? Fugaku snapped, lighting a fire so openly. Aren't you afraid of attracting the enemy? Senju bit into a juicy piece of deer meat and said, we ran into a squad this afternoon. Their bodies are already stinking. We sat down to eat a bit, figured you guys must be tired too. The aroma of the roast made the team salivate. Even Uchiha Hitomi couldn't help but gather around. Fugaku swallowed and snorted coldly. A ninja must endure loneliness. If you can't control even your appetite, how can you achieve great things? With that, he turned and entered the tent without looking back. The next morning, Fugaku gathered everyone to assign a new mission. Senju, your team has rested for a few days. Here is a new mission for you. How about it? Senju paused his whispering with Makoto and asked, how many enemies? Let me see if I can get back in time for a late-night snack. Fugaku took a deep breath, struggling to contain his anger. Could it be that this guy thinks the front line is a campsite? The squad you killed yesterday was just a scouting team. The scouts report that this time a Jonin is bringing a squad to investigate. I'll lead the team with you, just in case there are any casualties. Shenron took the scroll from his hand, glanced at it, and said, it's just a Jonin with a few chunin. I'll go and be back soon. Makoto, remember to save me some food. After speaking, he put away the scroll and turned to leave. The people at the base looked at his back and couldn't help but comment. This guy isn't he overdoing it? If I had his strength, I'd definitely act even more arrogant. Who has ever seen a monster who opened 3 Magatamas at 11 and can chop Jonin like vegetables? You've got a point. Sigh, I wish I could try acting that arrogant once. The sun hadn't fully set yet, but Shenron was already leisurely returning to the base, carrying a wild boar on his back. As soon as everyone saw him, they rushed over. More precisely, they rushed toward the wild boar on his back. Shenron looked at them as they clumsily lifted the boar and shouted with a mixture of laughter and frustration. "Hey! Have some conscience, will you? I risked my life to bring you food, and all you see is the wild boar? Can you handle it properly?" Only then did they remember their barbecue skills weren't as good as Shenron's, and quickly surrounded him with kind words. Scenes like this had played out 3 times in 2 weeks. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself, at this rate, the commander might need to be replaced soon. "Fugaku, come on, let us go eat sand snakes," Uchiha Hitomi patted his shoulder. "I heard they taste good. I really don't know how Shenron caught one." Fugaku sighed. Perhaps the commander had already been replaced long ago, but he just didn't want to admit it. Just as he was feeling down, a ninja cat quietly appeared, handed him a scroll, and disappeared. Fugaku quickly read the letter. The gloom on his face instantly swept away, replaced by ecstatic joy. "Great! Finally, I can get rid of you." He immediately found Shenron and handed him the letter. "The village has an emergency order for you to return immediately. Now." Shenron took the letter, scanned it, and sighed, "Looks like I really have to go." With the situation urgent, he went to say goodbye to Makoto right away. "The Grand Elder is critically ill. I have to go back immediately," Shenron said with reluctance in his eyes. "The ninjutsu I taught you will be enough to hold you off for a while." Makoto obediently nodded and helped him straighten his clothes. "Got it. Hurry back. The Grand Elder must want to see you." After saying goodbye, Shenron packed his gear and supplies and, under the cover of moonlight, rushed toward Konoha. His mind kept flashing with Uchiha Setsuna's face both stern and kind. He never expected that in just a few years, this once prominent hawkish elder would be nearing the end of his life. At the same time, he was worried about Kushina. Recently, her letters had suddenly stopped, and he didn't know what had happened. 2 days later, Shenron arrived in Konoha. Without going home, he headed straight to Uchiha Setsuna's small courtyard. "Shenron! Over here!" Uchiha Hikoichi, who was guarding the door, waved hurriedly when he saw him. The two quickly entered the house, and a strong medicinal smell filled the air. Uchiha Setsuna lay on the bed, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if they could extinguish at any moment. "Great Elder," Uchiha Hikoichi whispered to Shenron, "he knows you're back." Setsuna's eyes suddenly flickered with a trace of light upon hearing his name. With Hikoichi's support, he struggled to sit up, his voice weak. "Shenron, sit down." Shenron sat beside him and said solemnly, "Senior Setsuna, I'm back." Setsuna signaled to Hikoichi, who immediately injected him with a stimulant. After a moment, Setsuna's condition improved noticeably. "Good to have you back." He reached out his withered hand and gently stroked Shenron's face. "You're the last person I wanted to see." Seeing the sadness in Shenron's eyes, he slowly said, "Don't be sad, everyone must die eventually. If I can die when spring arrives, that is not so bad." "I understand, Senior." Shenron lowered his head, thinking of the countless weekends spent here, his heart aching. "Is there anything else you want me to do?" Uchiha Setsuna stared at him, his voice solemn. "I know everything about you on the battlefield. You opened 3 Magatamas and got tangled up with Makoto, but none of that matters." His tone grew more serious, finally declaring like a vow, "I brought you back just to ask one thing. Are you really determined to compete with Uchiha Fugaku for the position of clan leader? This path is a fight to the death. Do you have the confidence to lead the Uchiha clan to glory?" Shenron looked up, meeting Setsuna's burning gaze, and nodded firmly, "Yes. For the family, for myself, for Makoto, I will win at all costs. Only by becoming clan leader can I restore the Uchiha's honor." "Good. Well said." Setsuna's eyes shone brightly as he repeatedly praised him. Then he turned to Uchiha Hikoichi. "Hiko, will you swear loyalty to Shenron?" Without hesitation, Uchiha Hikoichi knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "I will. From now on, I will be loyal to Lord Shenron. Whether in victory or defeat, until death." The two reached an agreement, and Setsuna smiled. "With that, I have no regrets. It's a pity I won't live to see you dig up the grave and whip the corpse as you said." "Is that so?" Shenron silently drew the short blade from behind him. "Shenron, what are you doing?" Hiko frowned and asked urgently. "Ha ha ha." Setsuna laughed heartily. "No wonder you're the hawk of the Uchiha. I'm not dead yet, and you already want to gouge out my eyes. This is the spirit of our clan." Seeing the strange looks from the two, Shenron quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I just want to take a lock of the elder's hair to facilitate reviving him in the future if the chance arises." "Revive?" Yen asked in surprise. "Edo Tensei?" Senya, well informed, said, that SA forbidden technique. You probably won't get near it in your lifetime. But hearing you say that gives me hope. He took Qianren's short knife and cut a lock of graying hair. After finishing, he was panting and gestured, Qianren, you go back first. I'll call you if I need anything. Qianren looked at Yan, nodded in confirmation, then slowly left the room. In the evening, Qianren had just tidied the room he and T stayed in for a long time when there was a knock at the door. Opening it, it was Yan, whom he had seen that afternoon. Qianren, his eyes red and voice hoarse, the great elder passed away in his sleep. Thank you for coming back quickly, so he left without regrets. Qianren sighed softly and comforted him, my condolences. He was my elder too. How can I help? He had no children. We orphans he adopted are his only family. Yan suppressed his emotions, you are the one he valued most. Could you watch over his spirit? I understand, Qianren nodded, let us go together. Uchiha Senya's funeral was simple and unadorned. Within 3 days, many from the Konoha clan came to pay respects, lamenting the fall of this hero. On the third night, only Qianren remained in the mourning hall, but clan leader Uchiha Sagaku returned. He lit an incense stick and turned to Qianren, speaking calmly, Qianren, Senya's era is completely over. Now, it's time to talk about the new chapter for the Uchiha clan. Qianren showed no expression, glancing sideways at the man discussing power in the mourning hall. Clan leader, speak plainly. Young man, straightforward words, Sagaku nodded, his tone hard to tell if praise or sarcasm. This war was as fierce as the First Ninja World War. All core forces of each village were deployed. I heard you were even attacked by the tailed beast orb. Surviving was pure luck. He smiled, but his words carried temptation, but luck won't always be on your side. If you hand over the people Senya left behind to me, I can apply to the Hokage to exempt you from combat for a year. He stepped closer, his voice low and devilish, Qianren, think carefully. You're still young. Future wars will only be more brutal. If a person dies like Senna, then everything is gone. Clan leader, please return. Senrin withdrew his gaze, his voice calm. I don't want to argue with you at Senna-senpai's funeral. Uchiha Sagaku's smile remained as he turned toward the door, his voice slowly reaching out. It's alright, Senrin, take your time to think it over. The Hokage will give you a week's rest. He stopped at the threshold, back-facing Senrin, leaving behind a meaningful remark. When you return to the battlefield, the missions won't be so easy. Once you've figured things out, come find me anytime. It's the best choice for you and for Hiko and the others. Only after Sagaku's figure disappeared did Hiko step out from the corner, worry in his voice. Senrin, the clan leader is close with the Hokage, he might give you difficult missions. If it gets tough, handing us over is fine too. The great elder wants to protect you. No need to overthink. Senrin shook his head, his gaze steady. I've got it all under control. Trust me, just give me some more time. After speaking, he looked down at the panel. Name, Uchiha Senrin. Age, 11. Physique, 355. Mental strength, 279. Chakra, 381. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uzumaki clan constitution. Ninjutsu, Earth Release Earth Flow Cutter, Water Release Water Array Wall, Medical Water Release Water Mosquito. Others. His strength had already surpassed Jonin level, his mental power increased, and his genjutsu had progressed. He just hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. This time on the battlefield, he must work hard to kill enemies, gain bloodline limits or mental power, and awaken his eyes as soon as possible. Only then could he protect Hiko and the others, as well as Kushina and her group. Whether it was the scrutiny from the village's upper echelons or the undercurrents within the clan, it all felt like an invisible net slowly tightening. And his only trump card was the loyal subordinates left by Senna-senpai. He needed to be strong enough to protect everything. The morning after the funeral, Senrin arrived at the Senju clan's residence. After waiting at the door for a long time, a familiar figure finally appeared. Senrin. Kushina smiled and hugged him, her face filled with joy at their reunion after a long time. But Senrin keenly noticed the exhaustion in her eyes. Your bodyguards are increasing, huh? He gently patted her back, signaling the hidden gazes around her. Quite the entourage. Kushina released him, playfully shrugging, can't help it, I'd become a high-priority protection target, surrounded by ANBU elites. Every day it's either sealing jutsu practice or more sealing jutsu, it's almost suffocating. Senrin smiled and slightly bowed, making an inviting gesture. Dear Princess Kushina Uzumaki, will you accompany me for a walk today? Kushina smiled and said, since you still remember me, I'll reluctantly agree. The two walked shoulder to shoulder along the village path. Why did you suddenly come back? Kushina asked, turning her head. Is it because I didn't reply to your letter? Not mad, right? I've been so tired lately, waking up at 5 every day to train until late at night, sometimes even going to bed without a shower. You still remember I didn't reply. Senju affectionately pinched her nose. There was something going on in the clan, so I came back. I see, then quickly tell me about your time on the battlefield. I heard that Senior Shomo's base was attacked. What happened afterward? It's a long story. Senju slowly recounted that thrilling experience. So I missed so much. Kushina lowered her head, feeling down after hearing it. The next second, she pointed excitedly at the nearby woods, shouting, "Isn't that the place where we used to train?" She dashed like the wind, took a stance, and said, "Senju, come on. It's been so long since we last fought." Senju stepped into the woods, seeing the dark circles under her eyes, feeling a bit concerned. "Weren't you supposed to rest today? Why do you still want to fight? Are you scared?" Kushina taunted, swinging her fist. "I've learned some powerful sealing techniques recently, and my chakra is much stronger than before. This time, I'll definitely beat you." Alright. Senju reluctantly took a stance. "Don't use the Sharingan, let's see how much you've improved." Don't underestimate me." Kushina unleashed her chakra, her form flashing and disappearing. Senju dodged her powerful punch with a sidestep, saying, "Your speed and strength have really improved." That's not all. Kushina's attacks came like a storm. Senju blocked while feeling his arm go numb. "Every strike is infused with a huge amount of chakra. You're basically a copy of Tsunade's monstrous strength." Kushina grinned mischievously, moving even faster. Don't dodge, fights should be fair and square." "Then I'll just stand here and take your hits." "How dare you talk back?" Kushina's right hand formed claws, chakra vibrations gathering at her fingertips. She shouted, "Sealing technique, 5 elements seal." Senju's heart tightened, and he immediately activated the Sharingan. With the insight of the 3 Tomo, he accurately predicted the attack's trajectory, leaning back to dodge the surprise strike. If he got hit, his chakra would be sealed for a short time. "Kushina, you're too ruthless." Senju jumped back, creating distance. Kushina smiled and withdrew her hand. "If I didn't do this, how would I force you to use the Sharingan? Fighting without using your full strength is no fun." She spoke while walking toward Senju. Huff huff. She suddenly furrowed her brows, groaning in pain, her whole body collapsing like a deflated balloon as she abruptly knelt to the ground. An ominous red chakra, like dried bloodstains, surged from her body, quickly enveloping her entire form. Her eyes instantly turned blood red. "Qianran, run!" Kushina shouted with her last ounce of strength. Qianran's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to step forward, 3 Umbu ninjas suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "The Nine Tails chakra is out of control. You need to leave immediately, we'll handle this. Get lost." A pure murderous intent and powerful ocular power erupted, instantly freezing the 3 in place, unable to move. Ignoring their terror, Shenron walked straight toward Kushina. Their eyes met, and his consciousness entered Kushina's spiritual world. A 9 tails, only the size of a human, pressed its paw on the unconscious Kushina's head, seemingly absorbing something. Its 7 tails were chained with thick locks, nailed to a ceiling formation behind it, its body distorted by the pulling. Shenron's chakra exploded, and he rushed to the 9 tails, punching it in the face. As it fell off Kushina, Shenron hooked his fingers around its neck. "9 tails, behave if you don't want to die." An evil ocular power like Madara's the 9 tails' vertical pupils fixed on him, growling lowly, "You're a Uchiha brat." Shenron ignored it, conjuring a dagger in his other hand out of thin air, the cold tip aimed at the 9 tails' eye. "Say that again, behave, and don't make Kushina suffer. Or I'll personally slaughter you." "Ha, with just you?" The 9 tails sneered, its body turning into red chakra, escaping Shenron's grasp. With these eyes, Shenron's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, a powerful genjutsu swiftly invading the 9 tails' mind. The 9 tails' body stiffened, unable to move, only its mouth still able to speak. "So what if you control my chakra clone? Can you control my true form?" Shenron ignored it, gently shaking the unconscious Kushina. Seeing her slowly open her eyes, he finally relaxed. "Kushina, can you reseal it?" "Shenron?" She looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing here? I'm omnipotent." Shenron smiled. "Let us deal with this trouble first." Kushina nodded, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. "Little fox, how dare you invade my consciousness? This time, you'll suffer." "Ridiculous." The 9 tails glared at her sealing technique, struggling desperately. "You humans are the ones forcibly invading our tailed beast's consciousness. When have we ever invaded? After Kushina completed her jutsu, the Nine-Tails' voice gradually weakened, eventually losing consciousness completely and being sealed back away. Kushina looked at the sealed Nine-Tails and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shirin, thank you for today. I didn't expect your Sharingan to be able to suppress the tailed beast. Shirin nodded and withdrew from Kushina's subconscious world. Once outside, he immediately saw the system reward notification: defeated Kushina, Shu's absorption attribute, chakra +4, constitution +1, Uzumaki clan constitution. He was stunned, not just because of the chakra increase, but because it was the second time he acquired the Uzumaki clan constitution. He had sparred with Kushina many times before, and aside from receiving the Uzumaki clan constitution reward once on the first day of school, he had never gotten it again. He wasn't sure about the difference between these two acquisitions and planned to study it carefully when no one was around. Kushina looked at the ANBU beside her and said regretfully, Shirin, thank you. I have to go back now. Although this is only a small part of the Nine-Tails, if it leaks out it would still pose a huge threat. Once I've fully recovered, I will come find you again. Shirin nodded, watching her leave before turning toward the Konoha medical department. On the way, he casually claimed another Uzumaki clan constitution. Instantly, his stats changed. Name, Uchiha Shirin. Age, 11. Constitution, 372. Mental strength, 279. Chakra, 567. Kekkei Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uzumaki clan constitution. Other, chakra limit increased by 300%, strong vitality, accelerated recovery from non-lethal and minor wounds, lifespan increased by 20%, intermediate constitution. Seeing the changes, Shirin couldn't help but smile. His chakra jumped from just over 300 by more than 150, nearly doubling. Now his ninjutsu power far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even a single great fireball was stronger than 5 or 6 people casting together. The 20% lifespan increase was an unexpected bonus. Arriving under the medical department sign, Shirin shut off his stats panel with satisfaction and entered. Since the war broke out, most of the medical staff had been dispatched to the front lines, making the place much quieter. He approached the front desk and said to the on-duty ninja, I'd like to see the medical department head. The receptionist didn't look up and replied coldly, everyone's busy during the war. If you want to visit family, I can help you check the ward number. Shirin frowned. I have important intelligence that must be handed over in person. Senior Yanoshi is working tirelessly on research for the sand hidden poison. He doesn't have time to see you. The receptionist showed impatience. If you can crack it a minute earlier, one less life will be lost on the front line. Do you understand? Shirin sighed. My name is Uchiha Shirin. The secret formula for Sand Village's poison was brought back by me. This time, I have brought something that can completely solve the problem. You are Uchiha Senjin? The ninja suddenly looked up, saw the clan emblem on Senjin's body, and immediately changed his attitude by 180 degrees. You are Lord Senjin? I'm terribly sorry. I'll take you to see Senior Tomatsu right away, he said excitedly while leading the way. I'm your fan. Getting such confidential information means you are the village's hero. He spoke as he led Senjin toward the office upstairs. Actually, I'm still your fan. With you in the Sand Village, I feel truly reassured. Please don't mind what happened just now. He kept chattering until the door. Senjin shook his head in silence and walked straight in. Inside the room, 2 bookshelves took up half the wall, packed with various medical files and records. By the window were 2 human meridian and skeletal specimens. On the center of the desk lay a book on the principles of toxicology analysis. At that moment, a medical ninja hurried in, took off his gloves immediately, and walked excitedly to Senjin, eyes full of gratitude. You are Uchiha Senjin, right? The old man grasped Senjin's hand, his gaze as fervent as Orochimaru's thirst for knowledge. My name is Kirisawa Tomatsu. The intelligence you brought back has been a huge help to us. Leaning closer, Senjin smelled a strong scent of alcohol. He sized up the man in his 60s, wearing round glasses, slightly stooped back, eyes filled with fanaticism. How is the research progressing? Senjin nodded and sat down. We've already entered the second phase of human trials. Tomatsu poured water for Senjin. At the latest by the end of the month, the antidote will be mass-produced. We've already informed the Hokage he will reward you. Senjin was not interested in rewards, he valued Tomatsu's passion for medicine more. He took out a scroll labeled Medical Water Release, Water Mosquito from his chest and handed it to Tomatsu. The antidote isn't ready yet. Use this ninjutsu first. If widely used, it can save many lives. Tamatsu unrolled the scroll, his fingertips trembling, his expression shifting from shock to ecstatic joy. This is medical water release, water mosquito? It's literally the nemesis of Sand Village's poison techniques. As long as it's not lethal poison, ninjas 1T have after effects. He looked at Sanjin in disbelief. Are you sure you're giving this to the village for free? It's worth at least several million ryo. Sanjin waved his hand, took a sip of water, and stood up to leave. None of that matters. Saving a few lives on the front line is worth everything. Even ordinary ninjas can learn it. Having more ways to save themselves is better. With that, he walked straight out. In the office, only Wu Ziyusong was left, pacing excitedly back and forth. Uchiha Sanjin, truly an extraordinary figure. I almost want to erect a monument in your honor. He suddenly patted his head. No, I must send someone to report to the Hokage right now. The whole village must know his achievements. During this period, Sanjin hadn't received any new missions, so he accompanied Kushina wandering around Konoha. One day, they were strolling on the Hokage Rock, admiring the nice scenery. Suddenly, a Konoha jonin approached Sanjin and handed him 2 scrolls. Kushina snatched one of them, smiling. Isn't this an Umbu encrypted scroll? I should be able to understand it. She unrolled it and immediately jumped up excitedly. Sanjin, you have to treat us tonight. What's going on? You got promoted. You're now a jonin of Konoha. Kushina handed the scroll to Sanjin, which was densely filled with his battlefield achievements. Sanjin glanced at it without much emotion. To him, it was just an empty title. The bonus was more practical. Moreover, a sudden wartime promotion usually meant a tough mission awaited him. Pretty normal. I've had jonin level skills for a long time. Quick, open the other scroll. Maybe I can mooch a couple more meals. Sanjin nodded and unrolled the other scroll, which contained a new mission order. He was to gather at the Hokage building the next morning to support the Land of Earth battlefield. Leaving again? Kushina's smile vanished instantly. You just got back a week ago. Isn't the situation on the Land of Earth side even more intense? Don't be disappointed, that's the life of a ninja. Sanjin patted her disappointed head. Since we have time now, I'll cook tonight. What do you want to eat? Kushina chuckled. I want tomato scrambled eggs. Sanjin smiled. Aren't you the one who hates tomatoes the most? Everyone even nicknames you Tomato. That's different. Kushina blushed. The tomatoes you cook are different. At night, the two enjoyed a hearty dinner, marking the end of Sanjin's holiday. The next morning, Hokage's office. Sanjin followed the Umbu inside. They saw Hiruzen Sarutobi reviewing documents with one hand, his other arm heavily bandaged. Seeing Sanjin enter, he put down his pen and smiled. Sanjin, right? Long time no see. Sanjin nodded, recalling the last time he met the third Hokage when they almost fought, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Long time no see, third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed Sanjin's cold tone and didn't say much. After all, he was already used to the Uchiha clan's aloofness. I called you here this time to thank you for your contributions to the village. Hiruzen's gaze was gentle. During the great battle, you repeatedly rescued comrades at key points, brought back the Sand Village's drug manufacturing formula, and even handed over the water mosquito technique without compensation. A smile of relief appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. You remind me of an old friend, Uchiha Kagami. The Uchiha clan hasn't had a successor like you in a long time, someone who truly possesses the will of fire. Sanjin felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was subtly mocking him, using the fate of the Uchiha clan to justify the so-called will of fire. This is what I should do, just to protect the ordinary people in the village. Now that the third Hokage has stepped down from the battlefield, the front line should be fine, right? Sanjin asked calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his bandaged hand and said, no worries. I fought the Kazekage and sustained only a comminuted fracture. A few days of rest and I'll be back. You seem quite concerned about the front lines. Don't worry, arrangements will be made shortly. Sanjin nodded and waited for the others to arrive one by one. Soon, 5 more ninjas showed up. This mission is to support the front lines of the Land of Earth, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced. Considering Uchiha Sanjin's outstanding performance and great contributions, I've decided to appoint him as the commander-in-chief for this operation. Everyone was stunned, all eyes turning to the boy who was only 11 years old. Doubt, surprise, and a hint of disdain for his privileged status filled the air, but no one dared to object. After all, this was the Hokage's order. Sanjin took the mission scroll and called for everyone to set off. Along the way, he checked the map while reminding them, try to move quickly, time is tight. The group silently nodded and quickened their pace. But the journey wasn't smooth. After the war broke out, many civilians lost their income, and numerous ninja turned rogue, attacking villages and robbing travelers. The path was devastated, bandits frequently blocking their way, slowing them down. Sanjin thought to himself that this was a chance to improve their strength and eliminate threats to the people, so he occasionally stopped to take action, which further delayed their progress. Finally, when the six arrived at the Land of Fire's stronghold, they were several hours late. The person in charge came forward with a kind smile, looking intently at Sanjin. "You must be Uchiha Sanjin, right? Your name has been echoing through the strongholds recently." Sanjin studied the man carefully. Although he was in his 60s or 70s, his features remained rugged, his gray short hair messy and standing up, his gaze firm and sharp. "Sorry for the delay, Senior Sarutobi Sasuke," Sanjin replied. At that moment, a young man standing nearby with even whiter hair than Sasuke's looked at Sanjin with envy and fervor. "Is this the Uchiha genius?" "Hello, I'm Hirako, a Konoha Jonin." Sanjin turned his head and noticed the red dot on Hirako's forehead, clearly marking him as the ninja who had developed the Kabaro technique years ago. Looking at Hirako, Sanjin suddenly felt strange. Could it be that his system was extracted from that very Kabaro technique? Shenron shook his head, dismissing that strange thought, and said faintly, "Hello." He turned to the person in charge, Sarutobi Sasuke, and asked, "Senior Sasuke, what is the mission for this base?" Sarutobi Sasuke smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't rush, it's almost dark. You've been traveling all day and you're still stained with blood. Rest for one night first. The mission will be discussed tomorrow." Shenron formed hand seals with both hands and used a simple water release technique to wash away the bloodstains on his body. "Senior, I prefer to understand the environment first so I can rest easy at night. Don't worry, I'm only going to scout." His gaze was sincere. After hesitating, Sarutobi Sasuke handed him a scroll. "This is the list of bases we need to attack in the next 3 months. Taking them will allow us to seize the core city of Iwagakure, delivering a fatal blow." Shenron took the scroll without a word, then vanished in a flash. He didn't notice that nearby, Hirufu was staring at him with deep resentment, nails digging into his palm. Why can someone like him ignore others these days? "Uchiha Shenron, your Sharingan will eventually become my stepping stone." The land of Earth's climate was pleasant, free of sandstorms. Shenron moved swiftly among the rugged rocks, activating advanced sensory techniques. With enhanced physical constitution and mental strength, no movement within 300 meters could escape his perception. His Sharingan allowed him to detect chakra flow from afar instantly. He was a living human radar. Soon, he reached the first base marked on the scroll. Hiding in the shadows, he sensed the base's situation, a small base with a core area of 30 square meters, about 10 people, including 1 or 2 jonin. He slowly drew his blade, took a deep breath, and restrained his killing intent. After the death of Elder Channon, he lost his protection. After the war, Uchiha Sanyue would definitely come after him. His only way out was to become stronger, and the fastest way was to hunt enemies and copy their abilities. With that thought, he silently merged into the shadows. PFSH. A peripheral IWA ninja felt a chill on his back, a large hand clamped over his mouth, and his heart was pierced by a sharp blade before he could see the attacker. A nearby comrade tried to warn him, but the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly filled his vision. Shenron finished him with one strike. Killed an IWA ninja, choose to absorb the abilities, Earth Release Rock Shelter Collapse, Constitution +1, Mental Strength +1. Killed an IWA ninja, choose to absorb the abilities, Earth Release Earthquake Core, Constitution +1, Mental Strength +1. Shenron did not hesitate and directly chose 2 spiritual powers. He felt that when the spiritual power broke through a certain threshold, these eyes would undergo a true transformation, and that moment was drawing closer. Only by crossing this threshold could he truly possess the power to protect himself. The enemy had not yet noticed when Shenron leapt to the central clearing of the base, his chest swelling as chakra gathered at his throat. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The sea of flames rapidly swept through the entire base, screams drowned out by the raging blaze. The intense fire lasted for a minute, gradually dissipating with a strong burnt smell. Shenron sensed that 4 people were still alive. 2 were jonin from the main camp, and the other 2 were ninjas on duty in the rear. Earth style, Earthflow Slash. The 2 rock ninjas made the ground churn, extinguishing the flames. They retreated in front of the 2 surviving ninjas and barked orders, "Quick, take the intelligence back." Konoha sent elite jonin skilled in fire style. "The 2 of us will hold him off." "Yes." As the 4 were communicating, a green light figure appeared beside them. Shenron's voice was calm. "Actually, I'm better with a blade." Before the words finished, a flash of a blade, and one rock ninja's head flew off. Another Jonin counterattacked in panic, but Shenron's left hand slapped his abdomen like a ghostly claw. Sealing technique, 5 elements seal. Chakra was cut off, the ninja screamed and knelt down. This was a sealing technique he copied from Kushina. The last Jonin collapsed, angrily demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Shenron replied coldly, "Just a passing Konoha ninja." The blade flashed, ending his life. He wiped the blood off the blade, unfolded the map to confirm the location of the next base, and his figure merged back into the night. Strength must be improved, no time to waste. The next morning, inside the Sarutobi Sasuke base, his subordinates were restless. "Captain Sasuke, why hasn't that Uchiha kid returned yet? We're about to set off, what does he take punctuality for?" Alongside, Hirako snorted coldly, arrogant, relying on his genius status, even late on his first time at the base. "I really don't know how he became a Jonin." Sarutobi Sasuke frowned, "Wait 5 more minutes. If he is not here after 5 minutes, we leave on our own." The group responded, though with resentment. Losing one Jonin meant the pressure fell entirely on them. Just as they were about to set off, a cold wind carrying the dampness of the forest blew into the base, and a figure drenched in water appeared. "Uchiha Sanjin, what are you doing? Ninja missions can't be late, you've held up the whole team." Sarutobi Sasuke's subordinate scolded angrily. Sanjin ignored him and walked straight over to the leader, Sarutobi Sasuke. "Ran into some trouble during reconnaissance, took care of it along the way," he said calmly, tossing down a bag covered in mud and bloodstains containing ninja tools. The subordinate disdainfully opened the bag, thinking Sanjin was just showing off the heads he'd taken. But when a twisted, terrified head rolled out, he froze. "This is Iwagakure's Jonin Ishite?" he exclaimed, trembling as he stepped back. Hearing this, the others immediately gathered around, horrified. Someone nervously confirmed, "It really is Ishite." Another ninja opened a scroll and found the mission intelligence. "Kage Kitsune is dead too? How is that possible?" Someone shouted. "Could there be a traitor in Iwagakure? Impossible." Someone retorted. "The core members won't betray us." Everyone's eyes focused on Sanjin, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. Suddenly someone shouted, "He said intelligence plural. How many bases did he take out?" Sanjin ignored them, grabbed some hot food, and devoured it, "About 6. The rest are too far, you guys handle them yourselves. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep first." He looked up at Sarutobi Sasuke, his tone firm. "No problem, right, Senior Sasuke?" Sarutobi Sasuke was stunned for 5 seconds, speechless with shock. 6 bases? At least 60 people, 6 Jonin? Say Sanjin, you took out 6 bases all by yourself? Sarutobi Sasuke's voice was hoarse to the point of discomfort, as if his throat was filled with sand. Not bad luck. The mission is done, can I go back and rest now?" Shenron replied casually, his eyes showing no pride, only a longing for sleep. After killing all night, his entire body was soaked with the enemy's blood and he just wanted to wash away the fatigue quickly. Go ahead, rest well." Sasuke felt his mind go blank from Shenron's cold, almost arrogant tone, making him feel like his recent achievements were as fragile as paper, ready to be pierced at any moment. He looked at the still petrified ninjas and said with difficulty, "You guys, hurry, and go confirm the enemy's stronghold if it's true. Our combat plans for the next 2 months will probably have to be completely changed, and we'll need to launch a full-scale offensive ahead of schedule." Shenron ignored him, walked straight into an empty tent, and immediately fell asleep, sleeping for most of the day. It wasn't until the afternoon when the sunlight slanted that he lazily woke up. While eating supplies, he asked a duty ninja, "Why is everyone at the stronghold? Wasn't there a mission today? Did I sleep for a very long time?" The ninja didn't even turn his head, waving his hand impatiently. "It's all because of that monster named Uchiha Shenron. Half a month's worth of missions, he finished in one night, now everyone else is just sitting around with nothing to do." "Ha? Me?" Shenron was full of question marks. He just wanted to grind some more attribute points and unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan earlier. How did he become a monster? The ninja turned and sized him up like looking at a child, staring at his clan emblem with suspicion. "Are you really Uchiha Shenron? Sasuke-senpai told you to wake up and come find him." "Oh, right." Seeing Shenron preparing to leave, the rookie's eyes were full of curiosity. "Did you really clear out all the strongholds in one night?" Shenron waved his hand. "Not that exaggerated." "I thought so, they must be exaggerating." Shenron turned back and thought, "One night isn't enough. I'll go earlier later, they have fewer than 60 people. If I bring more food pills, we should be able to finish them all tonight with overtime." "I thought so, huh?" The ninja suddenly realized something, muttering as he watched Shenron's retreating figure. "He said he cleared out over 100 people in one night? This guy definitely sneaked some drinks. Need to ask where he is hiding the booze. Inside Sarutobi Sasuke's tent. The moment Qianren stepped in, several pairs of complex eyes stared at him in unison. Jealousy, suspicion, but more so reverence and envy. Hiruho's eyes burned with fanaticism. Qianren Koan. You're awake. You were able to take down so many people at once, it must be because of your invincible Sharingan, right? He stared into Qianren's eyes, his gaze growing more fervent. This bloodline limit is really powerful. If only I, or others in the village, had it too. Qianren nodded in acknowledgement as a greeting. He ignored this ambitious man and turned to Sarutobi Sasuke at the highest point. Senior Sasuke, do you need my help with anything? Sarutobi Sasuke shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. Help? Right now, what the base needs most is ninjas like you. He knew it was just wishful thinking. Once this killing technique was known to the village, he would definitely be sent to the core battlefield in the Land of Rain. The mission went smoothly. The base will likely move to the Land of Earth in a few days, Sarutobi Sasuke said with a smile. Shenron performed very well this time and relieved the base's pressure. You worked hard last night. I approve a week off for you to rest well. Shenron was displeased upon hearing this. A week off? How many attribute points would that cost me? Senior Sasuke, I can't rest while my comrades are in danger, Shenron said earnestly. I'll handle the upcoming cleanup mission. I just told the others, tonight we'll take out all the remaining enemies. I'm not bluffing. Sarutobi Sasuke's expression wavered, then he sighed, you really care about your comrades. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Do you need any other support? Shenron thought for a moment and said, not entirely unnecessary. Everyone thought he wanted ninja tools, weapons, or rewards. Half a minute later, Shenron said seriously, I killed more than 60 people last night and used over 20 soldier pills to replenish my stamina and chakra. He looked up at everyone and proposed, the remaining enemies are scattered. I estimate I need about 30 more soldier pills to finish them all. Do you have any left? The people inside the tent had complicated expressions. Who told you that 3 soldier pills equal 1 life? 1 month later, at the rear command center of the Land of Earth. Inside the tent, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated as he received the intelligence, his brows tightly furrowed. Atsuchi, he asked his son, why does the grass country defense line keep collapsing? Atsuchi read the intelligence and said gravely, Konoha sent a top assassination team. Multiple bases were wiped out in a short time with no survivors left, typical Umbu tactics. Anoki nodded with satisfaction. What is your opinion then? Their next target is definitely the Gravel Gold City, Atsuchi pointed to a spot on the map. This city is our economic lifeline, it must never fall into Konoha's hands. Otherwise, not only will our financial resources be cut off, but morale will also collapse. Father, please allow me to lead 2 Jonin squads to completely annihilate them. Not enough. Anoki shook his head, eyes flashing with ruthless light. Such small units can cause tremendous damage. We must strike like thunder and kill them instantly, or the consequences will be endless. He looked toward the red-haired man in the corner of the tent, arms crossed and eyes closed, resting. Old Purple, you and Tsuchido go. Quick and decisive. Old Purple opened his eyes and retorted, Tsuchikage, the war in the Rain Country is intense now, and Tsunegakure has already deployed Jinchuriki. We should concentrate our top-tier forces on the main battlefield, not waste them on the rear. It's unwise for me to support the rear. Anoki flatly rejected this. What are Tsunegakure's one tails? Once the dust release is unleashed, the tailed beasts will turn to ashes. Right now, the most important thing is to defend the rear. The tax revenue from the Tsuchigane city is tied to daimyo support, which affects village expenses. A hint of frustration flashed in Old Purple's eyes. Due to the dust release bloodline elimination, the strategic importance of Jinchuriki in Iwagakure is far less than in other ninja villages. The two quickly began to argue, and Tsuchido hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Father, Old Purple-sama, both of you are doing this for the village. Please don't quarrel. After the atmosphere eased, he suggested, it's 2 days' travel from here to Tsuchigane City. I'll take 50 ninjas to support first. If it doesn't work, we can radio Old Purple-sama again. How about that? Old Purple did not object, and Anoki nodded, writing in order. Tsuchido, I'm assigning you 12 Jonin and 40 Chunin. If you can't resolve this within 3 days, contact Old Purple immediately. Depart now. Yes. Tsuchido took the scroll and quickly left the tent. 50 elites assembled. Full speed ahead. Objective, defend Tsuchigane City and annihilate the enemy. Yes. The roar shook the skies. Meanwhile, at Sanjin's base. Sanjin was sparring with his teammates. After he single-handedly cleared more than 10 Iwagakure strongholds within 2 days, their looks of doubt turned into awe. When they learned he had brought back S-rank poison intelligence from Sunagakure and voluntarily handed over million-level A-rank medical ninjutsu, their admiration reached its peak. After all, who wouldn't he like a talented genius who was powerful, virtuous, and generous? Thanks to the affection from the base S ninja, Shenron made time every day to teach them ninjutsu and swordsmanship, especially his specialty stealth attack techniques. This dedication made everyone like him even more. After all, it's rare to see someone so willing to teach their true skills without holding back. But in reality, Shenron was absorbing the base ninja S ninjutsu every day. At this moment, he was sparring with a sensory-type jonin. Taking advantage of the other S preparation, he casually opened his status panel. Name, Uchiha Shenron. Age, 11. Physique, 374. Spiritual power, 462. Chakra, 569. Ninjutsu, Secret Technique Multiplication Technique, Secret Technique Shadow Imitation Technique, Secret Technique Mind-Body Switch Technique, Ninjutsu Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Advanced Medical Ninjutsu, Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Wind Release Vacuum Sphere. Others. He had copied so many ninjutsu recently that his mindset shifted from the more the better to only picking the best, like a flashy nouveau riche dazzled by choices. The only regret was that the Byakugan seemed impossible to copy, probably conflicting with the Sharingan. His favorite was still the multiplication technique, because it had endless clever uses in certain situations. Just as he was pondering, the opposing ninja was ready. The blonde middle-aged ninja said, "Shenron, I'm ready." He looked at Shenron drawing his blade and smiled, "I'm Kazamatsuri Getsuya, specializing in sensory. I didn't expected my age to have to learn a few moves from a junior like you. You really are the strongest of Konoha's new generation." Shenron nodded slightly, a faint sense of familiarity flickering in his mind, but he couldn't recall the surname Getsuya at the moment. He humbly replied, "You flatter me, senior. I'll begin." As he spoke, Shenron's figure suddenly vanished, blending the sharpness of the Uchiha style with the swiftness of the Hatake style, his blade striking straight at the opponent's vital spot. Kazamatsuri Getsuya's body drifted like falling leaves, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow. "Your sensory is truly formidable, senior," Shenron admired. Kazamatsuri Getsuya took the opportunity to spin, throwing a kunai that glinted coldly, aiming to stab Shenron in the back. Clang! Without turning his head, Shenron countered precisely with the back of his blade, sparks flying. "Nice!" The watching ninja cheered. The vast majority of Jonin couldn't last 10 rounds against Shenron. Kazamatsuri Getsuya retreated using momentum, smiling, "This isn't just my sensory ability. The surrounding plants warned me of the danger in advance." Communicating with plants? Shenron activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo spinning as he charged again. He had never seen such an ability before. Could it be that there are bloodline limits in this world that even a traveler like him didn't know about? Facing the Sharingan activated by Shenron, Fungi Ueda felt immense pressure. Every attack seemed to predict his movements, making it impossible for him to defend effectively. He barely dodged a sideways slash, gasping as he explained, "This isn't really communication, just a special hereditary perception in my family, like the plants and trees in this land warning me of danger." Shenron understood this and decided to end the fight quickly, testing if the system would reward him for acquiring this ability. Too bad, it's still a bit weaker than the Sharingan. As soon as he finished speaking, the tomo in Shenron's eyes spun rapidly. Seizing the moment after his opponent's strike, he suddenly crouched and executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming Fungi Ueda to the ground. Bang! Before Fungi Ueda could get up and counterattack, a cold blade pressed against his throat. "I lost." Fungi Ueda smiled wryly, admitting defeat. Shenron sheathed his blade and helped him up, then casually checked the system rewards. Defeated Fungi Ueda, choose to absorb, bloodline limit, would release, perception technique, tree sensing, constitution +1. Seeing the words would release, Shenron's heart raced. This Fungi Ueda was definitely a descendant of the Senju clan. Suppressing his excitement, he kept a calm expression and finished the day's sparring. Late at night, he went to an open space to examine the newly acquired bloodline limit. Bloodline limit, would release weakened, originates from Senju Hashirama's bloodline. While capable of summoning would release, its power is greatly diminished due to weakened bloodline. Weakened version. Shenron frowned, uncertain how much it was diminished. Confirming no one was around, he formed the seals from the system's memory and activated chakra. Would release, would javelin wall. The ground trembled as 5 thick wooden pillars burst from the earth, intertwining into a sturdy wall. Not bad for power. He concentrated chakra in his arm and swung fiercely, would release, piercing technique. Several sharp spikes shot out from his palm, piercing a large tree accurately over 100 meters away. After the test, Qianren frowned. This power is basically the level of the first Hokage would release when he was conquering the world, or Yamato would release used for reforestation. Although his chakra reserves were ample, this weakened would release could manage against ordinary jonin, but would probably be insufficient against top-tier opponents. Looks like to get the full would release, I need to find Orochimaru or White Zetsu. After Qianren shook his head, he practiced for a while longer, then casually unleashed a great fire to extinguish all the wood release creations, leaving no trace behind, and went back to rest with some regret. The next morning, Sarutobi Sasuke gathered everyone at the base and announced a new mission. Everyone knows we VE relocated 3 times recently because of our rapid advance. We VE already penetrated deep into the land of Earth. Now, the village has issued a new order to capture the Gravel Gold City. He pointed at the map, his tone growing serious. This city is famous for gold processing and tourism, and its wealth is astounding. Just as he finished speaking, a ninja as skinny as a matchstick glinted greedily in his eyes. Senior Sasuke, how will the money from capturing the city be divided? The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Everyone's gazes were complicated, some disdainful, some silent, but most shared the same greed as that ninja. Life as a ninja isn't easy. Who wouldn't want to earn more money, whether for themselves or their families? Sarutobi Sasuke coldly scanned the crowd. Money can be taken after the city falls, but only then. Let me be clear, he stared at the ninja who had just spoken, his eyes icy. If anyone dares to harm the innocent or do anything shameful, and is later dealt with by the Umbu, don't come begging me. Umbu will also participate? Another ninja asked in surprise. Of course. With just our manpower, how could we capture such a strong fortress? The village has dispatched at least 50 reinforcements, totaling over 100 soldiers, twice the number of the city's defenders. That's more than enough. Everyone had no objections. Sarutobi Sasuke continued, the reinforcements are expected to arrive tomorrow. Speaking of reinforcements, he looked at Qianren and smiled. Kushina and that Minato from your team have also been reassigned here. Your squad's coordination will be even stronger. Qianren nodded happily. He expected Kushina to master the Nine Tails chakra so quickly. She must have suffered a lot these past 2 months. Lastly, there's good news. Sarutobi Sasuke announced, thanks to our intelligence and tactical suppression, Sunigakure has basically stopped its outward expansion and switched to full defense. Stopped expanding? Qianren was surprised. The war had just begun, and one of the 5 great nations was already retreating? Sarutobi Sasuke looked at his puzzled expression and said, that's because of you. Konoha has cracked Sunigakure's poison, and your water mosquito technique has nullified their toxins, greatly weakening their combat power. Plus, the intelligence you provided on Sunigakure's poison-making methods. Sasuke Sarutobi was silent for a moment, staring at Sanjin with a complex look. You are now 3rd on the Sand Village's assassination bounty list, with a reward of 30 million ryo. You alone have completely ruined their years of planning. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Sanjin, buzzing with discussion. 3rd on the assassination list? Wasn't Hanzo from the Land of Water 3rd before? Now it's 11-year-old Sanjin? This world has gone crazy. Don't take him as a kid. I've been a jonin for 4 years and can't dodge even 50 moves against him. It's ridiculous. 30 million ryo, enough for me to retire comfortably. A ninja blurted out, then shivered when Sanjin's crimson Sharingan swept over him, quickly correcting himself, not what I meant. I'm saying, this world is truly insane. Sanjin rolled his eyes, ignoring them, and asked only, who are the first 2? Sasuke Sarutobi replied, my son, the 3rd Hokage, and the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo. It's said he just killed Chiyo's own son. Now you understand just how dangerous it is, right? Before the war ends, don't set foot in the Land of Wind. Understood. Sanjin nodded, his tone matter of fact. Looks like I haven't worked hard enough. I need to kill more high-ranking sand ninjas, or I'll sooner or later drop out of the top 3. The entire room fell silent, everyone staring at him like he was a monster. Sasuke Sarutobi shook his head helplessly, thinking he was too old to keep up with the younger generation's mindset. Alright, the mission briefing is over. Get ready. Once reinforcements arrive, we attack the city of Gravel Gold immediately. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, and more people gathered around Sanjin, eager to ask him about his combat experience before the battle. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The Konoha reinforcements arrived on time, including Minato and Kushina. The two immediately excitedly approached Senjin upon seeing him. "Senjin, long time no see," Minato said with a smile. "Since we last parted, I've only been able to hear about you through intelligence scrolls. Let me tell you, after a mission with Senior Sakumo, I'm almost a jonin now, hee hee." Kushina pushed Minato aside, hands on her hips proudly. "Minato, you're too slow. Senjin was promoted to jonin long ago, you're left far behind." "Right, Senjin? Long time no see." Minato's smile froze, and he murmured to himself, "What's going on? Last time we parted, I had just caught up to him as a chunin. I've been training hard these past 2 months, but the gap has only widened?" Seeing the two with different expressions, Senju shook his head and said, "Congratulations, Minato, you're about to become a jonin." Also, he leaned in and whispered, "Kushina, have you managed to control the 9 tails? How can the village trust you to go to the front lines?" Kushina smiled and linked her arm with Senju's, confessing, "I haven't fully become a Jinchuriki yet, only a small portion of the 9 tails chakra sealed by Grandma Mita was inside me, mainly to help me adapt early. The village sent me for 2 reasons, to train and to enhance my combat skills." She winked mischievously and lowered her voice, "The main reason is I told them I missed you. If they didn't let me come, I wouldn't learn sealing techniques." Senju laughed, feeling a warmth in his heart. "Looks like we've all gotten stronger. The team won't have to run away anymore." Hearing this, Minato perked up and happily shared his news. "By the way, Jiraiya-sensei came to see me recently. I've officially become his disciple." "Oh?" Senju's eyes lit up. "Has he taught you any special techniques?" "Yeah." Minato nodded excitedly, unable to hide his enthusiasm. "A powerful spacetime ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God Technique. It's said to have been invented by the second Hokage. Can you guess what it does?" "Sounds like an advanced version of the body flicker technique?" Kushina guessed. Minato shook his head mysteriously, staring at Senju. "Guess again, you definitely won't think of it." Senju shook his head, envious. "No idea, but it sounds incredible." "Minato, you're amazing." Minato didn't catch the teasing tone and was overjoyed. "I've already grasped some of the secrets. I estimate I can master it in 2 or 3 years, and my strength will soar." 2 or 3 years? Senju teased further. "Even you need that long? So once you've learned it, you'll be unbeatable?" "Of course." Minato's smile grew even brighter. He had always felt overshadowed by Senju, but today he finally found hope to surpass him, feeling incredibly elated. At that moment, a trusted aide of Sarutobi Sasuke gave an order, and everyone immediately gathered. In the open area of the base, the ninjas quickly assembled by squad. Sarutobi Sasuke spread out a map, pointed to several red marks, and said gravely, "The target is the 4 main gates of Gekkane City. Intelligence shows about 50 ninjas inside the city, at least 10 jonin, and even 1 or 2 elite jonin guarding." His sharp gaze swept over everyone. "But you don't need to worry. This time, we have gathered over 100 troops, along with the top Umbu jonin coordinating the operation. Capturing this city is absolutely no problem." The mission scrolls were distributed to each squad leader, and Sarutobi Sasuke's gaze finally settled on Shenron. "Shenron, this is a large-scale frontal battle, so assassination methods are limited. Even so, I require your squad to take down at least 3 enemy jonin, understood?" "Ha?" Minato and Kushina were both surprised simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, both thinking, our squad only has 1 jonin and 1 jonin in training to kill 3 jonin of the same rank in a frontal battle seems almost impossible. "Senior Sasuke, isn't this arrangement a bit unreasonable?" Minato asked with a furrowed brow. Sarutobi Sasuke, seeing their expressions, seemed to realize the task was a bit heavy. He rubbed his chin and said seriously, "If you think that's too few, then make it 5. But no more than that. Your squad is too important, nothing must go wrong." Minato and Kushina were dumbfounded. "We wanted you to ease the mission, and instead, you doubled it?" Just as Kushina was about to retort, a nearby squad leader stared at them with a peculiar look and slowly said, "Aren't you old teammates? Don't you know Chienrin took over more than 10 Iwagakure strongholds in 1 day? He alone can kill several jonin in a frontal battle. What are you still worried about?" "Ha?" Minato and Kushina stared at each other in disbelief. "Is Chienrin really that powerful? Is he really the same age as us?" Minato's expression grew even grimmer. He had just been proud of catching up to Chienrin, but now it seemed he would live forever in his shadow. Sarutobi Sasuke on the stage looked at the 3 stunned individuals and finally ordered, "Mission is clear. You have 2 days to coordinate. Depart promptly at dawn on the 3rd day." Chienrin nodded in thanks. He understood that Sasuke was giving them time to coordinate. After dismissal, the three went to an open area. Xianren directly activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and said bluntly, "Come on, let me see the results of your training over the past 2 months." "Humph. Don't underestimate us." Kushina's face was full of defiance and fighting spirit. "Minato, let us team up and show him what we got." As soon as she finished speaking, the two moved with tacit understanding, flanking Xianren from left and right. The fierce clash lasted nearly 10 minutes. With the insight of the Sharingan, Xianren quickly grasped their progress. Minato's battle intelligence was extremely high. His substitution jutsu, body flicker technique, and nervous reflexes were all pushed to the limit, and in a short time, he could barely keep up with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Unfortunately, the extreme state consumed a great deal of energy, and after 10 minutes, his speed noticeably slowed. Kushina showed more obvious improvement. The combination of her super strength and sealing techniques became increasingly skillful, and her speed far surpassed that of 2 months ago. After becoming familiar with their moves, Senju no longer held back. He suddenly accelerated, his figure turning into an afterimage as he weaved between the two, delivering a spinning kick that knocked Minato down while lightly flicking Kushina's forehead. The battle ended instantly. "Not bad," Senju commented. "Minato has reached elite Chunin level, and Kushina is steadily progressing into Chunin." Minato got up, his heart heavy with mixed feelings. Once equals, his teammate now easily overwhelmed him, a gap hard to put into words. Clenching his fist, his gaze firm, he said, "Senju, once I master Flying Thunder God, I'll definitely challenge you." Senju smiled slyly, "I'll be waiting for your challenge once you've learned it." As long as Minato dared to use it, Senju could replicate this divine technique. For the next 2 days, the three engaged in high-intensity sparring, preparing for the upcoming battle. On the third morning, the 100-man squad quietly set out. After a long trek, they arrived at the forest outside the Gravel Gold City. Even the time traveler Senju was stunned by this magnificent city. The walls were tall and imposing, rivaling those of Konoha. There were gates on all 4 sides, spaced about 50 to 60 meters apart. The central road allowed carriage passage, with orderly side gates, surrounded by broad open ground. It was hard to imagine such a prosperous treasure hidden within this barren land of earth. But Senju soon sensed something amiss. Strange. With such a large army approaching, the news must have leaked. Why are the city guards so lax, seemingly unprepared? Minato and Kushina also felt something was off, shaking their heads. Because they are utterly fearless. A cold voice came from behind. The three turned to see a covert ops ninja wearing an animal mask appear. He was the captain of one of the East Gate squads. Ignoring Minato and Kushina, the covert ops ninja spoke directly to Senju. "Uchiha Senju, I don't know why Sasuke entrusted you with full command of the East Gate. But be warned, the core gate ninjas must be handled by the covert ops. You deal with the rest of the small fry." The new squad dared to defy orders. Senju's eyes turned cold. Surveying the other squad members around him, he began to scheme. If someone was willing to be cannon fodder and reduce others' casualties, why not? "Fine," Senju replied briefly. Half an hour later, the operation officially began. The first batch of Chunin disguised themselves as civilians and quietly pasted explosive tags all over the city walls while the guards were distracted. "Someone is attacking." The guards shouted angrily. Boom boom boom, a series of deafening explosions echoed as several large gaps were blown in the city walls. But the IWA Nin reacted swiftly with an earth-release ninjutsu flash. The gaps were rapidly repaired. This attack, aside from frightening the civilians, was almost ineffective. We still have to rely on ourselves." The Ambu ninja sneered, leading the team like phantoms as they charged out. "Charge! Assassinate the fortress guards directly." Senrin gestured to his team behind him, "Keep up." The team easily dodged the rain of arrows and reached the base of the city wall. The Ambu squad had already rushed toward the central fortress. Senrin ordered the other 5 squads, "You're responsible for the left fortress. If you can't win, just hold them off. I'll support you immediately." A squad leader hesitated. "Only using 5 squads is too risky, isn't it? It takes at least 3 squads to surround one fortress." Senrin didn't reply. His figure flickered as he dodged a kunai thrown by a young IWA Nin attempting a sneak attack. He didn't strike a vital point but slashed the attacker's wrist. Step. Senrin retreated, the sound of a broken wrist mixed with footsteps. "You crippled him?" The questioning ninja was shocked, seeing the IWA Nin collapse in pain. That speed and technique were already beyond Chunin level. He didn't dare doubt, urgently shouting, "Follow Senrin's orders. His attack speed is at least elite Chunin level." "Senrin, you really love to show off." Kushina teased, eyes full of admiration. Minato asked curiously, why not just kill him outright? Senrin flicked blood droplets off his blade and sneered, who cares about an 8 or 9-year-old kid? Minato was speechless, aren't you only 11 yourself? At that moment, over a dozen IWA nin rushed out of the city gate. 15 people, 3 jonin. Senrin quickly assessed and ordered the 2 beside him, each of you take down at least 3. Begin. Yes. The lead jonin saw only 3 kids as enemies and sneered, damn, sending these 3 kids to their deaths? 3rd, 4th, and 5th squads, go support us. Leave it to us. They 1T get away. Senrin growled coldly, raising both hands as 6 shuriken flew out while he formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, the shuriken transformed into a black rain, spreading into a boundless net. Earth release, earth flow wall. The lead IWA Nina's face changed drastically as he and his companions combined their strength to raise a thick earth wall, barely blocking the deadly net. Crack! Just when he thought the earthen wall could block the attack, a gleaming knife tip suddenly pierced through the wall, less than half a meter from his face. Fool! My earth-style wall is indestructible, your knife is stuck, don't even think about pulling it out. He sneered. But the next moment, he saw the knife tip suddenly flash with dazzling lightning. What is this? Crack crack. Accompanied by the harsh cutting sound, the earthen wall was as fragile as tofu in front of the lightning chakra-coated dagger, instantly cut into fragments and collapsed. This is a lightning attribute specifically countering your earth style. Shenron's cold voice sounded, the dagger suddenly stabbed into the opponent's chest, and the lightning instantly paralyzed his body. Shenron twisted his wrist, the dagger dripping with blood and bits of innards pierced through the chest and came out. He stepped on the warm corpse of his opponent and shouted fiercely, your captain is dead. Now get out, I'll spare your lives. However, instead of retreating, the rock ninja's eyes turned bloodshot, erupting with a desperate fighting spirit. Victory belongs to Iwagakure. The scum of Konoha will all die here. That's right. Fight to the death. Lord Oto will be here soon. At that moment, Minato appeared beside them, a kunai stabbing into the neck of a rock ninja, delivering a fatal blow. You leaked the intel. Minato pulled out the kunai, his expression calm. Hearing the name Oto, Shenron's mind stirred, recalling that he was the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, powerful in strength. If he really appeared here, casualties would likely worsen. He immediately ordered, make it quick. The 2 nodded. Shenron shouted loudly, activating the 8th gate injury gate, transforming into a green blur charging at the enemies behind the earthen wall. With the Sharingan and the power of the 8 gates, his speed was astonishing. Before the remaining 2 jonin could exchange 100 moves, he beheaded them on the spot. After eliminating all the jonin, Shenron weaved through the remaining ninjas. Swish! After a dozen breaths, Shenron sheathed his blade. With a crisp sound, 6 ninjas in front of him simultaneously bled from their necks and collapsed, their blood staining the ground red. How's it going on your side? Shenron asked, turning back. Kushina looked at the corpse-strewn ground and muttered, wasn't it supposed to be 3 per person? Why did you kill them all? 1 ran away, chase after him? Minato wiped the blood off his kunai and looked toward a figure fleeing in disarray in the distance. No need. Shenron shook his head, let him go report back, we'll rush to support. At this moment, from the direction of the central fortress in the distance, 3 figures flew out like torn sacks, heavily crashing to the ground. It was the arrogant ANBU squad from before. Shenron and the others hurried over, seeing the 3 covered in deep wounds down to the bone, their masks shattered. Shenron, run! The lead ANBU ninja coughed up blood, struggling to warn, it's a trap, the city is full of ninjas. The elite jonin from Tsukido is here too. You'd better retreat with your men. Shenron sneered, crouching down to perform a medical ninjutsu for him, his tone calm, I still prefer the Olju unyielding and fearless. Just as Shenron was treating him, a burly man wearing a red headband appeared on the city wall, the 3rd Tsuchikage's son, Tsukido. Full army, attack. Tsukido roared, exterminate all Konoha ninjas and retake the stronghold. With the order, the IWA nin surged out from the city, a black mass brimming with killing intent. Tsukido's gaze locked onto Shenron, their eyes met, sparks flying in the tense air. If you can move, run. Shenron kicked the ANBU ninja on the ground, there are too many of them, I'll hold them off. Hold them off? The ninja was stunned. Opposite were not only a top expert like Tsukido but also 40 or 50 attackers. How could they hold them off? Still dazing? If you want to die, stay here. Shenron shouted. Only then did the 3 clear their heads, supporting each other to stand. Before leaving, they quickly said, they look pale, they must have been taking soldier pills long term, disguised as civilians to infiltrate. We'll bring the intel to Senior Sasuke. Hold on, reinforcements will arrive soon. Watching them leave, Shenron turned to Minato teasingly, this time don't run out of fuel halfway like last time. Don't worry, this time it's enough. Minato answered with a smile. Then use it again. Kushina formed hand seals, her eyes blazing with battle spirit. Combination ninjutsu, Gomen. A blazing storm swept over again. Shenron's great fireball, Kushina's wind release, and Minato's toad oil fused perfectly, transforming into a fiery tsunami that incinerated everything, crashing into the charging IWA ninja army. The range of this move was already 1/3 that of Jiraiya's Sage Art. Earth Wall, quickly use Earth Wall. Chaos erupted within the IWA ninja ranks. Don't! Tsukito shouted, that SA mix of oil and fire ninjutsu, Earth Wall 1T, stop it. No sooner had he spoken, he leapt down from the high wall, formed hand seals, and slammed the ground heavily. Earth Release, Earthquake Core. The ground churned, layers of steps forcibly rising to block the sea of fire, halting its advance. Shenron spat fire from his mouth but glanced toward the left gate, where several Konoha ninjas were escaping amidst the chaos. Hold for 1 minute, buy everyone time to escape, Shenron ordered. I can't, my chakra is almost gone, Minato panted, his face pale. Shenron and Kushina frowned, speaking in unison to tease, Minato, will that little chakra of yours be enough? I'm just an ordinary person, nowhere near you two chakra monsters. Minato looked helplessly at the retreating allies. We've delayed them long enough, shall we retreat? Senju shook his head and countered, I'll take care of all the jonin. Can you hold off the remaining small fries? What? Minato couldn't believe it. There are at least 5 jonin on the other side, plus the elite jonin Kuto. Are you sure? Seeing Senju's seriousness, he began to doubt if he had heard wrong. It's a bit of a stretch, Kushina said, looking at the growing number of enemies. There are at least 40 to 50 enemies here, total forces exceed 150. Wrong. Senju interrupted, launching several great fireballs at the enemy ranks, analyzing calmly, there are at most 20 combat-capable jonin. If we delay a bit longer and wait for Sasuke to arrive, we can break through them in one go. How do you know Sasuke will definitely come? Minato asked, releasing a lightning ball. Because of me. Kushina smiled. The Jinchuriki must never give up. Before she finished speaking, in the distant forest, Sarutobi's Sasuke led his troops rushing in. Senju. Kushina. Glad you're okay. Sarutobi's Sasuke looked at the sea of fire and rocky steps, shocked but urgent. Retreat quickly. The enemy exceeds 150, we can't fight head-on. Senju scanned the reinforcements. The team had nearly 100 when they left, now only 50 plus remained, all wounded. Only 1 jonin was lost, the rest were still alive. Seeing the situation clearly, Senju said something astonishing, Senior, why not counterattack now, strike straight at the Huanglong, eliminate these elites, and the rest will be easier to handle. Everyone was stunned. The ninjas here knew Senju was strong but didn't expect him to say this. Are you crazy? A recently rescued ANBU ninja shouted fiercely. Do you know how strong Kuto is? Even the 3 of us jonin together can't hold out 5 minutes. Not retreating is just waiting to die. Yeah, retreat now, other ninjas echoed. The morale wavered, and Kushina stepped forward. Didn't you say Senju once created a miracle? Why not believe in him? Yeah, Senior Sasuke, believe in him one more time. Ninjas who had been guided by Senju stepped forward. Right, let's try. I believe in Senju, another ninja suggested. Believe in Senju. Voices of support rose one after another, all from those he had guided. Opposition voices were also fierce. It's not about belief, it's a matter of strength difference. Can one person really turn the tide? Once surrounded, our entire army will be wiped out. I don't know what happened here before, but you absolutely can't gamble your life like this. Shenron ignored the arguing, his gaze locked on the rock ninja 30 meters away. He had already activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates technique, the gate of closure. Lightning instantly wrapped around his blade, and his figure suddenly exploded in place. While everyone was still shocked about why he charged alone, his afterimage had already returned to the original spot. In his hand was a bleeding head. It was the head of the foremost rock ninja upper rank. From charging out to returning, it took less than 10 seconds. What kind of monster is this? Shenron's cold eyes swept over the stunned crowd, and he shouted fiercely, what are you all standing there for? My technique is time limited, if not now, then when? His voice thundered like lightning, and Sasuke Sarutobi's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he charged toward the enemy formation, hands forming seals as he slammed the ground fiercely. Summoning technique. As the smoke dispersed, the giant shadow of the ape demon king appeared. Sasuke Sarutobi gripped the golden cudgel tightly, muscles tensed, and roared as he swung it wildly. The golden cudgel expanded massively into a golden whip, roaring through the air, fiercely lashing toward the enemy line. With the howling wind, several slow-reacting rock ninjas failed to dodge and were instantly flung away, spraying blood midair before crashing heavily to their deaths. Full army charge! Sasuke Sarutobi shouted, raising his arm high, his voice shaking the surroundings. The Konoha ninja understood this was a matter of life and death. They had to break through the enemy formation like a blazing blade with a thunderous strike. Otherwise, surrounded and trapped, the entire army would be annihilated. The general assault began. Shenron's hands moved swiftly, forming seals, lightning release, lightning clone technique. More than 20 lightning clones instantly appeared, turning into bolts of lightning charging toward the weakest points. His true body, like a grim reaper, locked onto several enemy upper ranks, suddenly exerting force as his figure vanished. Not good. Huangtu finally reacted, shouting hoarsely, "They're going all out. Don't get caught up in the fight, hold them back and wait for the main force to encircle." A trusted subordinate trembled as he said, "Captain, that green light is too fast. Just now, he killed another upper rank ninja in the encirclement, we just can't catch up." Huangtu looked over. In the corner of the battlefield, a green figure darted swiftly through the crowd, leaving only a blurry afterimage behind. Countless kunai and ninjutsu attacks rained down like a storm, yet not even the corner of his clothing was touched. Only the fellow jonins on his side could barely make out his movements and exchange a few blows with him. At the very moment Huangtu's mind was shaken, Shenron slipped past the attacks like a ghost, appearing beside another jonin of the IWA village. His Manjikyu Sharingan S3 Tomo rotated eerily, the powerful ocular power causing the opponent to momentarily freeze. The short blade in Shenron's hand glinted coldly, aimed straight at the throat. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the blade struck the hard rock, flawless and unyielding. The short blade was stopped by a suddenly rising stone wall, and Shenron's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed Huangtu rapidly approaching, but hadn't expected the opponent's earth-release ninjutsu to be executed so quickly and powerfully, far surpassing that of an ordinary IWA ninja. It seemed this guy's earth release had undergone an elemental change. "You brat, state your name. How dare you slaughter IWA village jonin right before my eyes?" Huangtu roared. Shenron coldly scanned the surrounding enemies, flicked his wrist, and several shuriken shot out, piercing precisely into the backs of 3 chunin. "You're courting death." Huangtu's eyes turned blood red, fury surging. Clapping his hands forcefully, chakra surged, and his arms were instantly covered by 2 huge rocky gauntlets. "Today, I'll definitely kill you, brat." As he finished speaking, the ground cracked, and he charged at Shenron like a raging bear. Shenron's expression remained unchanged, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, advancing rather than retreating, bracing against the mountain-like pressure. Bang! 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 After dozens of rounds of fierce combat, the sounds of fists and blades clashing fell like heavy rain, waves of force rolling out. Shenron noticed the opponent's strength was formidable, able to keep pace, but the bulky body was a burden, moving sluggishly. The opportunity had come. Shenron decisively activated the ultimate 8 gates technique. In a fierce exchange, he kicked up a cloud of sand with his left foot, briefly obscuring Huangtu's vision. Taking advantage of the opponent raising his hand to block, Shenron's figure suddenly vanished, then ghost-like appeared behind Huangtu the next instant, silently thrusting the short blade. Clang! The blade struck again, the sensation as hard as ancient stubborn stone, with no feeling of flesh being torn. This was earth release, hardening technique. Shenron immediately understood it was similar to Gaara's sand armor, both manipulating chakra to control material defense. At that moment, the rock behind Huangtu coiled up along the blade like vines, the immense force tightly gripping the short blade. Shenron had no desire for a prolonged fight, decisively released the short blade, kicked the hilt to gain leverage, then jumped back, avoiding Huangtu's heavy backward elbow strike. Not bad, this turtle shell. Shenron stood steadily, his gaze fixed on the short blade trapped between the rocks, a trace of contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Huangtu felt the short blade on his back peeling off along with the rock, his expression turning unusually serious. "You must be Uchiha Shenron, right? The intel said you weren't this strong. Has your power suddenly surged, or have you been hiding all along?" He was both surprised and puzzled. How could an 11-year-old child have such speed and intelligent battle tactics? As he spoke, he secretly signaled to his teammates, hoping to buy time and create an ambush opportunity. Shenrun seemed to have anticipated this. His body shifted slightly, dodging the deadly kunai flying from the side. He grabbed the opponent's wrist with his other hand, his 5 fingers squeezing like iron pincers. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was accompanied by a scream, and Shenrun followed through with a kick to the opponent's waist. Boom! The rock ninja flew backward like a kite with its string cut, only the arm holding the kunai left on the ground. Shenrun glanced at Huangtu, who hadn't yet coordinated, and said coldly, "So weak." Huangtu felt a chill in his heart and even wanted to retreat. His teammates had intended to create an opportunity for him, but the opponent disabled an elite chunin with a single move. Could Shenrun have eyes on his back? "You're weaponless now, your strength must be greatly reduced." Huangtu took a deep breath, partly to comfort himself and partly to threaten Shenrun, "Give up now, and we can negotiate." "Is that possible?" Before the words finished, Shenrun closed in, using the speed of the 8 gates technique, his fists raining down like a violent storm. Huangtu's vision was full of punching shadows. The relentless assault left him gasping for breath, forcing him to reinforce his body with rock. Occasionally, he counterattacked with a few stone pellets, but Shenrun easily dodged them. He regretted locking the short blade now. Had he not done that, he could have at least restricted one hand. "You're such an old turtle." Shenrun dodged the pellets, mocking as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A massive sea of flames spread out, as if set to burn everything to ashes. Huangtu frantically extracted chakra, transforming into a giant rock ball before the flames. "It's useless, this is the true absolute defense," he said proudly. "Not necessarily." Shenrun changed his hand seals, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to unleash. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A fierce water dragon roared out of the flow, carrying vapor as it violently crashed into the scorching rock ball. Not good. Huangtu immediately understood Shenrun's intention, but he was too close to retreat. Crack, crack. After being burned by the high-temperature flames, the icy water surged, instantly pushing the rock to its limit. The hard rock sphere was covered in cracks and suddenly exploded with a roar. A piece of rubble fell before his eyes, and Huangtu's pupils constricted sharply. As the rubble dispersed, Shenrun's figure appeared. He held a kunai in his hand. The kunai spun twice on his index finger, its cold gleam flashing as it stabbed straight toward the heart. At the critical moment, a massive stone pillar shot up wildly from the ground, forcibly pushing Huangtu high into the air. Poochie! The kunai missed the heart but deeply pierced Huangtu's abdomen. Shenrun quickly distanced himself and saw 3 upper-level IWA shinobi rushing over to protect Huangtu. Looking back, he realized he had successfully held Huangtu the core figure while his lightning clone provided support. Their team nearly achieved an overwhelming victory. An IWA ninja supporting the injured Huangtu, eyes brimming with tears, said, "Captain Huangtu, we lost. That guy's chakra is monstrous, his moves are treacherous, and he even deployed explosive lightning clones. Our teammates suffered heavy casualties. Without you, we simply couldn't deal with Sarutobi Sasuke." Huangtu clutched his abdominal wound and surveyed the battlefield. Fewer than 30 comrades survived, most of his subordinates had fallen. At this moment, Sarutobi Sasuke and others finished their fight and followed behind Shenrun. Seeing Huangtu bleeding profusely, their faces showed shock. Shenrun actually severely wounded the upper-level ninja Huangtu? The Anbu ninja who once doubted him were now stunned. The enemy that 3 upper-level ninjas together struggled to handle was easily defeated by Shenrun. "Shenrun, how did you do it?" someone asked. Shenrun shrugged and said, "I just used my fists and kunai. You guys protected me, I took care of Huangtu, and the rest is up to you." No sooner had he spoken than he prepared to charge. "Wait!" Sarutobi Sasuke hurriedly stopped him. "We can't kill Huangtu. He is the only son of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Killing him will surely provoke the land of Earth into full-scale war, and the situation will spiral out of control." Shenrun was unmoved, thinking to himself that sooner or later he would unify the ninja world. These people were just obstacles. Killing them now or later made no difference. At that moment, the system notification sounded. "Victory over IWA Ninja Huangtu. Please choose an attribute to absorb Earth attribute transformation +1, Earth release, hardening technique, memory, dust release usage method." Shenrun's gaze locked onto the last item, his heart jolting. Dust release. A secret technique transcending bloodline limits, capable of decomposing all matter. Terrifyingly powerful. Even just the memory, with diligent practice, would be invaluable. It seemed Huangtu truly was the Tsuchikage's own son, inheriting the core secret technique. Just as Shenrun was deep in thought, Huangtu's group took the chance to support each other and retreat into the city. Shenron, too lazy to pursue, activated the 8 Gates formation, claimed his rewards, and turned to kill the remaining IWA ninjas. After the enemy fled far away, Shenron did not pursue. He directly unlocked the 8 Gates formation, claimed the reward, and then turned to attack the remaining IWA shinobi. The Uzumaki clan's enhanced physique made the side effects of the 8 Gates formation almost unnoticeable. He only felt bodily soreness. Within 10 minutes, with the help of the humanoid killing machine, all resisting IWA shinobi were completely eliminated. Sarutobi Sasuke looked at the more than 60 IWA shinobi lined up on the city walls, and said in a deep voice, "Retreat and regroup first, we've suffered considerable losses. The pressure will be high if the enemy surrounds us." In this battle, over 100 Konoha shinobi held off more than 200 elite IWA shinobi and achieved a brilliant victory. The enemy failed to encircle them, largely because Shenron single-handedly severely wounded the enemy's overall commander, Hyoto, securing the victory. "Rest for a day, this city won't escape," Shenron said to Sasuke while using palm healing techniques to treat the wounded. His whole body was soaked with enemy blood, sticky and uncomfortable, but fortunately it wasn't his own blood. He just wanted to get a good sleep. The group withdrew with the wounded to the forest to camp, preparing for the next attack. At the camp, after confirming Minato and Kushina had only minor injuries, Shenron found a quiet place and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion of the Gravel City, after treating his abdominal wound, Hyoto urgently ordered his trusted aides, use the radio to contact the Tsuchikage. "Tell Old Purple's team to come for support immediately. They must arrive by dawn tomorrow at the latest. Also, send over the intelligence on Uchiha Shenron." The aide hesitated. "The journey is far, even for a jonin it takes a day and a half." Hyoto's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Make Old Purple come as fast as possible. As long as the Jinchuriki arrives, victory will be ours. No matter how strong a jonin is, they can't beat a Jinchuriki." The aide took the order and began transmitting the intelligence. After a day of rest, order was restored at the Konoha stronghold. The wounded stabilized, those unable to fight were sent back to the rear. At dawn, Shenron found Sarutobi Sasuke and got straight to the point. "The enemy suffered heavy losses yesterday and will definitely call for reinforcements. Given our position, the reinforcements won't arrive in time. Why not take this chance to launch another sneak attack?" This was both an assessment of the battle situation and confidence in his own strength. He quietly summoned the system panel. Name, Uchiha Shenron. Age, 11. Physique, 377. Mental strength, 487. Chakra, 571. Kekkei Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uzumaki clan physique, would release. Ninjutsu. Other. His spiritual power nearly broke through the 500 mark. Shenron clearly felt that his eye power had reached the 3 Magatama limit, just one step away from activating the kaleidoscope. This imminent breakthrough made him tremble with excitement. Sarutobi Sasuke nodded with satisfaction and looked at the boy in front of him, saying, "Not bad. What suggestions do you have?" At this moment, he regarded Shenron as an equal, even recalling the legendary ninja god the first Hokage. To defeat a long-renowned elite jonin head-on in his teens was unparalleled in ninja history except for the first Hokage. Although the image of Uchiha Madara flashed through his mind, he quickly dismissed the thought. Shenron's wholehearted defense of his comrades made him the best inheritor of the will of fire. Compared to the cold and aloof Uchiha Madara, it was an insult to compare him with Shenron. Shenron pondered for a moment and said, "It's 8 a.m. now. I plan to use the hidden mist technique combined with shadow clones to harass them. Even if we don't kill many, it will keep them on edge and paranoid. The main attack is set for 11:30. Sarutobi Sasuke asked curiously, "Why 11:30? Shenron smiled and said, "The logistics department of the city base starts preparing lunch around 11. After a whole morning of vigilance, they'll be the hungriest and most relaxed then. If we launch the main attack at this time, disrupting their rhythm, they'll have to settle for cold rations, which will severely damage morale." Sarutobi Sasuke smiled helplessly. "I'll go with your plan. Sometimes, I really don't know what's going on in that little head of yours." Then, Shenron took Kushina and began executing the plan. In terms of chakra volume, Kushina was undoubtedly the giant among the group. Shenron used the hidden mist technique, quickly enveloping the gravel gold city in thick fog. He and Kushina coordinated, using shadow clones and transformation techniques to impersonate various ninjas, launching wave after wave of harassment against the IWA ninja defenses. At first, Minato even summoned shadow clones to assist, but as the attack frequency increased, he could only sit aside helplessly to recover chakra. "Do you guys have an endless supply of chakra?" Minato asked helplessly. Seeing Qianrun's next move, he was even more speechless. Qianrun, are you holding a grudge? Changing into Shimura Saburo for a sneak attack at this time, are you afraid he won die fast enough? Qianrun took out a bomb tag for the shadow clone and sneered, what do you know? Speak directly, and if I say I'll do it, I do it, that's my ninja way. I said I want Shimura Saburo to be famous everywhere, missing even one place wouldn't be complete. Kushina laughed so hard beside him that she almost fell over, and even the shadow clone disappeared from laughing too hard. I suppose the biggest regret in Shimura Saburo's life is having met you. Suemon rubbed his forehead and said, do as you please. I'll go get you some food. After eating, we launched the final assault. Remember to save some chakra. Bring more, we have big appetites. Senrin replied, then said to Kushina, for the last wave, summon more shadow clones to create the illusion of our final attack. Wear them out and prepare for the sneak attack. Together, they summoned over 30 shadow clones, hiding in the thick fog and charging fiercely toward the city walls. After a moment, the three eating inside listened to the alarms and shouts from the city, exchanged smiles. The plan succeeded. After the meal, everyone prepared to set out. Sarutobi Sasuke looked at the logistics personnel still packing up the camp and waved grandly, no need to pack up. After today, we'll live directly in Iwagakure. I heard the hotels there have the best hot springs in the land of Earth. Everyone will get to enjoy it. No sooner had he spoken than morale was ignited to its peak. Charge into Iwagakure. Charge into Iwagakure. Charge into Iwagakure. The roaring shouts echoed to the skies. Sasuke waved to quiet the shouting and said to Senrin, use the thick fog as cover, prepare the explosive tags. The first wave will clear the ground with explosive tags. Under the cover of thick fog, the group silently approached beneath the city gates. Damn it, it's definitely shadow clones again, and IWA Ninja impatiently used fire release to disperse the fog, immediately spotting Senrin and the others. They still thought it was just shadow clones causing trouble. At that moment, Konoha Shinobi simultaneously threw kunai tied with explosive tags. Not good. This time it's real. The IWA ninja on the walls changed expression drastically and gave a piercing warning. Attack in squad formation. Senrin ordered, simultaneously exhaling even thicker fog. Using his advanced sensory skills, Senrin pierced like a dagger into the IWA ninja formation. With fog as cover, he didn't need to hide his strength. His advanced sensory technique allowed him to clearly see the positions of all nearby IWA ninja. At this moment, the shadow mimicry technique controlled by Senrin became a silent death sigh. Who would pay attention to their own shadow on a chaotic battlefield? For IWA ninja were almost simultaneously bound by shadows. Just as they tried to warn others, the shadows coiled around their necks. Crack! 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 For sounds of bones breaking, for IWA ninja died without a sound. After a successful strike, Senrin prepared to rush to his next target but suddenly felt tense as a massive, heart-stopping chakra rapidly approached. His brow furrowed. This chakra was almost at the tailed beast level. Everyone, fall back. They have reinforcements. Qianrun shouted loudly, calling his teammates to retreat together. A sensory ninja noticed something unusual and hesitantly said, Captain Qianrun, the enemy only has one reinforcement. We have a clear advantage, why not press the attack? This caused many ninjas to waver. After all, with the current momentum, they could take the city within a few hours. Just as everyone hesitated, a figure fell from the sky like a cannonball, smashing hard against the city wall. Immediately, a cold shout echoed across the battlefield. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of lava poured down, as hot as a sea of fire, like giant waves crashing toward the leaf ninjas below. With just one move, the attack covered a range of 50 meters. The high temperature instantly evaporated the mist. The leaf ninjas at the front stared hopelessly at this curtain of lava death, their minds going blank. Are we going to die? It's over. At that moment, Shenron finished forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A nearly 2-meter thick solid earth wall rose from the ground like a divine shield, forcibly blocking the lava. Grab it! Sarutobi Sasuke immediately stretched out his golden staff and shouted. Several terrified ninjas quickly grabbed it, and Sarutobi Sasuke pulled them back hard. They watched as the earth wall slowly melted away under the lava, speaking with lingering fear. Thanks to Shenron and Senior Sasuke, if they'd been any slower, we'd be finished. As the thick fog cleared, the air was filled with the smell of burning, and waves of heat rushed over them. Shenron looked up and saw a man wrapped in a reddish battlesuit barefoot on the scorching lava, completely unharmed. He wore an expressionless face, his gaze filled with arrogance. It was the four-tailed Son Goku Jinchuriki Old Purple. Shunin and Genin, retreat immediately. Shenron decisively ordered, while throwing several shuriken for cover. Old Purple watched the flying shuriken, his body turning into flowing lava. The shuriken melted on contact without causing any harm. He looked down at Shenron and asked the nearby Odo, "Is this the Uchiha Shenron you mentioned?" Odo replied respectfully, "Yes, thank you for your efforts, senior. I'll take care of the remaining trash in the city," Old Purple said indifferently. "Once I kill him, I'll come to help you." Before he finished speaking, he lightly leapt down from the city wall, walking across the lava as if it were solid ground toward Shenron. Seeing this, Shenron formed hand seals again, casting 2 even thicker earth flow walls to buy time for his teammates to retreat. He looked at Kushina and Minato and said solemnly, "You two retreat as well. This guy is a Jinchuriki, extremely dangerous." Sarutobi Sasuke watched Old Purple transform into lava, piercing through the earth flow walls like a scorching hot iron. Worried, he asked, "Lava release plus Jinchuriki, are you sure we can handle this?" Shenron's expression was serious. "I'll do my best to draw him away. His lava release has too wide a range, ordinary ninjas simply can't handle it. I'll deal with him. Can you guys handle the yellow earth?" Sarutobi Sasuke was blocking Old Z with Water Dragon Jutsu and Earth Dragon Jutsu while anxiously saying, "With your intelligence help, it shouldn't be a big problem, but I'm more worried about your side." Old Z was getting closer to the team, and Shenron didn't hesitate, loudly provoking, "Old man, if you have the guts, come with me and see the power of the young. You disrespectful old fool, you'll die very quickly." Old Z raised his eyebrows, magma splashing at his feet, his whole body turning into a red glow as he charged fiercely toward Shenron. They stopped in an open space several hundred meters away. Old Z sneered, "Kid, I originally feared you'd sneak attack with speed, but I didn't expect you to bring me here willingly. Looks like you're not that smart either." Shenron looked back, signaling Minato and Kushina to retreat to a safe distance. He had wanted to joke, saying, "I'll find you a better grave," but changed to, "I just don't want my comrades to take risks." Old Z stomped, the ground burning with magma, rapidly closing in. "This willpower resembles the earth will of Iwagakure, but unfortunately, you're not one of us. You can only die here." Shenron immediately activated the 8 gates and prepared to fight. The battle was extremely tough from the start. Although he had the advantage in speed and perception, Shenron's short blades couldn't harm Old Z at all. Old Z was wrapped in scorching magma, the blades would probably melt on contact. Shenron could only dodge and evade. Seeing his difficulty, Old Z's attacks became even more ferocious. "Countless strong warriors have died under my lava release. You've lasted this long, which is impressive. Now, die for me." Old Z swung his hands, turning the magma into a torrential rain of fire that shot toward Shenron. Shenron quickly formed hand seals, water release water wall formation. A towering column of water surged up, enveloping him and blocking the magma assault. He continued forming seals, preparing to use a stronger water release to completely cool the magma. Water release exploding water wave. A gigantic tidal wave appeared out of thin air, as if about to drown the entire land. Old Z stared at the massive wave, a faint smile on his face. "Using water release against my lava release? What a joke! How much chakra do you think you have?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he leapt up, spewing endless magma from his mouth. Boom! The magma and the massive wave collided violently, erupting with a deafening explosion. The scorching magma instantly turned into bubbling black rock upon contact with water. The water waves rapidly evaporated as well. 2 streams of chakra collided continuously, layers of rock piled up higher and higher. The ninjutsu duel lasted for several minutes. The originally flat clearing was now piled with igneous rocks into a small mountain. Water roared on one side, magma blazed on the other, creating a stunning scene. From a distance, Minato watching the battle exclaimed, "The scale of this chakra clash is insane." Kushina stared at the figure in the magma and said, "You haven't seen anything more outrageous." She sensed that the opponent seemed to harbor a similar power within. Senju stared at the boiling water, took a deep breath, knowing the moment had come. He lightly tapped the water's surface with his toes, using the mist as cover. His figure darted out like a ghost. His short blade stabbed into the scorching rock, standing on one foot, his eyes locked onto Orochimaru with a fierce intensity. Sharingan Genjutsu. Senju knew that against this kind of enemy, the Genjutsu would only last a few breaths. He seized the opportunity, exerted force again, and shot toward Orochimaru, his kunai aimed straight at the opponent's eyes. Whether he was a Jinchuriki or a mastery of lava release, if you lose your eyes, you're useless. At the critical moment, inside Orochimaru's spiritual world, the massive figure of Four-Tailed Sun Wukong appeared. It lowered its head close to the dizzy Orochimaru and roared, "Hey, Orochimaru! Seeing him regain consciousness, it reached out and infused a massive chakra, speaking in a deep voice. This kind of dojutsu was really annoying. I'll help you this time, don't forget to thank me. In reality, Orochimaru's eyes immediately cleared, a burst of red chakra more violent than before gushed out. The lava release turned fiery red, as if ready to explode at any moment. Earth release earth flow wall. Senju hurriedly raised a thick stone wall out of the magma to stabilize himself. Upon landing, he heard the sound of water bubbles bursting. Turning around, he saw 3 red chakra tails emerging from behind Orochimaru. Tailed beast cloak. Damn, he's cheating. Senju cursed inwardly, not expecting the opponent to use the tailed beast's power so quickly. Watching the wildly surging chakra, his expression turned serious. The fact that the opponent could perfectly use lava release in the tailed beast state was a big problem. Orochimaru entered the tailed beast state, the magma beneath him roiled even more fiercely. Standing on the earth flow wall, Senju felt the stone pillar begin to melt. Without hesitation, he quickly summoned more earth flow walls and, before Orochimaru launched an attack, rapidly retreated. Old Purple can actually control the tailed beast. The intelligence on Jinchuriki is kept so strictly confidential that even I, a time traveler, was kept in the dark. Shenron hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. His eyes were useless now, how could he break through? Just as he hesitated, Old Purple had fully transformed into the 3 tails tailed beast form. He suddenly kicked off with both legs, charging toward Shenron like a fierce beast, magma exploding and turning into a burning meteor. Shenron activated his perception in Sharingan fully, barely dodging the charge and landing on the newly solidified earthen wall. That's all you've got. Old Purple controlled the landing momentum and sneered hoarsely, speed means nothing against me. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of flaming rock monkeys emerged from the tailed beast chakra cloak. These rock monkeys were as large as adults, with chakra reserves exceeding that of an average chunin. Attack! Old Purple ordered. The rock monkeys quickly launched from all directions, spitting scorching magma balls, relentlessly harassing Shenron. Old Purple moved ghost-like through the magma, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Damn it! Shenron gritted his teeth, blocking and dodging the unpredictable magma balls, growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped into the magma. Shenron turned his head to see Kushina. Her hands clasped together as the 9 tails chakras surged out. The red-tailed beast chakra cloak radiated a violent aura, completely resisting the heat of the lava release. How can I, an ordinary person, fight like this? From afar, Minato Namikaze saw Kushina's tailed beast chakra cloak and was too shocked to speak. Kushina bit her lip and whispered, Shenron, I'm here to help you. She swiftly cleared the nearby rock monkeys, the tailed beast chakra transforming into a whip, lashing out at them. Within minutes, several rock monkeys were torn apart. Kushina's arrival eased the battle. Shenron seized the chance, forming hand seals with both hands as a massive torrent of water shot out like an arrow, piercing through a rock monkey and instantly vaporizing it. As that rock monkey dissipated, a system voice echoed in Shenron's mind. Kill the 4 tails chakra clone, choose absorption attribute, constitution +1, chakra +1, mental strength +1. Shenron was overjoyed and quickly made his choice. Looking at the exhausted Kushina, Senju shouted, Kushina, stop getting hurt. You go back first. Leave the rest to me, I have a way. Kushina jumped away from the lava area with worry, and Senju decisively chose spirit +1. He no longer held back his chakra. His figure moved like lightning, rapidly performing water release techniques, instantly slaying all the lava monkeys. Old Z Purple sneered as he looked at the slain monkeys, wasting so much chakra just for a few clones, how foolish. No sooner had he spoken than Old Z transformed into lava and jumped into the molten pool with a splash. Bang! Old Z suddenly appeared beneath Senju's feet, launching a sneak attack using the lava. His body turned into a scalding torrent of molten lava, instantly engulfing Senju. Senju! Minato and Kushina cried out in alarm. The heat from the lava was nearly lethal. In this critical moment, Senju quickly activated his system reward, his spirit soaring to 501 points. A mighty spirit energy swept through, cleansing his nerves. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly, veins bulging, finally settling into a pentagram-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. His ocular power surged dramatically, allowing him to perceive the flow of lava, even distinguishing every subtle molecule. Gurgle, gurgle. From the depths of the lava, a green chakra skeleton slowly stood up, resembling a hellish demon of immense power. It had no flesh but emitted a bloody, violent aura that was overwhelmingly oppressive. This is Susanoo? Senju's lips curled into a mad smile. He felt the power tearing through his body, though the pain was unbearable. The Mangekyo Sharingan burning in his eyes displayed unprecedented excitement. Susanoo, what is that? Old Z looked at the green giant, finally showing shock on his face. What kind of ability is that? Watch closely, this is your last chance. Senju controlled Susanoo's giant hand, suddenly grabbing Old Z. Old Z struggled desperately. A sinister smile flashed in Senju's eyes as Susanoo's massive hand squeezed hard, intending to crush his enemy alive. At that moment, Old Z's body suddenly turned into lava and slipped through the gaps between Susanoo's fingers, escaping with his life. Oh? Such an ability too? Shenron's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, a trace of fanaticism flashing in his eyes as he stared at Lao Zi, who was reforming his original body not far away. He laughed maniacally, haha, unleash all your powers. It would be best if you fully transform into a tailed beast. Let me see just how strong you really are. At this moment, Shenron seemed like a child who had finally saved enough pocket money over the years to buy his favorite toy, eager to thoroughly study it. Lao Zi sensed the terrifying aura of Qianren and suddenly retreated, instantly creating a distance of dozens of meters. He decisively entered the spiritual world to converse with the four-tailed Son Goku. In the spiritual world, time seemed to flow slowly. The four-tailed Son Goku lazily lay in the sea of spirits, and upon hearing Lao Zi's arrival, he teased, "Yo, old man, didn't he expect you to come looking for me yourself? What's wrong, can't hold on anymore?" Lao Zi looked at Son Goku's mocking smile and struggled inwardly for a moment before finally saying in a deep voice, "For tails, if you don't step up, both of us will die at the hands of that human." Son Goku's expression turned serious, and he extended a huge, furry finger to tap Lao Zi's palm. "I'll help you this time, but remember to call me Son Goku from now on." Boom! In reality, with Son Goku's consent, a surge of chakra more magnificent and violent than before burst forth from Lao Zi's body like a volcanic eruption. The red chakra cloak covering him deepened in color, thick and sticky like fresh blood. For chakra tails behind him swayed wildly, emitting a terrifying aura capable of tearing the earth apart. Though not yet fully transformed into a tailed beast, this power had already caused a sudden leap in Lao Zi's strength. The magma beneath his feet boiled, heat waves spreading incessantly, the air distorting and warping under this aura. Not good. Kushina's pupils constricted sharply from a distance on the earthen wall, urgently warning, "Shenron, be careful. This chakra far surpasses that of an ordinary Jinchuriki." As a fellow Jinchuriki, she was especially sensitive to this wild aura, a deep fear rising in her heart. However, Shenron was not afraid. Instead, he laughed loudly, "Haha. Among all the enemies I've faced, you are the strongest. Getting this far means I have to bring out my full strength." Before his words had fallen, Lao Zi moved. His speed skyrocketed, so fast it was almost beyond human reaction, rivaling Qianren even with his 8 gates opened. He charged at Qianren like thunder, while his right hand condensed an enormous amount of chakra, compressing it into a burning red magma light sphere. The light sphere, intense with magma, was terrifyingly hot, like a miniature black-tailed beast orb. Qianren's gaze suddenly grew heavy. He closed his left eye, and the kaleidoscope symbol in his right eye began spinning wildly. His ocular power rapidly condensed as he fixed his stare on Lao Zi's head. Lao Zi felt that top-tier pressure, his scalp tingling, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he quickened his pace, preparing to use the tailed beast's power for a decisive strike. When the distance was less than 10 meters, Shenron's Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto the target. Suddenly, Lao Zi's figure faltered. The tailed beast orb on his right arm was compressed by an invisible force, instantly shrinking into a twisted black sphere. Pain surged through him, and Lao Zi howled in agony. Everything below his shoulder was empty. His arm had transformed into an incredible tiny orb. What is this?" His voice trembled, fear engulfing his heart. Beyond the intense pain, what broke him most was the change before his eyes that defied understanding. Qianren said calmly, "Maybe I aimed wrong. I was originally trying to hit your head, sorry about that. Don't move, I'll try this divine power again." Lao Zi swallowed hard, staring at the abnormality in his shoulder and Qianren's eyes that seemed to hold godly power. One thought filled his mind: escape. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed, his figure becoming an afterimage as he rushed toward the depths of the desert. Qianren was about to activate Susanoo to pursue but suddenly felt weak. The strain of the ocular jutsu was immense. He gasped and sighed. No wonder Uchiha Itachi needed long rest after using Amaterasu once. This technique puts huge strain on the body. Even though I have system protection, I still need time to adapt. The system prompt sounded, defeated 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi. Choose to absorb entries, Kekkei Genkai Lava Release, Chakra +4, Constitution +2. Shenron chose without hesitation the bloodline limit, melting escape, snorted coldly, and looked at the fleeing figure of Old Z. "Consider yourself fast. After receiving the reward, he released Susanoo, chakra beneath his feet condensing into molten lava, treading the scorching ground as if it were flat. This bloodline limit is just ordinary, far inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, in this world, the competition is about whose bloodline is closer to the Otsutsuki, Shenron thought to himself as he walked straight toward Kushina and Minato. The two were still shocked when they saw him approaching. Minato spoke first. Shenron, what was that green skeleton just now? It was terrifying. The Mangekyo in Shenron's eyes slowly rotated, that is the Mangekyo Sharingan that surpasses the three Tomo. The two frowned, knowing very little about this legendary dojutsu. Kushina was indifferent, stepped forward, and held his arm, saying with lingering fear, that doesn't matter. I was scared to death just now. Old Z's last technique was like a tailed beast ball. Seeing the blood marks at the corner of his eyes, she said seriously, that technique you used to make the opponent's arm disappear is dangerous too. Don't use it again. Alright, I'll listen to you, Shenron replied affectionately. Don't worry, I know my limits. With my current body, using it 2 or 3 times a day is fine, though it will be tiring. He smiled and asked, are you curious about the abilities of my eyes? Each eye possesses a different power. We want to hear. Tell us. Minato eagerly leaned in like a child. The technique I just used is called Takami Tatakai Kai, which can infinitely compress space, pressing everything at the focal point into one. Old Z's arm was compressed and vanished. Kushina exclaimed, this is like the power of the creator god Takami Musubi. Shenron waved his hand, that's only part of my ability. The other power is? Minato suddenly interrupted confidently, I know. You use melting escape, so the other ability must be copying. You can even copy bloodline limits. I think it's called Takami Kami, 3000 worlds all things return to one eternal copying technique. Shenron nodded along, correct, my right I can copy. By staring for a while, I can copy the opponent's ability and make it my own. He took advantage of Minato's misunderstanding to cover up the existence of the system. Let us go. Old Z is taken care of, time to return and support our teammates. The two nodded, and Shenron led the way, stepping on the lava like a red lightning bolt, quickly rushing back to the main battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield had reached a white-hot intensity, with heavy casualties on both sides. Although the rock ninja were individually weaker, they had the advantage in numbers and had already gained the upper hand. At that moment, a red figure stepping on lava rushed over at high speed. The rock ninja erupted into thunderous cheers upon seeing him. Look! That's Senior Old Purple's lava release. Senior Old Purple is back. Great! Konoha trash, you're finished. Huangta sneered and shouted at Sarutobi Sasuke that Uchiha Shenron kid still lost. You're done for, better run now if you want to save your life. The Konoha ninja heard this and, seeing Old Purple's return, felt their hearts sink. What's going on? Did Old Purple really kill Shenron? It's over, Shenron was killed by Old Purple, we're doomed. Senior Sasuke, should we retreat? Sarutobi Sasuke looked at Old Purple, filled with despair. He had hoped Shenron was their salvation, but he was defeated by Old Purple instead. The Konoha ninjas' morale plummeted, and they began to fall back, waiting for Sasuke's order to retreat. Old Purple stood behind the rock ninja, his gaze icy as he surveyed the chaotic troops, his voice calm, Uchiha Shenron has been dealt with. I need to rest. Continue the attack once I'm recovered, I will support you again. The rock ninja believed him and responded in unison, understood, gripping their ninja tools tightly, ready to launch a final assault. No one noticed that Old Purple suddenly took a deep breath. As the rock ninja turned to show their backs, a cold smile appeared on Old Purple's face. The next moment, scorching lava erupted from his mouth, sweeping through the rock ninja formation like a volcanic eruption. The lava covered the sky, staining it red. The rock ninja were stunned, Old Purple's lava release is actually this powerful. Before they could finish speaking, a blazing heat wave slammed into them. Only then did they realize the lava was rushing toward them. No! This isn't helping us. Ah! Lord Old Purple! Why are you attacking us? Their shouts were swallowed by the lava, screams echoing across the battlefield. The lava engulfed the rock ninja like a tsunami. They had no time to defend and were incinerated by the intense heat. At that moment, the other Old Purple dispelled his transformation, revealing Shenron's true face. He is Shenron. Isn't he an Uchiha? How does he have lava release? What on earth is going on? Everyone was stunned by this shocking reversal. Moments later, the Konoha ninja finally reacted and shouted in unison, no matter what, Senju is our greatest savior. Senju coldly glanced at the heavily wounded IWA ninja, gripping a short blade, his figure weaving through the enemies like a phantom. Every swing of his knife precisely ended a life. His face showed no emotion, as if this slaughter was merely brushing away dust. What on earth is going on? Odo stared blankly at his troops being slaughtered by their own people. Captain, we VE lost. An IWA ninja shouted. That strike just killed a third of us. We have to retreat. No, this is a key city, we absolutely cannot retreat. Oto immediately vetoed. Captain, the city is still standing. Even if we lose it now, we can recapture it later. As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood. Another IWA ninja urged while fending off enemies. Odo looked at his severely wounded troops, less than 10 left, gritted his teeth, glared hatefully at Senju who was slaughtering them, and cried out in pain, "Retreat! We will definitely avenge this." With that, he fled hastily with the remaining soldiers. After the enemy retreated, the Konoha ninja finally breathed a sigh of relief, many collapsing to the ground. We won, we won. Someone sat down and shouted. Thank goodness Captain Senju was here. Everyone's eyes gathered on Senju, filled with gratitude and awe. Victory was won by everyone together. Senju waved his hand and, after confirming Kushina and Minato were unharmed, said, "Enough talk, let us enter the city to rest and treat the wounded." Sarutobi Sasuke nodded and waved his hand. Everyone, into the city. The group entered the city of Gravel Gold in a grand procession. After entering the city, they chose a secluded place as their base, arranging duty and guarding the gates. Within half an hour, everything was secured. At the camp, a lean ninja said to Sarutobi Sasuke, "Senpai Sasuke, we hit the jackpot this time." The civilians of Gravel Gold never expected the IWA ninja to lose, and they fled. Their wealth is still here. Should we make a big profit? As soon as the words fell, greed flickered in the ninjas' eyes, and their exhaustion instantly vanished. Yes, loot them. This city is richer than Konoha today. We're definitely making a fortune. Stop holding back, we can finally vent our frustrations. The lean ninja sneered wickedly. At this moment, Kushina stepped forward and sternly questioned, "Are you all crazy? Has the war made you lose your humanity? What do you kids know?" The lean ninja retorted. "I'm fighting to survive, but if I die, will you raise my child? I haven't paid off my mortgage yet, only this success can clear it. You live in the Senju mansion, do you understand the hardships of us commoners?" Shenron watched the dispute between both sides, his voice low but commanding silence. "Since everyone has difficulties, I have a suggestion. First, we borrow some money from the wealthy merchants in this city. Life is more important than money, they should be willing. Second, we protect this place and maintain security, collecting protection fees from the businesses, reasonably and legally. Robbing civilians is out of the question. If anyone wants to vent, there are plenty of brothels in the city. How much can we get this way?" The ninja grumbled, unwilling. Better to rob everything, maximize the profit. Greed was written all over his face, treating this wealthy city like a treasure at his fingertips. Shenron's hand rested on the sword hilt, a chill spreading through the camp. "Do it my way. I can protect you, or I can kill you." The group was intimidated by the killing intent, realizing this young man was truly ruthless after all. He was an Uchiha who didn't blink when killing. Sarutobi Sasuke immediately supported him. "Shenron is right. We are ninjas, not bandits. Follow him, this is an order." Shenron thought to himself, it was important to treat Rikkin City well at this time. Unifying the ninja world later required popular support. Under Shenron's intimidation and Sasuke's command, everyone finally agreed to the plan. Within a week, Konoha ninjas fully took over the city. At first, the citizens distrusted them deeply, locking their doors, fearing these ninjas were even greedier than the IWA ninjas. But Shenron's actions surprised everyone. He forcibly borrowed large sums from several wealthy merchants, distributing most of it to the common people. This money was used to repair war-damaged houses and buy food for impoverished households. When the food reached their hands, the residents finally let down their guard. The reputation of Konoha ninjas greatly improved. Next, Shenron reorganized security. As the city had just changed hands, thieves and bandits took the opportunity to cause chaos. Shenron used his sensory techniques to repeatedly catch the criminals. He implemented strict punishments for serious crimes or repeat offenders. Public executions were held at dawn to intimidate all. With a balance of kindness and severity, merchants willingly paid management fees. The reputation of Konoha ninjas improved steadily, and Rikkin City not only did not decline but became even more prosperous due to enhanced security. The most outrageous thing was that the local brothel, to thank the Konoha ninja, actually announced that the first visit for all Konoha ninja would be free. This allowed many ninja to get a moment of relaxation and reward after completing their missions. Who? Shenron looked at the fish belly white light just appearing on the horizon, finally exhaling in relief, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The city of Gravel had just stabilized, and manpower was scarce. He patrolled almost every night using his perception technique. He had to keep an eye on whether the rock ninja were planning a counterattack and sweep the whole city to prevent any major disturbances. Fortunately, the effort was not in vain. Now the city was finally quiet, and even those previously tough nuts they couldn't crack gave no sign of activity. Those guys who relied on their backing and even the rock ninja wouldn't dare touch had long been wiped out by him. The grass was almost growing over their graves. Exhausted as he returned to camp, a familiar red figure swung into view. Shenron, breakfast. Kushina handed over a warm oil paper wrapped package, but her eyes were heavily shadowed, and her tone carried an inexplicable, killer intent. Shenron took the rice ball, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Why have you been getting up so early every day lately? Didn't you have a night shift until late last night? Aren't you going to catch up on sleep? His words seemed to stir up a hornet's nest. Kushina suddenly clenched her fists, her teeth grinding loudly, her dark circles full of resentment. It's all because of those damn brothels. Why should the Konoha ninja get their first visit free? Shenron was completely baffled. The topic shifted faster than a body flicker technique. He was stunned and asked back, "What? I don't understand what you're talking about at all." Just as he finished speaking, Kushina's eyes instantly turned icy cold. She stared at him, her voice low and harsh, like a poison needle piercing the ear. Tsunade said, "Anyone who goes into those places isn't a good person." She narrowed her eyes threateningly. "If you dare step inside even once, I'll break your legs and make you crawl for the rest of your life." Shenron laughed helplessly and raised his hands. All right, I get the 3 ninja taboos. So you've been keeping an eye on me all these days." It turned out Kushina had been watching him so closely because she was afraid he'd do something strange. This world was just too precocious. While they were having breakfast, Sarutobi Sasuke summoned everyone. After everyone gathered, Sarutobi Sasuke spoke. "Everyone has seen the recent changes in the city of Gravel. The credit should be obvious, no need for me to say who deserves it, right? All thanks to Shenron." Everyone looked at him, whispering among themselves. Kushina frowned and walked over to Shenron, tightly grasping his arm. She wondered to herself, before it was only women staring at Shenron that made people uncomfortable, but now even men were staring at him? Could something be wrong? Kushina's expression made Sarutobi Sasuke laugh out loud. Kushina, you better take good care of Sanjin. Now not only the female ninja at the base are interested in him, even the girls from the Gravel City are asking about him every day. Whoever dares to mess with him, just try. Kushina clenched her fists, her eyes fierce, as if protecting her own child. Everyone laughed even harder at that. Sanjin patted Kushina's hand and said, "All right, stop teasing her, let us get down to business." He didn't believe Sasuke had gathered everyone just for small talk. Sasuke nodded and said, "Hizashi praised everyone. After we took Gravel City, he increased the offensive against the Tsuchikage, cutting off their chances of reclaiming it. He continued, the daimyo is very satisfied with the city's revenue and has ordered us to garrison here for at least a year. As soon as the city was built, it immediately became Konoha's cash cow." Sanjin cursed silently. Sasuke turned to Sanjin. "From today on, all 63 ninjas and base affairs are under your command." He handed Sanjin a scroll and patted his shoulder. "Everyone has seen your ability to govern the city. I'm heading to another battlefield now. This place is entrusted to you. Managing a city is harder than fighting. You have to handle internal affairs, prevent sneak attacks, and guard against spies. Be very careful." Sanjin took the scroll and opened it, his mouth twitching. It read, "Make every effort to collect as much tax as possible, preferably all at once for several decades." He was speechless. Did the daimyo think the residents were fools? A year or two might be bearable, but decades worth all at once? Wasn't that just provoking rebellion? The entire city would riot and there'd be nothing to gain. Minato came over smiling. "Congratulations, Sanjin. Never thought you'd become the lord of a city. It really feels like a dream." The ninjas all stepped forward to congratulate him. Sasuke cleared his throat and said seriously, "From today, Sanjin is the highest authority here. If Iwagakure ninjas attack, the village will send reinforcements. The 5 Umbu stationed here also report to you. They handle tax, security, and special affairs, the details of which I hope you never have to know." Senjin knew Sasuke was helping him establish authority and smiled. Don't worry, Sasuke-senpai. Whoever dares cause trouble, the Anbu will catch them without fail. He glanced sideways at everyone, his smile hiding a trace of coldness. He is quite lucky. Compared to the Anbu, I know far more methods of torture. Shenron walked over to the frail ninja who had initially clamored to seize the Gravel Gold City and said coldly, "You've only seen me kill people, but never seen me torture them. I wonder who has the guts to try my methods." The ninjas who had been smiling just moments ago immediately stiffened. The frail ninja under Shenron's gaze was so scared he didn't even dare to lift his head. Given Shenron's ruthless way of killing, the more than 60 people at this outpost were not even worth his time. As for torture, just recalling his scenes of slaughter made the ninjas break out in cold sweat. No one dared to imagine further. The ninjas all started sweating and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Lord Shenron, you must be joking. I promise to behave from now on. What was said before was nonsense, please don't take it to heart." "That's good," Shenron nodded, then shifted his tone to a softer one, "but if you really need money or run into trouble, you can come to me. After all, I do have a share in the city's management fees." Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and responded in agreement. After sending off Sarutobi Sasuke in the afternoon, Shenron immediately threw himself into managing Gravel Gold City. With only these 60-plus ninjas, it was simply impossible to properly govern a moderately sized city and hold it for more than a year. He recruited many able-bodied men from among the residents and also absorbed homeless refugees, forming a large police force. This not only strengthened control over the city but also provided jobs for the lower classes, preventing theft and other crimes. 3 days later, the situation in Gravel Gold City was basically stable. He sensed that the city was peaceful, with very few violent incidents. At least it wasn't like Konoha, where coming home late by a little could mean the entire family or even the whole clan was wiped out. After finishing his official duties, he went to an open space outside the city to practice dust release. Now, the most important things for him were dust release and Flying Thunder God. He looked at Minato in the distance and realized that apart from missions, Minato had no free time and was always training. The identity of a time traveler shocked Minato. Now, he was even weaker than ordinary people and could only train desperately. Among the three-person squad, Minato was almost the weakest. Kushina could half transform into the Nine Tails and control its chakra. The other had a system that greatly enhanced his strength. Minato, aside from a half-mature Flying Thunder God technique, had almost no advantages. Shenron shook his head and snorted lightly. Genius Namake's Minato? Is that all? Time flew by, and Shenron had been stationed in Gravel Gold City for a full year, reaching the 38th year of Konoha. During this time, the Iwagakure repeatedly sent ninjas to seize the city but all failed. Every time the enemy approached the city walls, Senjin would detect them with his extraordinary perception and then single-handedly slaughter them. The enemy was utterly defeated, leaving no survivors. Disguising as civilians to infiltrate? Simply wishful thinking. Senjin's perception was like a vast net. Any conspiracy would be immediately detected by him, and spies usually died on the streets the very day they infiltrated. A single spy was powerless to stir up trouble. Surprise attacks only made the villagers hate Iwagakure more. The Konoha High Command originally thought the city could only hold out for half a year at most, but unexpectedly, Senjin firmly controlled the city for a whole year and even earned a good reputation. During that year, Senjin's salary soared, and now he earned 1,000,000 ryo per month. The only dissatisfaction was that he accidentally saw the financial report and found he only received 1% of the city's total tax revenue. Daimyo, you're stealing my money, I won't let you off. Senjin vowed silently. He opened his panel. Name, Uchiha Senjin. Age, 12. Constitution, 577. Mental strength, 581. Chakra, 1632. Bloodline limits, Mangekyo Sharingan, Uzumaki clan constitution, would release. Bloodline elimination, dust release. Ninjutsu, Rasengan, Chidori. Others, nature transformation of lightning, wind, earth, and fire chakra. Looking at this luxurious panel, Senjin couldn't help but laugh. In the ninja world, who else can be my match? Just then, an Anbu ninja appeared beside him. Lord Senjin, the daimyo has sent an urgent mission, asking you to collect taxes and management fees for the next 10 years from Rockingham City. Oh? Senjin raised an eyebrow. Are they planning to abandon this city? Or is the war about to end? Yes, my lord. The Anbu handed over a document. The Land of Earth war is nearing its end, and the daimyo of the Land of Earth is willing to pay a huge sum to redeem this city. Senjin quickly skimmed through it and immediately understood the situation. Half a month later, the Land of Earth would take over the city. The Land of Fire daimyo wanted to make a big profit in this last opportunity. The 10-year term was likely the result of bargaining between both sides, allowing the daimyo to make money without angering the Land of Earth. What a goose city! Senjin sneered. He put down the document and looked at the Umbu. Do you know what the civilians in this city call me? The Umbu ninja thought for a moment. They all respectfully call you Lord Senjin. They admire me. I can't carry out the mission you mentioned. Senjin pointed at the document. And it doesn't specify details, it's just what you verbally conveyed. Lord Senjin offending the daimyo is troublesome, and it's difficult on the Hokage's side as well, the Umbu warned. Senrin said indifferently, I've never understood why you all are so afraid and reverent of the daimyo. What good have they ever done for you? The person behind the mask was momentarily stunned, then answered with a tone full of faith, the daimyo is the legitimate symbol of the Land of Fire, revered by all the people, and the representative of national order. No matter how strong you are, you shouldn't slander him. Is that so? Senrin's tone became more relaxed as he approached the ninja, his voice carrying a magnetic charm. When the war broke out, where was the daimyo hiding? The ninja died fighting desperately, so what was he doing? Why did all the taxes from the gravel city go into his pocket? I'd like to see who dares to poke the daimyo and whether they bleed. The Umbu ninja suddenly stood upright, his voice trembling with anger. Senrin, don't think that because you've achieved something, you can disrespect the daimyo. A ninja's duty is to complete their mission. You shouldn't refuse. Think whatever you want, Senrin replied calmly, though his attention was drawn elsewhere. His senses detected a powerful chakra rapidly approaching Gravel City alone. After multiple crushing defeats of the IWA ninja, this was the first time in 3 months someone dared to provoke, and single-handedly at that. Tell your high and mighty daimyo to wait a moment, Senrin said without turning back, I have more important matters. With that, he ignored the Umbu and flashed through the air toward the target. Outside Gravel City, Senrin used his sensory technique to scan the target again. Strangely, the opponent stopped, as if sensing his probing. It seemed like an acquaintance. Within a few breaths, Senrin appeared before him. He observed and noticed the man looked exactly like the former Jinchuriki of IWA village, Old Zetsu, except Old Zetsu's right arm was missing, while this man's arms were intact. Speak. What do you want? Senrin was straightforward. He knew this was a disguised white Zetsu. You're the first in all these years to see me without surprise, the fake Old Zetsu said excitedly. No wonder Lord Madara favors you. Uchiha Madara? That old guy is still alive? Senrin feigned surprise, trying to fish for information. Lord Madara has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He can't die, White Zetsu said gently. He is very interested in you. Your Mangekyo is extraordinary. Are you willing to cooperate? What benefits do I get? White Zetsu was confident. Do you know the legend of the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails? Our plan is. I'm asking, what benefits do I get? Senrin impatiently interrupted. Don't give me a bunch of legends. Are you giving me benefits or not? Hakuji furrowed his brows tightly. The secret he possessed was enough to overturn the ninja world, yet it meant nothing to Senrin. He pondered for a moment, then threw out his final temptation. We can take you into a dream world where everything you desire can come true. How about it? Confirming no one was around, Senrin replied coldly, I'm not interested in infinite Tsukuyami. I've had a good life so far. How do you know about infinite Tsukuyami? Hakuji was shocked, feeling as if this rookie ninja was already familiar with the village's secrets. The next moment shocked him even more. A pure white wooden spike condensed in Senrin's hand and flew through the air. Would release, implantation technique. Hakuji couldn't believe it, forgetting the fear of being pinned down by the wooden spike. This bloodline limit was only usable by the first Hokage and Hakuji himself. How could this brat possibly use it? Senrin walked forward slowly. Hakuji shouted harshly, where did your wood release come from? What is the ability of the Sharingan? Senrin replied casually, wood release? Probably picked it up somewhere. Senrin's murderous intent closed in. Hakuji hurriedly begged, I'm just a messenger, don't kill me. Senrin's gaze fell on his feet. Through the Sharingan's insight, his feet appeared white and root-like, spreading and burrowing into the ground. You want to report to Madara, don't you? Hakuji warily reverted to his white form. Though I don't know how you found out, you already know too much. You threatened Madara's plans. Senrin took a few steps back calmly, looking at him indifferently. Do you think you can send the message back? No matter how strong your Sharingan is, it's too late. My roots have already delved deep underground. Hakuji remained unfazed after hearing this. He spread his 5 fingers and spoke calmly, "Dust release, origin plane stripping technique." Before he finished, a biting cold surged around them, space solidified, and a translucent cubic barrier instantly formed, trapping Hakuji inside. Inside the barrier, a blinding white light shone, and violent energy cut across his entire body like countless blades. His spreading roots disintegrated into molecules the moment they touched the barrier walls. The aura of death gripped his heart tightly. "Your Mangekyo is a copy. You can even replicate bloodline elimination." Hakuji shouted in horror, "Let me go immediately. Madara's strength is beyond your imagination. Cooperation is the only way." "Uchiha Madara?" Shenron sneered coldly, lightly grasping with his right hand, and the cubic barrier instantly contracted. Baiju didn't even get a chance to scream before turning into dust and dispersing. His tone was indifferent, as if commenting on the weather. "He is not worthy to cooperate with me." After eliminating Baiju, Shenron casually used Earth Release to fill the holes on the ground, simultaneously receiving a system reward the perfected wood release. However, since he had already mastered the powerful Dust Release, the importance of wood release diminished. He knew he would eventually have to face Uchiha Ban in a showdown. Both shared the same goal, but their methods differed. The best approach was to unify the ninja world before that old man resurrected, avoiding unnecessary trouble. This would also save time and make it easier to pick up girls. After dealing with Baiju, Shenron returned directly to the city to handle the handover matters. For him, the handover was not complicated, he only needed to be responsible for security. A few days later, he was on routine patrol in the streets. That year, he guarded the city, protecting it from the ravages of war. Upon learning he was about to leave, merchants came one after another to offer gifts in gratitude. Ordinary people didn't care who the daimyo or tsuchikage was, those who allowed them to live peacefully were their true support. The merchant's enthusiasm was overwhelming, forcing Shenron to use a transformation jutsu just to buy water to quench his thirst. In the afternoon, when patrolling near the city gate, he suddenly heard a commotion and someone calling his name. He parted the crowd and saw a young man in his early 20s wearing an expensive kimono, blocked by several ninjas but arrogantly shouting, "Where is Uchiha Shenron? Tell him to come out and see me." Shenron asked coldly, "Who are you?" The man saw the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes, sneered contemptuously, and spoke harshly. "So you're Uchiha Shenron? Just a kid. Why haven't you completed the daimyo's mission yet?" After saying this, he kicked away a girl selling local products nearby, cursing, "Get lost, stinky dog. I'm being generous enough to try your stuff. I've seen plenty of women, what's the harm in touching you a few times?" A Konoha ninja leaned close to Shenron's ear and said, "Sir, he is Sakaki Haraki, a subordinate of the daimyo. We heard you didn't carry out the mission, so we came looking to hold you accountable. We tried to take him away, but he insisted on making a scene in public and has already caused quite a bit of trouble." Shenron nodded, almost ignoring Sakaki Haraki, ordered someone to help him up, and suppressed his anger. "You have no political sense at all. You're just an insignificant person in the Sakaki family, right? How important can someone sent to handle affairs on the front line of the land country really be? Maybe you're even an illegitimate child who can't be shown in public. Illegitimate children always bully the weak and fear the strong. I remember that part quite well." The moment these words were spoken, Sakaki Raki's face darkened suddenly, cold enough to drip water. Born into the noble Sakaki family, even as a collateral branch, he would not tolerate a Uchiha boy humiliating him like this. "All Konoha ninja, obey orders," he shouted harshly. "Uchiha Sanjin is defying orders, tantamount to treason. Everyone, capture him." The 6 guard ninjas behind him immediately closed ranks. The garrison ninjas of the city of Grabble cautiously stood in front of Sanjin, and one questioned, "Lord Sakaki Raki, though you are the daimyo, rules must be followed. What exactly is the daimyo's order?" "Uchiha Sanjin. You didn't even inform them of the mission?" Sakaki Raki seized the opportunity and said loudly, "The daimyo's order is for you all to plunder the wealth of this city. Does war not require money?" Ignoring the growing crowd of onlookers, he arrogantly said, "Just rob them outright. It's south, not like this place is the land of fire. If you find nice jewelry, remember to save a few pieces for me. Before I left, I promised some of my favorites I'd bring back more jewelry. Who cares about this godforsaken place?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. "What? Konoha people want to rob us? We should have never trusted Konoha's rule, we should have fled at the first sign." Amid the commotion, an old white-haired woman shuffled up to Sanjin, trembling on her cane, eyes full of disbelief. "Lord Sanjin, is what he says true? You just helped us drive away the bandits. Are you actually the biggest bandit here? Even the Konoha ninjas guarding Sanjin looked troubled and quietly advised, Sanjin, do you really want to do this? We worked hard to establish order in this city. Sanjin sighed softly without speaking, his Kusanagi sword silently sliding 3 inches from its sheath at his waist. Seeing this, Sakaki Riki's smug and sinister smile deepened. See? He is admitting it. In Konoha, who dares defy the daimyo's orders? Uchiha Sanjin, keep your distance when you strike. Blood splattered on the isn't easy to wash off. Over the years, he had used the daimyo's authority to suppress ninjas successfully time and again. He didn't believe a 12-year-old child could turn the tables. Don't worry, Sanjin said calmly, this will be the last time you see blood. As he spoke, he passed by Sakaki Riki as if strolling leisurely, then ghosted back to his original spot. His movements were exquisitely fluid and so fast they were almost impossible to see. In everyone's eyes, it was as if he had opened a red paper umbrella and was walking back through a gentle rain. This was because the Kusanagi sword sheath slowly at his side dripped with thick, bright red blood droplets. Thud! With a muffled sound, Sakaki Riki's body was cleanly severed in two at the waist, warm entrails and dirty blood spilling instantly onto the ground, the strong metallic scent of blood quickly spreading. While everyone was still in shock, Shenron said coldly, rest assured, the laws I establish will remain in effect as long as I am here. He pronounced like a judge, according to the laws of the city of Lijijin, Sakaki Yuraki publicly harassed women, 3 years imprisonment inciting riots and intent to plunder, death penalty. Punishments for both crimes combined, death penalty to be executed. Since the person is already dead, the 3-year imprisonment is waived. He looked at the 6 trembling guard ninjas and calmly asked, this was his sole idea, what do you say? The 6 nodded repeatedly as if pardon, it was his alone, none of our business. Shenron nodded, that's good. He turned to the residents still shaken, his voice softened, disperse, the matter is resolved. The crowd erupted in cheers, full of gratitude and reverence. Minato arrived late, saw Sakaki Yuraki's tragic state, Rondon said, Shenron, killing the daimyo was too rash, the Uchiha clan probably won't let this go easily. Shenron wiped the blood off his sword and replied indifferently, I want to protect this place. He wanted money, the conflict was irreconcilable, this was the only compromise. He added, the Sakaki family is wealthy, the spoils are valuable, hope he is satisfied. Minato was speechless. Shenron patted his shoulder and said lightly, don't worry, this daimyo is no good, we'll find a new one when the time comes. Minato hurriedly interrupted, don't say that. Ever since you opened those eyes, your aura changed. Shenron smiled faintly, pride shining in his eyes, this is the Uchiha. Afterwards, the handover went smoothly, no one dared to cause trouble. A month later, Shenron's team completed the mission and returned to the village for rest. At the village entrance, he saw medical ninjas rushing by with a stretcher. Looking closely, it was Shimura Danzo. Severely injured, missing an arm and a leg, his eyes bandaged, life hanging by a thread. Shenron's heart stirred, he immediately took action. He rushed to the stretcher like an arrow released from a bow, his face full of urgent worry and deep concern. He grabbed the stretcher and shook it hard, his voice trembling with anxiety, Danzo. Are you okay? Hang in there. Though he couldn't see, Danzo felt a warmth rise in his heart from these sincere words. He thought it was some junior who admired him and forced himself to comfort, it's nothing, this injury is minor. Rest a bit and I'll recover soon. Others were moved by Uchiha Senrin's sudden display of genuine emotion, even the root ninjas were touched. Once, Uchiha Senrin had been arrogant and overbearing with his clan, but now he seemed sincere, as if all the past had become smoke. However, Senrin's next words made the scene fall deathly silent. He said with a painful, almost crying shout, you must not die. You've rented my sharkskin sword for 538 days since day 1. 10,000 Rio a day, that's 5,380,000 Rio. If you lose the sword, you owe me 50 million Rio. My money. You have to keep living. Everyone was stunned, and a few rude ninjas looked up despairingly and shouted, I'm such an idiot, I really thought he had changed. Danzo's body on the stretcher stiffened, his face under the bandages turning from white to blue, then purple, trembling as he asked, You are. Senrin stepped forward with a bright, sunny smile, that's right, it's me, Uchiha Senrin. Danzo, I'm glad you're not dead. The root ninjas and Danzo had only one thought in their minds, Uchiha Senrin, you scoundrel. A root ninja whispered, Uchiha Senrin, don't block Lord Danzo's treatment. Your sword will be dealt with once Lord Danzo recovers. Senrin shook his head regretfully, what a pity. Lord Danzo, how did you lose your eye? Tell me so I can be happy, no, let me help you get revenge. The root ninja ignored him, hurriedly lifting Danzo and preparing to leave, coldly throwing out, "It was the Cloud Village AI who ambushed us. If you have the guts, go get your revenge." Cloud Village? Senrin feigned curiosity. "They didn't participate in the Great War, how did they end up fighting you?" The root ninja replied angrily, "I don't know which bastard made the wind and water countries join forces to issue a bounty to assassinate the Shimura clan. Lord Danzo is the #1 target, it's despicable." Senrin suddenly understood, "I see, the wind and water countries really are despicable." The root ninja ignored him and hastily carried Danzo away. Only Waterdor and Kushina behind Senrin were holding back their laughter, their shoulders twitching. They had witnessed Senrin transform into Shimura Saburo, diverting the blame onto Shimura Danzo. They had also seen him kill Aoga from the Iwagakure and use the opponent's blood to write Shimura clan, "Shimura Saburo greets you." At this moment, they couldn't help but look at Shimura Danzo on the stretcher a few more times. Being hunted by 3 countries and still alive was truly impressive. "Senrin, isn't this a bit too much?" "After all, Danzo is also an elder of the village," Waterdor asked worriedly, putting away his smile. "You sonny boy, why don't you focus on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique first?" Senrin retorted. "You were a genius back then. Now look at our team, Kushina has the Tailed Beast Chakra, I have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and what about you?" Each cutting remark made Waterdor feel like he was losing his genius title. "That's right, Waterdor, you need to step up." Kushina chimed in with a smile, fanning the flames. "Got it." Waterdor sighed helplessly. "Teaming up with you monsters is really stressful. Luckily, I have other areas to make up for it." Senrin pulled out 2 scrolls and handed one to each of them. "These are Rasengan. They have no elemental restrictions. You can learn them." Waterdor took one and nearly burst into tears. "You thought of this move too?" "I thought of it as soon as I saw the Tailed Beast orb for the first time." Waterdor pounded his chest, feeling he had lost out big time. "I even discussed it with Jiraiya sensei and had a name ready, Light Will Ice Pop initiating Swirl Jiraiya dual style ball, but never perfected the principle, and then you used it first." Kushina added a jab, "Hee, the man I like is just that amazing." "Waterdor, you're far behind." Waterdor was at a loss. "Senrin, I feel like I've always lived in your shadow." Senrin stepped closer, his physique rapidly developing, slightly taller than Waterdor. He ruffled Waterdor's signature blonde hair and said calmly, "How could that be? I just spent all the time you used for eating and sleeping on studying and training. Waterdor, you have to master the Flying Thunder God technique quickly. In our 3-person team, you have to carry us at least once, right?" Uchiha Aoga's residence. A slightly weary figure pushed the door open and asked the man deep in thought, "Father, why the rush to call me back? Did something happen to the family? I still need time to build a relationship with Makoto. Didn't you say her family would help me as clan leader?" The visitor was Uchiha Fugaku. Aoga casually poured him a glass of water. Seeing his son return, his brow furrowed tightly, no relaxation in sight. "I suspect Uchiha Senrin has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Fugaku nearly choked on the tea he had just drunk. "Father, are you sure?" His expression was anxious. "This is no small matter. The moment the Mangekyo was activated, his power skyrocketed. Shouldn't he have died from using forbidden techniques multiple times?" The teacup dropped, his hand trembling slightly. He and Senju were originally sworn enemies. Now, with Senju's power surging and control over the Great Elderess influence, the pressure on him to compete for clan leadership suddenly intensified. The oppression he felt at the stronghold was still vivid in his mind. Now that Senju had awakened the Mangekyo, how could he still hold any advantage? "Calm down." Uchiha Sagaku handed over a scroll. "This is detailed intelligence on Senju, even more complete than the village archives. If I hadn't verified it through multiple sources, I would have thought it was fake." Uchiha Fugaku unrolled the scroll, his face growing paler by the moment. He stood frozen for a long time, muttering softly to himself. "The ocular ability is spatial compression and copying ninjutsu? He can even copy Kekei Genkai?" He looked up, incredulous, staring at his father. "Has our clan ever had such a copying ability in our history?" Sagaku shook his head. "Never heard of it. Maybe he is the first." He stared at his son gravely. "Fugaku, do you still want to compete with him? The Mangekyo Sharingan's power is tens or even hundreds of times that of a normal 3-tomo Sharingan. Have you thought this through?" Fugaku's brows furrowed deeply. The ninja world is survival of the fittest. Challenging such a formidable enemy is undoubtedly suicidal. Logic told him to give up the fight and repair the relationship with Senju. But the familiar image in his mind was that of Uchiha Makoto's smiling face. He took a deep breath and his eyes hardened. For the clan, and for myself, I have no retreat. The Uchiha clan is not short of strong warriors, but lacks a leader who can command everyone. Even the strongest in history, Madara, was like this. The clan's future depends on deep integration with the village. No matter how many obstacles there are, I will not back down. Sagaku finally showed a relieved smile. My biggest fear was you losing confidence. If Senju can make you give up, then forget others, even I won't support you. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not invincible. I have already sent people to find ways to counter it. Hope sparked in Fugaku's eyes. Father, you mean? That's right. Sagaku looked at his son indulgently. Senju's ability to copy Kekkei Genkai and advanced ninjutsu is too dangerous. We must resolve this quickly and prevent him from returning to the battlefield. Perhaps, it's time to deploy the clan's strongest weapon. You also need to become familiar with clan affairs soon. I will introduce you to the Hokage. The clan's future depends on you young ones. The thought of defeating Senju filled Fugaku with joy. Great! As long as I defeat Senju, Makoto will surely change her mind, and I can lead the Uchiha toward glory. Uchiha Sagaku nodded with satisfaction. Arrange it, transfer Senjin to the security squad and make him the squad leader. Fugaku was stunned, thinking, weren't we supposed to get rid of him? Why is he being brought into the family corps instead? He asked puzzledly, why let him join? Sagaku smiled and said, Fugaku, you're still young. I'm doing this for 2 reasons. 1, to let him lower his guard and buy me time to prepare. 2, if he can be tamed by the security squad, he'll become our sharpest blade and a great help. Understand? Fugaku suddenly realized, Father is truly impressive. I still have a lot to learn. Sagaku said, go ahead. I should also go check on the family's most important thing, not? Yes. Fugaku responded respectfully and turned to leave. A few days later, at Senjin's home. Senjin rubbed his hands eagerly, staring at the steaming pork rib soup in the pot. After spending so much time on the battlefield, what he missed most was this old fire soup. Just as he served a bowl, the door creaked open. Senjin, you're really here. I smelled the aroma from afar. Coming back just in time for a meal was the right call. What delicious food did you make today? Senjin looked up and saw Makoto, just back from the front line, still carrying sweat and dust on her body. Makoto. Senjin's eyes lit up, quickly standing up. You're back. Sit down, I stewed something good today, try it. Makoto didn't hesitate. She walked to the table and took off her battle uniform, draping it over the chair back. She grabbed Senjin's bowl, smiling, on the battlefield, what I miss most is your cooking. Then, she gulped down a big bowl, satisfied, and handed back the empty bowl. Another bowl, please. Watching Senjin serving her soup, she murmured to herself, I was mad at you for not visiting me for so long when I just got back, but seeing you, the anger is gone. Senjin smiled and handed back the bowl. Looks like my cooking saved me. The other dishes are good too, eat more, I'll make you a late night snack tonight. 2 bowls of hot soup downed, Makoto's fatigue instantly vanished. She proudly said, I've been working hard on the battlefield recently, already got the double Tomo Sharingan. Senjin picked up a big shrimp and put it in her bowl, praising, Makoto, you're amazing, double Tomo at your age in 2 years, you'll definitely have the triple Tomo, little genius. Makoto complained a little, it's only because I'm trying to catch up with you. You're so outstanding, I'm afraid you'll leave me too far behind. Senjin said gently, don't worry, I'm getting stronger to protect you. If I let you get far from me, that would be putting the cart before the horse. This is hard to say. In the future, there will definitely be many outstanding girls vying for your attention. They are all my enemies. That probably won't happen. As the two sweetly chatted, a figure appeared at the door of the small house. Senjin glanced sideways, somewhat surprised. Fugaku? You smelled the fragrance too? Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Watching Senjin and Makoto talk intimately and laugh, the feeling was more painful than all the wounds on the battlefield combined. It was a pain like a knife cutting through the heart. But he thought of his father's plan. Uchiha Senjin would soon be completely dealt with. He absolutely could not show any weakness now. Just endure a little longer. It's almost time. After coming to this realization, he forced a calm expression and said to Senjin, the clan believes you made great contributions in this war and specially invites you to join Konoha Esguard Corps as a squad leader. Senjin frowned slightly. Could it be that they wanted to reconcile? But there was no possibility of reconciliation between them. Not to mention Makoto, even the great elderess last wish doomed their coexistence. Sanjin calmly asked, "Why the invitation?" Uchiha Fugaku tried to sound sincere, "You're very powerful. The village's economy and security are poor. Having you lead the guard corps can deter troublemakers." Makoto bit her chopsticks, her gaze shifting as she said, "I think it's a good idea. Joining the guard corps is the best path for us Uchiha. The tasks are light, casualties are low, and even during war, they're rarely sent to the front lines." She looked at Sanjin and persuaded, "Give it a try. If you don't like it, you can quit." Sanjin thought for a moment, "Joining is fine. I'll bring Uchiha Hiko and the others in with me. They're strong and good assets." Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched. Letting you bring them into the guard corps was like a dagger to his side. The guard corps doesn't need that many people right now. Sanjin frowned, "Is that so? Then wouldn't I be restricted? It's pretty good to have some downtime now, and the money is enough." Uchiha Fugaku was helpless. "Alright, you can bring Uchiha Hiko. You'll join together." "I see." Sanjin seemed to still have doubts. "I have no problem joining, but I do have a question." "Go ahead." Uchiha Fugaku's teeth itched. "Others fought to get into the guard corps, but with you, it felt like a death trap? Does the guard corps handle cases of borrowing money and not repaying?" Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, he was calm again. "I thought it was something serious. As long as there is a report and an IOU, of course we handle unpaid debts." Receiving the affirmative answer, a trace of joy appeared on Sanjina's face. "Alright then, I'll report in tomorrow." He spoke, glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and saw that his eyes were still fixed on Makoto. Senrin calmly picked up the largest piece of ribs and gently placed it in Makoto's bowl. "Makoto, eat more, you've lost weight on the battlefield." Then he turned to Fugaku at the door and asked, "Fugaku, want to come down and eat together?" Uchiha Fugaku clenched his jaw, hating Senrin's false kindness. "Why ask now, not earlier or later? Obviously, you don't want me here." He replied coldly, "I've eaten. I'll report on time tomorrow." Then he left without looking back. Makoto chuckled lightly, "Fugaku isn't that bad. Don't always provoke him, he'll be clan leader someday." Senrin shook his head, "He won TB, the cost is too high." Makoto casually asked, "Then will you be?" Senrin nodded. Makoto blushed, "Then we have to get married quickly, so my grandfather will support you." Senrin put down his chopsticks, leaned close, and whispered, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Makoto blushed, looking straight at him. "I don't understand those power struggles, I just know I want to support the person I like." "You won refuse, right?" Senrin affectionately pinched her cheek. "Of course I'm willing. Since meeting you, I'm willing to do anything." Makoto shyly lowered her head, her face red as an apple. The next morning, at the Konoha Guard Unit, Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat. "Two newcomers are joining today, Uchiha Senrin and Uchiha Hikaru. Everyone, get along well." He deliberately kept the introduction brief, hoping to keep things low-key. Unexpectedly, everyone started talking. "He is Senrin? I heard he led dozens to defend a castle on the Land of Earth battlefield for a year, and managed it so well everyone loved him. Don't just listen to rumors, we're ninja, we speak with strength. He supposedly once killed a four-tails Jinchuriki alone." "Really? Jinchuriki are almost at the level of the Kage, and he is only 14 or 15, right?" Facing the crowd's admiration and curiosity, Senrin yawned, "It's not that exaggerated, I just got lucky and broke one of his arms." "Just broke the other guy's hand, that's a bit of an exaggeration." Everyone looked at Shenrin with even more awe. Seeing the atmosphere getting out of control, Uchiha Fugaku quickly changed the subject. "Alright, no more chatting, get ready to execute the mission. Shenrin, you're new, so I'll assign you a partner, Uchiha Shiba, you two get acquainted." A roughly 20-year-old Uchiha clan member dressed plainly walked over and nodded to both of them. "Hello, I'm Uchiha Shiba. I've worked in the guard unit for 2 years. I'll help you get familiar with the task quickly. Looking forward to working with you." Shenrin and Yen exchanged glances, both understanding Fugaku had sent a spy. Shenrin shrugged in response, "Hello." The three set off together, starting their patrol of the district. When they reached their duty area, Shenrin casually asked, "What are the procedures to file a case?" Uchiha Shiba looked around cautiously and replied, "Someone has to report the case. After confirming the situation is true, the case can be filed and executed." "Oh," Shenrin sighed, "I have a friend who has been owed money for over 2 years and is really worried. Can you help me file a case?" "Of course." Shiba's face immediately showed disgust when he heard unpaid debt. "I hate people who don't pay their debts. I once lent money to a friend who didn't pay me back for 3 years. My father was injured on a mission then, and the family was struggling. That guy would avoid me and completely disregarded our friendship. Shanren patted his shoulder in comfort. There are always people like that in the world. You help me write it first. The borrower is me, the debtor fills in below. The amount is 5,380,000 taels. Shiba's hand paused as he wrote, his anger growing, over 5 million taels. It must be some powerful family bullying someone. I'll write it now, and then we'll handle it together. He quickly finished writing the case filing form and reminded, Shenron, members of the guard unit who file false cases will face serious consequences. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Shenren's expression was firm. So what's the debtor's name? Do you need to ask your friend? Shenren stepped forward, looked at the form, took the pen, and wrote while saying, Shimura Danzo. Ah. Shiba's sense of justice instantly froze, followed by fear. Q Qianren. That's the village elder. How dare you accuse him? In his view, although the guard unit is on the same level as the Umbu, it's only nominally. The guard unit only handles minor disputes, while the Umbu, especially the root division, deals with the bloody matters that can't see the light of day. Provoking the root leader is tantamount to courting death. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and hastily reached out to snatch the case filing form from Qianren's hand. That handwriting is his, and once investigated, I definitely won't come out unscathed. Qianren twisted his wrist, deftly avoiding his hand, his eyes cold as he retorted, What? You think the guard corps is just a watchdog for the powerful? Or that paying debts isn't a matter of course? Uchiha Sibai was left speechless by the question but forced out, How could Lord Danzo owe you so much? There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Qianren said coldly, with a murderous glint, He almost got me killed last time. Is collecting this interest too much? Ignoring Uchiha Sibai, he waved to Yeni behind him, Let us go. That old dog Danzo is discharged today. Let us block him at the Shimura base. So you're the kid who almost got killed by the Umbu back then. Uchiha Sibai suddenly recalled that sensational past incident. Qianren heard this, stopped in his tracks, turned, and stared at him. Elder Setsunen is gone. If I don't confront them, who will be the next victim? Don't forget, Root loves collecting kids from all families. How many come out alive after going in? Now is the time. Unless you have no family to protect. Those words stabbed through Uchiha Sibai's hesitation and fear like a knife. He thought of those peers sent into Root, who returned cold and ruthless, many dying silently. Should he report to Lord Fugaku, or follow this madman to challenge authority? Both options are trouble. But Qianren's words kept echoing unless you have no family to protect. No. If my younger siblings are really in danger. As a member of the Uchiha and a ninja of the Guard Corps, I cannot stand idly by. His gaze sharpened, his resolve firmed, and he quickly caught up. Shimura clan stronghold. Shenren and the others arrived at the gate, coldly showing their Guard Corps armbands, Guard Corps on a case, looking for Shimura Danzo. Where is he? The guard sized up Shenren, seeing he was only a teenager, and casually said, This isn't your place. Lord Danzo is nursing his wounds and not seeing visitors. Get lost. Shenren slapped the IOU and case file on the guard's face. Voice icy, this is a Guard Corps investigation. My rank is not lower than the Umbu's, blocking me will have consequences. His hand rested on the sword hilt. The guard's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly blew the alarm whistle. In an instant, several masked Root ninjas emerged from the shadows, surrounding the three. The commotion drew a crowd of nearby passers-by. Uchiha Sibai saw the situation and hurriedly advised, Shenron, don't be impulsive. There are 7 or 8 jonin opposite us, we are no match. If you want revenge, you have to take it slow. Shenren's eyelids drooped slightly, his voice low but clear, Isn't it only right to pay back debts and answer for killing with death? He glanced at the villagers watching, or do you think because he's an elder, he can be above the law? Exactly, a woman whispered in agreement, privileges can't be like this. My nephew hasn't smiled since joining Root, who knows what kind of place that is. Shut up, a Root ninja shouted sharply, village affairs are not for commoners like you to discuss. Move aside, this is our business. Seeing the Root ninjas angry, the crowd reluctantly stepped back. Don't leave, Shenren's voice rang out again, you even drive away villagers who speak out. How many evils has Root committed? If they don't dare say it, I will speak for them. He stared at the Root ninjas, every word resolute, let Shimura Danzo come out and pay the money. Otherwise, I'll have him spend a few days in the guard unit's prison. Danzo owes you money? Don't talk nonsense, a Root ninja retorted. Shenron threw out an IOU, see for yourself. The ninja took the IOU, examined it carefully, and his expression immediately darkened. The handwriting was clear, it was Danzo's writing, and there was a photo of other clan members as proof. The evidence was solid. The IOU even had attached photos that weren't destroyed, obviously left on display. Even if it's true, Danzo is nursing his injuries now. Talk to him another day, the root ninja stubbornly said and threw the IOU back on the ground. Shenron's gaze turned dark, his hand on the sword hilt. So, you mean no matter what, I can't get the money today? The root ninja sneered, so what if you can't get it? Do you dare break in by force? Danzo will give it to you when he wants. Ninjas must obey the elders. Who do you think you are? The conflict was about to explode when Sibai hurriedly urged, Shenron, let's go back. There are 3 of us against more than a dozen on their turf. Retreat for now. This is your first mission today. Just then, the woman from before also advised, forget it, it's good that you want to uphold justice for everyone. You're young, and being a guard captain is already impressive. No need to fight. She comforted the people around her, everyone disperse, it's just a misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding. Shenron suddenly softened his tone. Everyone relaxed. The young Shenron still had a long way to go and shouldn't perish here. Only Yen showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew Shenron too well. Just as everyone thought the situation had calmed down, Shenron suddenly sheathed his blade and strode quickly toward the root ninja. No one caught his movements clearly, only a blur darted swiftly through the crowd like wind sweeping through a bamboo grove. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was dense and continuous, like a chorus of firecrackers, suddenly erupting and then abruptly stopping. In an instant, more than a dozen people collapsed. Shenron bent down to pick up the IOU, lightly dusting off the dirt from his fingertips. The 8 gates technique had been lifted, yet his robe remained perfectly still. He sneered coldly at the twisted, groaning ninjas. Sorry, that was a misunderstanding earlier. You were just obstructing the investigation. I didn't intend to kill you. At most, I meant to break your bones. But now your limbs are all broken. This was done strictly according to the guard unit manual. He smiled innocently and looked back at the stunned Uchiha Sobu. I remember that was in the manual, right? Seeing the ninjas writhing and wailing on the ground, Sobu's back was drenched with cold sweat. Shenron's attack was casual, as natural as eating or drinking, penetrating to the bone. Answer me! Shenron demanded fiercely. Sobu gritted his teeth. Yes. Guard Unit Manual, Article 31, those obstructing law enforcement may be subdued directly, but must not be harmed fatally. Shenron nodded with satisfaction and then handed back the ninja's words exactly as they were. Who do you think you are? Dare to block my way? He waved his hand, taking 2 men and headed straight for the Shimura clan's residence. Let us go, handle Shimura Danzo. After clearing obstacles along the way, Shenron kicked open Danzo's door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked twice on the doorframe, coldly watching the gloomy Danzo seated inside. Senior Danzo, sorry, my leg cramped earlier. Didn't tea scare you, did it? The guards behind Danzo drew kunai, ready to act, but he stopped them. Danzo's sinister single eye fixed on Shenron. Uchiha Shenron, you'll bear the consequences for trespassing here. The Hokage is absent, I'm the highest authority now. The Yambu will all arrive within 3 minutes. Think carefully. Hikaru and Sobu hesitated. They knew today's trouble was serious, but not this severe. Shenron stepped forward, drew his blade half an inch, the cold light sharp. I want my sword and money back. If not, I have to lawfully arrest and interrogate you. This was an excuse. His real plan was to eliminate this menace while Danzo was severely injured. Now, holding a position in the guard unit with a filed case, everything was compliant and legal, far from a personal grudge. Now, as long as Danzo dares to resist, Shenron has countless ways to make him accidentally die here. Compromise and pay compensation? Absolutely impossible. Compromise means being taken away by the guard unit, ending his political career completely, worse than death. Paying compensation is even less realistic. The war just ended, Danzo can't come up with such a huge sum, and his pride won't allow him to bow. This is a dead end. Just as Shenron's molten escape chakra began to leak at his feet, ready to execute Danzo, Danzo surprisingly spoke calmly. A total of 56,380,000 ryo, right? He gestured to his followers. The daimyo just allocated a sum for the war casualties of the land of Earth. Since you're in urgent need, take it first. Go get the check. The procedures might be a bit complicated, wait here. His followers left on command. Shenron's eyes grew even deeper. The wounded old dog was even more cunning, knowing how to delay this way. A moment later, the followers returned with the check, accompanied by 20 Umbu ninjas, clearly to buy time. Senrin smiled faintly. Danzo-senpai, this few people 1T hold me back. Danzo ignored him and instead loudly said to the Yambu, give the money to Senrin. Although this is the daimyo's condolence money for fallen ninjas, surely it's not as important as Senrin's personal IOU. The atmosphere changed sharply at once. Hearing this, everyone thought Senrin was going to misuse the condolence money. Their gazes instantly locked onto him, hands already reaching for weapons. Senrin, this money is too hot to handle, you can't take it. Hikaru urgently whispered, if you take it, you're opposing all the families of the fallen. Senrin glanced at Danzo, who had become more cunning despite his injuries. Danzo propped his chin on his hand, watching with amusement as Senrin fell into a deadlock. Senrin sneered, just now Uchiha Hikaru said this money is too hot to handle, and I can't take it. But I think I must take it. He pulled out the IOU and casually tossed it into the air. If everyone owes money and doesn't pay it back, how can this world still function? His words won some nods from a few ninjas, but most remained hostile, because the money was consolation for their fallen comrades. Senrin met Danzo's amused gaze and said, actually, I'm not interested in money, what I want is fairness. But since Danzo-senpai put it like this, I decided on my own to use the 50 million on this check entirely as condolence money for our fallen comrades. However, the condolence money I give is different from some people's. Everyone was immediately drawn in. I 1T hide a thing, the destination of this money will be completely public. Who received it, how much, when every transaction will be posted on the bulletin board in front of the Uchiha base. Senjurin revealed a provocative smile, staring at Danzo, whose expression was gradually changing, and said, this way, we can completely eliminate corruption. What do you think, Senior Danzo? At these words, the Umbu ninjas were all stunned. The funding sources of Root had always been a mystery, and Senjurin's method was undoubtedly more transparent and convincing. Senjurin unceremoniously stuffed the check into his pocket. Danzo's arm veins bulged as he gripped the wheelchair armrest tightly. His own plan was unexpectedly shattered by this kid's words. That was over 50 million. The war reparations from the land of Earth and Sunigakure combined were only a few hundred million, and the village only received 100 or 200 million. Should I risk it? Danzo's gaze fell on the faintly visible magma beneath Senjurin's feet. No. The intel said this kid had lava release and superhuman speed. In his current state, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, possibly mutual destruction. I absolutely cannot die before becoming Hokage. As for the money, find another way to divert some elsewhere. The monkey isn't in the village anyway. With this thought, Danzo waved his hand impatiently. The money belongs to the daimyo, he will handle you. Leave an IOU and go. Senjurin pushed his perception to the limit, knowing over 40 ninjas were lurking nearby. If he went all out, there was a 90% chance he could take Danzo out before they could react. But that would make him a rogue ninja. He couldn't kill everyone in the village. He still had 2 wives waiting for him in the village. Senjurin sighed inwardly at the pity, casually tossed the IOU on the ground, and said faintly, I didn't expect Senior Danzo to be so straightforward. I thought you only did sneaky dirty deeds. After saying that, he pulled out 10,000 ryo from his pocket, threw it by the broken door, and taunted, by the way, Senior Danzo, today's cramp, this is compensation for the door. Seeing Danzo remain expressionless, Senjurin frowned. This old guy's mind was really deep, even this didn't anger him. He waved his hand, took 2 others, and turned to leave. After the 3 had gone far, Danzo signaled the Umbu to retreat, leaving only Root members behind. A trusted aide whispered, Lord Danzo, did you really give him the money? Should we find an opportunity to? How to make a move? Danzo's eyes darkened. Wait a little longer. He has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. At least we need to bring back some ninjas proficient in water release. With 1 hand and 1 leg broken, how can I fight? The intel on the Mangekyo Sharingan is too clean, so clean it feels like someone purposely leaked it, the attendant said in confusion. If lava release is real, the rest is probably similar. Another looked at the dark red magma on the ground and said, a frontal confrontation 1T work, we need another plan. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Senjurin is at odds with their young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, right? Maybe we can cooperate with them. Danzo Shimura pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How is the collection of Sharingan progressing? How much longer until Orochimaru returns to the village? The research on would release cells depends on him. So far, 2 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan have been collected. Lord Orochimaru can't return to the village for now. A new leader named Hanzo has emerged in the Land of Rain, and he is very powerful. Orochimaru is fully occupied dealing with him. Danzo nodded. In that case, while the monkey is away, the wood release research must not stop. Only through it can I restore my strength and even contend with Uchiha Senju. If there are any problems with the research, contact Orochimaru by secret letter. As for the Land of Rain, we can't let them get too comfortable. He paused in thought, then asked, what organizations does their country have? Hanzo is as suspicious as I am. Counterintelligence will be most effective. The streets of Konoha remained lively. As Senju and the other two walked, he casually handed a check to Hiko. 50 million, not a cent less, give it to those who need it, and every expense must be recorded and made public in detail. The remaining 6 million plus is for you. Fugaku has stopped subsidies. This money should last for a while. Hiko took the check, feeling its weight in his palm, and smiled bitterly. You know everything already. I still want everyone to take more missions. After all, there are many places that need money. Senju nodded but said nothing more. His sensory technique covered half of the Uchiha base. Nothing could escape him. In the silence, Uchiha Shiba, walking behind, spoke with a complex yet excited voice. That feeling just now was amazing, like when we swore in joining the guard unit. Before, we didn't even dare touch the Umbu, let alone root. Today, we did something the higher-ups haven't done, and even did it better. He turned to Senju, eyes flashing with a strange light. Senju, I kind of admire you now. Senju didn't stop walking, slightly turning his head, his voice calm, with absolute strength. You can too. He shifted tone, coldness creeping in, or you can choose not to be someone else's spy, watching me. Shiba suddenly froze, body stiffening, shamefully lowering his gaze to his toes as if wanting to sink into the ground. The street's noise instantly became irrelevant to him. I don't want to either, he muttered, full of shame. My father is seriously ill, and the expenses are high. Clan leader Fugaku can give me a large sum. Injured on a mission? Senju asked calmly. Yes, severe spinal injury. The surgery requires a large amount of money. Shiba's voice trembled. Senju said to Hiko, go verify his family situation. If it's true, pay for the surgery from that 6 million. Yen took out a scroll, jotting down notes as he said, alright, it's recorded. Uchiha Sebai stood frozen, watching Shinran's retreating figure, his eyes gradually moistening. He took a deep breath and stepped toward Shinran, his gaze firm as he said, I do need that money, but I've already sold myself once for money. I can't do that again. Shinran stopped walking, looking at him coldly. Who said you had to sell yourself? You're a spy. Your father needs treatment. What does that have to do with you? His tone was calm. Besides, any conspiracy is empty talk in front of my strength. Uchiha Sebai was stunned. Shinran reached the street corner, turned back, and called out, duty isn't over yet, don't slack off. Today you're leading us to get familiar with the mission, not me leading you. Uchiha Sebai snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up, muttering to himself, you're the one leading the two of us. Over the past few days, Konoha's public security noticeably improved. Thanks to Shinran's extraordinary perception, he could always detect crimes in the village immediately. Before the victims could even call for help, he would descend from above and subdue the criminals. He was skilled in medical ninjutsu, saving many critically injured people. The villagers' opinion of the guard unit changed drastically, and their reputation soared. That afternoon, the three returned to headquarters after patrolling. Shinran noticed Yen had something to say, so he asked, if there's something, say it. No one's listening here. Yen glanced at a blushing Uchiha Sebai and whispered, Shinran, we've been working for the guard unit all along. Although we have a reputation, it doesn't seem to help you in competing for clan leader. Should we try another method? Shinran glanced at Uchiha Sebai, who was eavesdropping, and said lightly, this is exactly an open strategy, gradually shaking the foundation and prestige of Fugaku. But isn't this progress too slow? Before the words fell, the three had arrived in front of the guard unit building. Look, Lord Shinran is back. A crowd poured out of the building, instantly surrounding Shinran. They carried flowers, fruits, vegetables, even live fish, all with grateful faces saying, Lord Shinran, thanks to you for helping me find my mother's heirloom necklace. You were busy yesterday, so I came today specially to thank you. Please accept these fruits. Take mine first. This is a freshly bought large yellow croaker, worth several thousand ryo. Shinran quickly waved his hand, symbolically took a bite of the apple, and said, I appreciate everyone's kindness. Eating this apple means I've accepted the gift. The greatest reward is that the guard unit receives support. Someone immediately chimed in, exactly. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of the guard unit, I'll be the first to object. Lord Shinran, you're not getting any younger. Do you have a partner? Want me to introduce someone to you? Moonlight family, don't butt in. Shenron is from our Uchiha clan. If he wants a partner, he should find a girl from the clan. My daughter is 15 this year. Shenron, you should come by our house sometime. Amidst the matchmaking chatter, Shenron finally pushed through the crowd and ran into the guard unit building, letting out a long sigh of relief. He thought he'd have some peace, but found a group of colleagues still looking at him with admiration. When he reached the assembly point, Shenron was puzzled. He was handsome, but not enough to make men look at him that way, right? Just then, a female colleague excitedly approached. Shenron, thank you so much. That money solved a big problem for me. Shenron glanced sideways, saw Yen nodding, and then smiled. We're all clan members, the money should belong to you. It turned out Yen had quietly distributed money, prioritizing clan members in financial difficulty, indirectly winning hearts. Others whispered, Uchiha Shenron is really honorable, giving out money like this. Does he want to compete for clan leader? With such a generous clan leader, I'm the first to support him. Since he arrived, the guard unit's image has improved greatly. Civilians even look at us with respect. True. Listening to the comments, Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened. I brought you in to manage things, but you're just pulling everyone over like last time? What's the difference between him and me? Keeping him was definitely a mistake. He's a troublemaker. Quiet. Fugaku sharply quashed the murmurs. Let us talk about next week's arrangements. Everyone fell silent as he continued. Everyone did well on this week's tasks, except Uchiha Shenron. He paused, then criticized, don't arrest so many people. The prison space is limited, it can't hold them all. The moment he said this, everyone was shocked, unable to believe that the usually steady Fugaku would say such a thing. Shenron yawned lazily and said, Fugaku, you're a grown man, why are you so petty? It's no fun working with you. Sensing the doubt and disappointment from his subordinates, Fugaku immediately realized he had misspoken. I'm just letting you hear the arrangements. From my position, I can see more of the situation. It's not what you think. He quickly used the excuse of information asymmetry to block everyone's doubts. I was abrupt just now, sorry. Since that's the case, how about I compensate you with a week off? Shenron responded calmly, 2 weeks. I happen to have some personal matters to attend to outside the village. Seeing the chance to send this troublemaker away, Uchiha Fugaku immediately agreed, fine. Standing nearby, Yen frowned. The situation was excellent now, with their reputation soaring. Why leave the village at such a crucial moment? Shouldn't they strike while the iron is hot? Outside Konoha, Shenron and Yen were walking on the road to the land of waves. Shenron said, sorry, the village rules forbid solo missions outside the village. I'll have to trouble you to accompany me. He looked at the slightly thinner Yen. Fugaku, didn't he give you a hard time, did he? Yen smiled, just a nice break. Managing pension accounts is far more complicated than fighting. Fugaku was quite willing to let me out, no trouble at all. A flicker of curiosity shone in his eyes. This mission is just to clean up 2 rogue ninjas in the east. It's almost like a trip for you, right? Honestly, your strength has improved so fast these past 2 years. That day at the Shimura base, I even saw you use lava release 3 Tomo, and Shenron's eyes slowly rotated, forming a magnificent kaleidoscopic pattern. Because I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His voice was low and calm. I can copy the bloodline limits I've seen. Yen was one of his most trusted people, so he confided in him. This not only didn't diminish his prestige but made their bond stronger. The next moment, a vast ocular power spread out, as if the sky itself was being pressed down. Yen immediately activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan to resist, but it was like a small boat on the waves, about to be swallowed by the power at any moment. Only when Shenron withdrew the Mangekyo did the sense of oppression dissipate. Yen gasped for air, cold sweat sliding down his face, as if he had just faced death. Phew, is this the legendary power? He asked, still shaken. Shenron, how exactly did you awaken it? Shenron remained silent. Yen hurriedly said, sorry, that's your secret, I shouldn't ask. Shenron shook his head to signal continuing to walk, then after a moment said slowly, you've awakened the 3 Tomo. You should know the Sharingan evolves with a strong emotion as the key. Yen's breathing grew rapid. So is it true that only by witnessing the death of the closest person can one awaken the Mangekyo? No. Shenron shook his head, denying the harsh family legend. I don't think it's entirely like that. The method you mentioned is one of the clan's secrets. Seeing a loved one die can indeed awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But I believe that any intense emotion can activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's just that hatred is more easily bred in the ninja world than love. Yen shuddered slightly. My Sharingan did indeed awaken when my teammates sacrificed themselves. Shenron retorted, if you had a choice, would you be willing to trade these eyes to bring them back to life? Yen fell silent. I'm just speculating, Shenron continued. To be honest, I'd rather our clan never have to use these cursed eyes. To prevent tragedies from repeating, I intend to unify the ninja world. As long as I live, I will end all wars. Yen's footsteps faltered, his heart surging with turmoil. He finally understood why Elder Setsuna valued Shenron so much. That ideal was unbearably heavy. But behind Shenron's Mangekyo Sharingan, what had he lost? Hurry up, we still have to go rob later, Shenron suddenly urged, his tone changing. Ah? Yen was stunned, his brain momentarily unable to catch up. Just talking about ideals 1T work, Shenron said matter-of-factly, the compensation money isn't nearly enough, we need to raise some revolutionary funds first. Yen caught up to him, half laughing, half crying, aren't we going to deal with the traitor ninja? How did we become the traitors ourselves? If the village finds out we're robbing along the way, we'll be hunted down by the entire world. Don't worry, Shenron said coolly, after the robbery, I'll kill witnesses. Did I just say that? Seeing Yen's conflicted expression, Shenron added, we're heading to the land of waves. There's a ruthless merchant named Kato there who sells drugs and has ruined countless lives. Robbing him is justice. If you really don't feel comfortable, leave half for the locals. When Yen heard this, he instead quickened his pace, clenching his fists and said, I hate drug trafficking the most. Drug money is our start-up capital. Why leave it for the land of waves? Eliminating the cancer is the biggest help, the money should stay with us. Shenron. Good grief, you're also a I want it all type. After the goal was set, Shenron briefly described, Kato is short, usually wears a suit and sunglasses, sports a small mustache, and does terrible things. He definitely has many ninja bodyguards around him. Yen nodded, and the two no longer delayed, quickening their pace toward the land of waves. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Uchiha Tsanyue's mansion. Inside, candlelight flickered as Tsanyue dismissed all attendants, leaving only Fugaku. With a tone as if giving last instructions, he solemnly said, I've made a deal with Shimura Danzo. If I'm gone, he will secretly support you to become clan leader. Father, how can you say such things? You are still young, how could it be? Listen to me first. Uchiha Sagaku interrupted him. Senrin has gained extremely high prestige in the security division within just a few days. Such a person cannot be left alive for even a moment. If his ideology weren't so radical, even absurd, I might have been tempted. Sagaku stared into his son's not yet resolute eyes, his tone heavy. Fugaku, pull yourself together. What I'm about to say is the highest secret of our clan, and you must remember it. First, the key to activating the Mangekyo Sharingan is the death of a close relative, whether witnessed firsthand or caused by yourself. You are already at the 3-tomo stage, you should understand. Fugaku's expression grew serious as he silently nodded. Second, our Uchiha still have a humanoid weapon. I spent a fortune to gain control over it from Danzo. That test subject possesses genjutsu deeper than Tsukuyomi, and can forcibly activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. No! Fugaku suddenly stood up, his face pale. Forcibly activating it will severely damage the brain, even cause death. Father, we can't take that risk. Sagaku calmly countered, do you have any other options? Senrin's power is growing rapidly, what about you? Fugaku clenched his fists, his voice low, there must be another way. Sagaku shook his head, his expression calm, don't worry. I've been a ninja for nearly 60 years and have witnessed your growth enough. The success rate is over 90%, and at worst, it only shortens your lifespan by 10 years. Trading 10 years of my life for the safety of our clan is worth it. He patted Fugaku's shoulder, his gaze complex and loving. From now on, family matters big and small are up to you. While Senrin is on a mission, I will go activate the Mangekyo and bring back his eyes. As he finished speaking, Sagaku's expression was torn between pain and hope. Fugaku took a deep breath, bowed his head solemnly and said, yes, father, I will not let you down. A month later, Senrin and Hiko completed their mission, returning with joy all over their faces. Kato is such an old fox, he knew to hide during the war, which cost us a whole month to flush him out, Hiko said, unconsciously touching the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Senrin laughed, touching it again? Don't worry, not a single one of the 100+ space scrolls is missing. Hiko looked around warily, lowering his voice, you say that so easily. 3 billion Rio. I've never seen that much money in my life. And we can't even put it in the bank, it's nerve-wracking all the way. Put black money in the bank? Are you crazy? Sunren chuckled lightly, if it weren't for the time constraint, this 3 billion could have easily multiplied several times. During this period, he gained more than just money. In the month of chasing Kato, he trained intensively with Yen daily, slaughtered hundreds of guards while wiping out Kato's lair, and his strength soared dramatically. Name, Uchiha Shinran. Age, 13. Physique, 592. Spiritual power, 663. Chakra, 1632. Kekei Genkai, Mangekyo Sharingan, Uzumaki clan physique, wood release. Kekei Totai, dust release. Sunren felt his power rising sharply. If he met a god, he would kill the god. If he met a Buddha, he would kill the Buddha. Feeling great, he hummed a little tune. After walking for a while, he suddenly frowned, pressed down on Yen's shoulder, and whispered, "Be careful, there is someone ahead." Could it be someone coming to rob us? Yen gripped his ninja tool pouch tightly. Sunran replied calmly, "Not sure, but the chakra is strong and they can fight." The two slowed their pace and continued forward for another 200 meters. An old man with a head full of white hair and a hunched figure emerged from a small path, looking weary. Yen glanced over and hesitated. Is this the chief of the Tsunyu clan? Why does he suddenly look so much older? Yen wanted to step forward, but Sunran stopped him. He is not here to rob us, he is here to kill us. Sanyu forced a cold smile. Uchiha Sunran, this is where you'll meet your end. I've paid too high a price to kill you. Sunran stepped forward and asked coldly, on what grounds? On these. Sanyu's eyes spun rapidly as three Tomo emerged, transforming into a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan exuding an ominous aura. Step back. Sunran immediately activated his own Mangekyo ocular power to counter, while sharply ordering Yen to retreat quickly. Feeling the strength in Sunran's arm, Yen suddenly realized. The moment Sanyu activated his Mangekyo, a fierce and venomous aura swept through the space, like being strangled by a vengeful spirit. You watch out. Yen gritted his teeth, leapt backward, and put distance between them. Sunren watched Sanyu warily, trying to buy time. Since you've activated the Mangekyo, your power should be at least 10 times stronger. Why not seize the opportunity to overthrow the Konoha government like Elder Setsuna? Don't forget, the first Hokage of Konoha should have been ours, the Uchiha. Uchiha Sagaku narrowed his eyes slightly. I did consider it, but seeing everything you've done, I simply can't trust you. If your Mangekyo isn't a copy of that godlike power, maybe I would consider your proposal. Your power and ambition are too terrifying. If you lead the Uchiha, my son and grandson are doomed. Pa! Sanjin spat out disdainfully. Like father, like son. The future Uchiha Fugaku sacrificed his clan to protect Sasuke, and now his father wants to crush the newborn power to protect Fugaku. How similar, and how foolish. I thought you'd have some grand visionary speech, but instead, you want the clan to cut off its own arm for the sake of those pathetic descendants. I've never seen someone so shameless. Those words were like a sharp slap, striking hard on Uchiha Sagaku's face. Blood vessels quickly filled his eyes as clan head. He had never endured such an insult. Empty words. Burning with rage, Sagaku was about to strike, but saw Sanjin already forming hand seals. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. In an instant, magma surged from Sanjin's side, engulfing the ground within 100 meters. Vegetation instantly blackened, even giant trees slowly melted in the intense heat, eventually sinking into the lava. But none of this affected Uchiha Sagaku. A gray-black ribcage skeleton rose from the ground like a divine demon barrier, separating the magma and firmly protecting him Susanoo. Seeing obvious cracks and defects on the opponent's Susanoo, Sanjin feigned surprise. What's going on? It takes months to adapt to Susanoo, how is it possible that you... Seeing Sanjin's shock, Uchiha Sagaku revealed a sickly pride. Thanks to you. Without you, we wouldn't have found the Uchiha's hereditary humanoid weapon. Oh? You actually found Uchiha Hikaru? Hearing that name, Sagaku's smug expression instantly froze into shock. His pupils contracted, disbelief washing over him. How do you know this clan's secret? I know more than you think. Sanjin sneered coldly. For you to so easily reveal core intel, it seems forcing the Mangekyo open came at a high price. Even your Susanoo is defective. Sagaku's heart hardened, a drop of blood tear slid from his right eye as he stared fiercely at Sanjin's chest. Die. Your head, I will interrogate slowly. Amaterasu. Without warning, a ball of pitch-black flames appeared on Sanjin's chest. As Sagaku's gaze followed, the black flames rapidly spread across limbs and body. This is the never-extinguishing solar fire Amaterasu. To die in these flames is your honor. In the distance, Yen watched the black flames, which could even ignite magma, and felt his scalp tingle. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can burn magma, and Sangyu didn't form any hand seals from start to finish. It's over. Shinran has already been engulfed by the flames. Is it still possible to escape now? Just as Yen was filled with dread, Shinran, wrapped in flames, only slightly frowned. He reached out and gently patted the fire on his chest as if dusting it off, calmly saying, "So this is the so-called Amaterasu that can burn everything? Nothing special." No sooner had he finished speaking than an astonishing scene unfolded. Xianren's body split open like an old tree shedding its bark, and his true form emerged completely unharmed from the layer of bark. The burning Amaterasu dissipated as the wooden outer shell fell away. You're using wood release. Uchiha-san, you shouted in shock. Your ability isn't a mere copy. Wood release has already vanished from this world.